Welcome to AudioNovel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Chapter 151, Conflicted Eddard. My lord, news has arrived from Castle Serwyn. Lord Lyn Taran, the Chosen One, Ser Vortimer, Ser Joel, and their company have crossed the Wolfwood Bridge and will arrive at Winterfell in half a day, said Maester Luwin, holding up a piece of parchment as he knocked on the door of the Lord's study. He addressed Eddard Stark, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. Lord Eddard nodded upon hearing this, quickly finished signing the document in his hands, and handed it to the steward, Vayen Poole, who stood nearby. Set up the banquet according to the specifications outlined here, he instructed. Vayen Poole glanced at the list on the document and frowned slightly. My lord, won't this be too simple? These are the formal banquet specifications for receiving a lord, Eddard replied solemnly. But Lord Lyn Taran is not just any lord, he is also the chosen one of the 7 gods, Vayen Poole reminded him. Eddard's expression hardened. The gods should be left to the gods, and the secular to the secular. We need only fulfill our earthly obligations and should not interfere in the affairs of the divine. Yes, I understand, Vayen Poole nodded and withdrew. Is there anything else, Maester Luwin? Eddard turned to the Maester. Maester Luwin's expression grew serious. My lord, last time, Lord Taran fought across 1,000 miles to retake Moat Cailin, ensuring your army's safe passage through the neck. Now, he has once again traveled thousands of miles to escort a group of prisoners to the wall. In all fairness, you should go out of the castle to greet him in person. Lord Eddard was silent for a moment before nodding. I understand. I'll change my clothes and go with Caitlyn to greet them at the castle gates. Maester Luwin, satisfied with the response, said no more and took his leave. After sitting for a while, Lord Eddard rose and left the room, heading for the courtyard where Caitlyn was likely playing with the children at this hour. Though he had already made his decision, his thoughts lingered on Lynd. Lynd had once saved him from a difficult situation by reclaiming Moat Cailin and had since earned great military achievements. From Jon Umber's vivid and praise-filled accounts, it was clear that Lynd was a formidable warrior, beloved by the people. Yet, despite his valor, Eddard never liked him. Lynd had meddled in religious matters, attempting to incite strife during the trial of the Iron Islands. He had also secretly taken possession of the loot the Ironborn had plundered from the Westerlands, an unforgivable felony. However, despite knowing of his crimes, Robert had chosen to forgive him, elevating him to lordship and granting him Summerhall. It was an affront to justice. What Eddard disliked most, however, was Lynd's tendency to invoke the name of the gods. Rumors from the south painted him as a savior chosen by the 7, and even Brother Chael at Winterfell had begun to believe in such claims. Worse still, under Brother Chael's influence, Caitlyn herself had started to entertain those notions. Eddard took a deep breath, muttering to himself. It's fine. It'll be over in just one day. Just one day. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard and saw Caitlyn seated in the small attic, embroidering alongside the holy sisters and maidservants. Sansa sat among them, watching with keen interest. The sisters had taught her well, her upright posture and composed demeanor already reflected the grace of a proper lady. To Caitlyn's left, Bran lay in his cradle. Though still an infant, he repeatedly pulled his tiny hands free from the quilt, reaching for something unseen in the air, only for Caitlyn to tuck them back under the blanket again. Arya, just over a year old, sat in a small high chair to Caitlyn's right. She turned her head curiously, drawn to the sounds of the bustling courtyard, as though something exciting was happening. Waving a small wooden fork in her tiny hands, she appeared to be mimicking some kind of movement. In the courtyard, under the guidance of Master-at-Arms Roderick, Robb sparred with his foster brother, Theon Greyjoy, using wooden swords. The 2 young boys moved with enthusiasm, their strikes and parries mirroring those of seasoned warriors. Theon had been at Winterfell for nearly a year now, gradually adapting to life in the Stark household. He and Robb had become fast friends, it was likely they would grow to be as close as brothers. Standing at the entrance to the courtyard, Eddard took in the peaceful, harmonious scene before him. He felt as if he could stand there forever, watching this quiet moment of family life. A part of him even wished it would never end. But he was a lord, and his duties did not afford him such luxuries. Not only was there always paperwork to handle, but there were also people he would rather not meet yet could not avoid. Ned, have you finished with everything? Caitlyn's voice drew him from his thoughts. She had sensed his presence, as if bound to him by some invisible thread. Looking away from her embroidery, she set it down, rose to her feet, and walked toward him. Though she was now the mother of 4 children, Caitlyn had lost none of her beauty. Once renowned as one of the great beauties of the Riverlands, she had only grown more graceful with time. Maturity had enhanced her features, making her even more captivating. Lord Eddard looked at his wife with love in his eyes, nodded, and then said with some reluctance, "You need to go with me to greet someone later." Caitlyn frowned. In her view, it was inappropriate for a lady to personally greet someone unless the guest was of exceptional status or significance. "It's Lyn Taryn, Lord of Summerhall," Eddard stated plainly. "So it is the Lord's chosen," Caitlyn said, realization dawning on her. Her hesitation vanished, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Eddard could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure at the change in her expression. Although he intended to keep the greeting simple, involving only himself, Caitlyn, the Maester, and a few others, she clearly had different plans. To her, they represented the dignity of both House Stark and House Tully. Handling the matter casually would be shameful in the eyes of the South, particularly the Reach. As a result, the entire household at Winterfell was summoned, from the Maesters and stewards to the cooks and smiths. Even the children, Robb and Sansa, were included. Just as Caitlyn had been eager, Robb and Sansa were equally excited about Lyn's arrival. In recent years, the many legends surrounding the Chosen One had replaced the old, frightening tales once told by the old Nan. Brother Chael had also become their favorite storyteller, as he was the only one who could share the latest accounts of the Chosen One's deeds. Now that the Chosen One himself was coming, their excitement was boundless. Robb donned the leather armor recently crafted for him by the master leatherworker, fastening his long-cherished deerskin cloak over his shoulders. Sansa put on her finest dress, determined to appear as refined as any noble lady of the South. Unlike them, Theon felt uneasy. He even considered feigning illness just to find an excuse to hide away. Though a year had passed, the trial remained vivid in his mind. The image that stood out most was the helmet of the banished knight cradled in Lyn's arms, particularly the fierce dragon atop the helm. That dragon had become a symbol of his memory of the trial. Every time he dreamed, it would emerge, destroying everything in its path. Atop the outer city walls, Varley, a man-at-arms stationed in the watchtower, caught sight of a group emerging from the crest of a distant hill along the King's Road. His keen archer's eyes quickly distinguished the riders at the front. They bore high banners, one edged in red with a long sword emblazoned upon it, the other golden with a rose. "They're here. They're already here," Varley shouted down from his perch, leaning over the railing. Hearing his call, the assembled crowd shifted into position on the parade ground. Caitlyn took hold of Eddard's arm and pulled him, reluctant as he was, to the front of the line. "Damn it! Are we welcoming the king?" Eddard muttered, unable to suppress his irritation as he glanced around at the spectacle. In truth, he was not alone in feeling that way. When Lyn, following the Winterfell guards leading the way, finally rode onto the parade ground, even he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. It was as if time had rewound 10 years, back to King Robert's first visit to Winterfell. The only difference was that the little Starks had yet to grow up. When Lyn came into view, even Eddard, who had already dealt with him before, could not help but feel a moment of awe. A warhorse, larger than any ordinary steed, clad in gleaming armor, led the procession. Upon its back sat a tall knight encased in dragon armor, bearing 4 weapons. Beside him strode a beast, black and white striped, even larger than the warhorse. Though the people of Winterfell had heard countless tales of Lyn, the Chosen One, no amount of storytelling could prepare them for the sight of the legend in the flesh. Seeing him in person, and the creatures that accompanied him, left them all in silent astonishment. "Lord Eddard, it's been a year since we last met, but you haven't changed at all," Lyn said as he approached the gathered crowd. He dismounted from his horse and took the initiative to bow to Eddard Stark. "It's been a year, Lord Lyn, but you look just the same as ever," Eddard replied before turning to introduce Lyn to his wife, children, and advisors. As Lyn took in the sight of the young Wolf Lord and the 3 fools, who had yet to grow up, he couldn't help but be impressed. Arya, in particular, reminded him of something Willis had once said. He thought of the many-faced god who had appeared at Winterfell back then. It seemed as if that presence had been waiting for Arya, who had not yet even been born. When his gaze fell upon Bran, still swaddled in his blankets, he turned to Lady Caitlyn. "May I hold him, Lady Caitlyn?" "Of course," she said, nodding quickly before handing the baby over to him. Lind cradled Bran in his arms, studying him carefully, trying to sense if there was anything extraordinary about the child. Yet, despite his efforts, he saw nothing unusual. Just then, Glory stepped forward, coming to stand behind Lind. The massive beast lowered its head, peering over his shoulder to look at Bran. Without hesitation, Lind switched to Glory's vision. Caitlyn, standing nearby, instinctively tensed at the sight of the great creature looming so close to her child. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but before she could, Eddard placed a reassuring hand on her arm, silently urging her to hold her peace. Lind, sensing nothing out of the ordinary, eventually returned Bran to Caitlyn. He murmured a few words of blessing, and at that, the tension in Caitlyn's posture melted away. A smile even flickered across her face. Afterward, Lind introduced Vortimer and Joel to the people of Winterfell. When they learned that both men were masters of swordsmanship from the Reach, the warriors of Winterfell, led by Master-at-Arms Roderick, were eager to spar with them. The two southern swordsmen, in turn, welcomed the opportunity, saying they were just as interested in witnessing the fighting skills of the first men of the north. With the introductions complete, Lind and his company were led into the hall. The food that had been prepared earlier was reheated and served, and the banquet proceeded smoothly. However, one issue arose: there were too many prisoners, and Winterfell simply didn't have enough cells to house them all. "Just let them stay in the courtyard," Joel said between bites of his roasted goose leg, addressing the cell guard who had come to report the problem. "Give them food. They won't run. And you don't need to worry about them causing trouble. With Lind here, these vicious criminals are no different from the most devout believers." Brother Chael, the Septon of Winterfell, who had been listening, perked up with curiosity. "Did something happen on the road?" At that, Joel launched into a story, recounting how the prisoners had broken down in tears along the journey, confessing their sins to Lind before ultimately becoming devout believers. As Joel spoke, Septon Chael repeatedly gasped in amazement. Caitlyn, one of the few deeply religious people in the hall, listened with rapt attention. She was visibly moved and, in the end, expressed her own desire to confess to Lind. Eddard, standing nearby, stiffened at her words. His expression darkened, his displeasure nearly written across his face, but he said nothing to dissuade her. After the banquet, Vortimer and the others were dragged off to the training yard for a friendly contest, both to test their skills and to help digest their meal. Meanwhile, Lind was taken to the sept near the Great Hall by the Septons, with Lady Caitlyn following behind, intent on making her confession. Eddard, handing his children over to the Holy Sisters and Maesters, silently followed them into the sept. But before he could step inside, Caitlyn turned and drove him out, making it clear that this was not a matter for him to witness. Septon Chael and the other Septons were likewise ushered out, leaving only Caitlyn and Lind alone in the candlelit space. Once they were alone, Caitlyn began her confession. She spoke mostly of trivial matters, though a few times, she hesitated and mentioned the name John. However, she quickly steered away from that topic, perhaps feeling that such things were too personal, family business, not meant for an outsider's ears. Even so, her words provided Lind with valuable insight into what had transpired at Winterfell over the past year. For instance, he had once predicted a second wave of extreme cold, yet when it did not come as expected, he had assumed he had been wrong. But in reality, he had not been mistaken. The second disaster had indeed struck, though only in the north. The interval between the first and second cold waves had been a mere 5 months. Just as before, the sudden onset of the cold had taken everyone by surprise. Although the northern lords had made some preparations, they had still suffered heavy losses. Many had frozen to death. Worse still, the nearby mountain clans had been hit hard by the disaster. With their people starving and their supplies exhausted, they had descended from the mountains in large numbers to raid and plunder the north. Though these raiders were eventually driven back by the northern lords, they had left widespread destruction in their wake. That explained why so many of the villages Lind and his company had passed through had been abandoned. Even those that remained were in a state of desolation. It would take at least 10 years for the north to fully recover. Though Lind had many questions about the state of the north, he, as before, did not interrupt. He simply listened in silence. Chapter 152, Playing at Sorcery. After nightfall, Lind did not go to bed. He took the backpack containing the dragon egg, left his room, and descended the outer staircase from the guest quarters with Glory, heading toward the godswood within the castle. Finding the ancient weirwood in the center of the godswood was easy. The magic radiating from it was nearly as powerful as that of the 3 sacred trees in Highgarden, so striking that it was impossible to miss. By the time Lind arrived, someone was already there. A young child sat by the black pool next to the weirwood, clad in an ill-fitting animal skin coat and oversized boots, as if he had taken an adult's clothes and thrown them on. His head was bowed, and he was sobbing, seemingly having been there for some time. Lind ignored him, walking straight to the weirwood and sitting down beside it. Glory, however, approached the carved face on the tree, sniffed it, then lay down next to Lind, appearing thoroughly uninterested. It was a stark contrast to his drooling reaction upon seeing the 3 sacred trees in Highgarden. "Are you Lord Lind?" The child, startled at first, quickly recognized him upon seeing Glory. "Yes," Lind acknowledged with a nod, then gestured toward the boy. "Go on, keep crying. Don't mind me." I'm not crying." The child immediately rubbed his eyes, his voice defiant. "I just got something in my eyes." Lind responded, indifferent, and took the dragon egg from his backpack, cradling it in his hands as he continued to care for it using dragon runes. Seeing this, the child's curiosity got the better of him. He moved closer, his eyes widening at the sight of the dragon egg. A song he had heard from a bard, the one about the chosen, the ghost, and the dragon egg, flashed through his mind. His voice was filled with surprise as he asked, "Is this the dragon egg that Ser Duncan the Tall gave you after you saved the suffering ghost at Summerhall?" "Yes," Lind nodded. "Can I touch it?" the child asked hopefully. "No," Lind replied flatly. "Oh." The child's disappointment was evident, but his attention soon shifted to Glory. He pointed at the beast and asked again, "Can I touch it?" "No." "Glory doesn't like to be touched," Lind said. The child's presence seemed to remind Glory of some unpleasant memories from Highgarden, and in response, the beast bared its teeth in a menacing display. The child recoiled, stumbling backward until he landed on the ground with a soft thud. Lind watched him for a moment, then suddenly smirked. "You know nothing, Jon Snow." The boy froze, staring up at him. "You know me?" "Yes, I know you," Lind affirmed with a nod, then asked, "Do you hate Lady Caitlyn?" Jon Snow stood still, lost in thought. After a long pause, he shook his head slightly. "I know why she hates me, but I don't blame her. I'm just a little sad." Lind smiled. "You don't actually need to be sad. Did you know that before your brother became well known in the north, you were already a little famous in the south?" Jon's eyes widened. "Huh?" Lind's expression grew serious. "When Lord Eddard brought you back from the south to Winterfell, it caused quite a stir. Many people speculated about your parentage because those who knew Lord Eddard understood that he was a man of unwavering integrity. He was married to Lady Caitlyn, a man of strict principles who would never visit a brothel or have an affair. And since he dared to bring you back and acknowledge you as his bastard, yet never spoke of your mother, people assumed she must have been someone special, someone who had already passed away." Jon took a sharp breath. "Ser Lind, do you know who my mother is?" Lind shook his head. "I don't. But there's been a rumor in the south for a long time. Do you want to hear it?" Jon nodded vigorously. Lind began the tale. After the battle at the Tower of Joy, Lord Eddard returned Lord Arthur Dayne's sword, Dawn, to House Dayne at Starfall. Then, Ashara Dayne threw herself into the sea from the White Sword Tower. The story goes that she couldn't bear the grief of losing her brother at your father's hands. Not long after, you appeared at Lord Eddard's side as his bastard." Jon processed the words, his thoughts racing. He murmured, "My mother was Ashara Dayne." At the tourney at Harrenhal, some claimed to have seen Lord Eddard dancing with Ashara Dayne. That led to speculation that you were conceived then, Lind continued. If that were true, it would mean you're actually older than Robb. Under normal circumstances, your body should have developed faster than his, taller, stronger. Jon nodded, his mind replaying memories. What Lind said made sense. A year ago, he and Robb had been of similar strength, but now he was noticeably stronger. Then Lind dropped another revelation. "In fact, many people are mistaken. Your father is not Lord Eddard." Jon was completely thrown. He had only just learned who his mother might be, and now, suddenly, he had lost the father he had always known. Lind continued, as I said, Lord Eddard was one of the most honorable men I've ever met, strict, unwavering. He spent years around our king, who was known for his many scandals, yet not once was there ever a rumor about Eddard himself. A man like that wouldn't have lain with a lady outside of marriage. So the truth is, he could not have had an affair with a Shara Dane. But there was someone else in House Stark, someone known for his charm, who was at the tourney at Harrenhal, and who had contact with a Shara Dane. Jon's breath hitched as realization dawned on him. You're saying, my father is my uncle, Brandon Stark? Yes, Lind confirmed with a nod. Your father is Brandon Stark. And that means you are the rightful heir to Winterfell. The weight of it all was too much. Too much information at once, too many truths and uncertainties crashing into each other in Jon's mind. He stood there, stunned, unable to fully grasp it. Without another word, he turned away and left the godswood, heading back to his residence near the stables. He needed time, to think, to process, to simply breathe. Lind watched Jon Snow's retreating figure, unable to suppress a small smile. Then, turning toward the shadows beneath the trees not far away, he spoke calmly. Lord Eddard, aren't you going to comfort your child? From the darkness, Lord Eddard stepped forward. He had been concealed by his black cloak, blending seamlessly into the surroundings, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to spot him. As he approached, his face was pale, his expression rigid. Lord Lind, you went too far just now to deceive a child like that. A child? Lind echoed, his tone indifferent. That boy is more mature than you imagine. He met Eddard's gaze without concern. Your character is very different from that of our king, yet in some ways, you are much the same. For example, our king simply ignores bastards altogether, while you, at least, brought one back to Winterfell. But you did not treat him well. Eddard's expression darkened, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. I did not treat him well. He glared at Lind, his voice edged with fury. How dare you say such a thing? Lind remained calm, studying him. Then, in a quiet voice, he asked, May I ask, Lord Eddard, what does Jon Snow call you? Lord Eddard. Lord. Or, Father. Eddard froze, the anger in his eyes quickly fading. A shadow of sorrow replaced it. At today's banquet, everyone from Winterfell sat in the great hall, even the stable boys had a place at the table. But Jon Snow. He had to stay outside. Lind's voice was steady as he looked at Eddard. Is that the kindness you speak of, my lord? Caitlyn. Eddard started, as if to offer an explanation. Ah, Southwest, now you place the blame on a woman. Lind's tone remained low, but there was an unmistakable sharpness to it. That does not sound like the Lord Eddard I know. He held Eddard's gaze before asking, and tell me, do you truly consider Lady Caitlyn your wife? Eddard's expression hardened. What do you mean by that? His voice had turned cold. Lind leaned back against Glory, unbothered by the change in Eddard's demeanor. If you truly saw her as your wife, the one who will walk beside you for the rest of your life, the one who will share your grave when your time comes, then why is it that you cannot even grant her a little trust? Eddard frowned. I have not trusted her, he asked, confusion flickering in his eyes. Lind pressed on, peeling away his defenses like layers of an onion. You do not trust her enough to share the greatest secret in your heart. That is why you have never told it to the woman who gave you 4 children. A flicker of panic crossed Eddard's face, but he quickly masked it, his voice carefully measured. What secret? Sir Lind, what are you talking about? Lind met his gaze and spoke words that had haunted Eddard Stark for years. Ned, promise me, Ned. At the sound of those words, Eddard staggered back as if struck. He took several unsteady steps before his legs gave out beneath him. Whether he had lost his footing or tripped over a root, he landed heavily on the ground, his face pale with fear as he stared at Lind, his breath shallow and uneven. You. How could you? Eddard stared at Lind in shock, his thoughts in complete disarray, unable to form a coherent sentence. Lind watched the panic in Eddard Stark's eyes and said, You want to ask me how I know this great secret, don't you? Eddard instinctively nodded. God is everywhere, Lind answered, offering an explanation that was more religious than logical. With that, he rose to his feet, carefully placing the restored dragon egg back into his backpack. Eddard remained frozen in place, still lost in his own thoughts. Lind glanced at him and continued, "Lord Eddard, do you know why Lord Willis has been sending all the condemned prisoners from the Reach to the Wall to become Night's Watchmen?" "Huh?" Eddard blinked, his thoughts elsewhere. His mind was consumed with the urgent need to ensure his secret did not spread, so he barely registered what Lind was saying. Lind paid no mind to Eddard's distraction and went on. "For the past 2 years, Lord Willis has been sending hundreds of death row inmates to the Wall every few months. By now, the total number should be in the thousands. No lord has ever done this in the past few centuries. Even when Bloodraven commanded the Night's Watch, he only sent a little over 100 men. Have you ever wondered why Lord Willis is doing this?" As Lind spoke, Eddard slowly refocused, his mind piecing together the scattered fragments of his thoughts. He had indeed noticed the increasing numbers of Night's Watch recruits from the south over the years, often seeing them pass through Winterfell. But he had never found a clear answer as to why. Lind's expression turned solemn. "Winter is coming, Lord Eddard. Winter is coming." Eddard's brow furrowed. It took only a moment for him to realize that Lind was not simply repeating his house's motto. "Lord Eddard," Lind continued, "you are King Robert's friend and brother-in-arms. Your influence on His Grace is significant. You should use it." His gaze was firm. The burden of manning the wall should not fall solely on the Reach. You must convince King Robert to decree that all condemned prisoners from across the 7 kingdoms be sent to the Wall. After all, winter is coming, and no one will be spared. The North will bear the brunt of it. Eddard's expression hardened. "Sir Lind, what exactly are you implying?" Lind did not hesitate. "The White Walkers are real, Lord Eddard." Eddard's eyes narrowed. For a long moment, he simply stared at Lind, his expression unreadable, as if evaluating whether the man before him had lost his mind. Lind recognized the doubt in Eddard's gaze and knew that no amount of words would convince him. There was no point in pressing the matter further. He turned and took a few steps away before pausing. Without looking back, he said, "Lord Eddard, compared to the safety of this world, your secret is meaningless. So do not worry, it will remain a secret. You need not fear anyone discovering it." With that, he led Glory away and disappeared into the godswood, leaving Eddard standing in place, deep in thought. The next morning, after the final head count, the group set off as planned. Vortimer, having drunk too much the previous night, had gone out to relieve himself and, instead of returning to his room, had fallen asleep in the stables. Joel, on the other hand, had spent the night in the bed of a local girl. When he finally left, he had even left his sword with her. Lady Caitlyn had come with her children to see Lind and his companions off, but Lord Eddard was conspicuously absent. It was clear that he was still preoccupied with the events of the previous night. Lind scanned the crowd, his eyes settling on Robb, who stood beside Lady Caitlyn, and John, who lingered at the back, partially hidden behind the others. He waved them forward. Lady Caitlyn frowned at this but said nothing. As the two approached, Lind removed the broad-bladed half-swords strapped to his back and handed them to John and Robb. "These 2 half-swords have been with me for a long time," he said. "But I rarely use them. To me, they have been more ornamental than practical, and in that, they have remained hidden weapons. I give them to you now, and I hope you will find them useful." John and Robb took the swords, unable to hide their excitement. As Lind fastened the last strap on his horse, he glanced up and noticed Eddard Stark standing by the study window, watching in silence. Meeting his gaze, Lind offered him a slight bow before mounting his horse and riding ahead of the procession. Chapter 153, Handing Over the Prisoner. "If I ever come back to this hellhole, may I never find a woman." Joel had sworn this for the 90th time, huddling inside his cloak, clutching its edges tightly to block the biting wind from creeping in through the gaps. Because he was hunched over, he had little control over his horse, which simply followed the movement of the group. Not far from him, Vortimer was also wrapped tightly in his cloak. His expression was weary, his spirits low, and for once, he did not even muster the energy to mock Joel's complaints. Throughout the ranks, both prisoners and soldiers had bundled themselves up as much as possible, their heads bowed against the relentless wind as they trudged forward at a slow, grueling pace. Only the dozen or so northern cavalrymen leading the way remained relatively unaffected. They were accustomed to the bitter cold of the north and continued moving with ease, riding back and forth along the column to ensure no one had fallen behind or become lost. Yet, no matter how resilient these northerners were, even they reacted to the extreme cold, tightening their cloaks, shifting stiff fingers, hunching their shoulders against the wind. Only Lind appeared completely unaffected. Clad in full steel armor, he moved as if the freezing wind did not exist. Not a single snowflake clung to him, nor did the chill seem to touch his body. Even the warhorse beneath him showed no sign of discomfort. This was entirely due to the ice dragon runes. Any cold that approached him was absorbed without exception. In this land of ice and snow, the runes were in their element. In just a few days, they had gathered more cold energy than he had accumulated over the past several months. Though pleased with the rapid increase in power, Lind could not feel at ease. If they failed to find shelter soon, many in the group would not survive the final stretch of the journey. After leaving Winterfell, they had headed steadily northward. The weather had been manageable at first, not warm, certainly, but tolerable. Then, less than 3 days later, as they passed through Wolfswood, a brutal cold wave descended from the north. By morning, the land was buried under ice and snow. More than 10 people had frozen to death overnight. Lind had assumed it was another extreme cold disaster, but the northern cavalrymen guiding them had dismissed the idea. This is just a normal cold wave, the men had said. An extreme cold disaster would be much worse. After hastily burying the dead, the group pressed on. With every mile, the wind howled stronger, and the snowfall thickened, nearly swallowing the road entirely. At one point, they had nearly lost their way. Fortunately, among the soldiers were experienced northerners who frequently traveled between Winterfell and the Wall. They had quickly located familiar landmarks buried beneath the snow and guided the group back to the King's Road. Their advice was to push on toward Mole's Town. The storm would lessen there. Some had suggested taking shelter in Queen's Crown instead, but those who had been there knew it had long been abandoned. There would be little protection from the storm, and while it might serve for a dozen people, their group numbered in the hundreds. If they went there, many would surely freeze to death. With no better choice, they continued north, leaning into the relentless wind. Mole's Town. It's just ahead. A northern scout emerged from the swirling snow and shouted to the group. At the words, those who had been on the verge of collapse gritted their teeth and pushed forward. Some could go no further and fell into the snow, their bodies too weak to move. Lind ordered the supply wagons emptied, transferring the fallen onto them and leaving the discarded supplies along the roadside with clear markings. After the handover at Mole's Town, the Night's Watch could retrieve them. Before long, the faint outline of a wooden settlement appeared through the storm. The villagers, having been notified in advance, had vacated several houses in preparation for their arrival. As the group entered the village, they were ushered into these shelters. Inside, the fireplaces had already been lit, filling the rooms with warmth. Those who had been near collapse quickly regained their strength, though some had been too weak to recover. A few more had succumbed before reaching safety. The houses were clearly built with a purpose. Logs formed thick, solid walls, and the roofs, though having gaps, were sturdy enough to prevent escape. Heavy chains and locks secured the doors. As the South had begun sending an increasing number of prisoners to the Night's Watch, it had become impractical to transport them directly to Castle Black. Mole's Town, being the closest settlement, had become the designated handover point. To facilitate this, Castle Black had even funded the construction of these secure lodgings specifically for holding prisoners. The villagers had not opposed the arrangement. Each prisoner transport was accompanied by well-funded southern soldiers, whose spending brought prosperity to the town. And since they had not been required to pay for the new facilities, they had no reason to object. With the soldiers and prisoners settled, Lind was led by a night's watchman to a larger house at the northern edge of the village. Vortimer and Joel had already gone inside to warm themselves, and to complete the formal handover of prisoners to the waiting men of the Night's Watch. Lind, this is Cotter Pike, the steward of Castle Black, and Alistair Thorne, a ranger. They've come from the Night's Watch to take custody of the prisoners, Joel announced. His spirits had returned, and as he spoke, he scooped up a bowl of boiled turnips from the cauldron beside him and ate with gusto. Lord Lind, the two men greeted, rising briefly. Lind nodded in return before sitting down. Vortimer handed him a bowl of hot soup, which he took with a nod of thanks. He sipped it slowly, letting the warmth spread through his body as his gaze drifted over the two Night's Watchmen, particularly Alistair Thorne. He recalled that in the future, Cotter Pike would become the commander of Eastwatch by the Sea and contend with Jon Snow for the position of Lord Commander, while Alliser Thorne would serve as the Master-at-Arms at Castle Black and later become one of Jon Snow's greatest obstacles. "Lord Lynd, is there something about our attire that seems improper?" Alliser Thorne asked, raising an eyebrow as he caught Lynd's lingering gaze. "No," Lynd replied, shaking his head. He casually fabricated an excuse. "It's just my first time meeting the legendary Night's Watch. I was merely curious." "I almost forgot," Cotter Pike suddenly recalled, standing up and rummaging through the backpack beside him. He pulled out a small box and handed it to Lynd. "Sir Lynd, here are your letters." "My letters?" Lynd frowned in confusion, taking the box and opening it. Inside, 3 small copper tubes lay neatly arranged, used for storing letter paper. The wax seals on both ends remained intact, bearing the sigil of Nymeria, the Lady of Tumbleton. Suspicion creeping into his mind, Lynd unsealed the tubes and carefully extracted the rolled-up letters inside. He read through them attentively. The letters had been written half a month ago. Though there were 3, they all conveyed the same message. John Bulwer, the steward Lynd had appointed to oversee Miracle Harbor, had resigned from all his positions and returned to the Bulwer family's Blackcrown Castle to inherit his family's title and lands. For now, the stewardship of Miracle Harbor had been passed to Wyeth Rowan, a member of House Rowan and John Bulwer's longtime attendant. Rowan had been at John's side since the early days of Tumbleton's revival and was deeply familiar with his affairs. Before leaving, John had highly recommended him as a replacement. Lynd frowned as he reread the message and let out a quiet, self-mocking chuckle. "Not long ago, I tricked one John, and now I've lost another John entirely. Is this my punishment? What's wrong? Something happened in your lands?" Vortimer asked, noticing Lynd's expression. Lynd didn't answer. Instead, he handed Vortimer the letter. Vortimer scanned the contents and let out a laugh. "That brat John has some incredible luck, getting a castle and a lordship for free." "Free?" Lynd asked, raising an eyebrow. Vortimer shrugged. John wasn't high in the line of succession. He knew that, which is why he became a steward under House Tyrell and then followed you. He never expected to inherit anything. But whether it was his luck or his predecessor's misfortune, those ahead of him either died in battle or left to become maesters, and suddenly, he was first in line. When I left Highgarden, I heard Lord Bulwer had fallen gravely ill. I figured it wouldn't be long before Blackcrown Castle had a new master. Looks like I was right. Lynd sighed at John's unexpected fortune, but the thought of Miracle Harbor's ongoing construction dampened any amusement he might have felt. "This is good news for him," he admitted, "but not for me. I've lost the one person most familiar with Miracle Harbor's operations. While Wyeth Rowan is competent, he doesn't have John's authority. There will be complications, and the harbor's construction will inevitably slow down." "The House Bulwer you're discussing, do you mean the House Bulwer of Blackcrown Castle?" Alliser Thorne suddenly interjected. "Yes," Vortimer nodded. Alliser Thorne's expression remained neutral as he remarked, "I have a fellow ranger from House Bulwer. His name is Jack Bulwer." Vortimer was caught off guard and didn't immediately know how to respond. House Bulwer was a well-established family in the Reach, and between the main line and its branches, there were more than 100 individuals bearing the name Bulwer. Which branch Jack Bulwer belonged to was anyone's guess. Before the atmosphere grew awkward, Lynd broke the silence. "Sir Alliser, as a ranger, you must often patrol north of the wall, correct?" "Yes, my lord," Alliser nodded. Lynd set down his bowl of hot soup and asked, "Can you tell me about the land of always winter? I need to be prepared." "Be prepared?" Vortimer immediately caught the implication in Lynd's words and turned to him. "Lynd, are you planning to go to the land of always winter?" Joel, who had been wholly absorbed in his meal, paused and looked up at Lynd in surprise. Lynd nodded but did not reveal the truth behind his decision. Instead, he gave a simple excuse. "It would be a pity to come all this way and not take a look beyond the wall." "Are you insane? What's there to see in that godforsaken place?" Joel exclaimed. "With all due respect, Lord Joel is right," Alliser agreed, his tone carrying an unmistakable bitterness. "North of the wall, there is nothing but ice, snow, and damned wildlings. It is not a place worth visiting." Lynd did not bother to explain further. Instead, he stated plainly, "It doesn't matter. I decided on this back when I set out from Tumbleton." Then, turning to Cotter Pike and Alistair Thorne, he asked, "When will you be returning to Castle Black?" "Not for a while," Cotter Pike replied with a shake of his head. "This storm will likely last for days. Until it clears, we're staying put. Once it passes, we'll distribute the prisoners accordingly. We won't return to Castle Black until the commanders from the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch by the Sea have taken their people. In that case, I'll go on my own." Lynn did not say anything more on the matter. He turned to Vortimer and Joel and instructed, "After the storm passes, take the men back on your own. Don't wait for me." Vortimer did not try to dissuade him but simply offered a brief, "Be careful." Joel, however, snorted. "You don't need to worry about him. Even the Rangers of the Night's Watch can make it through the land of always winter. With his abilities, what could possibly happen to him? If anything, you should be worried about the wildling tribes. If he runs into them, they'll be the ones in trouble." Lind saw no point in wasting more time. Nymeria's letter had only heightened his urgency. He needed to find the Horn of Winter as soon as possible and return to his lands to handle any problems that might arise now that John Bulwer was gone. He stood up, embracing Vortimer and Joel in farewell before heading for the door. As he reached for the latch, Alistair suddenly spoke. "Lord Lind, you'd best not wear your armor beyond the wall. That cold steel will turn you into ice in the land of always winter. You should change into warm furs instead." Lind smiled and replied, "Don't worry. With the blessings of the Seven, the cold will not touch me." With that, he stepped out into the snow. Leading Eben from the stable, Lind mounted his horse and rode north toward Castle Black. Glory, who had been playing nearby, noticed his departure and trotted up to join him. Unlike the sweltering heat of the south, Glory seemed to thrive in the north. The icy winds and thick snowfall did not affect it at all. It ran through the snow with ease, exuding a sense of exhilaration that Lind could feel through their mental bond. The sheer joy transmitted to him lifted his own spirits. For half a day, he pressed on through the thick snow, making his way through a dense forest. Then, as he emerged from the trees, the wind and snow suddenly lessened before vanishing entirely. With the storm no longer obstructing his vision, Lind looked ahead, and there it was. The wall. A towering, frozen monolith, hundreds of meters high, stretching endlessly to the horizon on either side. The sheer size of it dwarfed everything around it. It stood like an immovable sentinel, shielding the land beneath it from the northern winds and snowfall. In the distance, beneath the icy barrier, a castle of wood and stone rested against the base of the wall. Its dark, weathered form stood in stark contrast to the shimmering silver-blue ice, resembling a black scar upon its surface. Lind, however, paid little attention to the sight itself. His focus was entirely on the magic radiating from the wall, the way it pulsed across the massive structure, the way it interacted with the dragon runes inside him and on the greatsword of the banished knight. Chapter 154, Maester Aemon. As he left Mole's town, Lind could already feel the rune changing. It wasn't that the rune had transformed into another kind of power, but rather that the power within it was beginning to revive in some way. He recalled that the wall held magic. Not only could it prevent dragons from approaching, but it could also restore those with magic to their original state when their powers were rekindled. Melisandre had mentioned something similar, saying her magic had rapidly revived while she was at the wall. At this moment, Lind no longer saw the wall as merely a colossal barrier of ice and snow. Instead, he perceived it as a structure woven from countless magical runes, radiating an endless glow of mystical light. The sight was spectacular. According to legend, the wall was built by Brandon the Builder, but now, standing before this immense magical construct, Lind was certain that unless Brandon had been a god, he could never have built such a wall on his own. However, there was a clear connection between this towering wall and the high tower of Old Town. From the dense magical runes carved into the wall, Lind recognized some of the same markings he had once seen on the surface of the high tower. It was evident that the builders of the high tower had drawn inspiration from the magic of the wall. Withdrawing his gaze, Lind refocused on his current situation. There was no doubt that circumstances were now working in his favor. As the power of the dragon runes continued to revive, his mastery of banished knight swordsmanship would also improve. If this progression continued, he might even reach the level of strength a banished knight was meant to possess. This would undoubtedly make his journey to the land of always winter much smoother. Before long, Lind arrived at the gates of Castle Black at the base of the wall. A guard standing on the bridge called out, "Who goes there?" upon spotting him. Lind responded, "I am Ser Lind Taryn of Summerhall, here on behalf of Lord Tyrell of Highgarden to visit the Night's Watch at Castle Black." "A lord." The guard hesitated. "Wait. My lord, please wait here. I will open the gate after confirming your identity." Though the guard had clearly never heard of Lind's name, he still spoke with care, mindful not to offend someone bearing a noble title. Lind waited at the gate for a moment before hearing hurried footsteps approaching from the other side. It was clear that several people were rushing over. As the gate opened, an old man emerged, bald-headed, with a face that bore a resemblance to Jorah Mormont's. A raven perched on his shoulder, and a group of Night's Watchmen followed behind him. The old man hesitated slightly upon seeing Lind, noting that he carried only 2 swords. Though the knight before him wore a dragonhound visor, magnificent armor, and rode a warhorse far taller than an ordinary steed, signs of a person of great status, there was still a lingering doubt. It was well known that Lind carried 4 swords, yet this man bore only 2. However, the old man's uncertainty quickly faded, for more than the number of swords, the glory that shone behind Lind was a far greater symbol of his identity. "Welcome to Castle Black, Lord Chosen One," the old man greeted him, addressing Lind not by his noble title, but by a name that was known to all. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Jeor Mormont," Lind responded as he dismounted and approached the Lord Commander. "You know me?" Jeor Mormont asked with a hint of surprise. "In a way," Lind replied with a faint smile before asking, "And where is Lord Commander Corgyle?" Jeor Mormont's expression turned solemn. "The Lord Commander passed away 10 days ago. I am the newly elected Commander-in-Chief." Lind paused for a moment, then chuckled. "I'm not sure whether I should offer my condolences or my congratulations." A middle-aged man with graying hair, standing beside Mormont, shrugged. "Better to say congratulations. Getting out of this hellhole, even if it means being carried out, is still something worth celebrating. Not to mention, before the Lord Commander died, he finished off our last barrel of ale. I'd wager that ale is still sitting in his belly, undigested. Who knows? Maybe it's fermenting again, becoming even more flavorful." "Shut up, Ed." Jeor Mormont snapped, shooting the men an exasperated look before turning to Lind. "This is my steward, Edison Tollett." Lind looked at the man, one of his favorite characters from the novels he had read in his previous life, and gave him a nod of greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ed." Ed shook his head. No. My lord, you've got it wrong. I'm no lord, just a humble servant who washes the Commander-in-Chief's small clothes." Worried that Ed might say something even more absurd, Jeor Mormont quickly introduced the other Night's Watchmen accompanying him before leading Lind into Castle Black. At that moment, all the off-duty members of the Night's Watch in Castle Black emerged from their quarters, drawn by curiosity. They gazed at Lind, a legendary figure from the most prestigious 7 kingdoms, their eyes filled with wonder. As they took in his exquisite armor, finely crafted weapons, and imposing warhorse, their astonishment grew. But it was when they saw glory that exclamations of awe rippled through Castle Black, and shock was evident on their faces. Jeor Mormont led Lind to the King's Tower, the residence reserved for visiting dignitaries. At the base of the tower, special stables were maintained to care for the guests' horses. Inside the tower's meeting room, after exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Lind got straight to the point regarding the purpose of his visit. "Going beyond the wall is not a good idea," Jeor Mormont remarked, clearly taken aback. The land of always winter had long been synonymous with death and relentless cold. No responsible member of the Night's Watch would willingly go there unless duty demanded it. Now, a man from the south was volunteering to cross the wall. The idea surprised and puzzled the gathered Night's Watchmen, including Old Bear himself. Lind explained, "I've always wanted to see the land of always winter, but I've never had the opportunity to go beyond the wall. This time, since I'm here on a prisoner escort, I can finally fulfill that wish. If I miss this chance, I don't know when, or if, I'll ever return to the wall." Jeor Mormont considered Lind's words for a moment, then turned to Ed beside him. "How long until the next ranger patrol?" 7 days, Ed replied. "The Night's Watch will send a ranger patrol north in 7 days to gather intelligence on the wildlings," Jeor Mormont said. "Ser Lind, you can travel with them, it will be safer." Yes, Lind nodded. However, if necessary, I may break away from the group and act alone. Jeor Mormont's eyebrows rose slightly at that but quickly pieced together what was happening. He regarded Lind with newfound scrutiny before asking, Lord Lind, do you have a task to accomplish in the land of always winter? Lind only smiled faintly and did not answer. Instead, he changed the subject. May I speak with Maester Aemon? Jeor Mormont's expression turned wary. Why do you want to see Maester Aemon? His knowledge may be useful to me, Lind replied calmly. Jeor Mormont studied him for a moment, then nodded. In that case, come with me. Before leaving, he instructed Ed and the others to prepare the guest rooms in the tower, lighting the fireplace, setting out necessities, and ensuring everything was in order. Then, personally, he led Lind across the courtyard to the wooden fortress at the other end. They climbed the stairs to the second floor, stopping at the last door in the corridor. Jeor Mormont knocked. Maester Aemon, have you retired for the night? Come in. You know it's not yet time for bed, a deep voice answered from within. Jeor Mormont pushed the door open and led Lind inside. The room was not large. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes that were worn and frayed from frequent use. Due to the fire hazard posed by the books, there was no fireplace. Instead, a small brazier sat beside Maester Aemon's desk, its heat faint and meager. The room's window was slightly ajar to vent the smoke, allowing what little warmth the brazier provided to escape into the cold air. Maester Aemon sat in his chair, as still as a wax figure, his face devoid of life. His eyes, unfocused and vacant, reflected his blindness, but his ears were sharp, attuned to every sound. I hear unfamiliar footsteps, he said, his voice steady. Heavy and sure. I also hear the creak of steel armor shifting. No man who has endured the cold of the north would wear metal armor unless he had some special means to keep warm. Though his sight had long since faded, Maester Aemon pinpointed Lind's presence with certainty. You must be the Lord Chosen One. Please, call me Lind, Maester Aemon, Lind replied, bowing out of respect, though he knew the old man could not see the gesture. Maester Aemon inclined his head slightly, then turned toward Jeor Mormont. Commander, leave us to talk. It has been a long time since I last spoke with a young man. Jeor Mormont nodded and quietly stepped out of the room. Lind, what brings you to an old man like me? Maester Aemon asked once he heard the door close. I came to see you for two reasons, Lind replied. The first is to ask whether House Targaryen has ever had any success in artificially incubating dragon eggs. A dragon egg? Maester Aemon was momentarily stunned. But then something seemed to click in his mind, and his expression shifted to one of amazement. The Song of the Chosen, the Ghost, and the Dragon Egg, it's true. You really did acquire a dragon egg. Actually, I made up the song, Lind admitted, pulling the dragon egg from his backpack and placing it near Maester Aemon's hand. But everything in it is true. I did relive the fire in the ruins of Summerhall, I did redeem the ghosts trapped there for decades, and in the end, I obtained this dragon egg. Maester Aemon's hand trembled slightly as he reached out to touch the egg's unique surface. His fingers traced its contours with the reverence of a man lost in deep memories. Under his breath, he murmured, Aegon. Aegon. At that moment, Maester Aemon seemed to drift back into the past. Lind did not disturb him but stood quietly, waiting. After some time, Maester Aemon stirred from his memories, his hand slowly retreating from the egg. He turned to Lind, his expression solemn yet sincere. I cannot say for certain whether your words are truth or falsehood, but I choose to believe them. Thank you, for freeing them from eternal suffering. Thank you. Lind returned the dragon egg to his backpack. Summerhall is my land, he said simply. This was my duty. Maester Aemon sighed. Unfortunately, I cannot help you with your first question, he admitted. After the last dragon died, House Targaryen tried every possible method to hatch their remaining eggs, but none succeeded. If there had ever been a success, Aegon would not have resorted to such a dangerous method, and there would have been no tragedy at Summerhall. As he spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, as though there was something else he wished to say but was unsure if it was appropriate. Lind did not press him but waited patiently. After a long pause, Maester Aemon sighed again. I am uncertain if telling you this will lead you into danger. Maester Aemon, I will decide for myself what dangers I am willing to face, Lind replied calmly. Maester Aemon nodded slightly before continuing. As far as I know, there are records of dragon incubation in Valyria. But Valyria has already perished, Lind frowned. Yes, Maester Aemon acknowledged. Valyria has indeed perished, but records do not necessarily disappear with the fall of a civilization. He fell into thought before continuing. When I was young, I once saw a book in the Red Keep, one that our ancestors had brought from Valyria. It stated that the dragon lords of Valyria would sometimes take eggs abandoned by their mothers and hatch them artificially. Whenever they succeeded, they recorded the method on hard black stone slabs for preservation. Valyria may be gone, but those slabs, they may still endure. Lind absorbed his words. So, you're saying that records of dragon incubation might still exist in the ruins of Valyria? Yes, Maester Aemon confirmed. The ruins of Valyria are the most likely place to find such knowledge. He hesitated briefly before adding, however, there are 2 other places where those black slabs might also be found. Which 2 places? Lind asked. The first is Qohor, Maester Aemon said. Some Valyrian survivors are believed to have fled there after the Doom. As a result, Qohor inherited many Valyrian forging techniques and other knowledge. It is possible that they also preserved Valyrian black slabs. Lind nodded thoughtfully, recalling that the armor for his banished knight had yet to be completed. If Qohor held remnants of Valyrian craftsmanship, it might be worth a visit. The other place, Maester Aemon continued, is Ashai. Lind's expression shifted slightly at the mention of that name. In the book I read, Maester Aemon explained, it was recorded that sorcerers from Ashai once traveled to Valyria specifically to document the knowledge inscribed on the black slabs. Even after the Doom, Ashai continued to collect dragon eggs, and I believe they must have records on how to hatch them. Lind stood still, processing the old maester's words. Then, suddenly, something clicked in his mind, his prophetic dream in the Barrowlands of the First Men. Could the vague figure pointing eastward have been leading him toward Ashai? Ashai was, after all, the easternmost place in the known world. Chapter 155, The Night's Watch Dilemma. I know nothing of Ashai either. You will have to uncover that information on your own. Maester Aemon could only shake his head at questions regarding Ashai. With no answers to offer, he turned his attention back to Lind. What else do you wish to know? The Horn of Winter, Lind said without hesitation. My purpose in traveling to the land of always winter is to find the horn and bring it south of the wall. If the legends are true and the Horn of Winter has the power to bring down the wall, then it should not be left anywhere near it. The south should be its final resting place. Maester Aemon was silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Sir Lind, your question makes me feel as though I have been transported back thousands of years. Why do you believe in the existence of the Horn of Winter? Because the wall itself exists, Lind replied solemnly. Do you believe that a structure like the wall could have been built by human hands? Not just in the barbaric era of the First Men, even today, with all the people of the 7 kingdoms working together, it would be utterly impossible to construct something so grand. If the wall, which humans could not have built, stands before us, then why should the Horn of Winter not exist as well? Maester Aemon fell silent, deep in thought, before asking, so you also believe in those ancient legends? The stories of the White Walkers? Yes, Lind admitted without hesitation. People in the south believe that the wall exists to keep the wildlings at bay, but that is only because they have never seen it. If they had, they would know that such a structure was never built to defend against men. A barrier this massive, this imposing, only something non-human would require such an extraordinary defense. The White Walkers in the old stories must be the true enemy the wall was meant to hold back. That is why Lord Willis continues sending prisoners to replenish the ranks of the Night's Watch, Maester Aemon said in a low voice. Lind nodded. Lord Willis saw it himself, the White Walkers are gathering in the frozen north, and their leader is a woman. I suspect she must be the wife of the legendary Night King. He saw it with his own eyes. Maester Aemon asked, puzzled. Lind explained, someone took him flying beyond the wall, into the frozen north. The Green Seer? Despite Lind's vague answer, Maester Aemon grasped the implication immediately. He fell into deep contemplation, his face lined with thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I recall a book that mentioned the Horn of Winter. Saying this, he reached out, feeling for a rope at the side of his chair. Once he found it, he gave it a firm tug. A few moments later, a night's watchman knocked on the door and stepped inside. "Maester, what do you require?" "Go to the library and fetch me a book called Ranger Rorschach's Journal of his Travels," Maester Aemon instructed. The watchman nodded and left the room. Maester Aemon chuckled softly, shaking his head. What an incredible day. I never thought I would find myself part of a legend. With a smile, he reached beneath his desk, pulling out a bottle of wine and fumbling for a glass. Lind stepped forward, placing the wine glass on the table beside Maester Aemon's hand and pouring him a drink. Maester Aemon drained the glass as if it were water, then turned to Lind. "Won't you have a drink?" "No, I never drink," Lind replied simply. "That is a good habit," Maester Aemon nodded approvingly. After a brief silence, he added, "Lord Lind, while we wait for the book to be found, will you tell me what happened in Summerhall?" Lind met his gaze. "Are you certain you wish to hear it?" "Do not worry," Maester Aemon said with a faint smile. "I have lived long enough, seen and heard enough, to know that I can bear it." Seeing the certainty in the old Maester's expression, Lind did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, he recounted what had happened in the ruins of Summerhall, though he made some slight alterations. As he described the vision of Aegon V and Ser Duncan the Tall being crushed beneath the falling rubble, Maester Aemon's expression turned sorrowful. His face, normally so composed, bore the weight of grief. He reached for the bottle, intending to pour himself another glass, but after a brief hesitation, he set it back down with a heavy sigh. Aegon loved to hear tales of Queen Alicent riding Silverwing across the Seven Kingdoms, bringing justice wherever she went, Maester Aemon murmured. He once said that he, too, would ride a dragon and travel the realm. He never abandoned his old ideals, not even at the end. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside. The night's watchman who had left returned, carrying a book. Without a word, he placed it on Maester Aemon's desk. "Joe, you can go," Maester Aemon said, taking the unfinished bottle of wine from the table and handing it to the night's watchman. "Take this bottle and drink it. I don't need it anymore." The night's watchman gladly accepted the bottle and left the room, closing the door gently behind him. Maester Aemon turned up the light on the table to its maximum, then opened the book and leaned in close to the pages, reading quickly. His eyes skimmed over one or two lines at a time, searching for what he needed before flipping to the next page. After turning through several dozen pages, his pace slowed. He began reading more carefully, and after going through a few pages, he flipped back and reread certain lines. A smile spread across his face. I remember, he murmured. "Have you found it already?" Lind asked. "Yes," Maester Aemon replied, turning the book upside down on the table and pointing to the open page for Lind to see. For the past 2 years, Lind had been studying languages and writing. He had discovered an exceptional ability to learn languages, far beyond what he had ever been capable of before. Because of this, he dedicated himself to learning various dialects of the common tongue, as well as Dothraki, High Valyrian, Low Valyrian, and any other language he thought might be useful in the future, all under Melora's guidance. Melora, in turn, enjoyed teaching Lind languages, fascinated by how quickly he picked them up. He typically mastered reading, writing, and speaking a new language in just a month or two. Eager to test his limits, she continued challenging him with new linguistic variations. At present, the book's author used a variant of the common tongue commonly found in the north, which included unique prepositions interspersed throughout each sentence. To those unfamiliar with the dialect, the text would be difficult to decipher, but for someone well versed in it, these specific prepositions made it easier to pinpoint key points, thereby speeding up comprehension. The entire page boiled down to 2 crucial details. First, a ranger named Rorschach and his companions had discovered the true tomb of Joramun, the king beyond the wall from the Age of Myth, and had retrieved the Horn of Winter from within. Second, when they returned to the wall, they were ambushed by White Walkers. They fought their way back and eventually set up an ambush at the Fist of the First Men, where they managed to kill their pursuers. But in the end, they all perished. Before his death, Rorschach buried his fallen comrades at the index finger corner of the Fist of the First Men, and sealed the Horn of Winter alongside them. Lind's expression grew puzzled as he finished reading. In terms of content, the account seemed plausible. It mentioned the Fist of the First Men, aligning with his own knowledge, and even specified the exact burial location, saving him the trouble of searching aimlessly. But the problem was that this page, or perhaps the entire book, was riddled with contradictions. Maester Aemon seemed to notice Lynd's confusion and asked, "Is there something you don't understand? Do you need me to explain it?" "Maester, who wrote this book?" Lynd asked. Maester Aemon explained, "Can't you make out the title? The original author was the Ranger Rorschach, and a later Maester rewrote it based on Rorschach's diary." Lynd frowned. The text states that all the Rangers died at the fist of the first men, including Rorschach himself. If that's true, then how could he have buried his comrades there and still managed to leave this book behind? Maester Aemon hesitated for a moment. It could have been a mistake made by someone who recorded the account later. In reality, Rorschach didn't die in battle. That only makes it more questionable, Lynd countered, shaking his head. If Rorschach survived, why would he bury the Horn of Winter at the fist of the first men instead of bringing it back? Maester Aemon was at a loss for words. When he had read the book before, he hadn't scrutinized it so closely. But now, hearing Lynd's reasoning, he realized there were indeed contradictions. Carefully recalling the book's entire contents, he found that while the first half seemed sound, the latter half, starting from the events at the fist of the first men, grew increasingly muddled. He had previously assumed the inconsistencies stemmed from errors made by later scribes, but now he began to suspect that the problems had been present from the very beginning. "Maester Aemon, is there an original copy of this book?" Lynd asked again. Maester Aemon thought for a moment before replying, "There might be, but you'll have to look in the library." Lynd chuckled. "That's good. I'll be here for 7 days, so I can use that time to read. The Night's Watch must have many ancient books that can't be found anywhere else." "You won't be disappointed," Maester Aemon assured him with a nod. He then rang a bell, summoning his attendant and instructing him to guide Lynd to the library. For the next several days, Lynd spent most of his time in the library, browsing through the vast collection of books gathered by the Night's Watch over the years. Old Bear eventually decided to move Lynd's quarters into the library itself, making it easier for him to continue his research. The Night's Watch library primarily consisted of the personal journals of past members, records that proved invaluable to Lynd, who was preparing to journey to the land of Always Winter. The furthest documented expedition into the land of Always Winter reached then, the northernmost point of the Frostfangs Mountains, near the source of the Milkwater River. This region encompassed nearly all the land beyond the wall that had been explored. However, most of these journals were filled with mundane personal details of their authors, with little truly useful information. Because of this, Lynd read through them quickly, finishing all the diaries in just 2 days. In terms of written knowledge about the lands beyond the wall, he might now rival even the most experienced rangers. After completing the diaries, he turned his attention to much older books, including a volume of runes written by the first men in an ancient language. This particular book was unlike anything else he had encountered. It was not made of parchment or leather but crafted from a metal similar to bronze, its surface engraved with intricate runes. Despite being thousands of years old, the book gleamed as if brand new. Lynd even began to suspect that it might possess some form of magic. However, neither he nor Glory could detect any magical properties within it. Realizing its rarity and the lack of anyone actively studying the ancient language of the first men at the wall, Lynd asked the Old Bear if he was willing to sell it so he could take it back to Melora for research. Initially, the Old Bear was reluctant to part with such a valuable artifact. But when Lynd named his price, he hesitated. The Night's Watch was in desperate need of funds. In earlier times, when their numbers were fewer, the Watch had been able to sustain itself on the resources from the gift. However, with the influx of criminals and outcasts being sent to the wall, their financial situation had become dire. The previous Lord Commander had even borrowed money from the Starks just to cover daily expenses, but such a solution was unsustainable. Now, with an additional 700 recruits joining the Night's Watch, the costs had skyrocketed yet again. The treasury was critically low, and an urgent infusion of funds was needed to prevent further crisis. Lynd's offer was simply too generous to refuse. Yet, despite seeing the dire state of the Night's Watch's finances, Lynd had no clear solution. The Watch did possess valuable resources, rare items and high-quality timber unavailable in the south, but the logistical challenge was immense. The wall was simply too far from Lynd's own territory. Setting up a trade route with the wall and transporting its goods south could generate profit, but the time required for his fleet to make a single trip to the north was equivalent to completing 3 or 4 journeys across the narrow sea, where trade was far more lucrative. The return on investment simply didn't justify the effort, leaving him feeling helpless about the Watch's financial predicament. As for stopping Willis from sending more prisoners to the Wall, that was an impossibility. Even if Willis agreed, the Night's Watch itself would resist. With their increased manpower, they had finally reached a point where they were not constantly stretched to their limits. The boost in numbers had reduced the dangers of patrolling beyond the Wall, and they had no desire to return to the days of constant fear and vulnerability. In fact, they hoped for even more recruits, not fewer. Meanwhile, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms would never allow the Night's Watch to refuse prisoners. Regardless of tradition, the Wall was simply the most convenient way to rid themselves of problematic individuals who couldn't be executed but also couldn't be allowed to roam free. That alone ensured that the flow of convicts to the Wall would continue indefinitely. As a result, the Watch's financial crisis had reached a dead end. If a solution wasn't found soon, internal unrest could erupt among the ranks. The old bear was fully aware of this, yet there was little he could do. Lind, however, had proposed one idea: expansion. If they couldn't move south, why not move north? He suggested constructing a new castle in the Haunted Forest, the closest region beyond the Wall. Establishing a permanent outpost there would allow the Night's Watch to claim and exploit its vast natural resources, ensuring a steady supply of timber and other valuable materials for years to come. Old Bear did not respond to Lind's proposal, making it clear that he wasn't taking the idea seriously. Perhaps, when desperation finally set in, he would remember Lind's suggestion. Chapter 156, The Ranger's Patrol. Lord Lind, you should change into a set of leather armor, and it would be best if you wore a leather tunic underneath, said Old Bear, frowning as he looked at Lind, who was clad in the armor of a banished knight among the ranger patrols. You're dressed too lightly, and you're still wearing steel armor on the outside. If you go north of the Great Wall like that, you'll freeze to death in no time. Commander-in-Chief, do you believe in the 7 gods? Lind, riding on the back of Eban, asked Old Bear with a smile. I believe in the old gods, Old Bear replied. Do the old gods answer when you pray? Lind asked again, then, without waiting for a response, continued, when I pray, the 7 gods answer me. They tell me that the cold will stay away from me and that the land of always winter will feel no different to me than the gardens of Highgarden. As Lind spoke, the 7 faithful among the rangers behind him all made a familiar purr-like gesture. Jeor Mormont couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight, his expression shifting into something unreadable. In just 7 days, Lind had become the object of worship among the entire Night's Watch at Castle Black. The vast majority, who followed the 7 gods, were convinced that he was their divine embodiment on Earth. This was despite the fact that he spent most of his time in the library. Yet, Jeor Mormont had to admit that Lind was a remarkably charismatic figure. If he were a few decades younger, he might have found himself following Lind with the same fervor as these young men at Castle Black. Because when Lind displayed his godlike strength, there was no denying the truth of the rumors. Hundreds of well-trained Night's Watch brothers fell like fragile weeds before him, and within just a few dozen breaths, every single one of them lay on the ground. And that was with him using a blunted training sword. Had he wielded the 2 legendary magic swords at his waist, there was no doubt, every man he had fought would now be dead. Whether they had personally dueled him or not, none among the Night's Watch could now face Lind without reverence. If he remained at the Wall for another 10 or 15 days, Jeor Mormont had no doubt that the entire Night's Watch would become his personal army. With these complicated thoughts weighing on him, Jeor Mormont gave the order, and the passage gate of Castle Black slowly creaked open. One by one, the rangers passed through, with Lind and Glory bringing up the rear. As they entered the passageway leading through the Wall, Lind continuously monitored the state of the dragon runes, sensing the power within them reaching completion. Meanwhile, the dragon rune of the heart was restoring its strength, causing the power from the dragon communion ritual to refine his body further. A surge of heat coursed through his veins, as if his blood were ablaze, and a flood of dark impulses surged within him, a deep, primal urge to slaughter everything in sight. To suppress it, he quickly pulled out several dragonglass necklaces and donned them, while activating the frozen dragon rune to cool his body. The clash of burning blood and icy energy made him feel like a steam engine, hot air constantly billowing from the gaps in his armor. Fortunately, the Great Wall passage was shrouded in darkness, with only the torches carried by the rangers providing faint illumination. Though a few rangers glanced at him from time to time, none seemed to notice anything unusual. With the 3 iron bars opened, the rangers passed through the heart of the Great Wall passage and stepped beyond the wall. The turmoil in Lynn's body gradually settled after crossing the midpoint of the passage. He could feel his physique and superhuman strength improving significantly, as though he had completed yet another dragon communion ritual. Furthermore, the lingering power from the previous dragon communion ritual, which had yet to be fully absorbed, had now completely merged into his being. In theory, he was now capable of performing the ritual again. But that was only in theory. What had just happened made Lynd realize that the power from his previous 2 dragon communion rituals had not been entirely assimilated. A considerable portion remained sealed within the runes, much like the enchantments embedded in the Banished Knight's greatsword. He had been fortunate this time. If the power from the first dragon communion ritual, which had taken him a full year to digest, had compounded with the second, he might have completely lost control just now. That meant he couldn't attempt a 3rd dragon communion ritual until he was certain that the power of the dragon heart rune had been fully absorbed. Now, he also understood why, in the memories of the Banished Knights, they exercised such extreme caution with each dragon communion ritual. Although there had been a minor loss of control, Lynd had still gained considerable benefits. At the very least, he now felt that his combat strength was no weaker than that of a full-fledged Banished Knight who had completed their first dragon communion ritual. Once his abnormal physical state subsided, Lynd attempted to use his extraordinary vision to peer inside the Great Wall, but all he could see was an overwhelming mass of white magic, like staring into a blinding ball of light up close. Finding this method ineffective, he tried borrowing Glory's vision instead. However, as soon as the visual sharing was completed, his sight went pitch black. Puzzled, he quickly exited the link and turned to look at Glory. The creature was walking with its eyes tightly shut, head lowered. Clearly, the magical radiance of the wall was just as overwhelming for it. Seeing this, Lynd chose not to force Glory to open its eyes and abandoned the attempt to observe the wall's magical mysteries from within. Before long, a sliver of light became visible through the gap at the passage's exit. The rangers quickened their pace, eager to reach the entrance. As the ranger on guard raised the gate, those who had endured the oppressive darkness wasted no time rushing out. "Where are we going next?" Lynd asked as he emerged from the passage, directing his question to Benjen Stark, who led the group. "We'll rest for the night in Whiteree first," Benjen replied swiftly. "Then we'll visit our Night's Watch ally, Craster, to see if he has any news about the wildling tribes. After that, we'll stay at Craster's keep for 2 days and scout the surrounding haunted forest." Though Benjen Stark did not share the reverence that many rangers held for Lynd and his Faith of the Seven, his deep respect for Lynd remained evident. That respect stemmed not from his recent feats, but from a much earlier time, when Lynd had participated in the tournament. Lynd considered for a moment before saying, "I'll accompany you to Craster's keep, but after that, I'll be heading further north to have a look around. If I haven't returned by the time your patrol is complete, don't wait for me, head back on your own. Once I'm finished with my affairs, I'll return to the wall by myself. But when that happens, you'd better inform the gatekeepers in advance. I'd rather not be mistaken for an intruder when I come back." "Yes, my lord," Benjen nodded, then asked, "Do you need a guide?" Lynd smiled. "No need. I probably know beyond the wall better than you rangers do now. Honestly, I don't know who'd be guiding whom." Benjen only chuckled, not taking his words seriously, assuming he was joking. At Benjen's command, the cavalry patrol set off toward Whiteree village. After traversing an open, snow-covered field, they entered the haunted forest. As soon as they did, Glory, seeming to embrace his wild instincts, darted off into the distance. Through their visual link, Lynd knew he was chasing an elk. A hush fell over the rangers as they ventured deeper into the haunted forest. Their eyes scanned their surroundings vigilantly, their movements tense, as though they expected an ambush at any moment. The more experienced among them had wrapped themselves tightly in cloaks. Though the fabric linings would do little against an iron arrow, they were enough to stop a wildling's crude bone arrows. On their very first day as rangers, their predecessors had told them grim tales of wildlings lying in wait along patrol routes, striking at the unwary. They had been given instructions on what to do if they didn't want to become the next cautionary tale passed down among the watch. But in truth, such experience offered little actual protection. An ambush was still an ambush, no matter how prepared you were, death could come all the same. At best, their training provided a small sense of reassurance. Unlike the wary rangers, Lind, who rode behind them, was noticeably more relaxed, treating the patrol more like a leisurely outing. Not that he was careless, far from it. With Glory patrolling the surroundings and capable of detecting any human presence nearby, and his own enhanced perception, which had sharpened alongside his growing physical prowess, Lind could easily sense any unusual movements around them. Yet, he did not share this with the rangers. Instead, he let them go through their usual patrol procedures. This kind of training was crucial. It would help the newer members of the Watch acclimate to the constant dangers beyond the wall. On the map, Whitetree Village appeared deceptively close to the wall. It looked as if one could reach it in just 10 minutes after entering the forest. But in reality, the journey was much longer, feeling even farther than the trek from Queen's Crown to Castle Black. To make matters worse, the recent snowstorm had left the forest buried under snow taller than a man's height. It was soft, loose snow. Once you stepped into it, both you and your horse would sink halfway down. Although the old ranger leading the way was experienced enough to find the best paths through the forest, there was little he could do against the deep, floating snow that covered everything. With no other choice, he could only push forward slowly, carving a path inch by inch, like a relentless bulldozer. The group traversed a small ridge, passed through dense clusters of trees, and waded across several icy rivers, their surfaces blanketed in snow. Along the bank of one of these rivers, they came across an abandoned wildling camp. From the remnants left behind, it was clear that the inhabitants had not fled in a panic. They had taken everything they could carry. Judging by the snow settled over the site, they had left before the most recent snowstorm. Near the camp's outskirts, they found the remains of a fire, and within it, the partially burned corpse of a human. From the way it had been treated, it seemed likely that this had been someone of importance, perhaps a leader or a witch. The rangers were aware that the wildlings burned their dead, but most assumed it was merely a burial custom. They did not understand the true reason: to prevent the corpses from rising again as whites. "Something's not right," Benjen Stark murmured, surveying the camp. "The wildling tribes in the haunted forest know this area is too close to the wall, well within the patrol range of the rangers. They would never set up camp here. Could they be a defeated tribe that fled this way?" an old ranger speculated. "Wars between wildling clans are brutal. Some survivors, in their desperation, might run toward the wall, hoping that our patrols would keep their pursuers at bay." "It's possible," Benjen admitted, though he wasn't entirely convinced. At that moment, Lind made a discovery. Rolling off his horse, he brushed aside a thick layer of snow, revealing a pile of bones buried beneath it. They were unmistakably human, and many bore distinct bite marks. "This camp belonged to a cannibal tribe," Lind stated, picking up a leg bone with deep teeth marks and tossing it toward Benjen. "A cannibal tribe?" Benjen frowned, catching the bone and examining it. "You mean the ones from beyond the frozen shore?" The other rangers passed the bone around, their expressions growing grim. Not long after, another ranger found a crude wooden carving inside a dismantled tent. The totem bore a strange, ominous symbol. When Benjen saw it, his face darkened further. "Yes," he confirmed, his voice heavy. "It's the cannibal tribe from the north of the frozen shore." One of the rangers muttered in disbelief, "How did they cross the Frostfangs to get here?" Someone else chuckled dryly. "Maybe they wanted to change their diet, see what people east of the Frostfangs taste like." No one laughed. Because, in truth, that might very well be why the cannibal tribe had come to the haunted forest. From the rangers, Lind learned that across the Frostfangs, on the frozen shore, there was a savage orc-like tribe known as the Men of the Frozen Shore. They were the eternal enemies of another wildling faction in the area and were formidable warriors in their own right. If such a powerful tribe had made its way east of the Frostfangs, it was certainly not good news for the Night's Watch. The rangers did not linger. They pressed on toward Whitetree Village, reaching the outskirts before nightfall. But instead of continuing forward, they halted. Smoke and firelight flickered in the direction of the village. The sight immediately put the rangers on edge. The damp wood burning in the village meant that someone was there, and in light of their earlier discovery, the possibility that it was the cannibal tribe sent a wave of tension through the group. Trained for such situations, the rangers silently dismounted, drew their weapons, and began creeping toward the village. Lind, however, did not join them. Through Glory's vision, he had already seen what lay ahead. The people gathered in Whitetree were not enemies, they were also rangers. Sure enough, not long after, laughter rang out from the village, followed by Benjen Stark's voice. The rangers who had remained behind to guard the horses relaxed, and the group moved forward into the village. "Lord Lind," Benjen called as he approached, "I'd like to introduce you to Mance Rayder, Lord Ranger of Eastwatch by the Sea." Standing beside Benjen was a young man with long brown hair. Original author's note: there were inconsistencies regarding the timeline of Mance Rayder's oath-taking. According to records, Benjen Stark had taken his vows before joining the Night's Watch, yet neither he nor Eddard Stark had ever met Mance Rayder during that time. However, later accounts mentioned that Mance Rayder had once visited Winterfell with the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, where he had met Eddard, as well as Robb Stark and Jon Snow when they were children, an obvious contradiction. To resolve this, Mance Rayder's oath-breaking had been pushed forward slightly, allowing for a prior acquaintance between him and Benjen Stark, adding more depth to their dynamic. One was known as the Scourge of the Free Folk, while the other was called the Scourge of the Night's Watch. Chapter 157, Mance Rayder's Concern. Mance Rayder was utterly astonished. He looked at the knight before him, a man riding an unusually large, armored warhorse, clad in completely anachronistic yet exquisitely crafted metal armor, with two large knightly swords at his waist that seemed more like decorations than weapons. For a moment, Mance didn't know what to say. In his experience, men like this did not belong beyond the wall. Dressed as he was, the knight should have frozen to death not long after leaving the wall. Yet here he stood, right in front of him. Am I hallucinating? Mance wondered, uneasy, his nerves taut. Benjen Stark introduced the knight to him, saying, "This is Lord Lind Taryn of Summerhall, the Chosen One. He saw a group of prisoners being sent to Mole's Town the other day, and this time he wanted to see beyond the wall for himself, so he came with us rangers." Chosen One? You mean the Chosen One of the Seven Gods from the ballads? Mance Rayder's eyes widened with surprise as a thought struck him. He sought confirmation. Benjen nodded. "Yes, the hero of your two favorite ballads." Mance Rayder stared at Lind in shock, momentarily speechless. Lind, too, was taken aback upon hearing Benjen introduce Mance Rayder as the leader of the Rangers. A flicker of surprise crossed his face before he turned his gaze to the men who would one day become the king beyond the wall. Back at Castle Black, when he hadn't seen Mance, Lind had assumed the men had broken his oath and deserted the Night's Watch. Who would have thought he had simply been transferred to Eastwatch by the Sea? It seemed the increased number of Night's Watch brothers had altered some events. However, Lind also noticed something else. The moment Mance Rayder learned his identity, a flicker of panic flashed across his face. Subtly, he gestured toward his fellow rangers gathered by the campfire. In response, the men from Eastwatch by the Sea discreetly moved their hands away from their weapons. Lind's eyes sharpened. He was now certain Mance Rayder had already forsaken his vows, and those with him had followed suit, joining the wildlings. Yet Lind did not expose them. Instead, he dismounted and approached the two men. "Brother Benjen, it seems you know this brother Mance Rayder well." Benjen smiled, seemingly pleased to introduce his friend. "Yes. After I joined the Night's Watch, Mance was the one who taught me how to be a proper Night's Watchman. He saved my life more than once on patrols." Lind nodded, then turned to Mance and extended his hand. "Since you are a friend of Brother Benjen, you are also a friend of mine, Brother Mance Rayder." Though Lind's expression and tone were natural, Mance could not shake the feeling that this knight knew something about him. "Don't scare yourself. He knows nothing. I'm just being paranoid." Mance quickly gathered his thoughts, taking a deep breath to steady himself. With forced calm, he shook Lind's hand, masking his unease behind an expression of admiration. There was nothing else he could do. All he could hope for was that neither Benjen nor this so-called Chosen One noticed anything amiss. Because if even a tenth of the stories about this man's strength were true, then he and his men wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Benjen, unaware of the tension beneath the surface, was delighted to see Lind and Mance shake hands. He led them toward the campfire, where he unceremoniously pulled a piece of freshly roasted elk from the flames and began carving it for them. Around the fire, the other rangers gathered in groups, taking out their dried provisions and toasting them over the flames to soften before sharing them with their companions. None of them realized that, just moments before, these so-called comrades from Eastwatch by the Sea had been considering stabbing them in the back. Lind accepted a piece of roasted meat from Benjen, took out a small container of spice powder he had brought with him, and sprinkled a little over the meat before handing it to Mance. "This is spice powder from across the narrow sea. A little of it makes the roast taste much better. Try it." Mance eyed the meat Lind had offered him, noting the fine layer of green powder on its surface. It looked suspicious. Like poison. He hesitated but, after a moment, took the meat and shoved it into his mouth. His initial grimace of caution quickly gave way to surprise. The flavor was incredible. Lind handed the spice container to Benjen, who was practically drooling. "Sprinkle it evenly," he advised before turning back to Mance Rayder. "Brother Mance," he said casually, "I remember that Eastwatch by the Sea is at the far eastern end of the wall, quite far from here. Is this area also within Eastwatch's patrol range?" Benjen, upon hearing the question, also looked puzzled. Eastwatch by the Sea's patrols typically covered the eastern edge of the haunted forest, extending toward Hardhome. This area was well outside their jurisdiction. Mance Rayder offered a vague explanation. "We were tracking a group of wildlings and got caught in a snowstorm halfway there, so we had to take shelter in Whiteree." "Wildlings? Are they from the cannibal tribes of the frozen shore?" Benjen asked anxiously, immediately associating them with the most dangerous of the free folk. Mance was momentarily stunned and did not reply. He had given the excuse casually, not expecting it to provoke such a strong reaction from Benjen. Then, Benjen told Mance about the camp he had discovered not long ago, one belonging to a wildling tribe known for its cannibalistic ways. Mance's face darkened. Instinctively, he shifted back into the mindset of a ranger, asking the same question Benjen had just voiced. In his experience, unless they had encountered something extraordinarily dangerous, the wildling tribes would never risk crossing the Frostfangs to reach Eastwood. For the wildlings beyond the frozen shore, the haunted forest, filled with all manner of spirits and ghostly legends, was one of the most dangerous places. Perhaps the White Walkers were chasing them, Lind suddenly suggested. Whether it was coincidence or something more, the cold wind that had been howling around them suddenly stopped. The Night's Watchmen gathered around the campfire all fell silent, turning their heads to look at Lind. The entire village of Whiteree became eerily still, with only the crackling of burning pinewood echoing through the night. "Ha ha! Lord Lind, you have quite the sense of humor." Benjen suddenly burst into laughter, and the others quickly followed, shaking their heads, their laughter filled with disbelief. It was clear they had dismissed Lind's words as nothing more than a joke. Lind said nothing more. He simply smiled, poked at the fire with a stick, then stood and walked toward the massive weirwood tree that loomed over Whiteree village. Whiteree still had inhabitants, free folk who neither welcomed nor opposed the presence of the Night's Watch. They allowed the black-cloaked brothers to take shelter here but never spoke to them or interacted beyond what was necessary. As always, while the Night's Watchmen rested in the village, the villagers remained behind locked doors, silent as ghosts. The village itself was built around a single, ancient weirwood. There were 4 houses in total, all clustered beneath its enormous branches, which spread wide enough to cover the rooftops. But this weirwood was particularly eerie. Its twisted, knotted trunk looked as if it had been warped by some unseen force, forming what resembled a natural face. The contrast of its bone-white bark and blood-red leaves only made it more unsettling, giving the impression of a grotesque, leering visage. Lind walked up to the weirwood and gazed at its ghostly face. He could sense lingering traces of magic clinging to it, though they were faint and unclear. He needed a clearer look. Summoning glory back, he watched as the massive Shadowcat emerged from the darkness of the trees. The sight of the enormous feline sent the Night's Watchmen from Eastwatch by the Sea into a panic. They scrambled to their feet, shouting in alarm as they drew their weapons. The men from Castle Black, however, remained unfazed, their expressions quickly turning amused. Smirks spread across their faces as they watched their brothers from Eastwatch react in terror. It was clear they remembered their own first encounter with glory, and now, they were content to let the others make fools of themselves. Mance Rayder was also startled by the sight of glory, but he quickly recalled the tales from the ballads. Almost immediately, he realized what the massive Shadowcat was, the legendary beast described in the songs, the 7th sacred beast. He hastily informed his men of Glory's identity, warning them to stay calm and to suppress any reaction that might betray them. Glory padded silently past the campfire and came to stand beside Lind, its keen eyes also fixed on the weirwood. Lind entered a state of shared vision. At that moment, the weirwood's eerie face no longer appeared as a simple, twisted formation of wood. Instead, Lind saw three bloodshot eyes, neither fully tangible nor entirely ethereal, staring back at him. Though he could not be certain whether the three-eyed crow was watching him through the weirwood, he could tell from the state of the eyes that the ancient being had not yet fully recovered. Lind had no intention of involving himself with the three-eyed crow on this trip beyond the wall. As long as the crow left him alone, he had no reason to interfere. Whatever grudge existed between himself and Willis, they could settle it another time. With that thought, Lind simply bowed toward the weirwood. He made no move to harm it, showing neither hostility nor reverence, just acknowledgement. Then, with a silent command to glory, he turned and walked away. As he departed, a few crows that had been hidden in the dense branches of the weirwood suddenly took flight, flapping their wings as they disappeared into the night. Mance Rayder observed Lind's actions with quiet surprise. The weirwood represented the old gods, yet Lind had bowed to it. To Mance's understanding, Lind was a figure associated with the seven gods. While the Septons of the faith did not openly wage war against the followers of the old gods, they certainly did not revere them either. For someone like Lind to bow to a weirwood was, in some sense, blasphemous. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Mance finally asked, "Lord Lind, why would you, the chosen of the seven gods, bow to a weirwood, the symbol of the old gods?" Lind looked at him and asked in return, "Why shouldn't the chosen of the seven gods bow to a weirwood? Is there some law in the scriptures that forbids it?" Mance had no answer. The truth was, he followed the old gods. He had never stepped foot in a September to listen to the teachings of the seven, let alone read their sacred texts. He had no idea whether such a prohibition even existed. After a moment's thought, Mance Rayder asked, "My lord, I have heard of your deeds in the south. For example, you subdued the wildling tribes in your territory and gave them the status of citizens, allowing them to live like everyone else. Was this really the right way to deal with those wildling tribes?" Lind knew exactly what Mance Rayder was thinking, but he deliberately twisted his words. "So what do you want me to do with them?" "Kill them all," he asked. "Although you rangers and the wildling tribes have been fighting for thousands of years, and the hatred runs deep, they are still human beings like us. To want to destroy their clans and entire species at the slightest provocation seems a bit extreme." Benjen, who was listening, nodded repeatedly, agreeing that Mance Rayder's words had gone too far. No, that's not what I meant." Mance Rayder hurriedly shook his head and explained, "I just meant that by doing this, my lord, you have turned a once free people into your subjects, bound under your rule for generations, required to pay tribute to you for generations." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mance suddenly stopped, realizing he had said too much. Benjen Stark looked at his mentor and friend with a strange expression and said, "Mance, it seems that the last incident had a significant impact on you. You've started to think like the free folk. If you weren't wearing a black cloak, I'd almost think I was sitting in front of a wildling tribesman." "That incident did affect me," Mance admitted without pretense. "But not in a bad way. At least it made me consider things from the other side." "You should keep those thoughts to yourself here," Benjen warned, his tone serious. "If you ever say something like that back at Eastwatch by the Sea, it could lead to trouble." Mance Rayder only smiled in response, not bothering to argue. There was no chance he would ever return to Eastwatch by the Sea. He then asked cautiously, "Where are you planning to patrol next?" Benjen, completely unsuspecting, revealed his plan. "We'll go back to Craster's Keep and use it as a base to patrol the surrounding area, see if we find anything. What about you? Will you keep tracking your target, or return to Eastwatch by the Sea?" Mance Rayder thought for a moment before replying, "I'll take my men further north to the Fist of the First Men. If we don't find anything there, I might head toward Antler River." Benjen looked worried. "That far north? That's deep in wildling territory. It's incredibly dangerous." Lind interjected, "Brother Benjen, you don't need to worry. I'm going to the Fist of the First Man as well. I can travel with Brother Mance. Please trust that I am more than capable of ensuring his safety, and that of his men." Benjen's concern eased, and he nodded. "That's right. Lord Lind, you're heading north as well. You might as well travel with Mance." Mance Rayder had no choice but to force a smile at this arrangement. Then, out of curiosity, he turned to Lind and asked, "Lord Lind, what exactly do you intend to do in the north?" Lind smiled and answered, I want to find the legendary Horn of Winter. Chapter 158, The Death of Craster. After spending the night at Whitetree Village, the two groups of ranger patrols from Castle Black and Eastwatch by the Sea continued their journey north toward their next stronghold. Although Lind had revealed his true intentions for coming beyond the wall the night before, neither Benjen Stark nor Mance Rayder took his words seriously. Because the snow in the forest was too deep, the group avoided traveling directly through it. Instead, they moved north for about half a day until they reached the banks of the haunted Fork River. Compared to the thick, soft snow within the forest, the snow along the riverbank was noticeably firmer. Walking on it, they did not sink as deeply, though they had to watch their step to avoid small pits hidden beneath the snow. Traveling west along the river, they passed several abandoned wildling camps. However, unlike the camp of the cannibalistic wildling tribes they had encountered earlier, these deserted camps were strangely intact. The tree houses remained standing, and various household items, weapons, and food were still in place, as if the inhabitants had suddenly and inexplicably abandoned everything. The eerie sight unsettled the rangers, making them more cautious. Conversation dwindled, and they pressed on in silence, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Since the terrain was easier to traverse, they moved at a quicker pace and reached Craster's keep before nightfall. Despite its name, the fortress was little more than a crude hut built from branches and mud. Perched on a small hill and encircled by an earthen wall, it was so rudimentary that it paled in comparison to even the humblest farmer's home in the Reach. "Crow, there are too many of you to all fit inside," Craster called out as they approached the entrance to the walled compound, his expression dour. Craster, with his stark white hair, had a fierce presence. His broad frame and powerful arms made it clear that he was still a formidable fighter, one neither Benjen nor Mance could easily best. Despite Craster's gruff demeanor, he was one of the few wildlings north of the wall who could be considered an ally of the Night's Watch. Because of this, Benjen and Mance tolerated his attitude and agreed to his terms. Only a few of them would enter the house, while the rest would set up camp in the courtyard. As Craster eyed the group Benjen had selected, his gaze lingered on Lind. His expression froze momentarily. Lind's attire was entirely different from the black-cloaked rangers around him, making him stand out. "Who is he?" Craster asked in a low voice, pointing at Lind. "He's not one of your crows." "Who is he?" "This is Lord Lind Taryn, the Lord of Summerhall," Benjen replied curtly. "He has come beyond the wall on business, but his purpose is not for us to know." Craster's eyes flickered with envy, though his tone remained laced with scorn. "A lord from the south? How rare. Walking beyond the wall in steel armor and still breathing. You must be." "Craster, shut your shitmouth," a voice snapped from the group. A devout follower of the seven gods glared at him. "Lord Lind is not someone you can insult with impunity." Other rangers, who believed Lind to be the incarnation of the seven gods, also shot Craster furious looks. Craster hesitated, caught off guard by their reaction. He shot another glance at Lind before letting out a stubborn huff. "This is my land, I'll say whatever the hell I please." Without another word, he turned and strode back into the house. Meanwhile, Benjen and Mance signaled their men to begin setting up a temporary camp in the courtyard while the selected few entered the house. Upon entering, the men picked up the bread placed near the entrance, dipped it in a little salt, and ate. Craster's wives also carried bread and salt outside to share with the rangers, except for Lind, who did not partake. Neither Benjen nor Mance reacted to this. The bread Craster provided was barely edible, a crude lump of groundwood shavings bound together, and the salt had a bitter taste. They assumed Lind had simply refused to eat because of the poor quality, which seemed fitting for a nobleman who, just the day before, had produced a box of spice powder worth its weight in gold. Craster did not comment either. In his mind, as long as the majority of the group had accepted the bread and salt, their guest rights were established. It mattered little if one among them did not eat. After all, there had been times in the past when members of the Night's Watch had refused the bread and salt, yet nothing had come of it. As far as he was concerned, unless he made the first move, the Night's Watch would never strike against him, guest rights or not. Inside, the house was noticeably warmer than the frigid air outside. A stone-built fireplace stood in the center of the hall, filled with neatly stacked wooden stakes. The flames crackled, sending waves of heat through the space until it was almost uncomfortably hot. Craster sat in the only chair in the hall, eating the food brought to him by his wives, paying no attention to the others. The rangers were accustomed to his behavior and said nothing. They pulled out their own provisions, warming them over the fire. Some leftover venison from the previous day was placed in a pot to stew. Soon, the rich aroma of the spice powder mingled with the simmering meat, filling the room. Craster, unfamiliar with such a fragrance, paused mid-bite. His eyes drifted toward the pot, and he swallowed involuntarily. His wives, too, craned their necks toward the enticing scent. One of the very young girls couldn't help but step forward and ask, "What's in here?" "This is spice from across the narrow sea, more precious than gold," replied a young ranger before scooping a spoonful of the soup with meat from the pot and pouring it into the girl's wooden bowl. Before she could taste the fragrant soup, Craster's voice rang out harshly. "Stupid woman, what are you doing standing there? Bring it to me." Fear gripped her, making her body tremble involuntarily. Lowering her head, she obediently handed the wooden bowl to Craster. The young ranger frowned but said nothing. Craster took the bowl without a word of thanks and sipped the soup. His face immediately showed surprise at the unfamiliar taste. Without hesitation, he dumped the soup and meat into his own bowl, mixing it with the food he had already been eating. As he continued eating, he turned his gaze to the young ranger and said, "Kid, you'd better behave yourself and keep your hands off my things. Otherwise, I'll cut off your head and hang it from a tree outside so everyone knows that Craster's things are not to be touched." Hearing the threat, the ranger's face darkened with anger, and he was about to stand up and respond, but Mance held him back. Noticing Mance's restraint, Craster smirked smugly, as if he had won a great victory. Lind paid no attention to the dispute in front of him. Instead, after entering the house, his gaze landed on the baby cradled in one of Craster's wives' arms. The woman did not look happy about the birth of her child, on the contrary, she appeared miserable, as if she were mourning the child's inevitable fate. The sight reminded Lind of one thing: Craster sacrificed each of his sons to the White Walkers, and the offering usually took place during a snowstorm. With this thought, Lind glanced outside. Though only a cold wind was blowing for now, the darkening sky and the strengthening gusts suggested a snowstorm was approaching that night. Late at night, as expected, the storm arrived. However, the rangers had prepared in advance, clearing the leeward side of the yard and building a large bonfire that kept them warm despite the howling wind and heavy snow. Inside the house, it was much warmer than outside, but Lind and the others chose not to stay indoors. After the storm hit, one of Craster's wives began crying uncontrollably, her sobs echoing through the small space. Though the other wives tried to comfort her, she would not be consoled. Craster, as if accustomed to such scenes, sat by the campfire drinking wine, paying no attention to his weeping wife. The ceaseless crying made the atmosphere inside unbearably tense. Benjen and Mance, unwilling to interfere in another man's family affairs, could do nothing. Yet, the noise made it difficult to rest, and ultimately, they decided to leave, preferring the howling wind over the wailing woman. By early morning, all the rangers were asleep, except for the two on guard, who remained by the bonfire, occasionally adding firewood. The other snores were quickly swallowed by the cold wind. Lind sat leaning against the house, appearing to be asleep, but in reality, he was listening for any sounds from within the walls. Inside, the baby's mother had cried herself unconscious, and Craster's other wives were tending to her. A little girl, no older than 5 or 6, sat beside the fire, holding her infant brother in her small arms, not knowing what to do. Then, Craster, who had been drinking by the fire all night, finally stood up. Wrapping his cloak around himself, he silently walked over to the child, took the baby from her hands without a word, lifted the deerskin curtain, and stepped out into the storm. Upon leaving the house, Craster cast a glance toward where the rangers lay resting. Instead of using the front entrance, he made his way to the short wall surrounding the compound and climbed over it. Though old, his movements were swift and agile, making no sound as he disappeared into the darkness. The night watchman on duty did not notice anything unusual. As Craster slipped into the forest with the infant in his arms, Lind also rose to his feet and quietly followed. The watchman assumed Lind was merely going to relieve himself and paid no attention. Besides, to them, Lind was strong enough to handle himself in the woods. Once within the trees, Lind channeled the power of the frozen dragon rune into his feet, instantly freezing the loose, powdery snow beneath him. This allowed him to walk atop the snow as if on solid ground, moving soundlessly. If needed, he could even create an icy layer beneath his soles, forming a kind of gliding surface that let him move swiftly without leaving tracks. Such techniques were the tricks of the banished knight, honed through years of survival in ice and snow. However, knowing he might soon face an opponent, he chose to conserve his dragon rune magic, using only the bare minimum necessary while reserving his strength for emergencies. As he advanced, Glory emerged from the shadows of the trees, silently falling into step behind him. Together, the man and beast trailed Craster from a distance, crossing the haunted Fork River and vanishing into the forest beyond. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a clearing deep in the woods. At its center stood a withered weirwood tree, its upper branches broken and skeletal. The main trunk, though still intact, was deeply cracked, some of the fissures running so deep they seemed to split the tree from the inside. The carved face on the weirwood remained well preserved, but crimson sap seeped from its eyes and mouth, as though the tree itself was bleeding. Anyone who beheld the sight would think the weirwood had suffered great torment before its death. In front of the tree stood a simple stone altar, its surface engraved with runes of the first man. At each corner of the altar rested a candle. Craster approached and placed the infant upon the altar. Then, one by one, he lit the 4 candles. Despite the raging storm, the flames remained steady, unaffected by the wind, a clear sign that the candles were made from something unnatural. As soon as the last candle was lit, Craster turned abruptly and hurried away. Lind, watching from the shadows, signaled Glory to scout the area while he himself stepped forward. He walked toward the altar, eyes scanning the ancient runes and the helpless infant left behind. Just then, footsteps crunched against the snow behind him. Turning slightly, Lind saw Craster emerging from the forest once more, this time, wielding an axe. The old man's face was twisted in fury. "Noble boy from the south, you shouldn't be so curious," he growled. "You should have stayed by the campfire. But it's all right. It'll be over soon. The Lord will like you as a sacrifice." Before Craster could finish, a blur of movement flashed behind him. Glory struck without hesitation, clamping its powerful jaws around Craster's neck and snapping it in a single motion. The beast then vanished back into the darkness, leaving the lifeless body crumpled in the snow. From the moment Lind arrived at Craster's keep, he had never intended to let the old man live. If not for the need to track him to the altar and use him to lure out the White Walkers, he would have killed Craster the moment he set eyes on him. Craster had simply accelerated his own demise by foolishly returning. Lind did not dispose of the corpse, he still had use for it. At that moment, the infant, chilled by the icy air, let out a sharp cry. A faint glow flickered across the altar's ancient runes. The flames atop the 4 candles shifted from red to a shimmering silvery blue. The White Walkers had arrived. Chapter 159, White Walkers and Whites. Lind had seen the show before, and in his mind, the image of a White Walker was that of an ugly, inhuman monster. But now that he had seen one emerge from the woods, he realized just how far off that image had been from reality. Handsome, that was his first impression of the White Walker. This one had an exceptionally striking face, so much so that even the Kingslayer's famed looks paled in comparison. His skin was as pale as snow, his silver-blue hair drifted in the air like flickering flames, and his eyes gleamed the same silver-blue hue. His pointed ears, reminiscent of a child of the forest, gave him the ethereal appearance of an ice elf. He was roughly the same height as Lind, with a lean build. He wore intricately crafted ice armor, and behind him trailed a thin, nearly transparent ice cloak. In his hand, he held an ice spear, and as snowflakes landed on its surface, they ignited into bursts of silver-blue flame. It was clear that the White Walker before him was not only different from those in the series but also distinct from the kind slain by Samwell Tarly in the books. As for why, Lind couldn't say for now, nor did he have time to dwell on it. He watched the White Walker approach, placing a hand on the great sword of the banished knight, only to hesitate. After a moment's thought, he withdrew his hand from the hilt and instead walked forward, unarmed. The White Walker's face briefly betrayed a look of confusion and surprise at Lind's unexpected action. It was evident that this situation was unfamiliar to him, and that he was, in fact, capable of emotion. But the moment passed. His expression returned to an icy blankness, and in an instant, his stance shifted from composed to aggressive. He lunged, thrusting his ice spear toward Lind with incredible speed, far too fast for an ordinary person to dodge. However, for Lind, this level of speed was nothing extraordinary. He sidestepped the thrust with ease, invoking the power of the Storm Dragon rune to amplify his movement speed several-fold. The White Walker followed up with a sweeping attack, but Lind moved like the wind, evading effortlessly and closing the distance in an instant. Raising a fist, he struck a solid blow to the White Walker's head, sending him hurtling through the air. The pale blue blood that spattered onto the snow froze the ground solid upon contact. As expected, the punch had dealt severe damage, knocking the White Walker down. But Lind felt no satisfaction. His gauntlet, the Banished Knight's steel, had completely shattered from the impact, leaving his fingers exposed. Ice had already begun creeping over his skin, burrowing into his flesh like a venomous curse. There was no doubt now, the White Walker's body carried a potent magic. The moment the steel gauntlets had touched it, the metal had been utterly destroyed. This might explain why steel weapons are ineffective against them. The way the destruction spread through the material reminded him of how dragon runes eroded steel from within. The White Walker, who had been thrown through the air, slowly rose to his feet, turning to look at Lind. Lind had used his full strength in that punch. Even though the steel gauntlets had disintegrated upon contact, the force behind the strike had not diminished. It had struck the White Walker's head directly, causing half of his beautiful face to shatter and cave inward, revealing shards of crystal-like bone beneath, a grotesque yet strangely mesmerizing sight. Yet despite the damage, the White Walker remained eerily calm, as if pain meant nothing to him. Only his remaining eye betrayed a glint of surprise, perhaps astonishment at Lind's strength. Lind flexed his hand, feeling the lingering sting of the White Walker's magic eating away at his flesh. With one gauntlet destroyed, he saw no reason to continue testing the limits of the White Walker with his bare hands. He drew the greatsword of the Banished Knight. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the White Walker reacted. Whether he sensed the power within the weapon or simply recognized Valyrian steel, his expression changed, his composure wavered. Fear flickered across his face. He took a slow step backward, as if contemplating retreat. But as he did, a mass of wights emerged from the trees. They came in all forms, humans and beasts alike, twisted and unnatural. Yet what truly caught Lind's attention was the presence of 3 additional White Walkers among them. Unlike the first, these 3 wore human-made leather armor, now layered with ice crystals. Though they wielded ice-forged swords, the hilts were unmistakably those of human long swords. Most notably, they bore fully human features, nothing like the striking, ice-elf visage of the first White Walker. Lind had no time to dwell on the implications. The wights wasted no time charging at him in a frenzy. He raised the Banished Knight's greatsword and activated the storm and lightning runes. Instantly, his body became a whirlwind of destruction, lightning streaking through the air as he cut down the undead. Every wight that touched him was torn apart, losing the magic that animated them and collapsing into lifeless corpses. The 3 human-like White Walkers managed to perceive his attack trajectory, reacting just in time, but it wasn't enough. Against Lind, who had fully unleashed the power of the dragon runes, their movements were far too slow. They barely had time to lift their ice-forged swords before the Banished Knight's greatsword cleaved them in half. The effects of Valyrian steel were immediate. The moment the greatsword split their bodies, their forms shattered into countless fragments of ice, cascading to the ground like broken glass before dissolving into pools of frigid liquid in mere moments. As the 3 White Walkers perished, many of the surrounding wights collapsed along with them. However, some remained animated, continuing their assault on Lind. However, the wights' attacks were futile. In mere moments, they all fell before Lind. Craster, who had previously died at the hands of Glory, had now been resurrected by the magic of the White Walkers. He was attempting to rise and attack Lind alongside the remaining White Walkers when Glory, having charged out of the woods once again, attacked him without hesitation. Glory pinned Craster to the ground, and at Lind's command, tore off all his limbs, leaving behind only his torso and head, which bobbed grotesquely on the snow. With the wights and the human White Walkers dealt with, the elf-like White Walker had vanished completely into the depths of the forest. Even with his special vision, Lind could detect no traces of magic lingering in the woods. It seemed that the White Walker had truly fled. Lind scanned the surroundings before finally sheathing the greatsword in his hands. Only then did he have the time to reflect on the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. There was clearly a hierarchy among the White Walkers. The elf-like one was far superior in both physical strength and magical traces compared to the human White Walkers, and the latter had clearly followed his command. From this perspective, the White Walkers could not have been created solely by the children of the forest's curse, as had been claimed in the series. They seemed more like an ancient supernatural race inhabiting the extreme cold. Not only did they wield ice magic and the ability to resurrect the dead into wights, but they also possessed the knowledge to transform humans into White Walkers. It was evident that the human White Walkers he had just fought were once the sacrificed infants. Furthermore, Lind had discovered that Valyrian steel was only effective against White Walkers. When used against whites, it had no special effect beyond what an ordinary weapon could achieve. What truly severed the whites' connection to magic was the power of the dragon rune seal. This contradicted the show's portrayal, where dragonglass was said to kill whites as well. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the infant on the altar let out a piercing cry, pulling Lind back to the present. He stepped toward the altar, extinguished the 4 ritual candles, and collected them, tucking them into his pocket. He would take them and the stone tablet back to Melora for further research. Then, he picked up the baby, hoisted the stone tablet onto his shoulder, and turned toward Craster's keep. Glory followed, carrying the tattered remains of Craster's wight along with him, leaving behind a sacrificial ground strewn with corpses. Not long after they had departed, the elf-like White Walker reappeared at the site of the ritual. His face had returned to its original form. Standing at the edge of the sacrificial ground, he gazed in the direction where Lind had gone before silently retreating into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Lind returned to Craster's keep, walking straight into the house with Glory at his side. The women inside had not yet gone to sleep. Even the one who had previously fainted from weeping now sat among the others. They were huddled together, heads bowed, murmuring softly as if offering prayers to some unknown deity. The deerskin curtain lifted as Lind stepped inside, allowing the cold wind to sweep through the dimly lit space. The women looked up instinctively, their eyes searching for the one who had entered. But when they saw that it was not Craster, but Lind, carrying a stone tablet on his back and holding a baby in his arms, their expressions shifted to stunned disbelief. The moment Glory entered, dragging the remains of White Craster with him, the women erupted into horrified screams. Their shrieks were so sharp and piercing that they carried beyond the walls of the house, jolting the rangers outside from their rest. Benjen and the others, thinking something had gone wrong, immediately drew their weapons and rushed inside. However, when they saw Lind standing by the fire and the massive Glory beside him, they exhaled in relief, assuming that the beast had merely startled the women. "You don't need to be afraid," Benjen reassured them, sheathing his weapon. "This is Lord Lind's pet. It won't harm you." At that moment, one of the women shakily raised a hand and pointed at the figure in Glory's mouth. Craster. Following her trembling finger, the rangers finally saw it, Craster, or rather, what was left of him. His limbless body hung in Glory's jaws, little more than a torso and a grotesquely writhing head. "Lord Lind, what's going on?" The group froze, and both Benjen and Mance spoke at the same time. Lind did not answer immediately. Instead, he set down the heavy stone tablet and approached the woman who had spoken, handing the baby to its mother. The moment she received the child she had lost and thought gone forever, her terror vanished. Overwhelmed with relief and joy, she clutched the baby tightly, tears streaming down her face. She murmured words to Lind in a dialect somewhat unfamiliar to him, but he could guess their meaning, words of gratitude. Then, Lind gestured to Glory, who released Craster's remains onto the ground. The grotesque form squirmed in response to the life surrounding it, twisting like a worm. To the rangers, it seemed as though Craster was writhing in pain. One of the rangers instinctively moved forward to assist him, but before he could, Lind stepped in and pushed him back. Confusion flickered across the rangers' faces at Lind's unexpected action. However, Mance Rayder, ever observant, noticed something peculiar. Lind's steel gauntlet was damaged, the metal fractured in jagged shards. But the damage did not appear to have been caused by a physical blow. It looked as if the steel had been shattered from within, almost as though it had been frozen and broken apart. Before anyone could voice their questions, Lind reached for one of the ranger's swords and, without hesitation, drove it straight through Craster's back, pinning him to the ground. "Lord Lind, are you mad?" Benjen's voice was laced with disbelief. He could not fathom why Lind would go so far, why he would be so cruel as to deny even a limbless man any mercy. But Mance Rayder, ever perceptive, placed a hand on Benjen's shoulder, his voice steady. "Calm down. Look at Craster." All eyes turned toward the motionless body, and then they widened in shock. Craster should have been dead. There was no way a normal man, limbless and impaled, could still be moving. Yet the grotesque form nailed to the ground continued to twitch and writhe, utterly indifferent to the blade piercing his body. A realization dawned in Mance's mind, his voice barely above a whisper. A white. Craster has turned into a white. The words sent a ripple of alarm through the group. Some gasped, others recoiled, as if fearing that the undead condition might somehow be contagious. Lord Lind, what is going on? Benjen repeated his question, though this time his voice carried more unease than outrage. This time, Lind did not evade the question. He recounted what had happened but deliberately altered one key detail. Rather than admitting that he had known of Craster's intentions in advance, he claimed that he had simply grown suspicious upon seeing Craster leave the house with the infant and had followed him. When the Rangers heard that Craster had sacrificed his own son to the White Walkers, fury blazed in their eyes. They turned their glares toward the limbless, undead figure writhing on the floor. Though some among them had committed terrible crimes, murderers, rapists, outlaws, Craster's sin was something else entirely. In their eyes, his betrayal of his own kin and of humanity itself was beyond redemption. Even the gods would not forgive such an act. As Lind described his battle with the White Walkers and the Whites, the room fell into an intense, breathless silence. Even Craster's wives, who had lived in fear of their monstrous husband, now stared at Lind with wide eyes. And when he revealed that he had slain 3 human White Walkers, driven off the elf-like one, and single-handedly wiped out the Whites, every gaze upon him shifted, no longer simply with awe, but with something closer to reverence. None doubted his words. Lind had already demonstrated his power at Castle Black, where he had single-handedly crushed a mutiny of hundreds without breaking a sweat, even without using his 2 magic swords. To the Rangers, his feat was extraordinary. But to Craster's wives, who had spent their lives in terror of the White Walkers, Lind had done the unthinkable. The White Walkers had been akin to gods for generations, ruling over the dead and the living alike. To the wildlings, the White Walkers had been like gods for countless years. But now, after Lind had defeated them, he was no less than a god himself. Creators. Chapter 160, Ice Dragon. Inside the hut, the group sat around the fire, while Craster's wives huddled in the corner, the true owners of the place. The fire pit was small and couldn't warm everyone, so more Rangers stood outside. Craster, now a white, was tied up with ropes and left outside the hut, watched by 17 Rangers. What should we do next? The legendary creature had appeared before their eyes. Not only was Benjen completely at a loss, but even Mance Rayder's mind was blank at that moment. They could only turn to Lind for advice. Lord Commander Mormont has always felt there aren't enough men. The 7 kingdoms don't support the Night's Watch much, Lind said, using a twig to stir the logs in the fire pit, making the flames burn more fiercely. You can take this white to King's Landing and show it to the king and the lords of the Great Council. Show them what lies beyond the wall so they understand the danger. They will naturally prioritize the wall's safety. By then, the Night's Watch will have the men and money it needs, and restoring it to its former glory won't be difficult. At Lind's words, the Rangers' eyes lit up. Undoubtedly, his suggestion was the best course of action, at least for them. However, Mance Rayder and a few of his companions exchanged worried glances. When transporting it, be careful not to leave it in the sun for too long, and don't let it touch fire, Lind reminded them. It's best to get a cage to hold it. Benjen nodded. I know what to do. Lind then turned to Craster's wives. Most of them looked relieved, but in 1 or 2 pairs of eyes, there was lingering hatred. Calmly, Lind said, Craster is dead, and I killed the White Walkers. The protection pact he secured through sacrifice no longer exists. Staying here is too dangerous. If you remain, you'll either be killed by White Walkers or Whites, or you'll fall to marauding wildlings. Your best option is to go south of the wall with the Rangers. It will be much safer. Many of the women appeared tempted, but the eldest among them, an old woman, shook her head vigorously. No, this is our home. We will live here. We will go nowhere. After her words, the other women looked dejected. Lind fixed his gaze on her and said sternly, Madam, you seem to misunderstand me. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm telling you my decision. Do you understand? Under his gaze, the old woman flushed with panic and lowered her head. Yes, my lord, she murmured. Lind turned to Benjen. You leave at dawn tomorrow. No stopping along the way. Get back to Castle Black as quickly as possible with the people and the white. Yes, Lord Lind, Benjen nodded hurriedly. I'll go with you tomorrow, to keep an eye on you along the road, Mance Rayder said suddenly. Before Benjen could respond, Lind cut in sharply. No need. You'll continue north with me. We're going to the Fist of the First Men. A dark look crossed Mance Rayder's face. He and his companions exchanged glances before asking, My lord, what do you seek at the Fist of the First Men? As if he could read Mance's mind, Lind replied, I already told you. I'm looking for the legendary Horn of Winter. The night passed swiftly. At the first light of dawn, before the sun had even risen in the east, Benjen was already preparing to leave. He led the rangers under his command, taking the White of Craster and Craster's wives with him, galloping toward the wall. The cage for the White had been hastily built the night before using whatever materials they had on hand. Since it wasn't particularly sturdy, they worried it might fall apart on the road, so they built 3 and covered them with deerskin blankets and door curtains to block out the sun. The White Craster was tightly bound with ropes, even though he had already lost his hands and feet, and they placed an animal skin over his head as an extra precaution. Lind had also instructed Benjen to take the sacrificial pound back to Castle Black and give it to Maester Aemon for study, in case it held any mysteries. Once Benjen and the Castle Black Rangers departed, Lind and the others, including Mance Rayder, continued their journey north. After walking a short distance, they passed by the sacrifice ground. The sight of countless bodies scattered across the area left them speechless. They moved on in silence, still shaken by the scene. The ranger guide led them northwest. After a while, a young ranger spoke up. It seems the legendary White Walkers aren't that strong. Even Lord Lind was able to handle a few of them easily. At his words, the other rangers gave him looks of disbelief, as if he were an idiot. You're right, except that was Lord Lind, not us, one ranger said impatiently. Lind looked at the young ranger and said, White Walkers are very strong, even for me. The others seemed unimpressed, thinking he was merely being modest. What they didn't realize was that he was telling the truth. Although it had appeared that Lind easily defeated the 3 White Walkers, it was only because his strength and speed far exceeded theirs, and he wielded Valyrian steel, which gave him a significant advantage. However, that didn't mean he completely overpowered the White Walkers. If his opponent's strength and speed were on par with his own, then even he would find them formidable adversaries. Just as Valyrian steel was lethal to them, the weapons of the White Walkers were equally dangerous to him. If he were struck, even through steel armor, he would be wounded. This was why acquiring the Valyrian steel armor of the Banished Knight had become an urgent priority. That night, as Lind reviewed the battle and took stock of the key moments against the White Walkers, he discovered 3 things he hadn't noticed before, each carrying both advantages and disadvantages for him. The first was that the White Walker's sensing abilities were nearly on par with his own. When Lind had caught one off guard and smashed its head with a punch, the creature hadn't been able to dodge entirely, but it had reacted quickly enough to move its head along with the blow, reducing the impact. Without that reflex, it would have lost more than just half its head. This combination of quick reactions and powerful self-healing made White Walkers formidable opponents for him. More importantly, if the White Walkers were indeed a species, then the elf-like White Walker he had encountered was likely not among the strongest, merely a scout or a vanguard. Lind couldn't predict how powerful a truly formidable White Walker might be, it could even rival the ancient old gods. The second thing he realized was that Valyrian steel was not as absolutely lethal to White Walkers as he had initially believed. When he had slain the 3 human White Walkers, one of them had blocked the Banished Knight's greatsword with its arm. Though the arm shattered into ice crystals, it was only severed, the White Walker itself had not immediately disintegrated. It was only when he bisected the creature's body that it fully shattered. In other words, Valyrian steel was only fatal when it inflicted a decisive wound. This seemed to apply only to human White Walkers for now, and whether the same held true for elven White Walkers remained uncertain. If Valyrian steel had such limitations, then dragonglass likely worked the same way. This realization complicated things. It meant that for ordinary people, killing a White Walker would be incredibly difficult. Even the human White Walkers were far superior to regular human warriors in strength and agility. In direct combat, even if a warrior wielded Valyrian steel or dragonglass, landing a truly fatal blow would be no easy feat. The third discovery, however, was somewhat more favorable. After he had slain the 3 human White Walkers, he noticed 3 invisible streams of magic emerging from their evaporating bodies, flowing into the dragon runes, not only in the banished knight's greatsword but also into the dragon rune in his heart. This phenomenon matched the memories of the banished knight. Only those who had completed the dragon communion ritual possessed this ability. It was called dragon communion, and it was meant for dragons. After slaying a dragon, some of its power would be absorbed. The process felt similar to a kind of ancestral treasure from another world. However, just as directly consuming a dragon heart in the communion ritual could influence a banished knight's mind, absorbing a dragon's primordial magic upon death also had an effect, albeit to a lesser extent. What puzzled Lind now was why dragon communion had activated when he had killed a White Walker. After much thought, the only answer that made sense was that the power of the White Walkers was somehow linked to dragons. This led him to recall a legend about the first men beyond the wall and a story he had once read in Castle Black's library about a constellation called the Ice Dragons. According to legend, ice dragons once lived in the Shivering Sea and the Great White Wilderness. They were the inspiration behind the Ice Dragon constellation in the night sky. These creatures were said to be entirely made of ice crystals, with blue eyes and transparent, frozen wings. Their descriptions bore a striking resemblance to White Walkers, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call them dragon White Walkers. Since the White Walkers' magic had triggered the dragon communion ability, it was undeniable that they were connected to the legendary ice dragons. It was even possible that the White Walkers were a race created by them. Lord Lind. A voice called out, pulling Lind from his thoughts. Mance Rayder had approached him, speaking in a low voice. Lind turned to look at him. "Brother Mance, is there something the matter?" Mance was silent for a moment before saying, "I looked at Craster's wounds yesterday. His fatal wound was in the neck. He was killed by a beast that tore out his throat." Lind replied evenly, "Are you trying to say that I killed Craster, and that's why he became a white?" Mance Rayder's gaze was heavy. "Guest right is an ancient and sacred oath. I can assure you, it was indeed I who ordered Glory to kill Craster," Lind said with a smile. "And I did not violate guest rights." Mance's expression darkened. "And how do you figure that?" "Brother Mance, don't forget, I never ate the bread and salt provided by Craster." Lind's tone remained casual. Mance froze, and after a brief moment of recollection, realization dawned on him. It was true, Lind had not partaken in Craster's bread and salt. At the time, Mance had assumed he simply found the food unappealing and thought nothing of it. But looking back now, it seemed that Lind had been planning to kill Craster from the start. Yet what puzzled Mance was why Lind, a nobleman from the south who had never been beyond the wall before, would deliberately seek to kill a wildling. Though filled with questions, Mance did not press further. Instead, he returned to an unfinished conversation from the previous night. "Lord Lind, regarding the wildlings beyond the wall, there are still some things I don't understand. I'd like to hear your thoughts." "Does it matter what I think?" Lind asked before Mance could even pose his question. Mance hesitated, unsure how to respond. Lind swiftly crushed his expectations. "You've misunderstood something, Brother Mance. The reason I accepted the wildling tribes was because they were willing to change, to integrate into my lands and work for me. That's why I took them in. As for those who refused, I either eradicated them entirely or sent them into the mines, where they and their descendants will work for me forever." Mance's face paled. "If you think my treatment of them is lenient, then you can imagine how the nobles of the 7 kingdoms view them." Lind reached out, scratching Glory's outstretched head before motioning for the beast to run off and play. Then, he continued, "You're asking this because you want to know whether the 7 kingdoms will accept the wildlings beyond the wall, correct? I'll give you a clear answer. As things stand, the answer is a resounding no." His voice was calm but carried the weight of absolute certainty. Even with the wind and snow swirling around them, everyone nearby heard him clearly. Disappointment flickered across Mance Rayder's face, while the expressions of the Night's Watch Rangers darkened. Then, without warning, Lind spoke words that sent a chill through the gathered men. "Brother Mance, what made you sympathize with the wildlings so much that you led your brothers in the Night's Watch to break their oaths?" At his words, the surrounding rangers stiffened. Their hands instinctively reached for their weapons, but as their fingers brushed the hilts, they hesitated. They were standing before Lind, the chosen one who had effortlessly slaughtered whites and the legendary White Walkers. They knew the futility of resistance. Mance let out a slow breath. You knew from the very beginning that I had broken my oath. He looked at Lind. Tell me, then, where did I go wrong? Lind simply smiled, saying nothing. Mance did not press him, only giving a bitter chuckle. You may be mistaken. I didn't break my oath out of sympathy for the wildlings. I just never liked the black cloaks. Jeor Mormont should never have forced me to trade my red cloak for a black one. He paused before asking, what do you intend to do now? Execute us here? Or drag us back to Castle Black in chains? Lind glanced at Mance, then at the surrounding rangers. With a shrug, he said, I'm not a member of the Night's Watch. Your internal affairs are none of my business. Chapter 161, First Men's Fist. That's the fist of the First Men, said Mance Rayder, pointing ahead. After passing through a dense forest, the group emerged onto a hilltop, where they could see a towering mountain rising on the horizon. From a distance, the mountain's abrupt shape stood out. On a flat expanse of land, a hill in the shape of a fist jutted upward, as if a giant beneath the earth was trying to push its hand through the surface. Knowing that Lind had no intention of interfering in the Night's Watch's affairs, the black-cloaked rangers felt at ease and loosened up. Their lifted spirits quickened their pace, turning what should have been a 2-day journey into just a day and a half. By noon, they reached the border, where the fist of the First Men loomed into view. My lord, are you certain the Horn of Winter is on the fist of the First Men? Mance Rayder asked, continuing to lead the group forward. He glanced at Lind beside him, seeking confirmation. Lind replied in a deep voice, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be at the index finger corner of the fist of the First Man. Nothing unexpected. Mance Rayder repeated, eyeing Lind with doubt. Lind frowned. The book that records the Horn of Winter originates from a Ranger's patrol journal. I don't know if the contradictions come from the recorder or from the Ranger's own writings, but the passage about the Horn of Winter is filled with inconsistencies. I found the journal in Castle Black, but much of it has been damaged, making it impossible to verify the original record. Mance Rayder considered this for a moment before suggesting, can you tell us what was written? Maybe we can help you make sense of it. Lind thought for a while. 2 heads were better than 1, after all. He shared with the group the details of the section concerning Ranger Rorschach and the Horn of Winter, along with his uncertainties. Someone casually speculated, what if this Rorschach actually died, then came back to life as a white, but retained enough awareness to write a journal? The oath-breaking ranger beside him shot him a glare. A white writing a diary. How clever do you have to be to come up with something like that? The others chuckled at the absurdity of the suggestion. Yet, as implausible as it seemed, it wasn't entirely impossible. At least in the memories of the banished knight, there had been cases where the dead retained fragments of their former wisdom. Lind said in a low voice, regardless, we'll know the truth once we reach the fist of the First Man. And even if the story is full of contradictions, as long as the Horn of Winter is truly buried there, we don't need to care whether the tale itself is accurate. The group agreed with his reasoning, quickening their pace. Eager anticipation drove them forward. They were about to lay eyes on the legendary artifact said to awaken the giants beneath the earth and bring down the wall. Although they had spotted the fist of the First Men from a distance at noon, they did not reach its summit until dusk. At the top, they found a ring-shaped fortress enclosed by an artificial wall. Within the enclosure lay the ruins of several buildings, a few tombs, and a pile of oddly shaped mounds. The fortress was simple, yet ancient. According to historical records, it had been built by the First Men during the Age of Mourning, making it between 5,000 and 6,000 years old. The group stepped inside. The rangers unloaded the firewood they had gathered along the way, stacking it near the ruins. They also gathered the scattered stones, reinforcing the walls of the crumbling structures to create a windbreak. Soon, a campfire was lit, and their temporary camp was set up. Under Mance Rayder's guidance, Lind arrived at a place known as the Finger of the Gods. The burial mounds were indeed here, many of them, spread across an open field. So many burial mounds, which one holds the Horn of Winter? Mance Rayder muttered, scanning the scene. If we clear them one by one, it could take all night, a ranger pointed out. There's no need to clear them all, Lind said. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he had already used his long-range vision to survey the area. In his sight, only one of the graves emitted a faint trace of magic. The burial mound in question lay alone at the edge of the mountain, near the cliff. Lind stepped forward and moved a large stone aside, revealing the grave beneath it. He swiftly cleared away the rubble, and soon, the corner of a black cloak came into view. Mance Rayder and his men hurried over to help. Together, they uncovered the grave in no time. Inside, they found the remains of about 8 Night's Watch brothers, their weapons still buried alongside them. Despite the passage of time, the weapons had remained relatively intact, likely due to the environment. Scattered among the remains were arrowheads and spear tips made of obsidian, along with a few obsidian daggers. Lind reminded them, gather all the obsidian arrows and daggers. They can injure or kill White Walkers. These will be your lifeline beyond the wall. At his words, Mance Rayder and his men immediately crouched down, carefully picking up every piece of obsidian they could find. What about the whites? Someone asked while picking up a piece of obsidian. Lind explained, there are 2 ways. One is to burn them with fire, and the other is to use other forces to dispel the White Walker's magic within them. As he spoke, he walked over to the only visible corpse of a Night's Watch member, which was emitting a faint magical aura. Kneeling down, he lifted the cape covering the body and saw a bronze horn hidden beneath it, the source of the magic, in his eyes. Mance Rayder, who had been focused on his own task, noticed Lind picking up the not particularly large bronze horn. He immediately stopped what he was doing, walked over, and asked in an excited tone, "Is this the Horn of Winter?" "Maybe," Lind replied, not giving a definitive answer. What was certain was that the horn was broken. A deep, unmistakable crack ran from the top to the base, severing the mysterious rune etched into the bronze. Upon closer inspection, the break appeared as if it had been sliced by an incredibly sharp blade. Despite being damaged for such a long time, the magic lingering within the horn remained astonishing. One could only imagine how powerful it must have been when it was intact. Moreover, Lind noticed that the horn was actually composed of 2 layers. Beneath the outer bronze shell, which was covered in intricate runes, the inner layer was lined with rings of polished black stones. At first, Lind assumed they were obsidian, but upon closer examination, he realized they bore a striking resemblance to the foundation material he had seen at the base of the high tower in Old Town, the Black Stone Fortress. One was the foundation of an island at the southernmost tip of Westeros, while the other was a legendary artifact found at the northernmost edge of the continent. The fact that these 2 seemingly unrelated things were connected by the same mysterious black stone raised more questions than answers, sparking an irresistible urge to investigate further. While Lind pondered the secrets of the Horn of Winter, Mance Rayder was more concerned with its function. After hearing Lind's uncertain response, he pressed further. "Why only, maybe?" Lind turned to him and said, "This horn is too small, much smaller than I expected. What do you think will happen to the wall if a horn this size is blown?" Mance Rayder immediately pictured the scene in his mind, and understanding dawned on him. The contrast was simply too stark. No matter how small the Horn of Winter was, it should be massive, large enough for a giant to handle, at the very least. After all, it was meant to awaken the giants of the earth and bring down the wall. This horn, however, was far too small. Lind didn't linger on the subject. Instead, he walked over to his horse, took a supply box from the saddlebag, placed the horn inside, and returned it to the bag alongside the dragon egg. At that moment, something caught his eye. The dragon egg, which he hadn't checked in 2 days, seemed to have changed. Curious, he took it out and placed it near the fire for a closer look. The once stone-like shell had developed vein-like patterns, interweaving across its surface and linking all the scales. The magic within had grown stronger, not only more potent but now pulsing with a rhythmic vibration, almost like a heartbeat. "Is that a dragon egg?" someone exclaimed as they caught sight of what Lind had just taken out. Mance Rayder, who had been busy organizing obsidian arrowheads, looked up upon hearing the commotion. After handing the task over to his subordinates, he walked over to Lind, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the egg in his hands. "So the stories of the Song of the Chosen, ghosts, and dragon eggs are true. You really got a dragon egg from the ghost in Summerhall?" "Yes," Lind admitted without hesitation. He then gestured for the crowd to keep their distance and called Glory over before beginning the routine maintenance of the dragon egg using dragon runes. Unlike the previous times, which had yielded no visible reaction, this time, as he infused the power of the dragon runes, the vein-like patterns on the egg's surface began to glow with a faint red light. With each pulse of the glow, the scales shimmered in alternating hues of reddish tones and silvery blue. The onlookers, captivated by the strange sight, momentarily forgot what they were doing. They stood in silence, watching Lind and the dragon egg in his hands with rapt attention. The process did not last long. Soon, Lind sensed that the dragon egg had absorbed as much rune power as it could for now, and he stopped. The egg returned to its previous petrified state, but if one looked closely, the vein-like patterns still flickered faintly, as though mirroring the rhythm of a heartbeat. When the rune's power touched the egg, Lind could clearly feel the changes, far more significant than the last time he had tended to it. He speculated that the wall had something to do with it. Passing near the wall must have affected the rune, and by extension, the egg. And from what he could tell so far, the influence seemed to be a positive one. "Lord Lind, are you trying to hatch a dragon?" Someone finally broke the silence, unable to contain their curiosity after witnessing the phenomenon. "Not yet." "Not yet," Lind answered cryptically, leaving the questioner utterly confused. He then stood up, placed the dragon egg back into his backpack, and retrieved some of the animals Glory had hunted. Without another word, he tossed them over to Mance Rayder and his men to process. As one of them took a carcass and drew a knife to skin it, he muttered, "If only we had some wine." Craster must have had some hidden in his cellar. He drank all night and didn't finish it. "We should search for it before we leave." "Shut up," a ranger snapped. He was supposedly a follower of the old gods. "We still have guest rights with the Craster family and their guests. You'll be cursed by the gods if you do that." The firstman scoffed. "Craster is dead. Guest right dies with him." "But his wives are still alive," another interjected. Someone else changed the subject altogether. "What do you think will happen when Benjen Stark returns to Castle Black with Craster's wight? Someone among them will definitely be scared shitless. Just like you. I slept next to you last night and smelled piss." "Shut up. You smelled piss because you sleep next to the sheep pen, and the ass of a fat sheep was right in your face." Amidst the crude banter of the Oathbreakers, they quickly butchered the prey, rubbed it with coarse salt, and set it over the fire to roast. Soon, the sizzling of fat and the mouth-watering aroma of cooking meat filled the air. As he tended to the fire, turning the meat, Lind asked casually, "Where are you going after this?" Mance Rayder thought for a moment before answering, "I have an agreement with Grigg, a leader of the Thens. He'll send reinforcements to meet me, and then we may head to the Then lands in the north." "Will he trust the Night's Watch?" Lind asked. "Yes. Because I've already broken my oath in front of him," Mance Rayder said simply, offering no further explanation. Then he gestured toward the other former Night's Watchmen and added, "They have also broken their oaths. We're all bastards, one parent a Night's Watchman, the other free folk. Among the Watch, bastards are even lower than robbers, murderers, and rapists. The others are always on guard around us." Lind's voice was quiet, but his words carried weight. "What you're doing now only proves what they already believe, that bastards can't be trusted." Mance Rayder fell silent. He did not refute the statement. Lind didn't press the matter. Instead, he said, "Once Benjen brings the White to King's Landing, it'll draw the attention of the king and the great lords. The Night's Watch will inevitably grow stronger as a result. Patrols will likely extend as far as the Fist of the First Men, and conflicts between the Watch and the Free Folk will only increase. Add the return of the White Walkers to the equation, and life beyond the wall will become more difficult than ever. I hope, by then, you won't regret breaking your oath, King Beyond the Wall." Mance Rayder froze for a moment before laughing. "Is that some kind of prophecy?" The others around them began to murmur, but Lind did not answer. Movement. Movement at the foot of the mountain, a sentry suddenly shouted from his post on the cliff. At once, everyone rushed over to the edge, peering down. But the raging snowstorm obscured their vision. They could only make out the shapes of many people running for their lives. Among them were dozens of giants. Lind, however, could see more clearly than the rest. What he saw below was a hunt. The White Walkers were chasing the wildlings. Chapter 162, The Others Hunt. Below the Fist of the First Men, a mixed group of wildling tribes and giants were running for their lives. Behind them, a relentless horde of whites pursued, their movements unnatural and unyielding. Among them, 5 or 6 human White Walkers stood, commanding the undead to drive the fleeing wildlings forward. It seemed that the White Walkers were not merely chasing them to kill them outright. Instead, they were methodically exhausting the strength of the hundreds of wildlings and dozens of giants, forcing them to flee until their bodies could no longer sustain them. Then, when the last reserves of their strength were drained, the White Walkers would strike, ensuring they claimed fresh, intact whites. "You, sound the horn immediately and meet them on the mountain." "I will deal with the White Walkers," Lind ordered without hesitation. "I'll go with you." Mance Rayder responded at once. "The people down there are the Thens who came to help us." "No need. You'll only be a burden to me." Lind shook his head, rejecting Mance Rayder's offer outright. Instead, he instructed him to guard his horse and belongings. Then, before the stunned eyes of everyone present, he drew his banished knight greatsword, and leapt from the summit of the fist of the first man. The moment he left the cliff's edge, he did not plummet to the ground as gravity would demand. Instead, he soared through the air like a bird, his form cutting through the storm with unnatural grace. Lightning erupted from his body, illuminating the sky with fierce, crackling energy. It was as if a thunder god himself had descended from the heavens. The spectacle was so astonishing that it did not go unnoticed. The wildlings and giants fleeing below turned their heads in shock, their eyes widening at the radiant figure hurtling toward them. Even the White Walkers took notice, their inhuman eyes locking onto the source of this sudden, unknown threat. Though they did not know what was falling toward them, they sensed the danger. Without hesitation, they formed ice spears in their hands and hurled them at the descending figure. But Lind, now fully enveloped in lightning, was faster than the ice spears. With supernatural agility, he dodged each projectile effortlessly, weaving through the air before finally landing in the midst of the whites. The moment his feet touched the frozen ground, the storm dragon rune absorbed the impact, dispersing the force entirely. At the same time, the lightning dragon rune unleashed a surge of lightning in all directions, a crackling explosion of energy that incinerated the surrounding whites in an instant. The air filled with the stench of burning flesh and scorched ice. One of the human White Walkers, caught in the blast, shattered into a spray of ice crystals. Lind wasted no time. Channeling the power of the Storm Dragon rune, he propelled himself forward like a raging tempest, hurtling toward the next White Walker with murderous intent. The White Walker sensed the lethal force approaching and, atop its deathly pale horse, swung its ice crystal sword without hesitation. The gleaming blade cut through the frigid air, aiming to cleave through its attacker. But as the ice crystal sword met the banished knight sword, it shattered instantly upon impact with the Valyrian steel. A single, fluid stroke followed, cutting through the White Walker's ice armor and slicing its body in half. Lind did not pause. His focus remained locked onto the next White Walker as he surged forward, carving his way through the battlefield with lethal efficiency. The Thens and their giant allies, who had moments ago been running for their lives, watched as a figure of light descended from the sky and burned a vast swath of whites to ash. They quickly realized that this luminous warrior was no enemy. He was their savior. But as they watched him cut down the whites and White Walkers with terrifying ease, a feeling of shame rose among them. This one man was fighting alone against an entire army, while they had been running in fear. Fueled by their wounded pride, they abandoned their retreat. At the commands of their leaders, they picked up their weapons and turned to face the whites. In their determination to fight, they did not even register the sound of the horn being blown from the fist of the first man. Just as they were about to charge, roaring their defiance, something strange happened. The whites that had moments ago been snarling and brandishing their weapons suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if their strings had been cut. The corpses lay still, lifeless once more. It was not only the ones before them. Every white in sight crumpled to the snow, their animation gone. The battlefield that had been filled with the shrieks and clattering of the undead was now eerily silent. The Thens then noticed something else. The White Walkers, with their eerie silvery blue glow, had vanished entirely. Only one figure remained standing amidst the sea of corpses. The Lightbringer, still crackling with residual lightning, stood alone. Gawa! Gawa! A thunderous cry broke the silence. One of the giants dropped to his knees before the luminous warrior, his voice booming in reverence. The Thens who understood the ancient language of the giants knew at once what the word meant. Gawa, God. The giants had already made up their minds. The one who had just obliterated the White Walkers and their whites was not just a warrior. He was a god. It wasn't only the giants. Many of the Thens also knelt, echoing the cry of Gawa. Though the free folk prided themselves on never kneeling, bowing before a deity was not something they found difficult to accept. Lind, standing amidst their worship, was still calming himself. When he had been fighting, the moment he killed the White Walker, the power of Dragon's runes had activated. It had consumed the essence of the slain White Walker, transferring some of its power to him. But the Dragon's runes did more than just that, it had also awakened something else within him. The memories of the Peacekeeper and Banished Knight resurfaced violently in his mind, turning him into little more than a killing machine. Even after slaying the last of the White Walkers, he had not felt satisfied. The bloodlust had lingered. If not for the intervention of his dragon rune necklace, he might have continued his slaughter, turning on the wildlings and giants as well. The rune had acted just in time, dragging him out of the haze of battle before he lost all control. Now, as he stood in silence, he consciously eliminated the lingering effects of the dragon runes, stabilizing his mind. He took a moment to analyze how the rune had changed after consuming the White Walker's power, adjusting his consciousness accordingly to return to a normal state. As he turned to look at the wildling tribes and giants, Lind was surprised by their reaction, momentarily freezing in place. Although he didn't understand what Gawa had meant, he could tell from the wildlings and giants' actions that they regarded him as something akin to a deity. Lind sheathed the greatsword of the Banished Knight and walked toward the wildlings and giants. Stopping in front of them, he asked, "Does anyone here understand the common tongue?" "Are you a crow?" a voice called out from the crowd, the words rough and unpracticed. A broad-shouldered wildling stepped forward, giving Lind a once-over before shaking his head. "You're no crow. Crows wear black." Lind didn't explain his identity. Instead, he asked, "You must be Grigg, the leader of the Thens." The wildling shook his head. "No. Grigg is my father. He has joined the Whites. I am Gren. I lead the Thens now. I am a friend of Mance Rayder. He's at the Fist of the First Men right now," Lind said, pointing in that direction. "Let's go. Don't keep him waiting." "Mance, good crow. He is also Gren's friend." Gren nodded, then turned to the kneeling wildlings and spoke in their language, his voice carrying authority. From the tone and reactions, it was clear he was explaining the situation. The wildlings stood, though their expressions remained filled with reverence toward Lind. At that moment, one of the giants stepped forward, the tallest among them. He walked up to Lind, then dropped to one knee and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Gawa, Gluck, Vargot, Ka, Ndiva." Lind stared at the giant in confusion. Beside him, Gren translated, "The giants see you as a deity. They wish to follow you." Lind studied the giants closely. They did not resemble the furry, ape-like beings described in the books of this world. Instead, they looked more like the giants depicted in the drama series. Using himself for reference, he estimated their height to be around 4 or 5 meters, taller than the 3 meters recorded in the books. Unlike those descriptions, they lacked thick hair and wore clothing. Their eyes were not particularly large, tucked beneath broad foreheads, likely an adaptation to prevent snow blindness. To an outsider unfamiliar with their physiology, their small eyes might give the impression of weak vision. When Lind didn't immediately respond, Gren quickly added, "The giants take their oaths seriously. If you do not accept their loyalty, they will sacrifice themselves to you." Lind hadn't expected to gain the allegiance of a group of giants, but it was certainly not a disadvantage. He turned to Gren and asked, "What should I say to them?" "You only need to say, Kabukari, Gawawakari," Gren instructed. Lind stepped forward, removed his helmet, and held it under his arm before addressing the kneeling giant leader. "Kabukari, Gawawakari." The giant leader's solemn face broke into a broad smile. He stood and called out to the others behind him, "Gawawakari." The remaining 25 giants rose, lifting their tree-trunk-sized wooden weapons and echoing in unison, "Gawawakari." Watching them, Lind remarked, "These giants are completely different from the ones I read about in books. I thought giants were supposed to be covered in hair." Gren nodded. "Those are Goan giants. These are Gawa giants. Different kinds. These 20 or so Gawa giants may be the last of their kind beyond the wall." "You understand their language?" Lind asked. "Can you teach me?" "Of course," Gren replied with a nod. At that moment, the horn from the Fist of the First Men sounded once more, and everyone at the foot of the mountain tensed. The sharp, echoing blast sent a wave of unease through the gathered wildlings and giants. Lind spotted a night's watchman standing at the edge of the cliff, his arm outstretched, pointing into the distance. Immediately, Lind followed his gaze. Through the wind and snow, he saw it, a vast sea of white stretching as far as the eye could see, densely packed and moving as one. Dozens of White Walkers were interspersed among them, their presence unmistakable. Among them, there were not only human White Walkers but also elf White Walkers. Though the White Walkers all shared similar features, Lind was able to recognize one in particular, the one he had beaten before. The subtle differences in its appearance made it stand out, even among its kind. The wildlings and giants, lacking Lind's keen eyesight, couldn't see through the raging snowstorm as he could. But they knew the whites well enough to recognize the approaching threat. Weapons were lifted, grips tightened, and a tense readiness filled the air. The giants positioned themselves behind Lind, gripping their massive wooden clubs and letting out deep, rumbling roars in defiance of the approaching enemy. Lind's expression hardened. There were simply too many White Walkers. Even at his full strength, he wasn't sure if he could cut them all down. But there was no turning back now. He placed his helmet back onto his head, unsheathed the great sword of the banished knight once more, and activated the rune of the lightning dragon. Lightning crackled around his form, wrapping his body in flickering energy. His plan was simple: charge into the horde, strike fast, and kill at least one or two White Walkers in an instant. Then, just as the tension reached its peak and the battle seemed inevitable, the storm in the sky suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had pressed pause on the howling blizzard. The sudden stillness left an eerie silence in its wake. With the storm no longer obscuring their vision, the wildlings and giants could finally see the full scale of the army before them. Even the most fearless among them could not hide their fear as they took in the sight of the White Walkers and whites standing in the open. Lind, however, noticed something else, something that sent a ripple of unease through him. The White Walkers, too, seemed surprised. Even through their icy composure, he caught the flicker of confusion. Among them, the elf White Walker he had been watching wore an unmistakable expression of panic. Then, one among them, adorned in the most intricate ice armor, with features that were eerily beautiful, raised his spear. He let out a sharp, piercing cry, like the sound of shattering glass. The effect was immediate. Every White Walker and white turned away and began retreating toward the north, vanishing into the endless white of the land of always winter. A collective sigh of relief spread through the wildlings and giants. The immediate danger had passed, but Lind did not lower his guard. His instincts warned him that the leader of the White Walkers had not left without lingering malice. And sure enough, just as he had expected, the elf White Walker suddenly turned back. Without warning, he hurled his ice spear directly at Lind. The projectile moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Lind had been ready. His great sword moved with precision, crossing the two massive blades and thrusting them forward. The tip of the ice spear met the sharpened steel, and shattered upon impact. Yet, despite the spear breaking, the force behind it did not vanish. The sheer power traveled through Lind's swords, slamming into him and sending him hurtling backward. He crashed into the giant leader behind him, the impact so strong that even the massive giant staggered several steps back. It took the combined effort of the surrounding giants to stop his momentum. Once the giant leader regained his footing, Lind immediately leaped from his body, landing back on the ground. His hands tingled with lingering numbness. If the White Walker had thrown another spear, he wasn't sure he could have stopped it again. That attack confirmed Lind's suspicions: what he had fought before were merely foot soldiers. The White Walker leader he faced now was something else entirely. The difference in strength was clear. The human and elf White Walkers he had dealt with before had been formidable, but this one was an elite. Lind was still confident that he could kill this White Walker leader, but it would no longer be as easy as before. He would have to fight with everything he had, or risk being the one to fall. Yet, the White Walker leader did not attack again. Sitting atop his skeletal horse, he simply watched Lind in silence. His icy gaze seemed intent on committing Lind's face to memory. When the last of his kind had passed him, he finally turned his horse and rode north, disappearing into the storm beyond the wall. Phew! It's over. It's finally over. Wildling Chief Gren exhaled heavily, relief washing over him as he slumped onto the ground without a second thought. The other wildlings followed suit, dropping where they stood and gasping for breath. The giants, though they did not collapse as the wildlings did, could be heard breathing heavily from the exhaustion of their tension. Lind sheathed his sword before turning to Gren. Why were the White Walkers and Whites this far south? Don't they usually stay farther north in the land of always winter? Gren shook his head. I don't know. Ever since the Great Cold began a year ago, they've become more active. They've been hunting people, dragging them north. The wildling tribes that once lived beyond the then are all gone, captured. Those who survived fled to the Frostfangs to hide. But it's fine now, Gren added, forcing a weak smile. As long as there's no blizzard, they'll disappear. Lind, however, wasn't reassured. The White Walkers' increased activity troubled him. He had a growing suspicion that it was tied to the injury of the three-eyed crow. But if that was the case, then as the three-eyed crow regained its strength, the influence of the weirwood in the forests beyond the wall would also return. And when that happened, the White Walkers would have no choice but to retreat once more to the far north. At least, that was what he hoped. Chapter 163, The Stone Giant. After saving the Thens and the Giants from the White Walkers, Lind chose to stay. He joined Mance, Rayder and the others, traveling with the Thens to their refuge, a hidden valley deep in the Frostfangs, where dozens of tribes had gathered after fleeing from elsewhere. Along the way, they encountered other wildling tribes. Some joined their ranks and traveled with them to the Hidden Valley refuge, while others chose to head east to Hardhome, where it was rumored that ships could take them around the wall to the south. However, Mance Rayder warned the leaders of those tribes that the ships at Hardhome would not take them south of the wall but rather to the slave markets across the narrow sea. The leaders of those tribes did not believe Mance Rayder's words. Even though Gren, the Then's leader, repeatedly assured them that Mance Rayder and the others were good crows, they still refused to trust anything the crows said. During this time, Lind devoted himself to learning the ancient language from Gren, as it would help him communicate with the giants more easily. Compared to other complex languages, the ancient language was much simpler, mostly consisting of single-syllable words representing concrete meanings, with little to no complicated grammar. In just 2 days, Lind had learned everything Gren knew of the old tongue and could communicate fluently with the giants. The giants, who regarded Lind as a god and had pledged to serve him, belonged to an ancient tribe known as the Stone Men. They had once lived in the White Waste, where they had built a giant city. However, in the distant past, their city had been destroyed by the ice dragons. The survivors were then besieged by the White Walkers, forcing them to migrate south. Thousands of years had passed since then, and now only 26 of their kind remained. To distinguish them from the furry giants beyond the wall, the wildling tribes referred to them as the Stone Giants. The leader of the Stone Giants was called Mag, though this was a simplified name. The true names of the Stone Giants were long, consisting of more than 10 words. However, after they swore allegiance to Lind, whom they saw as a deity, they added the title Gawa before their names. For example, Mag became Gawa Mag, which meant God Mag. Lind was particularly interested in the history of the Stone Giants, especially the stories about the White Waste and the Ice Dragons, so he spoke with Mag often during their journey. Unfortunately, Mag had been born after her people had moved beyond the wall and had never seen the White Desert herself. She only knew bits and pieces of its history from her ancestors, and due to the language barrier, her explanations were often fragmented and difficult to piece together into anything useful. It was during these conversations that Lind realized Mag was a female giant. He had read that giants beyond the wall had little distinction between the sexes in terms of appearance, but he had never imagined that the bearded giant standing before him, who lacked any obvious feminine features, was actually a woman. Moreover, of the 26 stone giants, 17 were female, while only 9 were male, and the male giants were noticeably smaller than their female counterparts. After the giants saw Glory, which was clearly different from an ordinary shadowcat, they all called it Taka. Mag explained that Taka was a mysterious beast that inhabited the White Waste. According to legend, it could grow as large as a dragon and even prey upon them. Its most distinguishing characteristic was its size, larger than a typical shadowcat. Lind speculated that the Taka might be a variant of the shadowcat, like Glory. As for the claim that it fed on dragons, he believed it might be related to its ability to consume the energy of resentful spirits that contain dragon souls. As for whether it could truly grow to a massive size like a dragon, Lind found it unlikely based on Glory's growth so far. If Glory were to grow further, it would require a significant amount of resentful spirit energy specifically containing dragon souls. Not every type of resentful spirit energy could promote its growth. For example, the energy found in Summerhall had only granted Glory special abilities rather than physical development. In the end, Lind decided to let nature take its course. Whatever growth Glory achieved would ultimately depend on fate. The group, a combination of several wildling tribes, sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, and giants, moved at a slow pace. It took them 3 days to reach a fork in the Milkwater River. Since they had fled without carrying supplies, they had to hunt for food along the way. The presence of many wounded also contributed to their sluggish progress. Fortunately, during those 3 days, they did not encounter any White Walkers or Whites, and the blizzard had completely stopped. More notably, Lind witnessed a surge of magic from a weirwood tree with a carved human face. It seemed that the three-eyed crow was beginning to recover and was using the weirwood to create an environment akin to a barrier beyond the wall. While this barrier would not harm the White Walkers directly, it appeared to impose certain restrictions on them, potentially weakening them to the point where even ordinary folk might be capable of killing them, perhaps foreshadowing the rise of a White Walker slayer like Samuel Tarly. Damn it, the ice has melted. Standing by the Milkwater River, Gren scowled at the broken chunks of floating ice. Cut down trees and make a raft, Mance Rayder suggested. Another voice proposed, have the giants drive stakes into the water and build a makeshift bridge. As everyone hurried to propose solutions, Lind rode up to the river on his horse, leading Glory beside him. He turned to Gren and Mance Rayder and simply said, "Follow me." Amid the puzzled stares of the crowd, Lind nudged his horse forward, guiding Eben toward the river. The moment Eben's hooves touched the water, they did not sink. Instead, they stood firm atop the surface as ice rapidly formed beneath him. A thick layer of ice spread outward as he advanced, connecting the floating ice and shaping an ice bridge. Those who witnessed this miracle, whether they had seen Lind slay White Walkers before or had only recently joined the wildling tribes, were filled with awe. Cries of worship erupted, calling upon the gods. While the crowd was still immersed in their reverent shouts, the giants were the first to step onto the newly formed ice bridge. Despite their immense weight, the bridge held firm, showing no sign of breaking. Seeing this, the others quickly followed, scrambling onto the ice and making their way across the river. Once everyone had safely crossed, Lind drew his greatsword and swung it in a single, decisive motion. The entire ice bridge shattered into countless shards, which were swiftly carried away by the current, vanishing as if they had never existed. For Gren and the others, crossing the Milkwater meant safety. The White Walkers and Whites could not pursue them across the river, making the remainder of their journey significantly easier. With their fear of pursuit gone, the group quickened their pace. Before long, they had entered the mountainous terrain of the Frostfangs. After traversing a few hills, they reached the entrance of a canyon. At the top of the canyon, wildling sentries stood watch. They had spotted the group from afar and immediately sounded their horns to alert those inside. By the time the travelers arrived at the entrance, a large gathering had already formed to meet them. Gren hastened his steps, breaking away from the group and rushing forward. The wildling leaders waiting at the entrance stepped out to greet him. These wildling chieftains, both men and women, seemed to share a close bond with Gren. Upon seeing him, they reached out and embraced him, speaking in their native tongue as they inquired about the migration. However, when their gazes shifted to the rest of the group, particularly to Mance Rayder and the others in their black Night's Watch cloaks, their expressions darkened. Their voices rose in protest, shouting angrily at Gren. "Mance is a good crow. He has broken his crow's oath and is now free folk," Gren shouted in the common tongue, addressing both the wildling leaders and Mance Rayder. Mance Rayder stepped forward, offering the wildling leaders his respects before skillfully explaining his situation in their language. Their expressions softened slightly, and one of the eldest among them instructed Mance Rayder and the others to discard their black cloaks. Mance complied without hesitation, and with that, the wildlings were convinced that he and his followers were no longer bound to the Night's Watch. With that matter settled, they led the group deeper into the canyon. It was only then that they took notice of Lind, flanked by giants, with Glory by his side. Someone whispered to Gren, inquiring about Lind. To them, he did not resemble a formidable knight but rather a fool, dressed in metal armor despite the bitter cold. Even with a massive beast following him, he seemed to be nothing more than a man who had managed to tame a large creature. However, when Gren recounted what he had witnessed, how Lind had descended from the mountains like living thunder, slaughtering Whites and White Walkers, the wildlings regarded him as if he were raving drunk. Such tales sounded more like the ramblings of a fool than reality. Yet, the tribal leaders familiar with the stone giants noticed the way the giants treated Lind, with deference, almost reverence, as if he were a deity. That alone made them reconsider Gren's words. Perhaps, just perhaps, what he said was not so far from the truth. The canyon was not particularly long, it took 5 or 6 minutes to walk through. On the other side, the landscape opened into a valley surrounded by towering mountains, thick with trees. Melted snow from the peaks converged into a small lake at the valley center, around which countless tents and cabins were haphazardly erected. Thousands of wildlings moved through the camp, going about their daily tasks. Among them were a dozen or so woolly giants, assisting the wildlings in building their shelters. When the stone giants spotted their shaggy kin, their hardened faces twisted into expressions of disgust. Those giants, in turn, let out low, provocative growls upon seeing the stone giants. Despite the evident tension, neither side made a move to attack. Their hostility remained limited to expressions and body language. The wildling leaders, relieved that the giants were not fighting, quickly arranged for the stone giants to stay in the caves at the edge of the valley, an environment they preferred. Lind settled outside the caves with the stone giants. Unlike the furry giants, who lacked construction skills, the pound giants were adept at building. Before nightfall, they had already erected a simple pointed house for Lind before moving on to fix up their own dwellings. As night fell, the sound of a sentry's horn echoed through the valley. At once, the wildlings grew tense, turning their gazes toward the canyon's entrance. When they heard the distinct pattern of long and short blasts, they let out sighs of relief and resumed their work. Before long, the leader of the wildlings in the canyon welcomed another group into the valley. This tribe was smaller, numbering between a few hundred and 3,000 people, yet they drew considerable attention due to their leader. At the front of the procession rode a white-haired man on the back of a bear. Walking beside him was a normal-sized shadowcat and 3 wolves. At the sight of this distinctive figure, Lind instantly recognized him, Varamir, the infamous sixth skin of the wildlings beyond the wall. Varamir was said to be the most powerful skin changer in existence, able to control 6 beasts at once and even possess the minds of animals and humans alike. In a way, he was an enhanced version of Howland Reed. Yet, despite his abilities, Lind despised him. In fact, Varamir was one of the few people in the world of ice and fire that he utterly loathed. Varamir was a kinslayer. As a child, he had hated his younger brother so much that he used 3 dogs to tear the 2-year-old to death. He was also a man devoid of morals, willing to betray and kill even those who had helped him. When a spearwife once saved him, risking her life to protect him from the White Walkers, he had rewarded her by murdering her the moment it suited him. Even so, as long as Varamir did not provoke him, Lind had no intention of doing anything to him. Lind planned to stay in the valley for 2 days, learning what he could about the wildling tribes before concluding his journey beyond the wall and returning to the Great Wall. 2 days later, return, Great Wall, south, you, follow, me. Lind suddenly wondered whether the stone giants would be willing to accompany him when he returned south. After all, they had always lived in the far north. Giants, follow Gawa, south, follow Gawa, she answered loudly. Lind's expression remained firm, and the other stone giants echoed the response with a chorus of deep, resounding voices. Their thunderous roar drew the attention of the wildlings in the camp. Many turned their heads, but when they saw it was just the giants making noise, they resumed their activities. Only one man reacted differently, Varamir, still sitting atop his bear. His eyes lit up when he noticed Glory by Lind's side, a calculating gleam flashing across his face, as though he had just thought of something. That night, Lind took out the dragon egg and performed his usual routine maintenance before deciding to rest. The intense battle with the White Walkers, followed by days of relentless travel, had left him exhausted. However, as he prepared to sleep, Glory, who had been resting by the campfire, suddenly rose from the ground. The beast paced restlessly in an open area, letting out low, menacing growls. Lind immediately sensed the unease and aggression in Glory's emotions. He was just about to connect with Glory's mind to calm it down when... Suddenly, Glory's fur darkened, turning completely black, and a strange radiance emanated from it. A vague figure flickered into existence for just an instant before vanishing. At that very moment, an agonized scream tore through the wildling camp. Then, chaos erupted. From within Varamir's tent, the bear, Shadowcat, and 3 wolves burst out, their eyes wild with frenzy. They attacked everything in sight, wildlings, animals, anything that moved. The camp was thrown into panic. The wildlings had no choice but to put the crazed beasts down. When they finally stormed into Varamir's tent, they found him lying on the ground, motionless. His vacant eyes stared into nothingness, his mouth slack and drooling. He looked like an idiot. Chapter 164, Restoring Honor. Are you really leaving? Gren, leader of the wildling tribes of the Thens, stood at the entrance to the canyon, watching Lind, who was already packed and ready to go. Stay. Lord Lind, you will be respected here like a god. Lind smiled and replied, Gren, let me ask you this, if you had unlimited food in the south, vast wealth, tens of thousands working under you, and countless people serving you at the heart of your domain, would you choose to remain in the cold north beyond the wall or return to the south? Forget I said anything, Gren muttered, his face contorted as if he had been constipated for days. Muttering under his breath, he turned and hurried back into the canyon. He meant no harm. He just doesn't understand your status in the southern kingdoms. Mance Rayder stepped forward, offering an explanation on Gren's behalf. I know. And I like the people here, too, Lind said, glancing back at the tribal leaders and warriors gathered at the canyon entrance, waving him farewell. Though he had only spent 2 days among them, his overwhelming display of strength in camp, single-handedly besting all the tribe's warriors, had earned him unparalleled respect among the wildling tribes. The Thens, in particular, having witnessed his miraculous power firsthand, revered him almost as a god. Since the arrival of the Sixskins Varamir's tribe, no other wildling clans have sought refuge here. It seems they were the last to come. The remaining tribes have either made their way to Hardhome or scattered, hoping to evade the White Walkers' pursuit, Mance Rayder said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. But then, shifting the subject, he added, that incident with Varamir, was that you're doing? Not me. It, Lind corrected, shaking his head. He gestured toward Glory but didn't elaborate. Instead, he pointed toward the distant stream of melting snow and said, you don't need to worry too much. The White Walkers won't be heading south again anytime soon. Haven't you noticed? The weather is getting warmer. Mance Rayder froze at Lind's words, then turned to where he was pointing. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, and soon, the worry in his brow eased. Everyone knew the White Walkers thrived in cold and blizzards. As warmth returned, they would inevitably retreat northward. Lind reached out and patted Mance Rayder's shoulder. The wildling tribes haven't realized this yet. Use this time to strengthen your reputation among them. You were a Night's Watch deserter, they won't trust or respect you easily. Mance Rayder fell into deep thought at Lind's words. Without saying more, Lind mounted his horse, took the reins, and guided Ebbon away from the mountain. Glory and the stone giants followed closely behind, their figures soon disappearing over a distant hillside. Though the crossing at the Milkwater River was close to the Shadow Tower and would take at most half a day to reach, Lind chose to avoid it. With 26 stone giants at his side, he was unfamiliar with the Night's Watchman stationed there, and leading such a force straight to their gates might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he opted to take a detour south through the pass at Castle Black. 2 days later, Lind and the giants arrived at the outer walls of the wall. The sight of the towering stone giants immediately sent the men atop the wall into alarm, and the warning bells rang out. Hearing the clanging bells, Lind instructed the stone giants to wait at the forest's edge while he rode Ebbon toward the entrance of the pass below. Lord Lind. One of the Night's Watchmen peering through the guardrail recognized him, his voice tinged with surprise and relief. The giants are with me. I'm taking them south, Lind informed them. Go tell Lord Commander Gior to give the go-ahead so there's no misunderstanding. The Night's Watchmen exchanged stunned looks. The legendary giants had become Lind's subordinates. Then again, after hearing of Lind's feats, defeating the White Walkers and Whites beyond the wall, it wasn't so hard to believe. Regaining their composure, they quickly ran back through the passage to inform Lord Commander Gior Mormont. Lind didn't wait at the gate. Instead, he turned Ebbon around and rode back to the giants. About 20 minutes later, the tunnel doors slowly creaked open. Gior Mormont emerged, leading the senior members of the Night's Watch. Lind, in turn, approached with the giants at his back. Lord Commander Gior, I'm truly flattered that you've prepared such a grand welcome for me. Lind joked as he stopped in front of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. You have restored to us watchmen the ancient honor and duty that were lost. No welcome ceremony could be more fitting, Gior Mormont replied solemnly. Then, leading all the senior watchmen, he drew his sword in salute and recited the Night's Watch oath. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the night's watch, for this night and all the nights too. Come. The gathered watchmen stood solemnly as they recited the oath, just as they had done when they first swore their vows and joined the night's watch. Lind saw this and dismounted, bowing in return. To the night's watch, the appearance of the whites had been undeniable proof that their ancient responsibilities and honors were no longer the stuff of legend. The watch was no longer merely a dumping ground for criminals and exiles but a brotherhood truly standing between mankind and destruction. For the night's watch leadership, this was nothing short of a rebirth, and their gratitude toward Lind, who had defeated the White Walkers and brought back the white as evidence, was profound. After the solemn salute, the night's watch leaders led Lind into the passage through the wall. The stone giants following him had to lower themselves and crawl through the tunnel, but fortunately, the passage was wide enough to accommodate them. As they passed through the heart of the wall, the dragon rune fluctuated once more. However, this time the reaction was much weaker than before. Lind remained composed, using the moment to check the horn of winter and the dragon egg in his backpack. As he had expected, the vascular pattern on the dragon egg's surface glowed with a faint red hue, extending like branching blood vessels in all directions. The winter horn remained silent, yet he could feel its dormant power resonating faintly with the magic within the wall. The dark passage was soon traversed, and as they emerged from the tunnel, all abnormal fluctuations ceased. At Castle Black, every night's watchman, whether a follower of the old gods or the faith of the Seven, erupted into cheers upon seeing Lind. Their voices rang out in unison, "The Chosen One! The Chosen One!" It was evident that the legend of the Seven's Chosen One, the savior of the world, had already taken root in their hearts, replacing the prophecy of Azor Ahai and his smoke and salt. After all, the legend of smoke and salt was just that, a legend. But the Chosen One of the Seven had slain White Walkers and brought back undeniable proof of their existence. When faced with such tangible evidence, there was little question as to which story held greater weight. However, the cheers abruptly stopped as the giants emerged from the tunnel. For many, it was the first time seeing beings as colossal as Castle Black's walls. Even battle-hardened men, accustomed to facing death, felt an instinctive, suffocating awe at their sheer size. Lind took charge, arranging for the stone giants to be stationed in the open space outside Castle Black. He instructed the Night's Watch officers to provide the giants with sufficient food, but not for free. He offered ample coin in exchange, ensuring fairness in the transaction. After freshening up briefly, Lind was summoned by Gior Mormont to Maester Aemon's study. Upon arrival, he found himself in the presence of the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch, including the commanders of Eastwatch by the Sea and the Shadow Tower. "Did you find it?" Maester Aemon asked impatiently as soon as Lind entered. "Yes," Lind replied, pulling the winter horn from his backpack and placing it on Maester Aemon's desk. Everyone's gaze fell on the bronze horn, their expressions filled with curiosity and doubt. The old bear muttered, "This is the winter horn. It's a bit small, isn't it? Can this really bring down the wall?" "An iron door can be opened with a small key, and this is the key to open the wall," Lind said calmly. Maester Aemon reached out, his fingers running over the surface of the horn, tracing the ancient runes. "These runes. They are the script of the first men, perhaps even older than the first men themselves. I have seen similar markings in the citadel. If we blow this thing now, will the wall collapse?" the commander of Eastwatch by the Sea asked nervously. Lind pointed to the visible crack in the horn and said, "Now that it's damaged, it may not work. If it can be repaired, maybe." A collective sigh of relief passed through the room. "This thing is too dangerous. We should destroy it now," someone suggested. "No," Lind said firmly, his expression grave. "When we passed through the Great Wall passage just now, I could feel that the Horn of Winter has a connection with the magic within the wall. If we destroy it outright, I'm not sure how it will affect the wall itself." A heavy silence fell over the room. "Lord Lind, what do you plan to do with this artifact?" Maester Aemon asked. Lind's voice was steady as he answered, "I was entrusted by Lord Willis Tyrell to find the Horn of Winter. Now that I have it, I must take it to Highgarden and deliver it to Lord Willis. The old bear nodded. Taking it to Highgarden, that's good. It's much better than leaving it in the north. And since it will be in Lord Willis's collection, he will surely take care to ensure its safety. Lynn placed the horn back in his backpack before asking, after Brother Benjen brought back the white, what did you do with it? We followed your orders, Jeor Mormont answered with a serious expression. Benjen and a group of rangers took the white south to King's Landing. This is a matter of utmost importance to the honor of the Night's Watch, so we sent our best men to escort it. While passing through Mole's town, they encountered Ser Vortimer and Ser Joel, who had not yet departed. The two knights joined the escort. A few days ago, we received word that they had passed Winterfell. After seeing the white himself, Lord Eddard personally led Winterfell's guard to accompany the escort to King's Landing. With Lord Eddard involved, His Grace will surely take the matter more seriously. Lind nodded. He was a little surprised that Eddard Stark had personally taken it upon himself to escort the white south. In the history of that book from his past life, Eddard Stark had never journeyed south again after the suppression of the Iron Islands Rebellion. The next time he had died there, just like his father and brother before him. Lord Lind, you were with Mance Rayder, the betrayer, in the end, were you not? The commander of Eastwatch by the Sea asked. Where is he now? He is with the Thens, Lind replied. At this, the expressions of the Night's Watch leaders darkened. The existence of a traitor in their ranks was already a disgrace, but now that it had been exposed before an outsider like Lind, it felt like a stain on their honor. This is precisely what I wanted to tell you, Lind said, his expression grave as he looked around the room. When I left, the Thens were in hiding with other wildling tribes from the Haunted Forest and the eastern coast beyond the Wall. They are in a hidden valley in the Frostfangs, about 10,000 of them. The room tensed as every man sat up straighter. There are also some wildling tribes who have fled to Hardhome, seeking refuge there. Their numbers should be between 10 to 20,000, Lind continued. And that's only a small fraction. Other tribes have taken shelter in various safe havens, but many have been captured by the White Walkers. Some have been turned into whites, others into White Walkers themselves. Good. The wildlings deserve to die, one of the Night's Watch members muttered aloud. Most of those present showed some degree of satisfaction at the news, but among them, Jeor Mormont and Maester Aemon only looked more serious. You think this is a good thing? Lind's gaze swept over the men. Do you think it's a victory that the enemies you fought for so many years have been slaughtered by the White Walkers? Don't forget, when the White Walkers kill them, they don't just disappear. They rise again as whites, stronger and more relentless than before. The number of enemies does not decrease. It only grows. Silence fell over the room. This is the reason I came to tell you this. Lind stood up, resting his hands on the hilt of his great sword as he looked at them with unwavering seriousness. I don't care how much you hate the wildlings. But when faced with an enemy like the White Walkers, an enemy that hates all life, you must put aside all grudges and focus on the real fight. He took a slow breath before continuing, I can tell you with certainty, when I stood at the fist of the first man and saw hundreds of thousands of whites advancing toward me, led by hundreds of White Walkers, I didn't think I would ever return to the south alive. At that moment, I was terrified. He had exaggerated the numbers of White Walkers and whites, deliberately heightening the tension. Then, as if lost in the memory, his expression shifted, his voice steadier. But then, the blizzard suddenly stopped. It was no ordinary change in the weather, it was as if the gods themselves had intervened. And after that, the White Walkers and their endless horde of whites turned and retreated before my eyes. At that moment, I understood the mission I was given. I knew what had to be done. His eyes scanned the room, locking onto each man with unwavering intensity. Here and now, I ask you to remember the true purpose of the Night's Watch. Do not let old hatred blind you. You are regaining the honor and duty of the Watch, but you must also remember who your true enemy is. The men around him remained silent. Their expressions were unusually serious, but none gave him an immediate answer. Instead, they sat in deep thought, his words sinking in. Though no one spoke, it was clear that Lind's message had left its mark. Chapter 165, The Council. The most talked about topic in King's Landing right now. Without a doubt, it's the Chosen One, the White Walkers, and the Whites. These once legendary beings have now been revealed to the public, proving that ancient tales might hold truth, and perhaps even the gods themselves are real. As a result, religious artifacts sold by portside peddlers have become the most sought-after items in the city. However, no relic, no matter how ancient, holds as much sway as the septogram of the seven gods. After all, it was the chosen of the seven who defeated the White Walkers, the chosen of the seven who captured the Whites, and as for Azor Ahai, legend says he has yet to be reborn from the land of smoke and salt, yet the chosen of the seven is already working to save the world from the White Walkers' return. Now, the Great September of Baelor is the most visited place in all of King's Landing. While many believers come to pray to the seven, an even greater number are drawn by something else. After His Grace the King personally inspected the captured White alongside his advisors, he had it placed in the Great September for public display, ensuring that the people could see for themselves that the legendary Others is no distant myth. Every day, long lines form outside the September as people wait for hours, sometimes an entire day, just for a glimpse of the undead creature. Some are even willing to pay large sums for the chance to stab the White with a blade, as if to test whether it truly cannot die. The spectacle has drawn attention beyond King's Landing, with septs in other cities submitting requests to have the White temporarily relocated to them, hoping to showcase the Seven's power. However, the Great September of Baelor has refused, taking the matter to the Red Keep and arguing that the White was entrusted to His Grace the King by the Lord Lind himself. Since His Grace had placed it in the Great September, they dared not move it elsewhere without his command. Other septs saw through this excuse, but there was little they could do to refute it. Left with no alternative, they turned to King Robert for a ruling. However, the king had no patience for squabbles over the White's display. He was far more concerned with the challenge of expanding the Night's Watch. In other words, you've been debating this for days, and this is what you bring me. Expanding the pool of prisoners sent to the Night's Watch from felons to minor offenders. King Robert threw the scroll in his hands onto the table. Without regard for the presence of Lords Eddard, Tywin, Hoster, and Mace, seated in their designated places, he turned his fury on the advisors before him. Even the account books of a brothel madam are more reliable than this nonsense. What about the support funds for the Night's Watch? Where are the supplies? Nowhere. You think sending a few more prisoners will make a difference? Do you not see that thing? That's just one of them, a tiny one among a horde of monsters. Do you want them crawling over the wall and into your beds, humming your grandmother's lullaby? The members of the small council fell silent under Robert's outburst. Jon Arryn cast a glance at Moray Malin, the master of coin, who sat to the side with his head bowed, saying nothing. Jon was beginning to think it might be time to replace the men. Moray had proven himself utterly inept, and the kingdom's finances were in complete disarray under his management. It wasn't that Jon Arryn failed to recognize the threat of the Whites or the urgency of supporting the Night's Watch, but the truth was that the Red Keep simply couldn't spare any funds or manpower. The only available resource was the large number of prisoners serving light sentences, and sending them to the wall would serve a dual purpose, reducing the burden on the city's dungeons while also reinforcing the Night's Watch. However, this decision clearly did not sit well with Robert, who had already made a grand declaration of full support for the Night's Watch. At a recent banquet with the realm's lords, he had boasted that when the war against the White Walkers began, he would personally don his armor and lead the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms in the vanguard. Now, Jon Arryn's proposed measure, merely increasing the number of criminals sent to the wall, was an insult to that grand promise. These men will be more than enough, Eddard Stark spoke up, coming to the defense of his foster father. The common folk's perception of the Night's Watch will not change overnight. If we forcefully recruit men, we'll only breed resentment toward the Watch across the kingdoms. Besides, there is already enough support for the Night's Watch, we do not need to demand more. As of now, only Lord Lind Taryn has reported any signs of White Walker or White activity beyond the wall. There has been no sighting of an army gathering near the wall itself. There is no need for haste. Eddard is right, said the elderly Hoster Tully, his voice weak, his face pale from his recent illness. Once, the Night's Watch was made up of brave knights and warriors who volunteered from across the Seven Kingdoms. It was only after the Watch lost its honor and purpose that criminals came to fill its ranks. But now, with the White Walkers and Whites returned, I believe the Night's Watch's honor and duty will soon rekindle the courage of the realm's knights. When that time comes, they will choose to don the black cloaks of their own free will. We will not need to force anyone. Until then, it is only fitting that we continue using prisoners to fill their ranks. Don't you agree, Lord Tyrell? Hoster turned to Mace Tyrell. I recall that your heir, Willis, has always been a strong supporter of the Night's Watch. Yes, Willis has always supported the Night's Watch. He has never forgotten its importance to mankind. Mace Tyrell tilted his head slightly, speaking with great pride. If the Night's Watch is struggling financially, Highgarden is willing to donate 20,000 golden dragons to the Wall in support. Mace Tyrell believed this would not only address the Night's Watch's immediate financial crisis but also serve as a demonstration of Highgarden's strength before the Iron Throne. However, in reality, his words were nothing less than a direct affront to Robert. The king's expression darkened with even greater disdain as he looked at Mace Tyrell. Lord Tywin, observing the reactions around the room in silence, finally spoke. Since Lord Stannis led the royal fleet to clear the Stepstones of pirates, my own fleet has reaped considerable spoils. As a result, I have amassed a significant sum in golden dragons. I am willing to lend a portion of these funds to your grace for emergency use. Robert's expression lightened slightly at Tywin's offer. Meanwhile, Stannis, seated at the small council table, remained impassive. He showed no sign of reaction to Lord Tywin's indirect praise of his efforts. At that moment, Renly, seated beside Robert, also spoke up. The Stormlands is likewise willing to contribute funds to replenish the Iron Throne's coffers. Hearing this, Robert grinned and reached over to ruffle Renly's hair. No need. Your older brother has more than enough money. Stannis, on the other hand, shot Renly a glance filled with thinly veiled contempt. It was clear what was on his mind. Everything Renly had now should have rightfully been his. Robert turned back to Jon Arryn. Draw up a new plan. Even if we can't send enough men, we must at least ensure the Night's Watch has sufficient funding. The gods only know what horrors they'll encounter in the north. Since we can't give them the strength they need, we should at least make sure they have enough coin for food and proper weapons. But our finances? Jon Arryn hesitated, furrowing his brow. Robert bellowed, then borrow. Borrow from the faith. All those golden dragons, silver stags, and copper stars given by the followers of the Seven, rather than letting them gather dust in the September's vaults, they might as well lend them to me. It won't be easy to secure a loan from the church these days, Jon Arryn reminded him. They're currently funding the construction of a castle and port city for the Lord of Summerhall. They won't have much left to lend us. Damn it. That Lind is always finding ways to make my life difficult. Robert cursed, but his tone lacked real anger, there was only helpless frustration. At that moment, Varys, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I have recently received some news regarding this Lord Chosen One. Would your grace like to hear it? Robert immediately sat up straighter, eyes gleaming with interest. He has news again. Quickly, speak. Varys began. First, he and a group of renegade Night's Watchmen encountered a vast army of White Walkers at the Fist of the First Men beyond the wall. It is said there were thousands of Whites. At the time, Lord Lind believed he was doomed. But then, the storm suddenly ceased, and the White Walkers, along with their White army, retreated in his presence. They just retreated. The council members exchanged surprised looks. They had expected to hear a tale of battle, of Lord Lind fighting his way through the undead horde, but instead, the story ended with an inexplicable withdrawal. The storm suddenly stopped. Grand Maester Pycelle, who had been listening quietly, seemed to sense something peculiar. His aged voice rasped as he spoke. I have read records in the Citadel concerning the White Walkers. Their appearances are always accompanied by fierce storms and extreme cold. If Lord Lind's account is true, then this suggests that the White Walkers can only move south under specific conditions, namely, extreme cold. Could the severe natural disasters of the past 2 years be the reason the White Walkers have reappeared beyond the wall? The minds within the council chamber were sharp, and it didn't take long for them to make the connection. Not long ago, the Citadel sent word that after extensive measurement, they have determined that our continent of Westeros may be entering a long summer, Pycelle continued. If that is true, then I do not believe the White Walkers will pose an immediate threat. However, he added cautiously, the Night's Watch should remain vigilant. If a long winter does come, it may well be the one foretold in prophecy. The lords nodded in agreement with Pycelle's reasoning, or rather, they wanted to believe he was correct. The sudden return of the legendary White Walkers had shaken them all. They needed time to adjust, time to prepare. And a long summer, if it truly came, might just give them that. That's just the first thing. Is there anything else about Lind? Robert asked impatiently. This matter concerns Lord Willis of House Tyrell, Varys replied, his gaze shifting to the puzzled Lord Mace Tyrell. Lord Lynn's journey beyond the wall this time was primarily at Lord Willis's behest, to find the legendary artifact known as the Horn of Winter. At these words, the room fell silent. Every person present had heard the old tales, the ones their grandmothers had whispered to them as children, how Joramun, the king beyond the wall, had once blown the Horn of Winter to awaken the giants sleeping beneath the earth and bring an end to the Night King's rule. Did he find it? Robert asked anxiously. Yes, he found it. Varys nodded. It is said that he discovered it at the Fist of the First Men. And at the same time that he uncovered the Horn of Winter, a vast army of White Walkers appeared at the base of the Fist, as if they had come seeking the horn themselves. Eddard Stark, hearing this for the first time, couldn't help but speak. Fortunately, the White Walkers retreated and didn't take the Horn of Winter. Though these were only a few simple words, the weight of the moment was not lost on anyone in the chamber. Had the White Walkers obtained the Horn of Winter, the wall's defense would have been rendered useless. The White Walker army would have marched south unimpeded, and the Seven Kingdoms would have had no fortress strong enough to halt their advance. Damn it. Robert slammed his fist on the table, his frustration boiling over. I should never have been sitting on this damn Iron Throne. I should have been at the Fist of the First Men, standing against the White Walkers myself. I should have carved my name into legend, just as Lyn Taran has. I should have been part of an eternal story. Jon Arryn's voice was deep and steady as he responded, Your Grace, you are already part of the legend. The fall of the Mad King, the restoration of peace to the Seven Kingdoms, these deeds have already been written into history by the Citadel. There is no need for another legend. All right. I was only speaking my mind, Robert waved his hand dismissively, though his frustration lingered. Lord Tywin, more concerned with the practical implications, turned to Varys. Is the Horn of Winter still functional? No, Varys said, shaking his head. It was split apart with a weapon long ago. It may have been. He turned his gaze to Eddard Stark. It may have been Brandon the Breaker, the king in the north at the time. Eddard, it seems your ancestor did a good thing. Robert laughed. Eddard Stark offered a small smile, though he was unsure what to say in response. So, in other words, the Winter Horn is nothing more than a useless piece of junk now? Lord Tywin asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. The Night's Watch posed the same question to Lord Lynd, Varys replied. But according to Lord Lynd, while the Winter Horn is damaged, it still contains a tremendous power within it, one that is tied to the wall itself and still poses a great threat to its stability. His expression was serious as he added, because of this, Lord Lynd decided to bring the Winter Horn south and entrust it to Lord Willis for safekeeping. How can it be placed in Highgarden? Robert frowned. Where in all the world is safer than King's Landing? Safer than the Red Keep? The Horn of Winter should be kept in the Red Keep, of course. Don't you agree, Lord Mace? Of course. The Red Keep is far more suitable than Highgarden, Lord Mace quickly nodded in agreement. Satisfied with this response, Robert gave a nod. Maester Pycelle, who had been sitting with his head slightly bowed, lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with interest. It was clear that the legendary artifact intrigued him as well. The last matter is perhaps the most remarkable, Varys continued. It is said that Lord Lynd has brought more than 20 giants under his command beyond the wall, each as tall as a city wall. He paused, then added, now that Lord Lynd has reached Winterfell, I believe he will soon make his way to King's Landing. When he does, the city will once again be brimming with excitement. Giants. Robert's eyes widened with admiration, a flicker of envy crossing his face. When he passed through King's Landing, I should have gone with him. To the north, beyond the wall. His voice trailed off as he turned to look at Jon Arryn, who was already preparing to caution him. Robert sighed heavily. I know. A king must not act so recklessly. He exhaled sharply and leaned back in his chair. This meeting is over. I want to be alone for a while. At these words, the gathered lords and councillors rose and began to leave the chamber, filing out one after another. As Eddard Stark exited, he glanced back at Robert, slumped in his chair with a weary expression. At that moment, a thought struck him, perhaps it had been a mistake for Robert to become king. Chapter 166, Defecting to the Chosen. As usual, Masha Hedel, the innkeeper at the crossroads, wiped down the tables, arranged the freshly baked pastries in the display window behind her, and instructed the servant to feed the guests' horses. Leaving so early, Ser Tarbeck. The morning mist is still heavy, this is no time to travel. Seeing a man dressed like a knight coming down the stairs, Masha spat out a piece of chewed tobacco, took another from her pocket, tossed it into her mouth, and chewed twice. Her blood-red teeth gleamed as she flashed a creepy smile. "Are you leaving so early, Ser Tarbeck?" she asked again. Though a regular at the inn, Ser Tarbeck still found Masha's appearance unsettling. He ignored her question, tossed 2 silver stags onto the table, and walked out without a word. Masha was used to such reactions from guests, exactly the effect she intended. Pay up, keep out of trouble, no hassle. With practiced ease, she crumpled the silver coins into her pocket, then shouted at the servant who had just finished feeding the horses to bring the boots and clothes that had been cleaned of sludge the night before to the guest room upstairs. Lately, more and more knights had been traveling the King's Road, the River Road, and the high road of the Mountains of the Moon. Some headed south to King's Landing, eager to witness the legendary Whites, while others, after seeing them, chose to journey north to join the Night's Watch. Masha, too, was tempted to go to King's Landing to see the Whites, but the thought of missing out on a fortune kept her firmly rooted at her inn. Hers was the last decent inn on the north side of the King's Road. Beyond this point, all the way to the Wall, there was no proper lodging. Travelers heading north either sought shelter in a roadside farmer's home or endured the miserable accommodations of tiny, run-down country inns. And so, those knights who made the impulsive decision to take the Black and journey to the Wall would always end up staying at her inn, spending whatever coin they had left. To capitalize on this, she had even hired a few prostitutes to reside at the inn, ensuring a steady profit from their services. As time passed, the knights who had been sleeping upstairs trickled down one after another. Masha immediately instructed the servants to bring out the food freshly prepared in the kitchen. When the knights departed, she had the pastries from the cupboard cut up and handed out for the journey. She was certain that anyone who had tasted her pastries would return as a loyal customer. This busy period continued until noon, by which time all the rooms in the inn were empty. Only a dozen knights and their attendants lingered downstairs, merely stopping to rest before continuing on their way. The servants and prostitutes each chose a few rooms to clean, not out of diligence, but because careless knights often left valuables behind, allowing the cleaners to pocket a little extra profit. Masha spat out her tobacco and replaced it with a fresh piece, then meticulously tallied her recent earnings in her account book. She debated whether to renovate the inn, its interior hadn't been redone in decades, or reinforce the wooden stakes beneath the building, as some guests had complained that the structure shook when they slept. Or perhaps I should just build another inn beside it, she mused. A sudden burst of shouting yanked her from her thoughts. The knights who had been lounging in the hall were now split into 2 groups, glaring at each other with swords nearly drawn. When she had first taken over the inn, Masha had studied the noble crest carefully, knowing it was crucial to recognize the allegiances of her guests to avoid offending the wrong people. Though that had been years ago, she still remembered enough to identify the 2 opposing factions. From their crests, it was clear, the men facing off belonged to House Fry of the Twins and House Rowan of the Reach. Some knights, still holding prostitutes in their arms, watched the growing tension with amusement. A few even shoved their tables aside to clear space, as if preparing for the inevitable fight to come. "My lords, please, don't fight in the inn. You can go outside, there's plenty of room." Masha skillfully retreated behind the counter, poking half her head out as she pleaded with the knights, though she knew her words would be useless. "Shut up, weasel of House Fry. How dare you claim to have fought alongside Lord Lind? To utter Lord Lind's name with your filthy mouths is the greatest blasphemy against him." Several young and well-groomed knights from House Rowan lashed out angrily at the phrase, their contempt clear. The Frey's faces twisted with rage at the insult. One of them shouted back, "Am I wrong?" During the rebellion in the Iron Islands, Lord Stevrin led the army of the twins and fought alongside Lord Lind Taryn. He even helped Lord Lind capture Bane Fort and the Crag. And what about House Rowan? You were nothing but stragglers following the Iron Throne's forces, picking at the scraps. House Rowan's name wasn't even mentioned at the victory celebration in Lannisport. How dare you insult House Rowan like that? The Rowan knight could no longer hold back. Enraged, he finally drew his sword. Kill him. Kill these weasels. The hatred toward House Fry ran deep, no one liked them in the Riverlands. the moment the Rowan knight unsheathed his sword, someone eagerly incited further chaos. No, no one should die here. Masha's voice rang out from behind the counter, not out of fear of death, but because cleaning up bloodstains from a dead body was a tedious and thankless task. Several Freys had already drawn their swords, their blades pointed at their adversaries. A fight was about to erupt. But then, one of the knights watching the scene suddenly tensed. He motioned for the prostitutes who had been shrieking in excitement to quiet down, then listened carefully. Quiet, all of you. Listen. This knight seemed to command some respect, for as soon as he spoke, the raucous knights and their attendants fell silent. Even the two groups on the verge of clashing froze. A deep, rhythmic noise rumbled from outside, as if something massive was repeatedly striking the ground. Then, they noticed the drinks on the tables trembling slightly, the wooden floor beneath them vibrating in tandem. The knight who had first sensed the disturbance immediately shoved the prostitute off his lap, sprang to his feet, and dashed outside. The others wasted no time in following. Within moments, the once crowded hall stood empty. Masha, momentarily stunned by the sudden shift, struggled to grasp what was happening. But she could feel the house shaking, as if it might collapse at any moment. Instinct kicked in. Without hesitation, she stuffed her money pouch under her clothes and bolted from the inn, with the servants and prostitutes trailing closely behind. Outside, they found the noble knights who had rushed out moments before standing frozen on the roadside, their eyes locked northward along the King's Road. Curiosity drew them forward. As they stepped past the threshold and turned their gaze north, they, too, were struck motionless, just like the knights. Some of the weaker-willed prostitutes let out terrified screams before fainting. On the King's Road, a procession of giants, each towering as high as the inn itself, marched toward them. They wore massive garments of animal hides and wielded entire tree trunks as weapons. With every step, they slammed the ground with their makeshift clubs, sending deep tremors rippling through the earth, the very source of the previous rumbling. Giants. These are the giants that Lord Lyn subdued beyond the wall. Someone in the gathering recognized them at once. Their gaze then shifted toward the knight leading the procession, a figure impossible to mistake. He sat astride a massive warhorse, clad in exquisitely crafted armor, with two large swords strapped at his waist. A giant beast followed in his wake, adding to his unmistakable presence. As Lyn and his towering entourage drew closer, the knights quickly adjusted their clothes, standing tall and composed, their expressions turning solemn. Lord Lyn, I am Beath Rowan of House Rowan. Lord Lyn, I am Lionel Fry of House Fry. Lord Lyn, I am Tygot Marbrand of House Marbrand. One after another, they bowed as Lyn passed, each announcing their name and allegiance in a clamor of overlapping voices. The once orderly gathering had devolved into a chaotic jumble of introductions. Lyn, evidently accustomed to such receptions, did not dismount. Seated firmly on his horse, he nodded in acknowledgement but did not stop, continuing his advance past the assembled knights. The knights did not feel slighted. On the contrary, they believed that Lyn had already shown them the utmost respect by bowing to them. Overcome with emotion, their fear faded, leaving only awe as they watched the giants pass before their eyes. However, as the procession moved past them, they noticed that hundreds of knights and their squires followed behind the giants. The crests on their armor made it clear that they came from various noble houses, many of whom had left the inn that very morning, intending to journey north and take the Black at the Wall. Some among them were quick to realize that instead of committing themselves to the rigid vows of the Night's Watch, they could join Lyn's army instead, an opportunity to make a name for themselves without the constraints and lifelong oaths that came with the watch. The thought was tempting. One by one, several knights who had initially set out for the wall reconsidered their decision and joined the procession, while only a few remained steadfast in their original path. Lyn was well aware of the thoughts running through the minds of the knights following him. Apart from a handful of mercenary knights, most of them were second, third, or even bastard sons of noble houses, men with no claim to inheritance and little opportunity within their own families. Though they had their shortcomings, particularly their lack of unwavering willpower, Lyn knew he needed them. Their education and skills far surpassed those of mere mercenaries and wandering swordsmen. Over the past year or two, as Lyn's reputation had grown and he had become one of the most legendary figures in the Seven Kingdoms, he had noticed a peculiar trend. Despite his fame, few noble-born knights actively sought him out. The vast majority of those who came to him were hedge knights and wandering warriors. While such men were useful in battle, they were far less suited for governance. Knights with administrative ability, such as Bryn Rivers and Wyeth Rowan, had already been relegated to local positions by Lind. Yet even with those appointments, there were still numerous vacancies, forcing some individuals to take on multiple roles to keep things running. In the short term, this system worked. But in the long run, it was inefficient. Overburdening individuals with too many responsibilities not only reduced their effectiveness but also concentrated power in their hands, which could lead to serious complications. This was why Lind had been actively seeking ways to fill these positions. At one point, he had even considered recruiting maesters from the Citadel to serve as department heads. However, the idea had been met with immediate and fierce opposition. Nymeria had outright rejected the plan, and even Melora, who rarely agreed with Nymeria on anything, declared it to be the most foolish idea she had ever heard. For the first time, the two of them had been in complete agreement. Their reasoning was simple: placing maesters in governing positions would fundamentally disrupt the power structure of the Seven Kingdoms. Maesters were meant to serve as advisors, not rulers. Granting them direct authority would be seen as a direct challenge to the nobility, a violation of the most sacred balance of power in Westeros. Even if there were maesters willing to accept such appointments, it would bring Lind nothing but trouble. The noble houses would reject him outright, and even those who had already allied with him, Grassy Vale, Blackhaven, and Will, would be forced to distance themselves. In the eyes of the lords, Lind would not just be asserting his own rule, he would be undermining the very foundation of noble power in Westeros. Understanding this, Lind had already made a decision before setting out for the Wall. Upon his return, he would send messengers across the castles of the Seven Kingdoms and even the free cities across the Narrow Sea, posting recruitment notices for skilled knights and noblemen. He knew that actively seeking out talent would always be more effective than waiting for capable men to come to him. However, it seemed that such measures might no longer be necessary. This journey beyond the Wall had transformed him into a living legend, and equal to the mythical heroes of old. It was now inevitable that a wave of true knights would flock to him of their own accord, seeking to serve under his banner. The growing ranks following him back to Summerhall were proof of this. As Lind's army of giants and knights crossed the Trident River, he encountered even more knights along the way. Word had spread, and men from across the land gathered, drawn by the sheer scale of his legend. Despite the fact that Lind never once called for them to join his cause, most of these knights chose to follow him south. By the time Lind reached King's Landing, the number of knights trailing behind him had swelled to over 500. Including their squires, his procession had grown to nearly 1,000, a force that, at a glance, looked less like a wandering company and more like a formidable army. Chapter 167, Questioning in the Council Hall. This is all I have experienced beyond the Wall. Lind sat in the hall of the council, facing the senior members of the small council. Except for the Prince of Dorne, all the other lords paramount were present. In the gallery, the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven and several maesters observed in silence, carefully recording his every word. After arriving on the outskirts of King's Landing, Lind had been escorted by courtiers waiting at the Gate of the Gods, where King Robert stood ready to greet him, surrounded by his subjects and lords. Though they were already aware of the existence of giants, seeing one in person, standing 4 or 5 meters tall, left them visibly stunned. King Robert then led Lind through the Gate of the Gods, taking the final stretch of the King's Road straight to the Red Keep. To Lind's surprise, the king even permitted him to bring the giants into the city. A vast crowd had gathered along both sides of the road, with gold cloaks standing guard to prevent anyone from breaking through. As Lind passed, the people erupted into cheers for the Chosen One, showering the street with flower petals, creating a cascade of colors along his path. The sight reminded Lind of a scene he had once witnessed, of a devoted son returning home in triumph. He turned his gaze to King Robert, studying his expression as he responded to the crowd's cheers. To his surprise, the king was not displeased but instead looked delighted, as if he himself were the one being celebrated. Upon reaching the gates of the Red Keep, Lind placed the stone giants and glory in the square before the entrance. King Robert had gone so far as to prepare food and wine for the giants, ensuring that even the knights who had accompanied Lind were well taken care of. With the giants settled, King Robert personally led Lind straight to the council chamber in the Tower of the Hand, where the senior advisors of the Red Keep and the wardens of the Seven Kingdoms were already gathered, awaiting his arrival. Before the most powerful figures in the realm, Lind recounted his experiences beyond the Wall. Though he omitted many details and condensed the battles into a few sentences, his words still carried weight, drawing the listeners into the harrowing reality he had faced. The account of the battle at the Fist of the First Men, when told by Varys, had been one thing, but hearing it firsthand from someone who had been there was an entirely different experience. When Lind described how steel turned as fragile as glass upon contact with the White Walkers and displayed his damaged right gauntlet as proof, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grave. Lord Tywin furrowed his brow. "Isn't there anything that can harm those monsters?" "Yes," Lind answered. "Valyrian steel and dragonglass can both wound them. Steel weapons, however, are completely ineffective. The wildling tribes sometimes use stone weapons, which may be able to injure them, but the wounds heal quickly. Only Valyrian steel or dragonglass can inflict permanent damage. The only way to kill them is to deliver a mortal strike using one of those materials. The White Walkers are far stronger and faster than an ordinary person. Any knight who encounters one in battle will be slain before he even lands a blow." A heavy silence settled over the room, the weight of Lind's words darkening the mood. "What about whites?" the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven asked suddenly. "Is there any way to destroy them?" "Whites are easier to deal with," Lind replied. "Fire kills them. Their bodies ignite quickly and burn to ash once the flames take hold." Hearing that whites could be destroyed so easily brought a slight sense of relief to the room. After listening to Lind's full account, King Robert turned to Lord Arryn and instructed him to inform Lind about the aid plan they had devised for the Night's Watch, as well as the discussions regarding the worsening weather and the growing threat of the White Walkers. "I agree with Grand Maester Pycelle's deduction," Lind nodded. "When I left the Wildling tribe's refuge, I could already feel that the weather was warming beyond the wall. Under these conditions, the White Walkers will be unable to move south. They will remain in the land of always winter, far to the north. If the Citadel's measurements are correct and a long summer truly follows, then the White Walker should not pose a threat for the foreseeable future." Upon hearing Lind's words, many in the room were visibly surprised. They had expected him to exaggerate the White Walker's danger as much as possible to ensure that the Night's Watch, and he, as their champion, would be taken more seriously and granted greater resources. Yet, instead of fear-mongering, he openly admitted that the White Walkers would not be a concern for a long time. His pragmatic stance made some present reassess their opinions of him. Lind continued, "When I left the Wall, I also inquired about the state of the Night's Watch. Currently, only 3 castles remain manned: Castle Black, Eastwatch by the Sea, and the Shadow Tower. The other fortresses have fallen into disrepair, and restoring them would require substantial funding. The passageways and elevators along the wall also need extensive repairs, which cannot be completed in a short time. Therefore, the priority should not be expanding the Night's Watch manpower but rather securing funding for repairs and sending scholars and craftsmen capable of restoring the fortifications. Your Grace, the support plan discussed with the Lords aligns well with the current needs of the Night's Watch. I have no objections." The room fell into a thoughtful silence. Many exchanged glances of approval, their satisfaction evident. No one wanted to hear that the plan they had devised was misguided or unnecessary. "Lord Lind, I heard you have already found the Horn of Winter. Do you have the artifact with you now?" the elderly Hoster Tully suddenly inquired. "Yes, Lord Hoster, I have it with me." Lind nodded, setting his backpack on the table. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled lords and maesters, he retrieved a box from his pack, placing it on the table and opening it. As he did so, he deliberately allowed the dragon egg inside his pack to be seen by the gathered onlookers. Although most eyes were drawn to the winter horn, some quickly noticed the dragon egg and exchanged surprised looks, their gazes shifting between it and Lind. The moment the winter horn was revealed, Grand Maester Pycelle could no longer contain himself. Rising swiftly from his seat, he approached Lind, carefully lifting the ancient horn in his hands and scrutinizing it intently. As he examined it, he muttered to himself, "This horn is very old, at least from the Age of Dawn, if not earlier. The runes inscribed on it. I have seen similar markings recorded in a tome on the pre-Dawn era runes of the First Men. These symbols appeared only in that age and have never been seen again." Another maester from Highgarden stepped closer, studying the horn alongside Pycelle. "The material appears to be bronze," he observed, "but I believe it only resembles bronze. It must be a different metal, or it would have corroded long ago. Yet, it has remained as bright as gold, untouched by time." Other maesters quickly gathered around, voicing their own analyses and theories. Yet, despite their varied interpretations, they all reached the same undeniable conclusion: the horn was incredibly ancient. Damn it, you lot, stop muttering and hand it over already. King Robert barked impatiently. With visible reluctance, Grand Maester Pycelle carried the horn over to Robert. As the king casually reached for it, Pycelle visibly tensed, as if fearing the king might drop or mishandle it. So, this is the Horn of Winter, the one that can awaken the giants beneath the earth. Robert mused, turning it over in his hands. It looks so ordinary. I'd have thought it would be covered in jewels. His disappointment was apparent. Then, without warning, he suddenly lifted the horn to his lips and blew into it forcefully. Your Grace! Lord Eddard and several others sprang to their feet in alarm. Yet, no sound came. Robert's breath had not passed through the horn at all. Despite the effort, his cheeks puffed out comically as the air failed to escape through the windpipe. The horn was blocked. Odd. Really odd. It clearly passed through. King Robert released his mouth from the horn and narrowed his eyes at its opening. He could see straight through it to the other side. There was nothing blocking the inside. He tried again, but the result was the same. You're right, this thing is really interesting, Robert said, handing the horn to Lord Tywin, who stood nearby. Lord Tywin took the horn and attempted to blow into it as well. When he failed, he frowned in thought, then removed the necklace around his neck and pushed it through one end of the horn, testing if something invisible was blocking the passage. The necklace passed through easily. One by one, others took turns trying, and every attempt ended the same way. Lind, did you try blowing it? Robert asked. No, Lind replied, also puzzled by the strange phenomenon. I was standing by the wall and didn't dare to. If I blew it and the giants beneath woke up, bringing the wall down, I would have been the one blamed. Ha ha. You're right. Robert laughed heartily. He seemed pleased, as if he had personally uncovered one of the secrets of the Winter Horn, sharing in Lind's adventure. I think the reason it doesn't sound has something to do with the crack on the horn, Grand Maester Pycelle said solemnly. Your Grace, if this artifact remains here, may I be allowed to study it? Perhaps I can determine how to repair it. Wait, this artifact should be placed in the September of Baelor, the High Septon interjected immediately. The Faith of the Seven had already gained much prestige from the White, and adding the Horn of Winter to its collection would further enhance its influence. Lind looked at both men and stated firmly, I'm sorry, my lords, but I was entrusted by Lord Willis to find this artifact beyond the wall. I must deliver it to Lord Willis in Highgarden, it cannot remain in King's Landing. Varys, speaking softly, interjected, Lord Lind, perhaps you are unaware that at the previous meeting, Lord Mace already agreed to place the Horn of Winter in the Red Keep. Lind paused for a moment, then bowed respectfully to both Robert and Mace Tyrell before saying, I'm sorry, Your Grace, my lord, but my duty remains the same. I was entrusted by Lord Willis to retrieve the Horn of Winter. Now that I have found it, I must fulfill my obligation and deliver it to him personally. Whatever Lord Willis chooses to do with the artifact afterward is his decision, not mine. A murmur passed through the room as those gathered exchanged glances, many clearly impressed. Even King Robert, after a brief silence, nodded with a smirk before speaking in a more serious tone. All right. All right. What a stubborn man, he said. I won't stop you from keeping your word. Take the horn to Willis Tyrell. Then he turned to Mace Tyrell. Lord Mace, once the artifact reaches Highgarden, see that it is returned to us. Yes, Your Grace. Mace Tyrell did not appear displeased that Lind had defied his prior agreement. Instead, he seemed to admire Lind's unwavering loyalty to his promise. Once everyone had taken a turn examining the horn, it was returned to Lind, who carefully placed it back into his pack. At that moment, Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, suddenly spoke. Lord Lind, is there a dragon's egg in your backpack? Yes, Lind answered calmly, as if he had anticipated the question. Where did you obtain the egg? Jon Arryn pressed. Before Lind could respond, Robert grinned and answered for him. Lord Arryn, haven't you heard the song of the Chosen One, the Ghost, and the Dragon's Egg? He looked at Lind and chuckled. The Ghost of Summerhall gave you this dragon egg, didn't it, Bear Hunter? Yes, Your Grace, Lind nodded. At Summerhall, I completed the ghost trial, freed all the trapped spirits there, and, in the end, the ghost of Ser Duncan the Tall entrusted this dragon egg to me. May I see it? Jon Arryn asked. Of course, Lind said, retrieving the egg from his pack and handing it over. Renly, sitting beside Robert, leaned in and examined it with a skeptical expression. "It looks like a stone, it seems fake," he remarked bluntly. "Brother Viserys, there are many legends of petrified dragon eggs on Dragonstone. You should be able to tell if this one is real." Stannis, clearly irritated by Renly's remark, gave him a sharp glance before looking at the egg in Jon Arryn's hands. "It is real," he said flatly, "but it has turned to stone. The egg is dead." "A dead dragon egg?" Robert laughed. He turned to Lind and asked, "Bear Hunter, did you bring this thinking you could hatch it?" "Your Grace, I did have that thought," Lind admitted with a smile. "Ha ha. You really are bold." Robert laughed heartily, shaking his head. "But even if you do hatch it, you'd need Targaryen blood to ride a dragon. Do you have it?" The room fell silent at once. All eyes turned to Robert, their expressions suddenly serious. Lind, unfazed, patted the hilt of the banished knight's greatsword at his waist and said evenly, "I don't have Targaryen blood, but I do have 2 greatswords. If the dragon that hatches doesn't obey me, I'll just kill it and roast it." For a moment, there was complete silence. Then Robert suddenly slapped the table and burst into laughter. "Yes. Yes. Kill it and roast it," he roared with amusement. "And when you do, you better send me a share." Chapter 168, Attending to Minor Affairs. "You didn't see the look on that old man Jon Arryn's face when his grace offered to pay for armor for your giant men," Jaime chuckled as he escorted Lind out of the Red Keep. "Ha! It was priceless. A top-notch artist should capture that moment in a painting." He glanced at Lind and added, "You really should have accepted his grace's offer." Lind shook his head. "You, as a Kingsguard who's always by his grace's side, should know better than anyone what the Iron Bank of the Iron Throne looks like. If I had actually accepted his grace's proposal, Lord Arryn would have eaten my heart alive." He paused briefly before continuing, "Besides, I don't need the money right now. I still have enough funds to forge 26 suits of armor and weapons for the giants." Jaime gave him a skeptical look. "Are you mad? Do you know how much it would cost to forge armor and weapons for giants? The taxes from your lands for 10 years wouldn't be enough to cover it." "I don't need steel to make it," Lind explained. "I can use bronze instead. And I won't have to pay for it myself. I plan to station the stone giants at the Redemption September in Summerhall to guard it. I think the Faith will be more than happy to have 26 giants in bronze armor, displaying the glory of the Seven." Jaime stopped in his tracks, staring at Lind with an expression of disbelief. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. As they spoke, the two walked out of the Red Keep, and Lind led the giants away from King's Landing to an open grassy area between the Gate of the Gods and the Old Gate. The servants King Robert had sent ahead had already set up a tent for him. King Robert had asked Lind to stay for half a month, and Lind, not feeling comfortable refusing, had agreed. Robert had also asked Lord Eddard to stay, but Eddard declined, citing official duties. Lord Mace, on the other hand, had been eager to stay but was not invited. He departed with visible regret, urging Lind to visit Highgarden as soon as possible. The appearance of the giants naturally attracted the common folk of King's Landing. Those living in the slums outside the city gathered near Lind's camp, though they did not dare approach too closely due to the gold cloak standing guard. However, Lind did not enjoy being stared at like a spectacle, so he ordered Mag to build a wall around the camp to block the onlookers' view. Upon receiving the order, Mag led the 26 stone giants into the nearby forest, where they easily uprooted trees, cut them into stakes, and hammered them into the ground like nails. In no time, a sturdy palisade encircled the camp, blocking the surrounding views. A gate was also constructed at the entrance, one that could only be pulled up and down by the giants. Once the camp was secured, Lind turned to Mag and asked, "How do you feel about the south?" "South, hot. Don't like it," Mag grunted. The other stone giants, having stripped off their animal skins in an attempt to cool down, looked equally uncomfortable. Lind used the power of dragon runes to lower the temperature of the camp, and the giants quickly regained their composure. Observing this, Lind realized that if the stone giants were to stay in the south, special measures would be necessary, such as frozen dragon runes. The ice dragon rune, though deadly to small folk, might be far more tolerable for giants, whose resilience was much greater than that of ordinary men. Rather than making simple necklaces, Lind planned to forge bronze armor for them and inlay individual ice dragon runes made of Valyrian steel into the armor. This would keep the bronze frozen at all times, helping the giants endure the heat. As this thought crossed his mind, he also considered Varys. His gaze fell upon his damaged right gauntlet, and he recalled the armor of the banished knight, which had been in the works for 2 years. Perhaps by coincidence, just as he thought of Varys, the spy master arrived outside the camp. Varys seemed momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the wooden palisade. When he saw the stone giants lifting the massive stone gate to open the entrance, his expression remained one of quiet amazement. Even upon seeing Lind, his look of surprise did not fade. "Lord Lind, you're quite bold. You've built such a large camp just outside King's Landing," Varys said with a knowing smile. "This camp helps me avoid a lot of trouble," Lind replied simply, then asked, "Are you sure it's safe for you to visit me like this?" "Jon Arryn." Varys took out an invitation and presented it. "His Grace is hosting a banquet at the hand of the king's residence and has invited you to attend. I was supposed to have a minor courtier deliver this, but I took it upon myself to bring it instead." A banquet at the hand's residence. Lind was momentarily surprised. It seemed strange. His Grace originally wanted to hold a grand feast in the Great Hall of the Red Keep, Varys explained, but the hand stopped him. Lord Arryn only agreed to a banquet at his official residence, and only powerful courtiers have been invited. Lind set the invitation aside and changed the subject. "How is the armor coming along? It's been 2 years, and it's still not finished." "The latest word is that it's only partially completed," Varys admitted. "This trip beyond the wall has shown me that steel armor no longer provides the protection I need," Lind said, glancing down at his damaged gauntlet. "Are the White Walkers truly that powerful?" Varys asked. "Far more powerful than you think," Lind replied seriously. Varys listened carefully, then nodded. "I will personally see that this matter is expedited." Lind nodded in return, then asked, "Do you have any Valyrian steel left?" Varys looked taken aback and let out a short laugh. "My lord, do you think Valyrian steel is so easy to come by just because I have obtained some before? You should know that Lord Tywin has spent decades trying and has not secured even a single piece. Do you have any left?" Lind repeated, his gaze steady. Varys sighed in resignation. "A little, but not much. If you're planning to forge weapons, it won't be enough." "I don't need weapons. I need 26 Valyrian steel pendants, each engraved with this rune," Lind said, taking out a design of the frozen dragon rune and handing it to Varys. 26. Varys looked startled, then glanced at the stone giants. "For the giants? Are you sure they can use them? It won't be like last time, will it?" "It should work," Lind said, though he wasn't entirely certain. Varys didn't press further. He put the design away and promised to have them ready before Lind left. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Are you interested in taking Tobo Mott as your personal craftsman?" Tobo Mott. The name didn't register immediately, but then Lind recalled, it was the blacksmith who had forged the greatsword of the banished knight. He nodded. "Of course I'm interested. My castle at Summerhall is in need of a master craftsman." He hesitated. "But will he be willing to leave with me? He owns a large estate in King's Landing." "He has offended someone," Varys said vaguely, not specifying who. But from his expression, it was easy to guess that the blacksmith had crossed one of the Red Keep's powerful figures. Varys didn't linger and soon left in a hurry. Later, King Robert sent over several sets of formal clothing for the banquet. While it would have been inappropriate to attend in full armor, Lind was granted special permission to wear his weapons. That night, he went into the city alone, leaving Glory and the giants at the camp. He secured the Horn of Winter and the dragon egg to Glory's harness, ensuring they wouldn't be stolen while he was away. His precautions paid off. During the banquet, Glory used their soul link to warn him that 3 groups had tried to sneak into the camp. Glory took care of one, while the stone giants crushed the other 2. Lind did not pursue the matter. Upon returning, he simply ordered the giants to bury the bodies in a pit. He had no need to investigate. The ragged clothes on the intruders made it clear, they were just desperate slum dwellers, hired as pawns to test the waters. The next day, Lind went to the Great September of Baelor to discuss the matter of the wall with the High Septon. While there was a September at the wall, it had been a long time since any Septons had been sent to manage its affairs. On this occasion, Lind acted in the name of the chosen of the 7 gods beyond the wall and had already converted many members of the Night's Watch into devoted followers of the 7. He wanted the faith of the 7 to strengthen their belief, as in times of crisis, faith could often accomplish more than money or weapons. Most of the Septons from the Great September have been assigned to the Redemption September, and the rest have their own duties. The remaining Septons are not yet qualified to oversee a September as important as the wall. This should be left to the Starry September, which has more available Septons, said the High Septon, dressed in a silk cassock, a jeweled ring on his hand, his expression tinged with regret. Lind understood perfectly why the High Septon was avoiding the responsibility. He had clearly realized there was no profit to be made from the wall, and the conditions were too harsh, sending someone there would be akin to exile. The Septons under his charge were individuals of special status and background, none of whom would be suitable. Lind only needed him to refuse, so he went along with it. In that case, the Redemption September might as well send someone. After all, given the background of the Night's Watch, they are in need of redemption. Yes, yes. The High Septon readily agreed. Most of the people from the Redemption September came from the underground monastery of the Great September of Baelor, so in his view, sending them was no different from sending people from his own faction. Lind then discussed with the High Septon the progress of construction at Miracle Harbor and Summerhall. Casually, he also mentioned his intention to appoint 26 giants as Septons of the Redemption September. The High Septon immediately reacted. Why the Redemption September? They should be Septons in the Great September of Baelor. Having personally experienced the immense benefits brought by the Whites, he could easily see the value of the giants. If they remained in the Great September as Septons, it might even be possible for him to become the most outstanding High Septon in the history of the faith of the 7, and be canonized as a result. It's not that I don't want the giants to stay in the Great September of Baelor, Lind explained, but King's Landing is too hot. The stone giants come from the north and cannot withstand the heat here. The Redemption September, however, is in the Red Mountains, where the climate is much cooler and more suitable for them. Then, with a more serious expression, he added, besides, this is King's Landing. If the Great September of Baelor allows 26 stone giants to serve as Septons, what will the Red Keep think? Yes, yes. Indeed, they cannot remain in the Great September of Baelor. The High Septon nodded in agreement. As if suddenly remembering something, Lind asked, oh, right, High Septon, does the Church have any regulations on the September Guard's equipment? After all, they represent the Church's image, and having giants patrolling around in animal skins is a bit, well. The High Septon had not reached his position by being naive. He immediately understood Lind's intentions. Smiling, he pointed at him and said, Lord Lind, I suspect this is the real reason you came to see me today, isn't it? Indeed, Lind admitted without hesitation. I want to equip all 26 giants with bronze armor, shields, and halberds, but I lack sufficient bronze and skilled smiths who know the craft. Since these giants serve as the guards of the September, the Citadel won't send anyone to help forge their armor and weapons. That leaves me with no choice but to see if the Church can assist. This is not a major issue. The Church can help with the forging of bronze armor and weapons, and it can even fund the endeavor, the High Septon offered generously, though he added a condition. However, every year, you must send those giants to participate in the Father's Day parade in King's Landing. Of course, Lind agreed without hesitation. The High Septon was very satisfied with Lind's attitude. Though forging bronze equipment for the giants was a considerable expense, if it could elevate his prestige within the Church, then the cost was well worth it. Spending money on this was certainly better than lending it to the king, only for it to be squandered on feasts and luxuries. After leaving the Great September, Lind visited the merchant houses that he and Nymeria had established in King's Landing. He checked on their operations and helped resolve their troubles, most of which stemmed from the city's gangs. Later, he met separately with some of the business associates of the former financial officer, Muse. With them, he discussed plans to establish a merchant guild in Miracle Harbor. Though Miracle Harbor had yet to be built, preparations needed to be made to ensure its smooth operation once construction was complete. Chapter 169, A Tough Man's Tender Heart. After returning from King's Landing on business, Lind gathered the knights waiting outside the camp who intended to follow him. He selected the most reputable among them, Jason Lefford, a member of a side branch of House Lefford of Golden Tooth and a frequent competitor in the Westerlands tournament. Although he had never won a championship, those who had fought him acknowledged his strength, considering him an exceptionally difficult opponent. Lind handed Jason Lefford a letter he had written to Nymeria, instructing him to take the knights to Tumbleton to meet her. In the letter, he informed Nymeria of his expected return and asked her to wait for him at Summerhall. He also mentioned enlisting the knights under Summerhall's banner, requesting that Melora assess their abilities and assign them appropriate positions. Additionally, he entrusted Jason with the items he had brought back from the wall, including a White Walker sacrifice stone and texts from the First Men's Library at Castle Black, instructing him to deliver them to Melora. The following evening, Lind accompanied Robert on a hunting trip in the nearby countryside. During the hunt, he pointed out to Robert that drinking while hunting was foolish and attempted to curb his habit by challenging him with game that far outmatched Robert's own kills. However, his efforts proved fruitless. That night, Robert dragged Lind to a dinner party hosted by a certain Ser Rick of House Massey from Stonedance in the Crownlands. Ser Rick had served as Robert's attendant and had been knighted by him during the Usurpers' War. Since then, he had lived in King's Landing, serving as the captain of the Red Keep's men-at-arms. Lord Lind, welcome. At the banquet, Ser Rick, smiling, approached Lind and greeted him warmly while allowing his beautiful wife to entertain Robert. Hello, Ser Rick. Lind regarded him with calm indifference, showing no contempt for his actions. Having understood Robert's character, many courtiers in King's Landing had adopted tactics similar to Ser Rick's, some going even further by allowing Robert to sleep with their wives and daughters in exchange for favor. Robert, however, was not entirely oblivious. He often feigned ignorance once his indulgences were satisfied. Only a select few truly earned his favor, and Rick Massey was one of them. On the way to the banquet, Robert had casually mentioned to Lind his hope of finding an opportunity for Rick Massey to inherit Stonedance. I wonder if the food here meets your satisfaction, my lord. Ser Rick, standing before Lind, spoke with an exaggerated humility that resembled a servant's more than a knight's. Lind eyed him and said bluntly, Ser Rick, just get to the point. I don't care for roundabout talk. Ser Rick chuckled. In that case, I will be direct. Someone wishes to meet with you, Lord Lind. Lind frowned at this. He and Robert had decided to attend this banquet on a whim while returning from the hunt. Logically, no one should have been waiting for him here in advance. The only possibility was that this person had already been at the banquet and had only decided at the last minute to seek him out. Lead the way, Lind said, curiosity piqued. Seeing that Lind had agreed, Ser Rick led him toward a smaller building adjacent to the villa. Entering, they passed through the back door, crossed another threshold, and arrived at the neighboring house. Upon stepping inside, Lind was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the person waiting within. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he asked, Lord Stannis. It was you who wanted to see me. To be honest, Lind had speculated about several possibilities on the way here. He had even considered Cersei and Jon Arryn, but never Stannis. His relationship with Stannis had never been good. Stannis had always resented him for taking Summerhall, which he believed should have been his. Even in small council meetings, Stannis barely spoke to him, his dissatisfaction evident on his face, undisguised and unrelenting. That was precisely why Lind had ruled Stannis out as someone who would ever seek a private meeting with him. Yet here he was, Stannis Baratheon, waiting for him in secret. Stannis maintained his usual cold expression. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for Ser Rick to wait outside, then turned his gaze to Lind. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke. Lord Lind, the faith of the Seven claims that your pet is a sacred beast of the Seven, blessed with the healing powers of the Mother. May I ask if its healing abilities can cure grayscale? Lind quickly understood why Stannis, despite his own preferences and reservations, had sought a private meeting with him. It was solely for the sake of his daughter. It was clear that Stannis deeply loved Shireen. He was even willing to go against his own nature and meet with someone he disliked if it meant finding a cure for her illness. No, Lind answered. At his response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Stannis's face, though he did not press further. He had no desire for small talk, nor any reason to remain. Without another word, he rose to leave. As Stannis passed by, Lind spoke. If the Lord trusts me, he can send Lady Shireen to Summerhall. My steward, Melora Hightower, has experience treating strange illnesses. She may be able to help Lady Shireen. Stannis stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. The Mad Maid of House Hightower. His expression hardened. Never mind. I don't trust her. With that, he strode out of the room. Lynd made no effort to stop him. Though he genuinely liked Shireen Baratheon, that strong-willed little girl, he had no particular inclination to interfere in other people's affairs. Ser Rick, who had been waiting outside, seemed surprised that the meeting had ended so quickly. However, he was astute enough not to ask what had been discussed. He simply led Lynd back to the banquet at his villa. Just as Ser Rick was about to take his leave, Lynd suddenly asked, "Ser Rick, aren't you one of his grace's men? Why are you dealing with Lord Stannis?" Ser Rick, who had clearly anticipated this question, responded without hesitation. "My lord, perhaps there is a misunderstanding. My loyalty is to House Baratheon." He paused briefly before adding, "To me, there is no difference between pure steel and black iron, they are both part of the stag." After saying this, he excused himself and went to serve Robert, who was already drinking heavily. Lynd did not linger at the banquet for long. When Robert retreated to the villa's backyard, it was clear he would not be leaving that night. Ser Barristan and the King's Guard remained stationed at the villa, except for Jaime, who was otherwise occupied, clearly indulging himself while Robert lay beside someone else's wife. On his way back to camp, a low sedan chair stopped him. When the curtain was drawn back, Varys's large, bald head appeared. "My lord, if you are not in a hurry to return, we can visit Tobo Mott's smithy now." "He has finished repairing your gauntlets," Varys suggested. Lynd considered the proposal for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since he had attended the banquet, Lynd had not worn his own armor, and his mount, Ebon, had been left at camp. Though his two greatswords made him somewhat distinct, the streets of King's Landing were filled with knights, both official and wandering, who sought to imitate his style. Without the contrast of glory and ebon and without wearing the distinctive armor of a banished knight, Lynd blended into the crowd. From the noble residences near the Red Keep, he made his way to the Street of Steel, passing unnoticed. No one along the way recognized him as the chosen one. Even late into the night, the smithies on the Street of Steel were alive with activity. The glow of forges illuminated the streets, and the relentless hammering of metal echoed through the district. Those unaccustomed to the noise would find it impossible to sleep in such an environment. The smithies operated deep into the night primarily due to the overwhelming demand for weapons. Fear and unease had spread with the appearance of whites, and many sought to arm themselves for protection. Even noblewomen had begun carrying daggers or other small weapons, causing orders for arms to surge more than tenfold in a short period. With many of these orders coming from powerful nobles, the smiths had no choice but to work tirelessly. Yet, unlike the other bustling forges, Tobo Mott's smithy was eerily silent. A few gold cloaks stood guard at the entrance, a clear sign that its owner had drawn the ire of someone influential within the Red Keep. "Halt! This smithy has been," one of the gold cloaks stepped forward to block their path but abruptly fell silent as he recognized Lynd, who had already dismounted. "Is something going on here?" Lynd asked, feigning ignorance, though he strongly suspected Cersei was behind this. "Well, someone reported that the owner of this smithy was selling contraband, so we are here to supervise," one of the gold cloaks hastily explained. Lynd met his gaze and said calmly, "The owner of this smithy, Tobo Mott, has already accepted my invitation to serve as the master artisan of Summerhall. If you accuse him of selling contraband, you are effectively accusing me of the same. Does that mean I, too, need to be investigated and placed under your supervision?" "Of course not, my lord. Of course not." The gold cloaks immediately shook their heads. Lynd was now the most influential figure in the Seven Kingdoms, not just among the lords, but also among the common folk. His sway far exceeded that of any other man. If the gold cloaks dared to place him under arrest, they wouldn't live long enough to regret it. The fanatical followers of the faith of the Seven would tear them apart before the king even issued a decree. "We believe this was a misunderstanding. Now that you are here, my lord, it's clear that there is nothing wrong with this smithy, and our presence is no longer required," one of the more quick-witted gold cloaks said hurriedly before leading his men away. Only after they had left did Varys step out of his sedan. Tobo Mott, having heard the commotion, emerged from his smithy. Upon seeing Varys and Lynd, his tense expression softened, and he greeted them with evident relief before ushering them inside. "Gendry, you little brat, bring me the gauntlets I finished this afternoon." Tobo Mott shouted at a young apprentice, who looked no older than 6 or 7. The boy quickly ran to the storage room at the back and returned, clutching a steel gauntlet. As he neared Lind, he tripped over something and tumbled forward. Before he could hit the ground, Lind caught him with one hand and snatched the falling gauntlet with the other. "You clumsy brat. That's how you do things. I shouldn't have taken you in for that measly sum of money." Tobo Mott scolded, fearing the boy's mistake might have angered Lind. But Lind paid no mind to the smith's words. Instead, he helped the nervous young apprentice to his feet. One glance was enough, he immediately recognized the boy's features. This was Robert's bastard son, Gendry the Bull. He glanced at Varys, who also knew the boy's true identity. His expression made that clear. "Since you've been paid, you must teach him well so that he can become a true smith, understand, Master Tobo?" Lind said, making no show of favor or special treatment for Robert's son. It was merely a reminder. "Yes, my lord, I understand. I will teach him well." Tobo Mott answered swiftly, then motioned for Gendry to return inside. Lind inspected the restored steel gauntlets, slipping them on and flexing his fingers. Satisfied, he nodded. The design of the Banished Knight gauntlets allowed for easy replacement. If the outer steel armor was damaged while the inner components remained intact, only the outer shell needed repair. They had been restored quickly and looked as good as new. "Who have you offended? Why are the gold cloaks targeting you?" Lind asked as he flexed his fingers. "My lord, I have no idea. I was targeted without reason. Not only did I lose my outstanding orders, but I've also been restricted in obtaining raw materials," Tobo Mott said, bewildered. "The order sent to Commander Slint came from the hand of the king's residence," Varys interjected. Tobo Mott looked puzzled. "By the 7, I've never offended Lord Arryn." Varys offered a knowing look. "Though the order came from the hand's residence, that does not mean it came from Lord Arryn himself. Someone is displeased with your recent actions." Tobo Mott furrowed his brows in confusion, struggling to recall who he might have angered. "Gulltown," Varys hinted. "Ser Peter Baelish." Tobo Mott immediately understood. His eyes widened. Chapter 170, The Mott Scam and the Tyroshi Bonds. After learning that the person causing him trouble was Littlefinger, Tobo Mott remained silent, his expression turning somewhat strange. He neither asked Lind to intercede with the hand of the king on his behalf nor requested his help in dealing with Littlefinger. It seemed as though he believed the fault lay with him, and that it was a serious matter. Lind looked at the smith in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. "I don't like getting involved in other people's troubles, and I especially don't like bringing them into my territory. You're going to Summerhall with me, and I want you to be clean when you go. Now tell me, why did Ser Peter Baelish have to use the hand of the king's residence to get to you?" Tobo Mott's face darkened slightly, as if he were reluctant to speak. He cast a furtive glance at Varys, hoping for assistance. Varys frowned and said sternly, "Don't look at me. You'd best be honest, or you'll offend not only Ser Peter Baelish but also the powerful people within the hand of the king's circle." Seeing no other option, Tobo Mott finally recounted how he had offended Littlefinger. After hearing his account, Lind reevaluated him. "This man might not be as competent as I thought. A blacksmith capable of such misjudgment. Perhaps when they returned to Summerhall, he shouldn't be placed as head craftsman but reassigned elsewhere." The reason for his conflict with Littlefinger was simple: he had swindled him. Not once, but 3 times. Altogether, he had cheated Littlefinger out of nearly 2,000 golden dragons. What was even more remarkable was that his scheme closely resembled a classic Ponzi scheme. Though Tobo Mott had kept the creation of his own armor and greatsword a secret, many were aware of his skill, Littlefinger among them. Seeing the smith's potential, Littlefinger had sought to invest in his forge, intending to take control of it and make Tobo Mott his exclusive smith. Unaware of Littlefinger's true intentions, Tobo Mott devised his own way of profiting without risk, an ice and fire version of a Ponzi scheme. He claimed he had connections that allowed him to purchase Valyrian steel scraps from Qohor. Though merely fragments, in large quantities they could be melted down and reforged into daggers, jewelry, or other valuable items. However, he needed a significant amount of money up front, promising extremely high returns in the later stages. Given his reputation for crafting weapons and armor for Lind, no one doubted his claims, Littlefinger included. He invested a sum and soon received a return. Encouraged, he invested twice more, receiving payouts each time. But when he awaited his third return, he was told that the ship carrying the goods had been attacked by pirates, and all his investment had been lost. At first, Littlefinger believed the story, assuming the loss was due to piracy. He even sent men to investigate, hoping to ransom back the stolen goods. But when his agents returned with their findings, the truth became clear: there was no such ship. In fact, the previous 2 shipments had never existed either. Only then did he realize he had been conned. That was why he used the hand of the king's connections to exact revenge. Since he never personally intervened and everything was done under the hand of the king's authority, if anything happened to Tobo Mott, the consequences would not fall on him, but on the hand. From the way things stood now, it seemed Littlefinger was after more than just recovering his lost money. He had other motives as well. To be honest, because of various pieces of information from his past life, Lind had always regarded Littlefinger as a supremely intelligent figure, one of the few people in this world he truly feared. He had even considered that if Littlefinger ever dared to plot against him, he would not hesitate to strike first, completely suppressing him and eliminating any chance for him to play his tricks. But after hearing Tobo Mott's account, he suddenly questioned whether he had been too cautious about Littlefinger. Even so, he did not allow this incident to lower his guard. As the saying goes, even the best horse stumbles. No matter how clever Littlefinger was, he wasn't infallible. Being deceived once or twice did not mean he was any less dangerous. This method makes money easily, you don't have to do anything, and a fortune just comes to you. You must have cheated more than just Peter Baelish, right? Lind fixed the smith with a serious gaze, his voice sharp with accusation. Tobo Mott was silent for a moment before nodding. Then, one by one, he named a dozen individuals, every single one of them powerful and wealthy figures in King's Landing. Hearing this long list of victims, Lind couldn't help but sit down in his chair, rubbing a hand over his forehead. He turned to Varys and said, "You knew about this all along, didn't you?" Varys nodded. "Yes, my lord, I knew about it. But I only learned after the fact. By then, it was too late, I couldn't save him." Lind's voice lowered. "And your little birds? They didn't catch wind of this either." Varys shrugged helplessly. "My little birds only watch things that interest me, and making money happens to be one of the things that interest me the least, just like women." Lind turned his gaze to Tobo Mott, who had lowered his head completely, as if waiting for judgment. What Lind wanted most in that moment was to simply walk away, wash his hands of the matter, and let the smith be torn apart by his creditors. But that wouldn't solve the problem. The smith had carried out this scheme in his name. Even if he disowned Tobo Mott now, people would still hold him accountable. Not to mention, he had just admitted to the gold cloaks that the smith was his head craftsman. His expression turned cold as he eyed Varys. "Are you plotting against me?" Varys shook his head. "Of course not. Even if I weren't here, if Tobo Mott were in trouble, wouldn't you still come to his rescue?" Despite the certainty in Varys' voice, Lind didn't believe a word of it. He was convinced that Varys had orchestrated something today, he just didn't know what. But Varys was right about one thing. Even if he hadn't been here, Lind would have stepped in. Tobo Mott was one of the few people in Westeros who knew how to forge Valyrian steel. And while Lind already had the great sword of the Knights of the Banished, he might need Valyrian steel again in the future, just as he was currently forging the Frozen Dragon rune necklace for the Giants. Beyond that, Tobo Mott was a master craftsman. The armor of the Banished Knight was proof of his skill with metals beyond just Valyrian steel. He was valuable. And Lind's army needed such a master, to design and produce standardized weapons and armor. In his plans for the next year or two, unifying military equipment was a priority. His voice turned stern. "Where's the money? Don't tell me you've already spent it." Tobo Mott's face twisted bitterly. He didn't answer. Lind's eyes darkened. "You really spent it all?" He was stunned. Rising from his chair, he walked up to the smith and lowered his voice. "How much was it?" "A few thousand golden dragons at least. Even most nobles couldn't spend that much in a year. How did you manage to burn through all of it?" Feeling the weight of Lind's presence, Tobo Mott shrank back and muttered, "My lord, I spent it all on Tyrosh bonds." Tyrosh bonds. The term struck a chord in Lind's memory. Something eerily familiar. A financial scheme from a past life. He was surprised to find such a concept existing in a medieval world like this one. This is basically national gambling, Varys explained, assuming Lind wasn't familiar with the concept. Over 100 years ago, Archon Quello of Tyrosh came up with this system. Every 5 years, the Archon issues bonds, borrowing money from investors to fund the city's development. If all goes well, the bonds are repaid with interest. But if war breaks out, things change. If Tyrosh wins, they honor the debt. If they lose, they simply refuse to pay, and the bonds become worthless, just scraps of paper. Lind frowned. And the people who lose their money? They don't object. Varys shook his head. The risks are made clear when the bonds are purchased. If you lose, that's just bad luck. Lind's expression turned sharp. What if Tyrosh, unwilling to repay the bonds, deliberately starts a minor war with a neighboring free city as the bonds are about to mature, then deliberately loses, using it as an excuse to void the debt? Or what if they secretly make a deal with another free city's rulers, staging a war just to invalidate the bonds? Varys froze, surprise flickering in his eyes. It's remarkable that you thought of that just from my brief explanation. He then glanced at Tobomot, who was still staring at the ground. That's why it's a gamble. Bondholders can only pray that the Archon of Tyrosh has a conscience and doesn't pull such tricks. Lind exhaled deeply, sinking back into his chair. He tapped his fingers against the armrest, lost in thought. Tobomot sensed this was the moment that would decide his fate. He knew that Lind was the only one who could save him now. If Lind abandoned him, he would be doomed, buried without a trace. After a long silence, Lind finally spoke. Bring out all the Tyrosh bonds you bought. Tobomot hesitated for a moment. Then, realizing Lind had likely decided to save him, he sighed in relief. Without delay, he ran upstairs, retrieving a box filled with bonds, and returned to Lind. Open it, Lind ordered. The smith quickly obeyed. Inside, the box was packed with rectangular slips of parchment, each roughly palm-sized. Lind picked one up and examined it. It wasn't paper, but a fine animal hide, its patterns intricate and detailed, comparable to the most refined currency he had seen in his previous life. Not printed, but embroidered. The face value of this bond, converted to the Seven Kingdoms currency, should be around 2 golden dragons, Varys estimated. There are about 3,000 in this box. He paused. In other words, you spent nearly 6,000 golden dragons on these bonds. It was 6,500, Tobomot corrected. 500 of it was my savings. Varys chuckled. The Archon of Tyrosh must be delighted to have found a buyer like you. In the past few decades, very few people have spent that much on Tyrosh bonds. Take this box to Tyrosh, and you'll either be treated as a very important guest, or end up dead in an alley, with these bonds vanishing into thin air. Tobomot grimaced, unable to find a response. Even he didn't know what had compelled him to buy so many, until it was too late to stop. Lind's voice was low. If Tyrosh were to redeem these bonds at maturity, with principal and interest, how much would they owe? 65,000 golden dragons, Varys answered. Lind blinked. 10 times the amount. His voice dropped further. That doesn't seem right. Who would even buy these bonds? Varys smirked, gesturing at Tobomot. You see, there are buyers. That's why I call it a gamble. And, actually, Tyrosh has redeemed bonds at 10 times their price before. The past 3 issuances were all repaid in full, so many people bought them this time, including some of my friends. He paused before adding, but my friend recently discovered something suspicious. Tyrosh is concealing the number of bonds they've sold. Based on estimates, the total amount held by known buyers already exceeds 3 million golden dragons. And that doesn't include individuals like Tobomot. The actual total could exceed 5 million. Lind chuckled dryly. So if they were to honor these bonds, they'd have to pay 50 million golden dragons. His smirk faded. Could they even sell Tyrosh for that much? Varys tilted his head in mock thought. Perhaps. But voiding the bonds would be much easier. After all, it wouldn't be the first time. Lind fell silent, deep in thought. The smith, sensing uncertainty, grew anxious again, afraid that Lind might still change his mind. Chapter 171, Illyrio. The enormous sum involved in the bond made Lind fall into deep thought. He seemed to be contemplating more than just whether the bond would be invalidated. His thoughts had expanded to other matters as well. Both Smith and Varys waited in silence, allowing Lind to process his thoughts without interruption. After a long while, Lind finally returned to the moment, then looked at the smith and said, "I will give you 6,000 golden dragons. You must use this money to repay the people you deceived. Moreover, this is a loan. I will deduct 1/10 of your wages each month until the debt is fully repaid." He then pointed to the box before him and continued, "As for this bond, I will confiscate it as punishment. From now on, you are to teach the smith's apprentices in Summerhall with complete honesty and without reservation. If you cause any more trouble, I will personally see to your end. No one else will have to. Do you understand?" Tobo Mott nodded repeatedly, his voice quick and eager. "I understand. I understand." Then, unable to help himself, he hesitantly asked, How much is my monthly salary?" "Your salary will range from 50 silver stags to 3 golden dragons, depending on your performance," Lind replied. "If you exceed expectations, there will be additional rewards, often more than double your monthly wage." Tobo Mott knew he had no other options. Lind was his only chance at survival. And truthfully, this arrangement was not a bad one. Even if he weren't burdened with the 6,000 golden dragon debt, he would still have had to serve Lind for the rest of his life. "I am willing to sign the contract," Tobo Mott declared without hesitation. He swiftly signed, and Lind assured him that his personal representative would handle the repayment, settling debts one by one. The remainder of the owed sum would be covered by selling the smithy in King's Landing, as it would be of no further use once Lind moved to Summerhall. With this matter resolved, Lind and Varys left the smithy. As they walked, Varys suddenly asked, "Lord Lind, what do you intend to do with this Tyrosh bond?" Lind simply smiled, not answering directly. Instead, he turned to Varys and said, "I want to meet your friend. I have a business proposal for him." Varys was momentarily stunned, unsure why Lind suddenly wished to meet this person. Though puzzled, he did not show it, nor did he refuse. After a moment of thought, he said, "Are you free now? We can go see him immediately." "He's in King's Landing?" Lind asked, raising an eyebrow. Varys nodded. The appearance of a wight caused a stir even across the narrow sea. He has always been intrigued by such things, so he came to see it for himself. He only arrived today. "In that case, let's go now," Lind said decisively. Rather than leading Lind directly to his friend's hidden residence, Varys took him first to the dragon pit. From there, they passed through a tunnel beneath it, emerging into a cellar deep beneath the Red Keep, a space filled with dragon bones. "My lord, please wait here a moment, I'll fetch him at once," Varys said before disappearing into another hidden passage. The room fell silent, the air thick with an eerie, inexplicable stillness. Lind, unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, took a torch from the wall and stepped toward the pile of dragon bones. Among them, the skeletons of the 3 greatest dragons, Vhagar, Bael'Ryan, and Vermithor, stood intact. The others had been replaced with forgeries crafted by Varys. The real bones had been stored in the cellar of Miracle Harbor, while some had already been used in the dragon communion ritual. Lind had long known that Vhagar, Bael'Ryan, and Vermithor were the largest dragons in history, but even so, seeing their remains up close was staggering. Each skull was the size of a 2-story building. Vhagar, the largest of them all, was particularly imposing. With its mouth open, a mounted rider could pass through with ease. If it were to stretch its jaws to their full capacity, the old tales claimed it could swallow a woolly mammoth whole. Seeing its skull now, Lind had no doubt that the legends were true. How were these skulls transported here in the first place? Looking at the massive, intact dragon bones and then at the narrow entrance of the cellar, Lind couldn't help but ask himself. However, he soon put the question aside, his attention drawn to the power contained within the dragon bones. To the small folk, these 3 dragons were simply larger than the others. But in Lind's eyes, they had undergone some kind of transformation. Something about the magic within their bones was distinctly different from that of the others. The most obvious difference was in their resonance. When Lind touched the bones of the other dragons, there was no reaction. But the moment his fingers brushed against the remains of Vhagar, Bael'Ryan, or Vermithor, he could clearly feel the dragon runes stirring within him, urging him to perform the dragon communion ritual in his mind. The sensation was overwhelming, but his willpower was strong. He resisted the urge, stepping away from the bones and standing at a distance, watching them in the dim light. At that moment, Lind felt a strong desire to summon Glory to his side. Perhaps through Glory's perspective, he could gain some insight into the mystery surrounding these ancient remains. He did not have to wait long. Varys soon returned, leading a burly man dressed in the attire of a simple servant. At first glance, the man appeared indistinguishable from the lower-ranking servants of the Red Keep. But a closer look revealed a striking incongruity: his bearing did not match his clothing. His every movement, his posture, even the air around him exuded the presence of someone accustomed to power. "This is my friend, Illyrio Mopatis," Varys said without any unnecessary preamble. "And this is Lind Taryn, the chosen of the Seven and Lord of Summerhall." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Lind," Illyrio said, extending his hand. Lind shook it firmly. "Magister Illyrio, I am pleased to make your acquaintance as well. I hear you wish to conduct some large-scale business with me?" Illyrio asked, getting straight to the point. "Yes," Lind nodded. "I want you to help me acquire all the 5-year bonds issued by Tyrosh, at the lowest possible price. After all, to many, these bonds are little more than worthless scraps of paper." Illyrio's expression flickered with surprise. He studied Lind carefully before asking, "Lord Lind, do you understand what Tyrosh bonds actually are?" Lind's gaze remained steady. "Of course I do. Varys has already explained everything to me. Otherwise, why would I say that to some, including yourself, Magister Illyrio? These bonds are now nothing more than waste. If that is the case, then why do you still want me to acquire them for you?" Illyrio's confusion deepened. Lind did not answer immediately. Instead, he posed a question of his own. "Tell me, Lord Illyrio, does every person who hires you need to justify their reasoning to you in full detail?" "Of course not," Illyrio admitted, shaking his head. "However, your position is unique. Even the smallest of your actions can send ripples through the world, causing upheaval that may, in turn, affect my own interests. I need to understand what you are planning before I involve myself." Perhaps Illyrio's reasoning was sound, or perhaps Lind had never intended to keep his plans a secret. After a moment of thought, he decided to share his intentions with Varys and Illyrio. "I intend to buy up all of Tyrosh's bonds at the lowest possible price," Lind explained. "Then, when Tyrosh inevitably goes to war with its rivals, I will ensure that Tyrosh wins the conflict, leaving them no excuse to default on their debts." Illyrio frowned. "Even if Tyrosh wins, they will still find a way to avoid paying. They won't have the funds to redeem the bonds." "Would those excuses be legitimate?" Lind asked. Illyrio shook his head. "Of course not. But that hardly matters. They just need an excuse. If a war loss isn't available, they'll invent another one. No one has the power to challenge their decision." As he spoke, realization dawned on him. His eyes widened, and he looked at Lind with newfound wariness. "Lord Lind, are you planning to take action against Tyrosh?" Lind smiled. "It's not that I want to act against Tyrosh. It's that Tyrosh has shamelessly and dishonestly stolen my golden dragons. I have no choice but to go to war." Illyrio exhaled sharply. "You are a bold man, Lord Lind. You must understand that while Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr often war over the disputed lands, they would never tolerate outside interference. If any foreign power attacks one of them, the 3 free cities will undoubtedly unite against the invader. Together, they are a force stronger than even the Iron Throne. It was the influence of the free cities that lurked in the shadows behind the War of the Ninepenny Kings." Lind's expression remained composed. "I am well aware of the strength of the 3 free cities. But do the free cities understand my strength?" Illyrio's thoughts drifted to the sight of the stone giant stationed outside the walls of King's Landing, standing behind the wooden palisade of their camp. He recalled the countless tales of Lind's victories, of his legendary power. For the first time, Illyrio considered the possibility that if Lind truly went to war with Tyrosh, perhaps it would be Lind who emerged victorious. "You really don't need to think so hard about this," Varys said, breaking the silence. "No matter how this plays out, it will benefit you." Illyrio mulled over his words. He quickly realized that Varys was right. If Lind won the war, he would gain a powerful ally in the free cities. If Lind lost, Illyrio could still make a fortune by knowing in advance that war was coming. Understanding this, Illyrio nodded. I accept this commission. I will help you acquire the bonds, ensuring that the total cost does not exceed 10,000 golden dragons. Lind added, additionally, I need intelligence. Information on the Stepstones, Tyrosh, Mir, and Lys. The Stepstones. Illyrio and Varys exchanged glances. It was logical to gather intelligence on Tyrosh, Mir, and Lys. After all, if a war was brewing, those were the players involved. But the Stepstones? That was unexpected. They both had the same thought: does he plan to take the Stepstones before the war even begins? As if reading their minds, Lind continued, if I am to go to war with Tyrosh in 5 years, then the Stepstones cannot remain under someone else's control. My connection to my territory is crucial. If it is severed, I will be truly isolated. Therefore, taking the Stepstones is inevitable. Illyrio hesitated. Lord Lind, for centuries, no ruler or kingdom has ever fully conquered the Stepstones. Even the Triarchy, at its height, only controlled parts of the region. The islands have never been fully unified. Even Daemon Targaryen, riding a dragon, failed to subdue them all. Today, the Stepstones are divided among free cities, Dorne, the Iron Throne, and countless pirate lords. With your strength, you may be able to claim 1 or 2 islands, but to take all of them, that would be... I know exactly what I'm doing, Lind interrupted. You don't need to convince me otherwise. Just gather intelligence. I need details: who controls each island, which pirate factions hold which waters. The more information, the better. Illyrio understood that Lind's mind was set. He glanced at Varys, but the spider remained silent, offering no objections. Seeing this, Illyrio nodded. The discussion soon shifted to trade, spices, jewelry, but what caught Lind's attention most was the slave trade. You want to buy slaves? Illyrio was stunned. Even Varys looked surprised. Slavery was strictly forbidden in the 7 kingdoms. The faith of the 7 condemned it outright. But Lind, chosen of the 7, was openly seeking to trade in slaves. Don't misunderstand, Lind clarified. I'm not buying them for labor or personal use. I intend to free them and offer them new lives in my lands. He elaborated, I have specific requirements. I want skilled individuals, blacksmiths, craftsmen, scholars, healers, shamans. I have no interest in servants or common laborers. Do you understand, Magister Illyrio? Illyrio's surprise faded, replaced by understanding. He nodded. I understand. I will find such individuals and send them to your lands. Not to King's Landing, Lind corrected. Send them to Miracle Harbor. The docks should already be complete. Illyrio agreed. Though they had not discussed the price, Illyrio knew this would be a long-term arrangement, and that Lind would make sure it was worth his while. Chapter 172, Jon Arryn's Probe. In the days that followed, Lind personally transferred 6,000 golden dragons from his chambers in King's Landing to Tobo Mott and arranged for his men to escort the smith to repay his debts one by one. The remaining shortfall was temporarily covered by Lind's funds and would be settled once the smithy was sold. Tobo Mott's smithy was in a prime location on the Street of Steel, the largest of its kind in the city, and had already built a strong reputation in King's Landing. The Chamber of Commerce estimated that it could be sold at a high price without much difficulty. Perhaps because he was now free of debt, Tobo Mott's forging skills seemed to have improved even further. When Lind commissioned him to craft a necklace with frozen dragon runes, the success rate was remarkably high. In less than 5 days, with only 11 failures, all 26 dragon rune pendants were completed. Lind embedded the dragon rune pendants into 26 pre-made bronze plates, threading them together with a sturdy rope to form necklaces fit for the stone giants. To test their effectiveness, he had Mag, the leader of the stone giants, try one. While the runes did not generate as intense a cold as when Lind personally invoked the frozen dragon rune, they still produced a steady, chilling aura that the stone giants could feel surrounding them. For ordinary people, however, the cold radiating from the necklaces was deadly. To confirm this, Lind conducted an experiment, fastening one of the necklaces around a rabbit. Within moments, the creature froze solid, its body turning to ice, much like the servant of Varys. This demonstrated that the stone giants possessed some degree of resistance to the magic of the frozen dragon rune, allowing them to withstand the cold that would otherwise be lethal to humans. With the matter of the stone giants resolved, Lind began preparing to leave King's Landing. Though he had spent his recent days accompanying King Robert on hunts and attending various banquets, enjoying a seemingly leisurely time, the monotony of it all had begun to bore him. He found himself longing for Summerhall. Even though Summerhall Castle was still only a foundation, the prospect of sitting at the foot of the mountain peak, watching its gradual construction from the Town Hall of Redemptions, felt far more meaningful to him than enduring another round of endless feasts. One morning, he found an excuse and requested leave from King Robert, planning to depart the next day. Although Robert did not want Lind to leave, he could see that the revelries that kept him entertained, the banquets, the hunts, held no real appeal for Lind. Understanding this, he did not press the matter further and simply told Lind to visit King's Landing whenever he had the time. Just as Lind was about to leave the Red Keep, a servant approached him. "My lord, the hand of the king wishes to see you." Lind was momentarily stunned, confused as to why Jon Arryn would summon him, but he did not hesitate. Without a word, he followed the servant to the study in the Tower of the Hand. Jon Arryn had just finished reviewing a document when Lind entered. Without looking up, he signed his name at the bottom and handed it to a courtier waiting nearby. "This document is to be delivered immediately to Ser Pessin. He is to follow the instructions in it without fail," Jon Arryn instructed. "Yes, my lord," the courtier replied, taking the document. Upon noticing Lind, he immediately bowed before hurrying out of the room. The gesture, however, was not a standard form of courtesy but rather a reverent salute, one given by a devout follower of the Seven. "Lord Ruby is a devout believer in the Seven," Jon Arryn remarked casually. "To him, you, as the chosen of the Seven, hold nearly the same status as the High Septon." He gestured toward the chair across from him. "Please, sit. Lord Lind, in your position, you should not be standing while speaking to me." Lind did not hesitate and took the offered seat without ceremony. Jon Arryn's expression grew serious as he explained, "An order was issued from the Hand's residents to the garrison, instructing them to interfere with your master artisan. However, that order was forged. One of my attendants was responsible. He harbored a personal grudge against your master artisan and, upon learning that the men would be relocating to your territory, feared he would never have the chance for revenge. So he used my name to have the garrison make things difficult for him. I had no knowledge of this." Lind froze for a moment, studying Jon Arryn with slight confusion. He was uncertain whether this explanation was a fabricated excuse to conceal Lisa Tully's involvement or if Jon Arryn truly was unaware that the matter was actually connected to Littlefinger. Despite his suspicions, he chose to go along with the explanation, replying, "This was merely a dispute between subordinates, and it has already been resolved." Jon Arryn nodded, then gave Lind a contemplative look before stating, "I know you are connected to Varys, and have been for quite some time." Yet in the eyes of the Hand of the King, Lind did not flinch, nor did he display any sign of surprise or guilt. He remained as calm as ever. "I know," Lind said calmly, meeting the gaze of the old Hand of the King. "I knew long ago that you, Lord Hand, were aware of my connection with Varys. However, my cooperation with him is entirely above board. There is nothing to hide, so there is no need to conceal it." Lind's frank admission caught Jon Arryn off guard. The Hand of the King was momentarily stunned, his surprise lingering before he regained his composure. Suppressing his initial reaction, he asked, "Can you tell me what kind of cooperation you have?" Lind did not answer directly but instead pointed to the armor he was wearing. "So he was the one who introduced Tobo Mott to you," Jon Arryn deduced, nodding slightly. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "Although there is nothing inherently wrong with your cooperation, I still believe that someone like you should not be too closely associated with someone like Varys." "I understand what you mean, Hand of the King," Lind interrupted, his voice steady. "But I must ask for your forgiveness, as I cannot follow your advice. I see no issue with having dealings with Lord Varys." Jon Arryn frowned. "Is that what you truly believe?" "Yes, my lord," Lind affirmed, his gaze unwavering. "I don't think you've ever truly taken the time to understand Lord Varys, have you? In your eyes, and in the eyes of most nobles, Lord Varys is nothing more than a eunuch, an outcast, or even a freak. Many among the highborn won't even allow themselves to speak to him for more than a moment, as if his very presence sullies their spirit. Am I wrong, Hand of the King?" Jon Arryn did not respond immediately. He merely observed Lind in silence. Lind continued, undeterred. But in my eyes, Lord Varys is more noble than the vast majority of the nobility, and he embodies the virtues of knighthood more than most knights ever could. Jon Arryn's expression shifted slightly, his surprise evident. You actually hold Varys in such high regard. With all due respect, Hand of the King, you were born into nobility, standing atop the shoulders of your ancestors, looking down upon the world. This privilege has allowed you to see farther, to perceive the grander picture, but it has also made it so that none of you ever truly lower your gaze to see those beneath your feet, Lind said, his tone sharp with conviction. In your eyes, the small folk are vulgar, ignorant, and in need of guidance. You do not wish to waste your time looking at them. Instead, you focus only on those born into privilege, those whose upbringing and thoughts align with your own. But I am different. I have climbed from the very bottom to where I stand now. I have seen both the depths and the heights of this world. I know that nobility of birth does not guarantee nobility of spirit. Among the highborn, there is no shortage of vile and despicable men. And among the small folk, one can find true nobility, wisdom, and honor. Our Lord Spider, in my eyes, is one such man, a sage among us. I consider it an honor to know him and to call him a friend. A heavy silence settled over the room. Jon Arryn appeared deep in thought, and Lind made no attempt to disturb him. After a long pause, Jon Arryn finally exhaled and looked at Lind with a thoughtful expression. Lord Lind Taryn, you may be right. At times, I do forget that talent can be found in places we seldom look. Pride and habit can blind us to those who might otherwise serve us well. But I will still remind you, no matter what you think of him, a spider is not someone who should be trusted as a friend. Without allowing the conversation to linger on that point, Jon Arryn suddenly shifted the subject. After you and Varys left the smithy that day, where did you go? Lind did not hesitate. He took me to the dragon pit to meet a friend from across the narrow sea. Jon Arryn's gaze sharpened. And why did he introduce you to someone from across the narrow sea? Because I asked him to, Lind replied. You asked him to? Jon Arryn repeated, narrowing his eyes. Can you tell me why? Of course, Lind said, his expression turning serious. In fact, this matter may also require the cooperation of the Hand of the King. Jon Arryn remained silent, waiting for him to continue. I sought out that contact to gather intelligence, detailed information on Tyrosh, Myr, Lys, and the Stepstones. Within 5 years, I will take complete control of the Stepstones and return them to the Seven Kingdoms. Then, I will lead an army eastward to attack Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys. Jon Arryn was completely taken aback. He had summoned Lind on short notice primarily to gather information, suspecting something unusual in his dealings with Varys and the foreign contact. But he had not expected to hear anything so audacious. The first thought that came to his mind was that Lind must have lost his senses. Are you mad? Jon Arryn blurted out his thoughts without realizing he had spoken aloud. Of course I am not mad. My mind has never been clearer, Lind said, blinking in mild surprise at Jon Arryn's outburst. Huh. Jon Arryn only then realized he had spoken aloud. He stiffened in brief embarrassment before regaining his composure. After a moment of silence, his tone turned grave. Why would you willingly provoke the Free Cities Alliance? Do you understand the consequences of what you're suggesting? Of course I do, Lind said solemnly. My lord, I have seen the White Walkers beyond the wall with my own eyes. I know how powerful they are. If they breach the wall, the Seven Kingdoms will struggle to withstand the tide of the dead. We must prepare an escape route in advance. And the escape route I have in mind is through the Stepstones, leading to Essos. You are being too pessimistic, Lord Lind, Jon Arryn said with a frown. No, you are being too optimistic, Lord Hand of the King, Lind countered. You have never seen the White Walkers, nor do you understand how terrifying they truly are. That is why you are so calm. But if you had witnessed the reality of their existence, you would not be questioning my decision. Jon Arryn was silent for a moment before asking, are the White Walkers truly that powerful and terrifying? Lind nodded. More so than you can imagine. Jon Arryn knew full well how formidable Lind was. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a one-man army. Yet even Lind, with all his strength, spoke of the White Walkers with such dread, considering an escape route rather than a direct confrontation. That alone was enough to make Jon Arryn reevaluate the severity of the threat. After contemplating the matter, Jon Arryn made his decision. Is there anything I can do to assist in this matter? Hearing this, Lind knew that his performance had been successful. Without hesitation, he said, "The Iron Throne already controls part of the Stepstones. I want those islands placed under my authority. I need them as a staging ground to take full control of the archipelago. Additionally, I require Greenstone Castle in the Stormlands as a logistical base for my fleet. I need you, Lord Hand, to send a letter to the Lord of Greenstone." Jon Arryn was momentarily taken aback. The request was far less demanding than he had expected. "Is that all you need? No financial or military support?" Lind shook his head. "I have sufficient funds, so I don't require financial assistance. As for an army, I have enough men under my command. Perhaps when we march on Tyrosh in 5 years, I may ask for the Iron Throne's aid. But for now, asking the Crown to fight pirates in the Stepstones would be excessive." Jon Arryn considered for a moment before responding. "I will bring the Stepstones matter before the small council. It should pass without issue. As for your campaign against Tyrosh, the Iron Throne will not intervene, you will bear the consequences of your actions." He paused, then added, "However, I will see to it that the Gulltown fleet assists you with logistical transport. That is a decision of the Vale, not the Iron Throne." "Thank you, Lord Arryn," Lind said. "Now, you may go," Jon Arryn said, rubbing his forehead in evident fatigue. Lind rose to leave, but before he could exit, Jon Arryn spoke again. "That apprentice, Gendry, among Tobomot's students, take care of him." Lind paused, then glanced over his shoulder. "He's His Grace's bastard, isn't he?" After a brief pause, he added, "He looks just like him, with all that black hair." Without waiting for a response, Lind turned and left the study. Jon Arryn, however, did not dwell on Lind's words. His mind was elsewhere. "Pride and habit can blind us to talent," he muttered, as if making a decision. He took out parchment, quickly wrote an order, sealed it with his sigil, and rang for his attendant. "Deliver this order to Peter Baelish, the tax collector of Gulltown. Immediately." Chapter 173, Spark's Warning. Although Lind had intended to leave quietly and avoid further trouble in King's Landing, the movement of 26 giants, no matter how cautious, inevitably caused a commotion that attracted widespread attention. Robert did not come to see him off personally but had a mace delivered to him. The High Septon also sent a gift, a cloak adorned with the Sept symbol, inlaid with precious stones and rusted with age. Additionally, the powerful figures of King's Landing and several wealthy followers of the Seven, whom Lind had befriended at recent banquets, presented him with gifts. The volume was so great that it required 2 or 3 carriages to transport them. This lively farewell did not conclude until Lind had crossed the Blackwater Rush. However, trailing behind his procession were several hundred more hedge knights, free riders, and full knights, clearly harboring the same intentions as those he had previously seen off. Lind was pleased by this development. He neither turned them away nor made any promises, simply allowing them to follow. Upon entering the Kingswood, he deliberately slowed his pace. A journey that would typically take 2 days stretched to 3, giving him the chance to spend 2 nights in the forest. The first night passed without incident. The knights trailing Lind hunted game along the way and roasted it over the fire before offering him a portion when they set up camp. The stone giants also took out their provisions and ate. While eating, Mag, the leader of the giants, surveyed the forest carefully and told Lind that the land was infused with magic, the magic of the Squirrelman, a very powerful Squirrelman. Lind knew that the Squirrelman Mag referred to was a child of the forest. Though both races shared a reverence for nature, they were not allies, in fact, they were often enemies. That night, all 26 stone giants, including Mag, remained wide awake, gripping their weapons tightly and scanning their surroundings with visible unease. The following night, after the temporary camp was set up, the stone giants ate a little before unexpectedly falling into a deep sleep, as did the knights who had been following them. It was an unusual sight. The knights might have been weary from travel, but not so much that they would fall asleep so quickly. And the stone giants, capable of going more than 10 days without sleep, should not have been fatigued after such a short journey. "Is that Spark?" Lind immediately suspected that this sudden drowsiness was the work of Spark, the child of the forest. As he had anticipated, not long after everyone had drifted off, a shadow cat of ordinary size emerged cautiously from the bushes and approached him. This shadow cat was Glory's mother, one of the ones Spark had tamed. The moment Glory spotted her, it eagerly trotted up, attempting to nuzzle against its mother. But the older shadow cat recoiled, dodging Glory's touch and swiping at it with a couple of quick strikes from her front paws. Though the blows didn't hurt it, Glory reacted as if it had suffered a great wound, turning its head away dramatically and pressing itself against Lynn for comfort. Lynn chuckled, stroking its head and gently rubbing the spot where its mother had swatted it. Then, he looked at the shadow cat and asked, "Did Spark send you?" The shadow cat didn't respond, only giving him a brief glance before turning away and slipping back into the trees. Lynn and Glory followed without hesitation. Winding through the dense forest, they eventually arrived at a clearing that looked familiar. Before them, the tall grass suddenly shifted, revealing Spark as he emerged from an underground dwelling. Compared to their last encounter, Spark appeared noticeably drained. Her expression was weary, almost despondent, as if something troubling had occurred. "I heard Wenda say that you had something important to tell me," Spark said as she approached Lynn. Lynn did not immediately bring up his own concerns but instead asked, "Is something wrong with you?" "No, just an old friend returning to the earth," Spark replied, unwilling to discuss the matter further. She quickly urged, "Let's talk about your business. I'm only back for a short visit and won't be here long. It's not that important, but I do have some questions for you." Without hesitation, Lynn brought up the question that had been troubling him for a year and described the scene he had witnessed in Summerhall. "It was you. So it was you." Spark was visibly shocked upon hearing this and looked at Lynn in disbelief. Then, shaking her head, she said, "No, no. It shouldn't have been you. You shouldn't have been there. You must have been pulled into the scene by the ghost of Summerhall. Your presence there was merely a coincidence." "What was that thing?" Lynn asked, his suspicion deepening. "I don't know," Spark admitted, shaking her head blankly. "You don't know? There are things even you don't know?" Lynn questioned doubtfully. Spark met his gaze and said, "I've just lived a long time, that doesn't mean I know all the world's secrets." After a brief pause, she continued, "At that time, Aegon V was using a method passed down by the Valyrian dragon lords to hatch dragon eggs. I'd never seen this method before, so I followed my good friend into Summerhall, wanting to witness it for myself. In the process, I saw the pyromancer set himself on fire. However, during the ritual, a mysterious being appeared in the hall. I could sense it, and so could my friend. We suspect that this entity was the true cause of the fire at Summerhall, possibly even the destruction of Valyria. It was drawn by the hatching ritual of the Valyrian dragon lords." "Was your friend the dwarf woman?" Lynn asked. Spark nodded and said, "Unfortunately, everything happened so quickly, and my powers were greatly suppressed. I could only save her." Then, with a hint of grievance, she added, "Even now, she still blames me for saving only her. What a villain I must have been." Lynn pressed further. "Can you tell me where she is now? I want to see her. She currently lives in a place called High Heart, which is protected by the gods' forbidden laws." Spark's expression grew serious as she looked at Lynn. "I don't recommend you seek her out. In fact, I don't think you should have prolonged contact with any of the old gods chosen right now, whether it's her, the one in Highgarden, or anyone else tied to them." "Why?" Lynn asked, puzzled. "Because you are a very special being, and they all want to pull you into their camp, to make you serve their cause. You need to understand that gods do exist, but they are not truly accepted by the world. They can only act through their devotees." Suddenly, Spark stepped closer, motioning for Lynn to crouch down. She placed a hand on Lynn's forehead, muttered a few words in the old tongue, and, at that moment, a blurry figure emerged from Lynn's body, only to be completely dispersed by a gentle breeze. Lynn instantly recognized the figure. It was the same one he had seen at the pond in the Barrowlands and in his dream. "Is this the old gods?" Lynn asked, still suspicious. "Of course not," Spark shook her head. "It was merely a soul swept up in the power of the gods, more accurately, a jinx. You could call it the ghost of the first men, as it is the embodiment of their will. It only wanders in the Barrowlands. Never mind, I've already exorcised it. It won't affect you anymore." "I had a dream when I saw it," Lynn said, unwilling to let the matter drop. He described the dream he had experienced in the Barrowlands of the First Men. Spark hesitated before replying, "That sounds like a prophecy, but not one created by the entity I just removed. Rather, that thing likely triggered some latent magic within you, temporarily granting you the ability to prophesy." "What does the prophecy mean?" Lind asked, recalling the words, "East, go east, go east." "I don't know," Spark admitted. "Prophecies are notoriously difficult to interpret, and misreading them can lead to serious consequences. Going east might lead you to some kind of fate, or it could be a kiss from the stranger." As she spoke, Spark suddenly leaned in close to Lind, sniffing the air around him. "You climbed over the Great Wall to the land of always winter and saw the White Walkers, didn't you?" "You can tell just from my scent." Lind looked at Spark in surprise. Spark shook her head. "No, I heard it from a bard in the tavern. Your reputation is now comparable to the heroes of myth. But bardic tales are always exaggerated. I want to hear the real story from you." Lind did not refuse Spark's request and recounted everything that had happened to him, starting from Castle Black. Spark listened attentively, her expression shifting with each revelation. She was astonished to learn that Lind had killed a human White Walker and defeated an elf White Walker, shocked that he had found the Horn of Winter, and visibly displeased when she heard that he had tamed the stone giants. When she realized the Horn of Winter was currently in Lind's possession, she couldn't wait to see it. However, when he produced it, she did not reach out to take it. Instead, she had Lind hold it in front of her and slowly turn it so she could examine it. She scrutinized the horn closely, studying every detail with meticulous care. Almost every time Lind adjusted its position, she lingered on the patterns, as if committing them to memory. After a long silence, she finally let out a deep, satisfied sigh, as if she had just consumed a hearty meal. "Are you planning to repair this horn?" Spark asked. "No," Lind shook his head. "It will be sent to Willis. Eventually, it may be placed in the Red Keep for safekeeping." "Safekeeping? Typical human behavior," Spark scoffed. As Lind passed by the wall, he could clearly sense the magic contained within it. He also felt a certain resonance between the horn he carried and the magic within the wall. Lind paid no mind to Spark's disdain for the human race and instead asked, "Do you know who built the wall?" Spark shook her head. "I want to know that as well, but I'm certain it wasn't built by humans. Whoever constructed the wall likely did so to stop the White Walkers from marching south. There are rumors that the White Walkers are actually your—" Lind hesitated, speaking tentatively. Before he could finish, Spark interrupted with a sharp outburst. "That's just you humans trying to pin the blame on us so you can justify hunting us. The White Walkers are an ancient race that has lived in the land of always winter, a place humans can never reach. They are even older than us, the children of the forest. In the beginning, they existed across the world and left behind extremely ancient civilizations, ruins of which can still be found today. But for reasons unknown, they eventually retreated to the land of always winter. After that, we, the children of the forest, appeared, and so did humans. Ancient ruins." Lind frowned. "Could the wall have been built by the White Walkers?" "You really think?" Spark was about to laugh at the suggestion but suddenly froze, lost in thought. After a moment, she said, "Your theory isn't completely without merit, but there's no evidence to support it. Maybe you should start with your stone giants and see if you can find any clues." "Stone giants?" Lind looked at her with skepticism. Spark explained, "They are an equally ancient race that once lived alongside the White Walkers in the far north. There might be something in their oral traditions that sheds light on this mystery." "That's possible." Lind nodded, then shifted the topic. "From what I've heard from the wildling tribes, some of your people still live beyond the wall." "I know." Spark nodded. "They're fools, stubbornly clinging to an ancient oath that no longer holds any meaning. They are not our green seers, they don't need to serve that figure anymore. To put it in human terms, they're just a bunch of fanatics. And sooner or later, their blind devotion." She trailed off, not finishing her sentence. Though her tone remained calm, there was no mistaking the complex emotions of resentment and concern she held for the children of the forest who had remained beyond the wall. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, Lind said, "I also have a dragon egg in my possession, but I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing." "The dragon egg mentioned in that song?" Spark's curiosity was piqued as she gestured for Lind to take it out. But when she saw the egg, her expression turned puzzled. "It's alive," she murmured, "but it's currently in a state of dormancy. It needs the right opportunity to hatch." An opportunity? Lind pondered aloud. Could it be the red comet? Spark looked at him in surprise. "How do you know about that?" Then, after a moment, she said, "The red comet is considered one possibility, but it's not the only one." She handed the dragon egg back to Lind, then, as if losing interest in continuing the conversation, added, "I've been out for too long today, and I'm feeling a bit tired. If there's nothing else, I'm going to head back." Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked toward her burrow-like tree house. Glory's mother followed, though before entering, she paused, turned back, and let out a few sharp cries at Glory, as if reprimanding her, before disappearing inside. As Spark reached the entrance, Lind spoke again. "You children of the forest don't have many places left in the south. If any of you face difficulties, you can come to me. I can set aside an area in the center of my territory where you can live safely." "Got it," Spark replied casually before stepping inside. The door shut behind her, and in an instant, the underground log cabin seamlessly blended into the land, vanishing from sight. Chapter 174, The Miracle Fleet is Founded. Because Lind had written to Nymeria in advance, asking her to meet him at Summerhall, he took the stone giants directly thereafter exiting the Kingswood. As they passed through Grassy Vale, the city gates proved too small, and the streets too narrow for the giants. As a result, they had to wade through the Blueburn River outside the castle to continue their journey. Upon reaching Summerhall, Nymeria stood at the entrance of the town, accompanied by the stewards and managers, waiting to greet Lind. "You've worked hard," Lind said, dismounting and leading his horse to Nymeria's side before pulling her into a hug. Although managing two territories at once over the past few months had been exhausting, Nymeria felt that all her efforts had been worth it the moment she heard Lind's words and felt his embrace. Lind then turned to the gathered officials of Redemption Town, taking Nymeria's hand as he addressed them. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the past 2 months. I truly appreciate how you kept the affairs of the territory running smoothly while I was away." The crowd responded warmly, their eyes filled with admiration for him. Over time, discussions about Lind, both within and outside Redemption Town, had only heightened their sense of pride in being under his leadership. Their respect and devotion had grown to such an extent that even a small word of gratitude from him left them deeply satisfied. With Nymeria by his side, Lind mounted his horse, and together, they rode into Redemption Town, accompanied by the stone giants and their subordinates. The stonemasons who had built Summerhall Castle, the settlers of Salvation Town, and the residents of nearby villages all gathered at the foot of the castle, both inside and outside the town, eager to witness the return of Lind and to see the legendary giants with their own eyes. Redemption Town, though newly established, was packed to capacity. People crowded the streets, balconies, and rooftops, cheering as the procession of giants made its way through the central avenue. At first, the cheers were chaotic, but soon they merged into a unified chant, the only words echoing through the town being "Chosen One." The excitement reached its peak when Nymeria announced that all drinks would be free in the town center's Redemption Square. Lind, however, did not linger in the town. Instead, he continued along the main avenue, heading straight for the Redemption September. Septon Hullen, Holy Sister Melissa, and Elder Colin were already waiting for him, their expressions full of excitement at the sight of the giants. Having learned that Lind had tamed the legendary giants, they had already speculated that the creatures would eventually be placed under the protection of the Redemption September. After all, housing them within the Sept would make it difficult for anyone to object to their presence. Once they had received confirmation from Lind's letter, they had wasted no time in preparing accommodations for the giants near the Redemption September. They had also built a separate food warehouse to ensure the creatures' needs were met. Although the white that Lind had captured was deemed unsuitable for glorifying the 7 gods within the Sept, the giants were an entirely different matter. Septon Hullen had already envisioned using their presence to elevate the Redemption September status to a sacred place of worship, one that could rival the great cathedrals of the faith. "This is Mag, the leader of the giants. I've taught him a little common speech, so you can communicate with him briefly. However, you should also learn some of the First Men's old tongue, it will make things much easier," Lind said, introducing Mag to the 3 members of the Redemption September. He then introduced the 3 of them to Mag, as they would be working together for a long time. After the Seps representatives led Mag and the Giants to their newly built quarters, Lind introduced Tobo Mott to the officials from Redemption Town who had accompanied them. He then asked Melora to arrange for Tobo to be placed in the smith's camp, which had been constructed but had yet to receive a supervisor. Once that was settled, he dismissed the officials and supervisors, informing them that all other matters would be addressed the following day. As he was about to leave, Melora whispered, "When you have some free time, come to my laboratory. Qyburn and I have discovered something interesting." Although Lind was curious about what they had found, he knew this was not the right time to discuss it. As for a celebratory feast, he had no interest in holding one. After dismissing the officials, he was immediately pulled away by Nymeria into a room within his temporary official residence outside Redemption Town, to settle the taxes he had neglected over the past few months. After a passionate reunion, the two of them leisurely reclined in a bath, attended by twin female servants and several maidservants. Leaning against Lind, Nymeria curiously asked, "Are White Walkers really that frightening? With your strength and the right weapons, you could probably defeat a human White Walker," Lind answered honestly after some thought. "So they're not as terrifying as people say," Nymeria remarked, handing him a cup of freshly made juice from one of the twin attendants. "There are very few people in all of Westeros who can match your strength. An ordinary knight wouldn't stand a chance against a White Walker." Lind shook his head. "And human White Walkers aren't even the strongest. The elven White Walkers, they are the real threat." Nymeria reached out and smoothed the furrow in Lind's brow. "Don't dwell on it for now. We can talk about everything tomorrow. Tonight, you should relax and rest." With that, she lowered her head and disappeared beneath the water. The next morning, feeling refreshed and full of energy, Lind left his official residence with his attendant, Brienne, who had not yet recovered from her training the previous day and had been absent from his arrival. The moment she joined him, however, she began peppering him with endless questions about his experiences and the Giants, unable to contain her curiosity. To satisfy her relentless questioning, and to get some peace, Lind decided not to go straight to his office in the Redemption Town Hall. Instead, he took Brienne to the Redemption September, where the Giants were now housed. As he had hoped, Brienne fell silent the moment she saw the Giants, not out of fear, but out of sheer curiosity. Elder Colin and Holy Sister Melissa had remained in the Redemption September since the previous day, working to familiarize themselves with the old tongue of the First Men, which they already knew to some extent. Their goal was to help the Giants become accustomed to their presence more quickly. To everyone's surprise, it was not Holy Sister Melissa or Septon Holland who first managed to establish normal communication with the Giants, but Colin, despite being bound by a vow of silence and unable to speak. Using a series of hand signals, he quickly found a way to converse freely with them. Lind informed Septon Holland that the High Septon of the Great September of Baelor had already agreed to fund the creation of bronze armor and weapons for the 26 Giants. He instructed Holland to discuss the details with Tobo Mott. After inquiring about the well-being of the Giants, including Mag, Lind left the Redemption September with Brienne, who was still brimming with energy. Together, they made their way to the Town Hall of Redemption to address the backlog of affairs that had accumulated in his absence. Although Lind had granted Nymeria full authority over all matters of governance before he left, there were still decisions that only he could make, particularly those concerning the Miracle Fleet. During the construction of Miracle Harbor, Lind had prioritized the docks and warehouses, opting to complete the castle portion at a slower pace. Before his departure for the Wall, word had come from the harbor that the docks were nearing completion. In response, Lind had arranged for the ships that were still in Old Town to be sent to Miracle Harbor, intending to assign captains and fleet commanders upon his return. What he had not anticipated was that his journey to the Wall would take several months. The docks had been completed just a month after he left, and by now, hundreds of longships and armed merchant vessels had already been transferred from Old Town and were docked at Miracle Harbor. The process of appointing captains for these ships was relatively straightforward. While still in Old Town, Lind had commissioned House Hightower to recruit a group of captains and sailors for him. These captains were the ones who had sailed the ships from Old Town to Miracle Harbor. All that remained was for Lind to formally sign their commission orders. This was the first task he attended to upon his return. He signed and sealed the orders but did not immediately deploy the captains to their ships. Instead, he stationed them at the naval barracks in Miracle Harbor, where they would serve as instructors for a time. Lind had no intention of forming a single, unified fleet from the longships. Instead, he planned to take 300 of them and divide them into 3 separate groups, forming 3 distinct fleets. These fleets would be placed under the command of 3 ironborn captains, Dagon Harlaw, Baelor Blacktide, and Asha Greyjoy. Their mission was twofold: to continue the ironborn tradition of raiding in the waters around the Stepstones, preparing for the eventual conquest of the islands, and to escort ships traveling from Miracle Harbor. Lind called the 3 captains into his office and handed them their signed orders. Here are your appointment letters. Report to Miracle Harbor today and assume your duties. Each of you will be responsible for 100 longships. You may select and recruit your captains and crew from the Miracle Harbor Naval Base. Additionally, each of you will receive an armed merchant ship as your personal vessel. You may choose its name. He continued, of course, you're free to recruit captains and sailors from elsewhere if you prefer, but all recruits, whether captains or crew, must undergo 5 months of training at the naval camp. Only those who meet the full requirements will be allowed to board. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, the 3 of them answered enthusiastically, their excitement evident. Although they had long suspected that Lind was grooming them for leadership roles within his fleet, it was only now, holding the appointment orders in their hands, that they truly felt secure in their positions. Lind went on, after the supervision period imposed by the Iron Throne, if any of you wish to leave, you may do so. Just inform me, and your ships will be yours. But don't let ambition blind you. I won't tolerate anyone attempting to take all the ships and deserting. If that happens, you'll have to consider how to face my wrath. We will never betray you, my lord, Dagon Harlaw declared loudly, thumping his chest. Yes, we will never betray you, Baelor and Asha echoed with equal conviction. Lind made no comment on their oaths. Instead, he signed 3 separate material transfer documents and handed them over. Additionally, I will provide the initial funding for the fleets. 6 months from now, you will be responsible for securing your own financial resources. We have to raise our own funds. The 3 captains exchanged bewildered glances. Your future area of operations will be the Stepstones. Use your wits to figure out how to raise funds, Lind said, looking at them expectantly. You mean, we can raid? Asha asked cautiously. I didn't say a word, Lind replied smoothly. You're Ironborn, I respect Ironborn customs. His answer was both an acknowledgement and an evasion. No matter how you acquire your funds, he added, half of your profits must be turned over to me. The rest is yours. Dagon immediately protested, my lord, half is too much. Taking that much at once. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it, Lind cut him off, then turned to Asha and Baelor. What about you? Do you think it's too much? No, we think it's completely reasonable, Asha and Baelor replied without hesitation, not even sparing Dagon a glance. Dagon was left momentarily speechless, seeing how readily the other 2 accepted the terms. Eventually, he lowered his head and muttered, when I think about it, it's not excessive at all. After all, the ships and the crews all belong to you, my lord. Even if you took everything, it would still be fair. You're already being generous by letting us keep half. Lind nodded, dismissing them with a wave. Go make your preparations. Set sail as soon as you're ready. I wish you success on the high seas. Yes, my lord, the 3 of them answered, bowing before leaving the room. Brienne, who had remained silent throughout, hesitated before asking in a low voice, my lord, will Asha be in danger? The sea is always unpredictable, Lind replied as he handed her a signed document. Anyone who sets sail faces danger. He instructed her to take the document to the Ministry of the Interior under the Board of Regents, ensuring that the necessary tasks were assigned accordingly. After a year of training, Brienne had begun assisting Lind with administrative matters. In addition to her daily training and studies, he encouraged her to challenge the Knights of Summerhall Township to build her combat experience. At first, she lost more than she won. But after completing more than 70 challenges, she had reached a point where her victories and defeats were evenly matched. By now, everyone in Summerhall knew her name, and thanks to her efforts, as well as Lind's praise at the Lannisport banquet, the Knights of Summerhall had come to regard her as an exemplary knight. My lord, Lord Hollis Redwine is waiting outside, Brienne reminded him as she handed over the documents detailing the construction progress of Castle Redwatch, sent by Bryn Rivers. Already here. Lind looked up and said, let him in. Brienne went downstairs to announce his arrival and then returned with a slightly short, middle-aged man with a full beard. His complexion clearly indicated his Summer Isles heritage. "Greetings, Lord Chosen One," the man said, bowing respectfully before Lind. Lind studied the men in front of him. "You are a talent personally recommended by Lord Lys. I won't waste time with unnecessary words, I'll just ask a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, you will be the commander of the Miracle Fleet." "Understood, my lord," Hollis Redwine nodded. Originally, Lind had intended to groom Asha and the others for the position, but Nymeria, Melora, Lys, and the rest advised against it. The Ironborn's reputation at sea was too tarnished, associating Miracle Harbor with them would risk damaging its standing and undermine merchants' confidence in the port. Lys, who had made his living on the sea for years, had instead advised Lind to establish two fleets, one visible, one hidden. The hidden fleet, commanded by Ironborn like Asha and her ilk, would handle matters best kept out of sight. The visible fleet, under the command of someone with a reputable name, would be responsible for ensuring the security of Miracle Harbor's waters. Lind had originally wanted Lys Falwell to take the position, but Lys preferred to remain a merchant and declined the offer. Before departing, however, he recommended a capable candidate, Ser Hollis Redwine. Hollis had already volunteered to serve under Lind when the plans for Miracle Harbor were first set in motion. At that time, he had been traveling in Ironwood Castle. Upon hearing the news, he had made his way to Miracle Harbor as soon as possible and was recruited by Jon to serve as officer-at-arms and master-at-arms of the Miracle Harbor Navy camp. "You are a member of House Redwine," Lind said directly. "With your talents and status, you should have been able to secure a good position in the Redwine fleet. Why give up everything at Arbor Island to come here?" Hollis answered truthfully, "I come from a branch of House Redwine, and I am also a second son. Given the bloodline on my mother's side, no matter how capable I am, becoming the commander of a fleet there would be impossible. That's why I came here, to try my luck." "What is your relationship with Lys Falwell?" Lind asked. Hollis replied immediately, "I once saved his life at sea, and this time, I asked him to recommend me. Of course, knowing Lord Lys, he would never put my name forward unless he believed I was truly capable." Lind continued, "If you become fleet commander, what will be your next move?" Hollis recognized this as the decisive moment. Without hesitation, he revealed his plan. "First, I will establish Miracle Harbor as the fleet's center and expand our patrols throughout the Sea of Dorne, testing the tolerance of the lords of the Stormlands and Dorne. Then, I will send men to occupy several uninhabited islands off Cape Wrath to set up a fleet transit base. If possible, I will take control of Castle Gaston Grey, allowing us to fully secure the surrounding waters. After that, if conditions permit, we will gradually transform the Sea of Dorne into the internal Sea of House Taryn." A bold plan, Lind acknowledged, but implementation will be difficult. He nodded, recognizing that this strategy served as the prelude to his broader maritime ambitions. Lind's plan was to start from the Stepstones, using both fleets, the visible and the hidden, alongside himself to eliminate the pirates infesting the region. By securing the Stepstones, he would gain control over a significant portion of the trade flowing along both sides of the narrow sea. However, before that could happen, the Sea of Dorne had to be brought under control. Hollis's plan provided an excellent foundation for that goal. Satisfied with Hollis Redwine's answers, and lacking a better alternative at the moment, Lind picked up a pen, swiftly signed a commission order, and placed it before him. "Swear it, Ser Hollis." Chapter 175, The Sacrificial Offering. With the formation of the Miracle Fleet, Miracle Harbor was on the right track. Though the city's urban area remained a mere plan on paper, merchant ships had already begun to dock and unload their cargo. Various goods were transported north from the Boneway through Summerhall to Grassy Vale, then shipped by water to different territories of the Reach. Others traveled south from Ironwood into the Dornish hinterland. The Dornish marches, in particular, benefited significantly from the Bone Road, receiving much-needed supplies. Settlements such as Blackmont, High Hermitage, Starfall, Kingsgrave, and Skerich had come to value this trade route, even forming their own caravans to conduct direct trade with Miracle Harbor. After dealing with the Miracle Fleet, Lind attended to various administrative matters, including the appointments of Ser Jason Lefford's men. Most of the knights who had pledged their loyalty to Lind were assigned to suitable positions. Only a few remained unassigned, among them Ser Jason Lefford, whom Lind had personally favored and sent ahead to Summerhall. This delay in Jason Lefford's appointment was not due to a lack of ability. On the contrary, several departments had recognized his talents and were competing to recruit him. Since Melora had been unable to decide, the matter had been left to Lind. After reviewing Melora's evaluation and the department's requests, Lind ultimately decided to appoint Jason Lefford as the Army's Master-at-Arms. One of Lind's first initiatives after taking control of the territory had been military reform. Instead of relying on the traditional practice of enlisting farmers, craftsmen, and vagabonds as temporary soldiers during wartime, he had established a standing army akin to a city guard. Unlike the city guard, however, this force was solely dedicated to combat training, spending every day drilling in the barracks rather than performing other duties. This standing army consisted of 3,000 men. Though maintaining such a force significantly increased the territory's financial burden, the benefits were evident. Besides, money was not an issue for Lind at the moment. Thanks to the Slain map of resources in the Red Mountains, he had easily located 2 silver mines, a small associated gold mine, and deposits of copper, tin, iron, and coal, an open-pit coal mine, no less. And this was only a fraction of the resources marked on the map. Many other sites remained to be formally surveyed. With such abundant resources at his disposal, Lind could confidently push forward various reforms in the territory. In just a year, he had established the Political Council, the Naval Battalion, the Army Battalion, the Circuit Court, and more. While there had been minor setbacks along the way, overall, progress had been smooth. Lind spent an entire day reviewing political documents, addressing both major and minor issues. Thanks to the Political Council, only a limited number of matters required his direct attention, allowing him to complete his work within a day. That evening, he visited the castle to check on its construction progress. On his way back to the temporary official residence, Melora's words from the previous day suddenly came to mind. Changing direction, he headed toward Melora's laboratory. "I thought you weren't coming today," Melora said, a trace of reproach in her voice. Without further preamble, she led Lind straight to the dungeon beneath the laboratory. Qyburn was already waiting outside a cell. Upon seeing Lind, he turned, unlocked the cell door, and stepped inside, lighting several braziers. Aemon was chained up inside. His physique was striking, his exposed limbs were thick with muscle, his entire body appearing as though it had been sculpted for sheer strength, reminiscent of a former Mr. Universe. But a closer look revealed something unsettling. Unlike the balanced, well-proportioned muscles of a bodybuilder, this man's muscles were asymmetrical, some grotesquely large, others disproportionately small. The irregularity of his physique gave him a distorted, almost deformed appearance. "What is this?" Lind asked Melora. The moment Lind spoke, the chainman suddenly reacted as if triggered by some unseen stimulus. With a snarl, he lunged at Lind. But the heavy chains restrained him, yanking him back after just a few steps. He strained against his bindings, baring his teeth at Lind, as though possessed by an uncontrollable rage. Lind, ever observant, noticed something off about the man's eyes. His pupils were unnaturally small, shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. White. The thought crossed Lind's mind immediately. But he quickly dismissed it. The man's wounds were still bleeding, proof that he was very much alive. Without a word, Melora took out a powder and sprinkled it on Lind. Instantly, the frenzied prisoner fell into a stupor, dropping to his knees. The rage that had consumed him moments ago vanished as if it had never existed. Now, he was eerily still, as lifeless as a wooden puppet. "What's going on?" Lind asked Melora. Melora explained, "The deodorant powder made from merman oil can block the human scent on the body." "I'm not asking about the powder." Lind frowned, pointing at the men in front of him. "I'm asking about him." "This guy is a real piece of work," Melora said. "Not only did he rob and kill, but he also cut out his victims' hearts and ate them. The garrison caught him not long ago, and I had them bring him to me for experimentation." She glanced at Lind and added, "You promised Qyburn that truly wicked people could be used for experiments." "You know what I'm really asking about," Lind said, his tone edged with displeasure. This time, Melora didn't tease him. Instead, her expression turned serious. "Do you remember the sacrificial stone and the candles you had brought back in advance? This is the result of our research." Lind was momentarily taken aback. "You've uncovered the secret of the sacrificial stone already?" The reason it happened so quickly is that someone had already studied this sacrificial tablet before, Melora replied. She gestured to Qyburn, who immediately retrieved an extremely old book and handed it to her. Melora opened the book, flipped to a specific page, and handed it to Lind as she explained, back in the Age of Heroes, before the Citadel even existed, Prince Paramore, the second son of King Uther Hightower, gathered scholars of all kinds, wisdoms, teachers, priests, healers, singers, shamans, and alchemists, anyone with knowledge to share. He brought them to Old Town to record their teachings, and their collected wisdom became the foundation of the Citadel. Among these scholars was a man named Shrike from Dath in the further east. He presented the prince with a collection of ancient texts, claiming they came from Dath, the world's oldest city and the origin of all sacrificial rituals. These books contained numerous dark and forbidden sacrificial rites. When the Citadel was founded, these books were among the first to be banned, but my ancestors made copies and kept them in the high tower. Melora's eyes gleamed with a mixture of amusement and fascination. My ancestors were a bunch of lunatics, obsessed with these ancient rituals. They conducted extensive research, and one of them left behind detailed notes on this very sacrificial tablet. So, this sacrificial stone might not have originated from the White Walkers but rather from Dath. Lind studied the page Melora had indicated. It was filled with scribbled annotations and arcane writings, but at the center was an intricate illustration, a depiction of the sacrificial stone. This version was far larger and more detailed than the one found in the White Walker's possession. Melora retrieved the 4 candles that refused to be extinguished by the cold wind. The candles that came with the sacrificial tablet were made from merman oil, she said, and they were also one of the primary materials required for the sacrifice. Lind frowned slightly. Are you talking about the legendary merlings? Yes, Melora nodded. Lind didn't pursue the topic of mermaids further. Instead, he focused on the sacrifice. So, based on your research, you've already performed a sacrifice using the sacrificial stone. And this man is the result. Melora shook her head. A sacrifice was performed, yes, but this man was just an unintended byproduct. She signaled to Qyburn, who retrieved a glass bottle from a nearby box and handed it to Lind. The bottle, crafted in Mir, contained something unsettling. Lind held the bottle closer to the firelight, scrutinizing its contents. Inside was a mass of flesh, not dead, but writhing, pulsating like some grotesque, skinned mollusk. What is this? Lind asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. A rabbit, Melora replied. After the sacrifice was completed. At that moment, Qyburn interjected. The flesh itself isn't dangerous, he said. But if some of its blood is extracted and injected into a human, the person will undergo severe deformation. They will gain immense strength but lose all rationality, becoming impervious to pain and attacking all living things indiscriminately. Only the application of powder made from merman oil can stop them. He glanced at Melora and added, that powder isn't just deodorant powder. A small amount wouldn't be enough to fully mask a person's scent. The merman oil candles must contain some property that suppresses the effects of the sacrifice. Simply lighting one of these candles has the same effect. Melora ignored Qyburn's correction and looked back at Lind. This is likely just one of the many secrets hidden within the sacrificial tablet. She pointed to the book filled with ancient sacrificial rites. If we continue our research using this book, we may uncover even more. Lind considered her words, his mind racing. After a long moment, he handed the glass bottle containing the writhing flesh back to Qyburn and asked, is there a way to control the changes caused by its blood? To enhance strength without deformity? To numb pain without destroying reason? Qyburn studied the bottle before answering. It's possible, but it would require extensive testing, human experimentation. Lind thought for a moment before saying, Dagon, Asha, and Baylor are about to set off for the Stepstones archipelago. That place is swarming with ruthless and irredeemable pirates. They should make suitable test subjects. Melora raised an eyebrow and smirked. You're actually agreeing to experiment on that many people. She leaned in slightly, watching him closely. That's not like you. You think you know me? Lind replied flatly. I will never allow innocent small folk to be used for experiments. But for those who burn, loot, pillage, and commit unspeakable atrocities, I have never considered them human. Melora chuckled. Flexible justice. I like it. She deliberately brushed against Lynn's arm before returning to business. If we're going to continue these experiments, we need a better location. The commotion this one caused has people whispering about ghosts. Some are even saying the ghost of Summerhall has taken up residence here. Lynd looked at her knowingly. Since you're bringing this up, I assume you already have a place in mind. Without answering immediately, Melora led Lynd out of the cell. Qyburn followed behind them, extinguishing the flames and locking the door. Once they reached her office, Melora retrieved a map of the Red Mountains from a nearby shelf. Unfolding it in front of Lynd, she pointed to a location. There's a valley between the Red Watch Valley and the road to Summerhall. A prospecting team discovered a natural cave there. The valley is surrounded by cliffs, with only a single mountain road leading to it. If we reinforce the path and make some modifications to the cave, it would be the perfect site for a secret laboratory. Lynd studied the location before nodding. I have no objection to establishing this laboratory. However, it must be supervised by the silent priests of the Redemption September. Any subject used for experimentation must be deemed beyond redemption by 3 individuals, Septenholland, Holy Sister Melissa, and Elder Colin, before being handed over to you. Melora scowled. You want the Church of the Seven to oversee us? It's the only way to ensure you don't overstep, Lynd said, fixing both Melora and Qyburn with a serious look. You two are too dangerous. You went ahead with a sacrifice without even informing me. This time, it only resulted in a lump of flesh and a monster. But what if, next time, it summons some dark force upon Redemption Town? Melora and Qyburn remained unimpressed. Lynd's voice lowered. The best option is for the Church to supervise your experiments. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, Melora sighed and relented. Fine, but they can only observe. They cannot interfere. Agreed, Lynd nodded. Creators. Chapter 176, The Elixir. My energy will be entirely devoted to researching this ancient knowledge in the future, so you should delegate the roles of Speaker of the Council of Government and Chief Administrator to someone else, Melora declared after finalizing the details of the laboratory's construction. Lynd felt a sudden headache upon hearing her words. He simply had no suitable candidate for the position of Speaker of the Council of Government. This was an incredibly crucial role, holding the highest authority in the territory, second only to himself. The Speaker wielded immense power, even able to temporarily act in his place when he was absent. Without both capability and absolute trust, no one could be allowed to assume the position. No, you'll have to continue serving as Speaker for now. At least until I find a suitable replacement, Lynd immediately rejected her request. Melora was uncompromising. No, I need to personally oversee the laboratory's construction to prevent the craftsmen from making mistakes. Besides, the chairmanship has already taken up too much of my time. I refuse to waste any more on something so pointless. Lynd was just as firm. It's easy for you to walk away, but if you do, everything else will grind to a halt. Whether you like it or not, you will stay in that position until I find a replacement. He didn't give Melora a chance to argue and warned, don't even think about acting rashly. If my territory falls into chaos because of this, I'll strip you of your right to experiment, lock you out of your newly built laboratory, and hand all your experimental resources over to Qyburn. Melora was so enraged that she couldn't speak. She wanted to push back, but after so many years together, she knew all too well that when Lord Lynd made a decision, he enforced it ruthlessly. Confronting him head-on would only make things worse for her. My lord, Lady Melora, there's no need for the two of you to argue over this, Qyburn interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. In truth, Qyburn had no intention of helping Melora. On the contrary, he would have been pleased to see her locked out of the laboratory for defying Lynd. That would mean gaining access to her share of experimental resources and, more importantly, the mysterious knowledge she controlled. However, he also understood that even if Melora were temporarily locked out, Lynd would eventually let her back in. When that happened, she might not dare to retaliate against Lynd, but she would have no qualms about taking revenge on him. Not wanting to become collateral damage in their dispute, he had no choice but to step in with a solution. In fact, my lord, there has always been someone by your side who can take Lord Melora's place. There's no need to waste time searching for a candidate, Qyburn said. Lynd and Melora exchanged puzzled looks. Neither had any idea who Qyburn was referring to. It is Lady Nymeria, Qyburn revealed directly. She is the person Lord Lind trusts the most. Her administrative skills are more than sufficient to manage the affairs of the cabinet. Furthermore, Lady Nymeria's territory and the Lord's territory are now nearly indistinguishable. Many of their affairs are intertwined and dependent on one another. Since that is the case, why not unify their administration and handle them as a single entity? The merger of territories isn't as simple as you make it sound. Melora frowned. No. I never said the territories should be merged, each will remain distinct. I'm suggesting only that their governance be handled collectively, Qyburn clarified. You're right, Lind nodded. She is indeed a suitable replacement, but will Nymeria agree? He then turned to Melora. If Nymeria agrees, you will transfer the administration to her within the next few days. If she refuses, you'll continue holding the position until I find a suitable candidate. That is my decision. Without giving Melora an opportunity to protest, he turned and walked out of her office. Back at the official residence, Lind informed Nymeria about the selection of a new head for the cabinet. After listening, Nymeria did not give an immediate answer. Instead, she said she wanted to discuss it with the officials of her territory before making a decision. Lind had no objection to this but asked her to provide an answer as soon as possible so that he would have time to find a replacement for Melora if necessary. Though he had acted decisively, he was well aware that Melora's mind was now entirely preoccupied with the pursuit of ancient and mysterious knowledge. Even if forced to remain in the political advisory cabinet, she would not give her full attention to the role. It would be far more beneficial to find a replacement and allow her to focus on her research. Lind did not linger in the territory for long. Once he had finished handling miscellaneous tasks, he left Summerhall and traveled to Grassy Vale, where he boarded a boat downstream to Highgarden. His purpose was to deliver the Winterhorn to Willis. This time, however, he was not traveling alone. Nymeria accompanied him, not just because she didn't want to wait for his return in the territory, but also because she had heard rumors that Highgarden possessed a type of magic medicine that could help women conceive. Lind found the idea laughable, yet he refrained from mocking Nymeria's belief. He understood how desperately she longed for a child, and in a world where monsters and supernatural forces existed, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that such a medicine might truly exist. Since there was no urgency to their journey, they traveled at a leisurely pace, taking the boat provided by the Lord of Grassy Vale and floating slowly downstream. What would have been a 2 or 3 day journey took them 8. Upon their arrival, Nymeria and her companion searched for the rumored magic medicine in the town outside the castle, while Lind went alone to meet Willis. However, Willis was not the only one present. Lord Mace's family had also gathered in the three-hearted tree godswood, where Willis often spent his time, eager to see the legendary Winterhorn for themselves. Is this the Winterhorn? It looks rather ordinary, Garland and Loras remarked in unison as Lind retrieved the artifact and handed it to Willis. What the eye sees is not necessarily the truth, Willis said as he examined the horn. Then, he passed it to his younger siblings and the rest of the family, allowing them to inspect it in turn. Thank you for your efforts, Lord Lind, Willis said, bowing in gratitude. Lind smiled. It was also an opportunity to explore the land of always winter and encounter some legendary beings. A worthwhile journey. Lord Lind, is it true that you have subdued a group of giants? Marjorie asked curiously. Yes. They are now stationed at the Redemption September as guards, Lind replied. If Lady Marjorie ever visits Summerhall, she is welcome to see them for herself. The conversation soon turned to the White Walkers and the Wildling tribes. Though Lord Mace had already recounted much of what had transpired at the small council, hearing the first-hand account from someone who had been there was a different experience altogether. Even after Lind had finished his account, the group remained full of questions. However, knowing they should not occupy Willis and Lind's time any further, they soon took their leave. Father, let me keep the Horn of Winter for a few days before you send someone to deliver it to the Red Keep, Willis said, stopping Lord Mace and gesturing toward the horn in his hand. Lord Mace hesitated briefly before nodding and handing the Winterhorn to Willis. He then ordered several teams to guard the perimeter of the godswood to ensure its protection. Once everyone else had left, Willis instructed Vortimer to push him to the small pool at the center of the three-hearted tree. When they reached the pool, he had Vortimer place the Winterhorn into the water. The moment the horn touched the surface, Lind caught a flicker of magical light emanating from it. Instinctively, he shifted his vision to the vision of glory and was met with a striking sight. Garth Greenhand, the legendary Green Hand himself, raising a magic hammer high and striking it down onto the winter horn upon an anvil. With each blow, another layer of a magical shell formed around the horn, as if reinforcing the seal on the power contained within. Lind did not linger on the vision for long and quickly withdrew his gaze. By that time, Willis had already directed Vortimer to push him back in front of Lind before dismissing his attendant. "Did you also bring the dragon egg you obtained in Summerhall?" Willis asked as Vortimer disappeared into the woods. "Yes." Lind retrieved the dragon egg from his backpack and handed it to Willis. Willis took the egg into his hands and examined it carefully. "It's alive, not a dead egg. It's merely dormant, and it won't wake up for some time." Lind nodded. "I know. Someone already told me." "The one from the Kingswood?" Willis guessed. "You know her?" Lind was mildly surprised. "I only learned of her recently," Willis admitted, his tone carrying a trace of admiration. "She is truly remarkable. Unlike the children of the forest, she has chosen a different path. Now, all she needs is the right opportunity to complete her final metamorphosis." "Final metamorphosis?" Lind mused. "Do you mean, becoming a deity?" "No." Willis shook his head. "If we're talking about gods, then the power you and I wield could have been considered divine during the Age of Dawn and the Age of Heroes. Gods are not rare. A tree, a river, even a mountain can become a god. But a truly eternal existence, now that is rare. I will never reach that state. You, perhaps, might. And she is only one step away." "I didn't expect you to think so highly of her," Lind said, unconcerned. "To me, she's just a friend." "Friends?" Willis smiled. "We are friends as well, aren't we?" "Of course." Lind nodded. Willis' smile deepened as he handed the dragon egg back to Lind. "I may have a way to accelerate the hatching of this egg. Would you like to try it?" Lind took the egg and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No. I think it's better to let it hatch naturally." His decision was not just because he knew the red comet was the key to awakening the dragon egg and that Willis' method was bound to fail. He also recalled Spark's warning, "Do not get too involved with the chosen of the old gods." And Willis, as the chosen or even the incarnation of Garth Greenhand, was precisely such a being. Seeing that Lind had declined, Willis did not press the matter. They continued their conversation for a while, and just as their meeting was coming to an end, a sea eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky. When it reached the top of Willis' head, its wings trembled slightly, slowing its descent until it landed gently beside his chair. Willis retrieved a small piece of parchment from the bird's leg, read its contents, then glanced at Lind with an amused expression before handing the note to him. The message reported that Nymeria had found Willis' secret apothecary shop and was seeking to purchase a few bottles of the so-called miraculous medicine that could help a woman conceive. The shop's attendant, recognizing Nymeria's special status, had chosen not to sell the medicine immediately. Instead, under the pretense of restocking, he had contacted Willis to seek further instructions. Even though Lind typically paid little attention to such matters, it was undeniably awkward to have something so personal known to outsiders. "I can probably guess the situation," Willis said, suppressing a chuckle. "It's likely because you are too strong and she is too weak, which makes conception difficult." His tone quickly turned serious. "There are two solutions. 1. You weaken yourself to the point where you are on equal footing with Lady Nymeria. If you both reach the same level, the likelihood of conception will increase. But I don't think you should attempt this method. So that leaves the second option, strengthening Lady Nymeria's body in a short period of time. If she becomes strong enough to withstand your strength, her chances of conceiving will be much higher." Lind narrowed his eyes slightly. "From what you're saying, do you have the means to make Nymeria strong enough in a short period of time?" "Yes." Willis nodded and rang a small bell to summon Vortimer. When the attendant arrived, Willis instructed him to retrieve a bronze box from the bookshelf in his quarters. A short while later, Vortimer returned, carrying a square bronze box. He placed it on Willis' lap before silently withdrawing once again. Willis opened the box and carefully removed 4 fist-sized glass bottles filled with a thick, fuchsia liquid. Even through the glass, Lind could sense the potent magic radiating from the potion. It carried an almost tangible essence of vitality, a feeling of nature's resurgence. "This is a potion I developed," Willis explained. "If you and Lady Nymeria each drink one before resting, her body will gradually strengthen to a level comparable to yours, significantly increasing her chances of conceiving." Lind took the potion and examined it closely. "Is this something you can produce in large quantities?" "Absolutely not," Willis replied firmly. "It took me over a year to refine this batch. I had originally intended to give it to Vortimer before sending him to the land of always winter in search of the Horn of Winter. But since I found a more suitable candidate in you, I didn't use it on him." He added, "The creation process is extremely complex and a great strain on me. I doubt I will make another batch. So if you choose to use it, do so wisely, don't waste it." Lind remained silent in thought. Despite Spark's warning about getting too involved with the chosen of the old gods, he ultimately decided to take the 4 bottles. He planned to return and have Melora analyze the potion's composition before making any decision about giving it to Nymeria. Chapter 177, The West Bows. When Lind left Highgarden, he informed Nymeria about the potion. She was equally surprised to learn that Willis had been the mastermind behind the apothecary. Neither of them objected to Lind's caution, and upon returning to Summerhall, they handed the potion over to Melora for examination. Meanwhile, Nymeria began the process of taking over the political cabinet's administrative duties from Melora. Lind, too, was occupied. He had an unexpected visitor to meet. "Lord Kevin, I never expected to see you here. What business do you have with me?" Lind asked directly as he entered the inn built specifically for visitors, where Kevin Lannister had been waiting for 2 or 3 days. When Lind returned to Summerhall, he had been surprised to hear from his steward, Muse, that Kevin Lannister had arrived and was awaiting his return. The Lannisters had always maintained a distant relationship with him, and given Nymeria's involvement, their relations were borderline hostile. During their time in King's Landing, Lord Tywin had never even agreed to meet him in private. Now, with Kevin Lannister actively seeking an audience, Lind could only speculate about Tywin's true intentions. Kevin had long been known as Tywin's shadow, his every action and word aligned with his older brother's will. It was obvious that his visit to Summerhall had been orchestrated by Tywin himself. Kevin did not bother with formalities and stated his purpose outright. "Lord Lind, I have come to negotiate a long-term grain purchase agreement with Lady Nymeria Footlease Tumbleton. We are willing to pay 30% above the regular price for all grain exported from Tumbleton's lands." Lind was not surprised by Kevin's words. Nymeria had previously mentioned that Casterly Rock was seeking to buy grain from Tumbleton. Following the extreme cold disaster, Casterly Rock had sent envoys to Tumbleton on multiple occasions, hoping to establish a grain trade agreement. However, Nymeria had rejected their offers each time, citing various reasons. It was clear that she still resented Tywin for what he had done to the Tumbleton lands. "Shouldn't you be discussing this with the Lady of Tumbleton?" Lind asked, feigning ignorance. "Why are you coming to me?" Kevin frowned. "Lord Lind, you know exactly why I'm here. There's no need for pretense." "Oh, I remember now, it's because Nymeria doesn't want to see you," Lind said with a smirk as he casually took a seat beside Kevin. "But why wouldn't she want to see you? She isn't the sort to be unreasonable. Could it be that someone wronged her and still hasn't apologized?" Kevin's expression darkened slightly, and his tone hardened. "I do not believe there was anything wrong with what happened. A lord who failed to govern his own territory allowed bandits to run rampant, threatening even the lands of other lords." Before Kevin could finish, Lind cut him off. "That's no excuse for attacking and looting another lord's territory. If we permit such reasoning, then the entire realm would fall into chaos. What do you think, Lord Kevin?" Kevin fell silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. "We are willing to make reparations." Lind was genuinely surprised by Kevin's words. There was no doubt that this offer represented Casterly Rock lowering its head. And given Kevin's status as Tywin's representative, this was effectively Tywin Lannister himself offering an apology, something that did not align with Lind's perception of him. Tywin Lannister, in Lind's eyes, was the kind of man who would rather die than bow. Yet here he was, willing to concede. However, Lind quickly recalled a research report on the grain situation in the Seven Kingdoms that John Bulwer had completed before leaving. The extreme cold disaster had devastated food production throughout the Seven Kingdoms, with only Dorne escaping the worst of the effects. Massive amounts of wheat, corn, and other crops had withered in the fields due to frost, forcing lords to rely on their dwindling grain reserves. Although the latest cold had only affected the north, regions south of the Neck were still struggling to recover from the previous year's agricultural losses. Compounded by the recent crisis involving whites and the looming uncertainty of the future, most lords had begun stockpiling food in earnest. Aside from a handful of high-yielding territories in the Reach, no region was willing to sell grain anymore. In fact, many were actively purchasing whatever food they could find, driving prices to nearly double what they had been the previous year. Lind had long recognized the strategic importance of food supplies and had been accumulating reserves well in advance. His granaries were now filled to the point of bursting, and from time to time, he released small amounts of food to stabilize prices within his own territory. At the same time, he had taken advantage of the unusual food shortages to implement a registration system. Only registered citizens of his territory were allowed to purchase grain from the small folks' welfare granaries at affordable prices. This census not only helped distribute food efficiently but also allowed him to systematically document the origins of his growing population. Compared to Lind and Nymeria's calm response to the fluctuations in the grain market, the situation in the Westerlands was far more dire. After suffering through a severe cold disaster and then enduring the raids of the Ironborn, the Westerlands had gone 2 consecutive years without a proper harvest. Although the Westerlands was immensely wealthy and could afford to import grain from overseas, this was not a sustainable long-term solution. There were 2 major reasons for this. First, the shipping routes were long and fraught with danger. Any accident at sea meant a total loss of supplies. Second, the cost was exorbitant. The price of grain imported from overseas was already 3 times the usual market price in the 7 kingdoms. Furthermore, the Westerlands was not a particularly fertile region to begin with. The terrain was predominantly mountainous, with very few arable lands suitable for large-scale farming. This made the need for a stable and abundant external grain supply all the more urgent. Lord Tywin had recognized this problem years ago and had devised solutions accordingly. One of those plans had been the invasion of Tumbleton. At the time, Tumbleton had been weak and poorly defended, but its territory was vast. The Lord of Tumbleton controlled an expansive stretch of fertile plains west of the Mander River. Enclosed by water on 2 sides, the land was rich and productive. If the Westerlands had successfully taken control of it, the long-standing agricultural deficiency in their region would have been resolved. Unfortunately for Tywin, the plan had been disrupted by Lind's unexpected intervention, leading to its ultimate failure. Subsequent disasters had only worsened the Westerlands' predicament. Tywin was fully aware of this reality, which was why he had chosen to send Kevan to Summerhall, effectively bowing his head on his behalf and offering compensation to Nymeria. Lind understood that Kevan had already pushed his limits with what he had said thus far. If he continued pressing the issue, it would escalate into outright enmity with the Westerlands. Though he was not afraid of the Westerlands, he saw no reason to create unnecessary hostility. Having assessed the situation, Lind made his decision. I will help you mediate with Nymeria, but I will not interfere with the specifics of your grain agreement. You will have to negotiate the purchase price and compensation with her directly. Is that acceptable, Lord Kevan? Kevan exhaled slightly, relieved. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Lind. For Kevan, lowering himself before Lind was not particularly difficult. Given that Lind's status as the Chosen One had become a symbol of the Church of the Seven, bowing to him was akin to bowing to the faith itself. Framing it that way eased any lingering discomfort he might have felt. This long-term grain agreement was not merely about securing food supplies, it was also an opportunity to mend relations with both Tumbleton and Summerhall. With Lind now emerging as a dominant figure, it would be unwise for the Westerlands to maintain open hostility with such a powerful individual. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Lind did not linger. He stood up to leave but suddenly paused, turning back to Kevan. Lord Kevan, I have a question. How is Lord Tyrion faring these days? Tyrion. Kevan looked puzzled, unsure why Lind had suddenly brought him up. Still, he answered truthfully, he's in Casterly Rock, serving as the steward, assisting me with affairs. Just a steward? Lind remarked with a faint smile. When I was in Lannisport, I had many conversations with Lord Tyrion, and I found him to be exceptionally talented. Keeping him in such a minor position seems like an underutilization of his abilities. If Lord Tywin does not object, I would like to invite Lord Tyrion to Summerhall to assist me. It would also serve to strengthen our relationship. What do you think, Lord Kevin? Kevin looked at Lind in surprise. He had not anticipated such high praise for Tyrion. Although Kevin was the least prejudiced against Tyrion within House Lannister, apart from Jaime, he had never considered Tyrion to be particularly capable. In his eyes, Tyrion was merely a clever-tongued nephew who enjoyed making sarcastic remarks at inappropriate times. He had no real talents, which was why Kevin had only entrusted him with the relatively unimportant position of steward. Lind's unexpected admiration for Tyrion immediately raised Kevin's suspicions. His thoughts instinctively turned to Tyrion's other identity, the first heir to Casterly Rock. Kevin believed he had seen through Lind's intentions. He pretended to consider the request for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "This is not a decision I can make. I need to return to Casterly Rock and inform the Lord." Indeed, Lind nodded. As the first heir to Casterly Rock, working under another lord's command would require careful consideration. I assume that is also Lord Kevin's concern, is it not? Kevin was slightly taken aback that Lind had so openly voiced what he had been thinking. For a moment, he wasn't sure how to respond. What if Tyrion were no longer the heir? Lind continued, his voice calm and deliberate. What if I could arrange for Jaime to remove his white cloak and return to Casterly Rock? Would you then agree to Tyrion working for me? What? Kevin stood up abruptly, his expression hardening as he stared at Lind. You can make Jaime take off his white cloak. His voice carried both skepticism and the weight of sudden seriousness. You're not joking, Lord Lind. Of course, I'm not joking. Lind shook his head. In fact, Jaime's Kingsguard oath was already broken when he killed the king. You could have forced him to remove his white cloak then, but no one had the heart to push him into it, so the matter was left unresolved. I, however, could propose to King Robert that Jaime be relieved of his duties. It wouldn't be difficult, just a fabricated reason and... No. Kevin cut him off, shaking his head firmly. If you truly attempt this, Jaime will not return to Casterly Rock. He is far more likely to don the black robes of the Night's Watch. Unlike his uncertainty about Tyrion's abilities, Kevin knew Jaime's character well. If Jaime were ever forced to relinquish his Kingsguard vows, there were only two possible outcomes: either he would take his own life, or he would seek exile at the Wall. What if I can convince him to remove his white cloak voluntarily? Lind pressed. Lind was not speaking idly. He knew that if Varys discreetly delivered a message into Jaime's hands, one that contained a direct threat against Cersei and Joffrey, it would force Jaime to act. The Red Keep was not yet the stronghold of Westerland's loyalists that it would become in a few years, its inner guards had not yet been fully replaced with men from the Rock. The Lannisters did not yet control the city's political web. If the threat was made at the right moment, Jaime would have no choice but to comply, unable to rebel even if he wished to. However, Kevin had no way of knowing that Lind had such leverage. To him, Lind's words seemed no more than speculation. He shook his head again. My lord, this is a family matter for House Lannister. I ask that you not interfere. As for Tyrion, I do not believe the Lord will agree. If it is talent you seek, I can recommend other capable individuals. In that case, forget it. Forget I said anything. Lind shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Without another word, he turned and left the room. Kevin remained standing, his brows furrowed in thought. He could not shake the feeling that Lind was up to something. Though Lind had dropped the subject for now, Kevin was certain he would not let it go so easily. Voyage wouldn't be enough to afford such a ship in his lifetime. He needed another avenue, something bigger. That's when the idea struck him, the business of the Elixir of the Seven. The Septons he had befriended during his last stop at Miracle Harbor were devotees of the Faith of the Seven, entrusted with overseeing a secret medicine warehouse. According to one of them, a particular holy man had strong ties with Septon Joseph, the man responsible for handling orders of the secret medicine. If Mills could establish contact with the bishop, there was a real chance he could acquire a batch of Elixir of the Seven from the Miracle September. Once back in Pentos, he could resell them for a staggering profit, hundreds of golden dragons at least. Among all the prized goods within the Chosen One's territory, Miracle Harbor's Elixir of the Seven were by far the most expensive and sought after. Each pill sold wholesale for 10 Westerosi golden dragons. When transported across the sea to Essos, their value could quadruple, quintuple, or even increase tenfold. Initially, the secret medicine had been marketed as an aphrodisiac. But its effects far surpassed the typical brothel elixirs. It produced no adverse side effects. Unlike conventional aphrodisiacs, it didn't leave the user weak or drained. Instead, it invigorated them, keeping their spirit and energy levels high. Naturally, the elixir of the seven became a sensation among the powerful and wealthy, particularly those who indulged in prolonged visits to brothels. The price had skyrocketed from 50 silver stags to 1 golden dragon. What truly elevated the pills to legendary status, however, was their rumored ability to bring a person back from the brink of death. Millennia-old, a member of the notorious Tiger Party and one of the 3 triarchs of Volantis, was the youngest among them. However, years of battlefield injuries had left his health in dire condition. During a routine public speech, he collapsed at the lectern. By the time he was carried home, he was all but dead. Every healer who examined him agreed that there was no hope. But his son, Aelios, refused to accept their verdict. In a desperate move, Aelios ground up an elixir of the seven he had acquired previously and administered it to his father. The results were nothing short of miraculous. Mere moments after ingesting the medicine, Millennia-old regained consciousness. Though still physically weak, he was noticeably more spirited than before. His old wounds did not resurface, and soon, he was spotted frequenting the brothels of the city once more. He lived for another 6 months, until he was assassinated by his political enemies. Even then, before succumbing to his wounds, he managed to kill 2 of his attackers. Everyone who knew about Millennia-old's physical condition understood that it was impossible for his previous body to possess such abilities. Naturally, they attributed it to the effects of the elixir of the seven. Because of this, some individuals with ulterior motives conducted experiments, and their findings aligned with expectations. So long as an injury wasn't fatal or a disease particularly exceptional, the elixir of the seven could preserve a life. As a result, the elixir's fame spread across the continent of Essos, and this renown even reached Westeros, making it the most sought-after secret medicine there. Virtually every influential figure carried 1 or 2 vials. Due to its immense demand, each batch of the elixir of the seven was claimed by the powerful before it could even reach the secret medicine warehouse in the miracle September. Very little ever made it to the market, and what did was sold at exorbitant prices. Maester Theost, the owner of mills, also wished to trade in the elixir of the seven, or better yet, use it as a gift to cultivate relationships with the elite in Pentos. However, he found no means of acquiring it. In all of Pentos, the only person capable of occasionally obtaining some from the miracle September and using it to strengthen his connections and position was Maester Illyrio. This advantage was what had allowed Illyrio to stand out among the many governors of Pentos over the past year. As Mills fantasized about securing a supply of the elixir of the seven, debating whether to sell it at a steep price or offer it to Maester Theost to gain favor and greater influence, a sharp blast from the lookout mast interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see the lookout, bound to the mast, blowing his horn while pointing toward the starboard side of the ship. Sensing that something was wrong, Mills swiftly climbed the mast, disregarding the howling wind and crashing waves. Gripping the ropes with practiced ease, he followed the lookout's gesture. More than 10 longships with black sails were approaching. Judging by their speed, they were all oar-powered, the kind of swift vessels favored by pirates, designed for chasing down and overtaking any sailing ship, especially in stormy seas. "Can you make out their flag?" Mills called down to the lookout. The lookout squinted against the wind and shouted back, "The Siren." "It's the Siren's ship." Hearing that, Mills exhaled a small sigh of relief. He hurried down the mast and barked an order to his first mate, "Quick, raise Miracle Harbor's red and white pennant and our ram's head flag at the bow." The first mate immediately rushed into the cabin, retrieved the flags, and secured them in their designated holders at the front of the ship. Before long, the dozen or so black-sailed ships came alongside the Golden Ram, sailing parallel to it for a while. After noting the flags displayed on the bow, they sounded their horns, turned their ships, and passed by without engaging. Phew! Mills let out a long breath, though the outcome had already been clear to him. 2 years ago, no one knew who held the most power among the pirates around the Stepstones. But now, that title belonged unquestionably to the alliance of the 3 sea krakens. This alliance had seized control of half the Stepstones, with only Grey Gallows Island, held by Dorne, a few islands controlled by Tyrosh, and a handful of small islets near Essos remaining outside its grasp. The 3 Sea Kraken alliance was led by 3 infamous pirates, the Sea Witch Asha Greyjoy, the deep diver Dagon Harlaw, and the fur seal Baelor Blacktide. When the alliance emerged 2 years ago, it immediately demonstrated its might. With 300 longships, it crushed the reigning pirate king of the Stepstones in the Battle of Torturous Deep, seizing a dozen islands and their surrounding waters within mere months. Later, they even took control of islands held by the Iron Throne, expanding their dominion over nearly half the Stepstones. By then, their fleet boasted thousands of ships, both large and small. Many believed the alliance would press forward and claim the entirety of the Stepstones. Instead, they halted their expansion. Rather than pushing further, they established fortified strongholds and ports on 3 key islands, Torturous Deep, Bloodstone Island, and the newly renamed God's Grace Island. They built fortresses and shipyards on surrounding islands, opened fishing grounds in their waters, and governed their territory more like rulers than mere pirates. Just as observers speculated that the next phase of their plan would be to solidify control before resuming their conquest, the alliance's ships appeared in an unexpected conflict, intervening in the battle between the Miracle Harbor fleet and the Dorne Alliance fleet. They aided Miracle Harbor's forces in defeating the fleets from Tor and Ghost Hill, then helped them secure the reefs of Gaston Grey and the islands of Cape Horn at the northern end of the Sea of Dorne. With this, the Miracle Harbor fleet gained full control of the Sea of Dorne. At this time, only those in the know believed that the leaders of the 3 sea krakens were all descendants of the major lords, or the lords themselves, who had been handed over to Lyn Taran, the Lord of Summerhall, during the rebellion in the Iron Islands. Only then did they realize that the Sea of Dorne had effectively become an inland sea entirely under Lyn's control. Following this, the alliance of the 3 krakens and the Miracle Fleet cooperated to annex several islands belonging to the Pirate League. The Miracle Fleet also established a naval base with thousands of personnel on one of the larger islands of the Stepstones archipelago. Many believed it was only a matter of time before the Chosen One, Lyn, would fully control the Stepstones. For merchant ships navigating these waters, Lyn's control of the Stepstones was more of a benefit than a hindrance. As long as they established trade relations with Miracle Harbor and their trade volume reached a certain threshold, they would be granted a flag signifying their status as business partners. This flag allowed them to sail these waters unimpeded, without fear of pirate attacks. If they were attacked, they could seek out the appropriate trading company in Miracle Harbor and request assistance from the Miracle Fleet in recovering their stolen goods. Generally, even if not all the goods were retrieved, some could still be reclaimed, minimizing their losses. The only downside was that the business partner flag was only valid for 6 months. After this period, their trading volume would be reassessed to determine whether their partner status would be renewed. As the Golden Ram entered the Sea of Dorne, the wind and rain gradually subsided, and the once turbulent waves calmed, as if a raging beast had been tamed. "We're heading to Weeping Town," Mills instructed the helmsman as he glanced at the sky. "We'll rest there for the night and set sail again tomorrow." At his command, the helmsman immediately turned the rudder, adjusting their course. Mills then called out orders to the sailors, ensuring the sails remained at full strength. By nightfall, they could already see the coastline of Cape Wrath, with Weeping Town's castle perched on the hillside. Opposite it, on Long Cry Island, stood the naval base of the Miracle Fleet. A few months earlier, after securing Longcry Isle, the Miracle Fleet had constructed a naval base there, garrisoning thousands of personnel, including 1,000 naval soldiers. The remainder consisted of craftsmen and their families. Initially, Weeping Town was deeply dissatisfied with this development and considered filing a complaint with Lord Renly of Storm's End and the Iron Throne. However, the complaint was never submitted. Once the base was established, the town quickly realized its benefits. First, the stationed soldiers would frequent Weeping Town during their leisure time, significantly boosting tax revenues and benefiting the town's economy. Second, many ships traveling to and from Miracle Harbor opted to dock in Weeping Town for the night, drawn by the protection offered by the Miracle Fleet. This influx of visitors further fueled the town's prosperity. Within just a month, Weeping Town's tax revenue surpassed that of previous years. And that was only in taxation. The local taverns and inns, many under the control of the town's lords, also saw massive profits. Lord Whitehead, once resistant to the base's presence, no longer had any objections. In fact, to accommodate more ships, Lord Whitehead even hired craftsmen from the base to expand Weeping Dock. What had once been a small port capable of docking only a handful of ships was now a large dock capable of accommodating more than 20 vessels. However, by the time the Golden Ram arrived, all available docking space had already been taken. With no choice but to anchor in the bay, Mills began organizing groups of sailors to go ashore for rest while others remained on board. "Boss, look at the base." Just as Mills was determining the rotation for shore leave, the lookout, who was about to climb down from the mast, suddenly pointed toward the Miracle Fleet's base and shouted. Mills hurried to the helm platform and followed the lookout's gaze. Out on the distant sea, a group of 700 or 800 men or boats was towing a massive warship. It was a four-decked vessel, equipped with 4 main sails and triangular sails at the fore and aft. This type of warship served as the primary combat vessel of the Miracle Fleet. Only 6 existed, each outfitted with 40 giant crossbows, powerful enough to kill a whale, and manned by a standing crew of 700. These ships were known as sea fortresses. But now, this particular sea fortress was in a dire state. A gaping hole in the hull nearly split the ship in two. Though the front and rear sails remained intact, the 4 central sails had been completely shredded. The only stroke of luck was that the main dragonbone structure had remained unbroken, meaning repairs were still possible, hence why it was being towed back to the base. Did it run into a kraken? That damage is brutal, a sailor muttered as he got a clearer view of the wreckage. No, not a kraken, Mills said grimly, his expression tightening as his eyes locked onto the deep, unmistakable claw marks gouged into the hull. It was a sea dragon. Chapter 179, The Falconer's Daily Life. When you come back, go to the market and buy some lamb. Anzan has passed the test to become a harbor guide and will start working at the harbor tomorrow. Buy some lamb to celebrate, Miss said to Karatz, who had already changed into his falconer's clothes and was getting ready to head out for work. Okay, got it, Karatz responded loudly. In truth, he didn't need his wife to remind him. When he returned, he would buy some mutton so she could prepare a dish from their homeland. He would also stop by the smith's to pick up the specially forged sword to celebrate their son's new position as a harbor guide. Karatz's home was on the western side of Miracle Harbor, situated on a hillside. The houses here were built along the slopes, some made of masonry, others of wood, reflecting architectural styles from various regions. Compared to the neat, uniform houses and streets in the Miracle Harbor Castle area, this part of town had a more exotic charm. Nearly all the residents here were former slaves from the continent of Essos. A year ago, they had been transported from Slaver's Bay to Miracle Harbor in large numbers aboard ships. At the time, they had believed they were destined for a lifetime of labor in some distant mine. But to their astonishment, as soon as they disembarked, the collars were removed from their necks, they were declared free, and they were given the opportunity to repay the cost of their purchase through monthly wages. Afterward, the freed slaves were assigned jobs based on their skills. Karatz's wife, Ms., is skilled in cooking. She once worked as a cook in the household of a slave master in Meereen. She was assigned to the Navy camp as an assistant cook, preparing food specifically for the Navy soldiers. Karatz was a renowned falconer in Meereen. He was assigned to the area on the hillside outside Miracle Harbor, where he and other falconers from different places trained messenger hawks for communication. Karatz's wages were much higher than his wife's, yet he saved every coin he earned, relying solely on her income for their daily expenses. Life was frugal, he even went without his favorite chewing tobacco, but it was worth it. After 5 months, he had managed to pay off all their debts. He still remembered the overwhelming excitement they had felt when they finally became debt-free. Even now, the mere thought of that moment sent a rush of exhilaration through him. Becoming free people was something his family had never dared to dream of before. For this, he was profoundly grateful to the Lord Summerhall and to the 7 gods who had chosen Lyn Taran to make all of this possible. He felt that he owed his entire life to repaying Lyn's kindness. And he was not alone, all those who had been freed through Lyn's efforts shared the same sentiment. Just 2 months ago, when Lord Lind came to Miracle Harbor to inspect the city's construction and oversee the Harbor City Hall's operations, Karatz and many others had seen him from afar. He rode a magnificent horse, followed by a giant creature with black and white fur, with 4 bronze giant guards stationed at the Miracle September and armored night guards trailing behind. The crowd had erupted into cheers, and before long, all their praise had condensed into a single title, The Chosen One. Karatz replayed the memory in his mind as he passed through the double-fish archway of Miracle Harbor and entered the city. Miracle Harbor had no walls. When the city was founded, the Lord had declared that it would continue expanding outward, making walls an unnecessary expense and an obstacle to growth. As for security, the Lord seemed unconcerned. In his words, if the enemy had already reached the edge of the city, then walls would make no difference. Though Karatz had lived in Meereen, he wasn't originally from there. His father had been a sea merchant, but a massive debt had forced their family into slavery. As a child, he had been sold alongside his father to various owners, traveling to many cities across Essos. And yet, of all the places he had seen, Miracle Harbor was the most well-organized city he had ever set foot in. The main roads were wide enough for 6 carriages to travel side by side, divided into left and right lanes with a row of green belts in the middle. The streets were flawlessly straight and level, and from any point, one could see all the way to the end of the road. The entire city was divided into square sections by these thoroughfares, with a raised stone platform at every major intersection. Each day, 4 officials known as guides took turns standing atop these platforms, managing the flow of carriages and pedestrians, ensuring order, and correcting any disruptions caused by improper driving. Karatz's youngest son dreamed of becoming a traffic warden when he grew up, drawn by the authority they wielded. Even if an official from the castle city hall broke traffic rules, they would be stopped and penalized. For instance, Wyeth Rowan, the head of Miracle Harbor, had been punished multiple times for riding against traffic. If the most powerful man in the city wasn't exempt from the rules, then naturally, no other official dared to challenge them. Karatz could sense that Lord Lind had an unwavering commitment to rules and cleanliness. He had not only established meticulous regulations on road usage, vehicles had to stay in the left and right lanes, pedestrians were required to walk on designated paths beside the road, and crossings were the only permitted places to traverse the streets, but had also taken measures to ensure the city's sanitation. He had constructed 2 sewers along either side of the road specifically for drainage and had introduced the role of sanitation officer, responsible for keeping the streets clean and managing the disposal of garbage and manure within the castle. All waste was transported to a designated site called the Garbage Disposal Facility, where it was sorted. Manure was converted into fertilizer for the fields, while other refuse was sent to the forge deep within the Red Mountains for incineration. The workforce at the Garbage Disposal Facility was not comprised of ordinary citizens. It consisted of beggars from the streets, lawbreakers, vagrants without skills, and newly arrived refugees struggling to find employment. All of them were assigned to work there. Except for the criminals, every worker earned 10 copper coins a day, just enough to afford food. Despite the widespread complaints about the strict laws Lord Lind had put in place, even City Hall officials grumbled about the extra workload they entailed. People still benefited from them. No one truly wanted to live in a disorderly environment where they could step in filth at any moment. As Karatz passed the intersection of St. Emblem Road and Will Road, a rotund man in gaudy clothing suddenly emerged from a roadside tavern and grabbed his sleeve, greeting him with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Hey, Karatz. I knew I'd find you here at this time." Karatz frowned upon seeing the man. He pulled his sleeve free and spoke in a firm, no-nonsense tone. "Master Maria, I've told you before, all letters are opened by designated personnel. I'm just a messenger. Stop bothering me. If you're looking for information, wasting time with me won't help you. You'd be better off waiting at the trading hall by the docks, maybe you'll hear something useful there." With that, he quickly crossed the road, making it clear he had no intention of continuing the conversation. As he watched Karatz walk away as if fleeing for his life, Maria's face darkened, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. His expression suggested he was already contemplating a different way to handle this matter. However, before he could decide on a course of action, a squad of guards in blood-red leather armor arrived at the tavern, swiftly apprehending him and his companions. The operation was executed with practiced efficiency, so fast that Maria was gagged before he had a chance to cry out or reveal his identity. The other patrons in the tavern instinctively withdrew, distancing themselves from the scene. No one wanted to get involved. Meanwhile, Karatz was completely unaware of what had just transpired inside the tavern. What concerned him was Maria's persistence. It had made him realize that this was a problem beyond his ability to handle. If things continued in this direction, he could easily be dragged into a mess he wanted no part of. Once he reached the Eyrie, he would report this to his superiors and have them contact the blood-armored men to handle the situation. He disliked dealing with the intelligence division, but even that was preferable to having his peaceful life disrupted. Passing through Glory Square, he entered Seven Gods Avenue and walked straight to the end of the road. Rather than ascending the steps to Miracle September for worship, he turned onto the northeastern forest path. A guard post stood at the entrance of the path. Although the station guard recognized Karatz, he still conducted a thorough check of his identification, logged his name in the access register, and only allowed him through after he had signed. The forest and grassland on either side of the path were unfenced, but no one dared to trespass. This area housed both the Navy barracks and the city garrison barracks. Any unauthorized intruder would be considered an enemy and shot on sight. Not long ago, a drunken nobleman had wandered into the restricted zone. He hadn't even been given the chance to explain himself before he was struck down by a dozen crossbow bolts. The brutal example had made sure that no one else dared approach the area without permission. Reaching a fork in the road, Karatz saw 3 paths diverging. Each led to a different destination: the city guard barracks, the Navy barracks, and the Eyrie. He was about to take the path toward the Eyrie when a group of female cavalry in uniformed armor emerged from the direction of the city guard barracks. In Miracle Harbor, the city guard was divided into 2 battalions, 1 male and 1 female. These mounted warriors were part of the exclusive female city guard. Though some people looked down on the female battalion and even openly disparaged them, no one could deny their competence. These cavalry women were every bit as capable as their male counterparts. In fact, their leaders, Daisy Mormont and her deputy, Obara Sand, were notoriously formidable. Not long ago, when a group of 20 mercenaries were patrolling the docks, they suddenly launched an attack on a warehouse storing goods and attempted to seize a ship docked at the pier. However, they were swiftly dealt with by 2 women working together. Caitlyn. Karatz suddenly raised his hand and shouted as a group of female cavalry rode past. The female cavalryman didn't turn her head but shot Karatz a glare with narrowed eyes, as if blaming him for greeting her in an inappropriate place. She didn't glance at him again until the group had passed. Caitlyn was Karatz's younger sister and a gladiator in the Myrine Colosseum. She had originally belonged to a different slave trader, but after their family was bought by a trader from Pentos, he had also purchased Caitlyn at Karatz's request. Upon arriving in Miracle Harbor, Caitlyn immediately joined the garrison. With the combat skills she had honed in the arena, she was quickly put to good use and is now a squad leader, the one in the family who has fared the best. Anzan passed the dock guide test, and Miz is celebrating tonight by making her famous lamb soup. Make sure you come home for dinner. Karatz called out to the passing cavalry patrol. Caitlyn didn't respond, only raising a hand to show she had heard him. Karatz felt lucky to have run into his sister on the road, saving himself a trip to the barracks to inform her. Feeling more at ease, he made his way quickly to the Eyrie at the top of the hill. The entire Eyrie was carved from a massive mountain rock, with each carrier nest connected by sturdy wooden ladders. More than 40 carrier pigeons were kept here, tended to by 13 trainers. Though it couldn't compare to the raven's nest on the other side of the castle in terms of quantity, the carrier pigeons here were far more valuable. These pigeons primarily transmitted information to the fleets, as well as other highly important messages within the territory. Upon arriving at the Eyrie, Karatz immediately reported to his superior about what he had witnessed on the way. His superior carefully recorded his account, sealed it, and instructed an attendant to deliver it to the headquarters of the blood-armored men, the Black House. With the matter reported, Karatz let out a small sigh of relief. He then joined his subordinates in tending to the carrier pigeons under his care. In the afternoon, as he was about to hand over his duties to another falconer, the manager of the Eyrie hurriedly arrived at his section and asked directly, "How is the kestrel? Can it deliver a message immediately?" Karatz froze for a moment. The kestrel was the Eyrie's fastest carrier, used exclusively for delivering messages to Summerhall Castle. Only messages of the utmost urgency were entrusted to it. "It can fly at any time," Karatz responded without hesitation. The manager immediately handed him a wax-sealed copper tube. Karatz selected a falcon, secured the tube to its talons, released it, then turned and left. "What do you think happened?" another falconer who had witnessed the exchange asked, his curiosity piqued. "I don't know," Karatz replied, shaking his head slightly. "It might be related to the naval fleet." There was a fleet mark on the copper tube. The falconer frowned in thought. The naval fleet? Could it be news of another island occupation? The Sea of Dorne is already an inland sea, there are no more islands to occupy. It must be something else. Karatz shook his head, responding absent-mindedly to his colleague's words, though his thoughts had already drifted home. Chapter 180, Red Guard Keep and Black Cave. As the Karatz released the falcon to deliver crucial information to the castle in Summerhall, the Red Watch Castle, situated in the upper reaches of the Red Watch River, ushered in its third bountiful harvest of the year. Carriages laden with grain clogged Red Watch Avenue, while hundreds of Red Watch Castle guards worked tirelessly to direct the flow, ensuring the streets remained passable as swiftly as possible. Amidst the endless carts overflowing with grain, a dozen or so stood out. These were not carrying grain but rather bundles of firewood bound with rope, sacks filled with various weeds, and some unsettling dried insects. Because of the strange cargo, the other carts instinctively steered clear of the convoy, their drivers casting wary glances at Viken, the man leading it, as if he were some kind of oddity. Viken was a native of Slain. Unlike many of his people, who had left the Red Watch Valley in search of new settlements, he had chosen to stay and continue farming. It wasn't that he had a deep passion for agriculture. His only family member had been killed by his fiancée's father in a conflict fueled by greed. Unable to face his fiancée and her father, he had opted to remain behind. At first, he grew wheat, soybeans, and corn as he always had. Then, one day, an official from Red Watch Castle approached him with a proposition. Would he be interested in cultivating herbs? Viken had never heard of planting herbs before. They were typically foraged in the mountains, not grown in fields. Curious about the idea, and already weary of traditional farming, he agreed. It didn't take long for him to realize that growing herbs was far more complicated than he had anticipated. It was nothing like growing food. He needed to hire workers to tend the herb garden and keep meticulous records of each plant's growth. Every 10 days, several maesters would visit to inspect the herbs, immediately instructing him to adjust his planting methods if they detected any issues. His inexperience meant the first harvest was meager, and after paying his workers, he had barely anything left. Fortunately, Red Watch Castle acknowledged his struggles and granted him a 1-year tax exemption. They also provided him with an interest-free loan with no fixed repayment deadline, allowing him to continue his efforts. Armed with newfound knowledge, his second harvest was significantly better. He began making a profit and soon realized that cultivating herbs was far more lucrative than growing staple crops. A single decent harvest was enough to recoup his earlier losses and generate earnings. Later, he took on the additional task of raising worms, which cemented his reputation as an eccentric in the Red Watch Valley. Every time he delivered harvested herbs and dried insects to the castle, he encountered the same reaction, people keeping their distance, eyeing him with curiosity and unease. By now, he was used to it. As he leaned back in his cart, dozing while waiting for the food convoy ahead to move, a group of castle guards approached him. The captain, a man Viken had dealt with before, addressed him. "Viken, a lord wants to see you. He has some questions for you. Come with me, my men will take care of your cargo." Perplexed, Viken followed the guard captain toward the castle. Red Watch Castle was built atop a hill. Aside from the main keep, which was constructed from stone, the rest of the structures were made of wood. A wall of wooden stakes encircled the hillside, dividing it into various districts. To reach the castle from the base of the hill, one had to wind through at least 4 separate districts, giving the fortress a sprawling, layered appearance. Instead of heading to the main keep, Viken was led to a small 2-story building in the second district. He recognized it. It belonged to the Silent Holy Men of the Redemption September. The Silent Men were a unique order of holy men. Those who joined shaved the tops of their heads, wore simple monk's robes, and took a lifelong vow of silence. They embraced a life of asceticism and hard labor, believing that true devotion was best shown through work. Although their daily necessities were provided by the Church of the Faith of the Seven, the Silent Men insisted on working every day. They maintained a plot of land in the Red Watch Valley, dedicated to growing the vegetables they consumed. This small 2-story building served as housing for the monks responsible for managing the farmland. Viken had always respected the Silent Men. Once they finished their own work, they would often help others without expecting anything in return. They carried out their tasks in silence, and before leaving, they always took the time to clean the farm tools they had used. Viken had really wanted to hire a group of Silent Men to handle the task for him, but unfortunately, the Silent Men never accepted employment. They only assisted those in need with the work they were already determined to do. The captain of the guards led Viken to a small building and gestured for him to enter alone, waiting by the door. Inside, the building was filled with priests diligently working, yet the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. There was no conversation, and even the sound of footsteps was hushed. A priest noticed Viken's arrival and approached him, using hand gestures to ask what he needed. Viken explained that he had been sent here, and the priest, looking relieved, led him to a room on the second floor. Inside the room, two men were already seated. One was an elderly silent man with a stern expression, while the other was an older man who appeared kindly. At first glance, the latter seemed like a harmless old man, but he wore a set of red chains, the kind used to imprison criminals. In Summerhall, everyone knew that those bound in red chains were considered highly dangerous. Sensing Viken's unease at the sight of the chains, the old man gave a warm smile and said, "You needn't worry. This is merely a punishment from my lord for a mistake I made, nothing more than a necklace, really. I'm not some vicious criminal, just a curious maester. Ah, I haven't introduced myself. You may call me Maester Qyburn." Viken felt slightly reassured by the old man's words, though he remained puzzled. "Maester Qyburn, is there something you wish to ask me?" Qyburn reached into his pocket and produced an insect specimen. "Do you recognize this insect?" Viken immediately did. It was a very unusual insect, one he had captured not long ago. In Redemption Town, a maester had a habit of collecting all kinds of insects and paid high prices for rare specimens. Many farmers in Red Watch Valley spent their spare time catching insects to sell, and Viken was no exception. He had first encountered this particular insect one night while returning home from the apothecary's garden. Several of them had been glowing with a silvery light, leaving behind drifting points of light like falling snowflakes as they flew. It had been an enchanting sight. Using the tools he had on hand, he managed to catch them all and placed them in a cage. Later, he sold them to the maester who regularly visited the village to purchase rare specimens. Without hesitation, Viken nodded, confirming his memory of the insect. Before Qyburn could ask further, he took the initiative to recount the entire story, from the moment he found the insect to the point where he sold it. Qyburn listened intently, then frowned. "Have you seen this insect again since then?" "No," Viken answered, shaking his head. "I don't think this species is native to the Red Mountains. My people have lived here for generations, and we've never seen anything like it. I suspect it may have come from the rainwood in the Stormlands." "Rainwood?" Qyburn murmured, briefly lost in thought. Then, he looked at Viken and said, "If you ever come across this insect again, capture it immediately and bring it here. Inform any of the silent men that it is needed by the Black Cave, and you will be paid handsomely." "Yes, Maester," Viken replied with a nod. Qyburn wasted no time and rose from his seat. At the same moment, the elderly silent man stood as well, following closely behind him. His gaze remained fixed on Qyburn, as if afraid that if he so much as blinked, the maester might vanish. Qyburn paid no mind to the old priest's scrutiny. He walked directly through the castle to the shortcut leading through the Red Mountains. The once narrow path, which had only been wide enough for a single person, had since been expanded to accommodate 3 people walking side by side. A wooden railing had been installed along the outer edge to prevent accidents on the steep cliffs. However, instead of taking the path, Qyburn headed for the elevator built into the pound wall beside it. Once the old priest stepped in as well, Qyburn reached for the bell inside and rang it. After a while, the elevator slowly ascended and soon reached an intermediate platform. From there, they transferred to another elevator and continued upward. In total, they switched elevators 7 times before finally setting out on foot along a long mountain trail. Along the way, they paused at small guard posts to rest before continuing their journey. By the time they reached the end of the trail and entered a mountain canyon, the sky had already begun to darken. The canyon had been transformed into a fortress, with both entrances sealed off by imposing structures. The only way to pass through was via a central passageway built into the fortress. If an intruder attempted to force their way in, the gates would drop, trapping them inside. Qyburn and the old priest made their way to the middle of the passageway and requested the nearby guards to open the fortress doors. After passing through a corridor, they emerged on the other side of the fortress, where the mountain wall loomed beside them. They continued along the path running parallel to the mountain, making their way toward a perilous peak adjacent to the fortress. After traversing a sparse forest, they arrived at the entrance of a natural cave. The cave's entrance had been sealed with masonry, leaving only a single bronze door. At least 50 chosen guards, clad in septagram-adorned battle armor, stood guard before it. As soon as they spotted Qyburn approaching, they stepped forward and blocked his path. The leader of the Chosen Ones spoke in a firm tone, "Maester Qyburn, by the Lord's decree, you are forbidden from conducting any experiments for the next 6 months and are not permitted to approach the Black Cave. Please do not make this difficult for us." Qyburn did not argue. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, "I am well aware of the Lord's prohibition. I have no intention of entering. However, could you send someone inside to fetch Lady Melora? Tell her that I have found a solution." The captain of the Chosen Ones was silent for a moment before nodding. Without delegating the task, he personally stepped into the Black Cave to locate Melora. When Melora emerged from behind the door, she looked somewhat disheveled. Her hair was messy, and she had a tired expression, clearly indicating she had been struggling with some experimental dilemma. Without hesitation, Qyburn took out the fluorescent insect and presented it. "My lady, would you consider this as a catalyst for the apotheosis potion?" Melora's expression froze, and she regarded him with a cold stare. "A ghostfire beetle?" Her voice carried suspicion. "Why do you still have one in your possession?" "I distinctly remember using the last one." Qyburn explained calmly, "This ghostfire beetle was already dead when it was delivered. I felt it was a pity to let it go to waste, so I made a specimen of it and kept it in my collection. It only occurred to me yesterday." Though his explanation was given with apparent sincerity, Melora, who knew Qyburn all too well, did not believe a single word of it. However, she did not reject his offering. She took the ghostfire beetle specimen from him without another word, turned around, and re-entered the Black Cave to resume her unfinished experiment. Qyburn remained unfazed by Melora's cold response, maintaining his usual harmless smile. The surrounding Chosen Ones seemed slightly displeased on his behalf, but neither the captain of the Chosen Ones nor the old priest who had been watching him ever reacted. They understood all too well what kind of man the seemingly harmless old Maester truly was. Melora returned to her laboratory, carrying the specimen with her. However, she did not immediately begin working with it. Instead, she set it aside and resumed organizing the documents she had left unfinished earlier. 2 or 3 hours passed before she finally lifted her head from the mountain of papers. Reaching for the oil can on the table, she refilled the oil lamp, then carefully placed all the organized documents into an iron box, sealing it with wax. Next, she walked over to the medicine shelf, where hundreds of prepared potions were stored. She selected 7 or 8 bottles and placed them in a specialized medicine box. "You must deliver this to Lind immediately. He is waiting for it. Do not use the front entrance, the secret back passage is faster," Melora instructed a silent man who had been standing motionless behind her like a statue. Handing him the iron box, she added with a grave tone, "Ensure that 2 teams of Chosen Ones handle the escort. The contents of this box are extremely important." Upon hearing her instructions, the silent man's expression, usually devoid of emotion, grew solemn. He accepted the 2 boxes in silence and departed without a word. Almost the moment the first silent man left, another entered, taking up the same position as his predecessor and fixing his gaze on Melora. Melora was long accustomed to the presence of these silent men and paid them no mind. She turned toward the workbench, set down the ghostfire beetle specimen, and resumed her failed apothecary experiment. Chapter 181, The Redeemed Sisters of Justice Hall. Have you truly resolved to forsake everything? Are you willing to devote your lives to the path of redemption, to follow the chosen of the 7, and to face the legendary final winter? Sister Melessa stood before the altar in the chapel of the Mother House, now clad in her ceremonial's robes. Sunlight streamed through the circular stained glass window behind her, casting the shadow of the 7-pointed star upon her, making her appear almost divine. Kneeling before her were 7 novices dressed in their apprentice robes, while around them gathered the congregation of the Redeemed Sisters, assembled to witness the ceremony. Though all present belonged to the Redeemed Sisters, they hailed from different sanctuaries, each dedicated to one of the 7. The Father's sanctuary wore pure white robes, the Mother's sanctuary donned blue, the Warrior's sanctuary red, the Maiden's sanctuary green, the Smith's sanctuary red with black trim, the Crone's sanctuary gray with white trim, and the Stranger's sanctuary black with white trim. Each sanctuary had sent a representative, filling the chapel to capacity. Unlike the sisters of other septs, those from the 7th September carried with them a heavy, metal-bound holy scripture, the 7-pointed star. As its name suggested, the 7-pointed star was entirely crafted from metal. Instead of parchment, its pages were sheets of hammered copper, each engraved with sacred texts, and its cover was a tin plate sheathed in copper. In times of peace, the 7-pointed star was used for prayer and preaching. But when battle called, the sisters could transform it into a weapon. By utilizing the specially designed cover, they could lock the scripture onto the end of a staff, fastening it securely with clasps to create a warhammer. Though their robes covered them fully, glimpses through the fabric seams revealed that each sister wore form-fitting chainmail beneath. Their hands, clad in tin iron alloy gauntlets, left no doubt these were warrior nuns. Combat training was as integral to their daily routine as prayer and scripture study. Every sister in the mother house was required to master the use of warhammers, hand-and-a-half swords, and shields. They also trained in the art of entrapment, learning to wield lassos to subdue opponents. Only those who passed rigorous combat trials, along with 7 tests of self-examination and 7 trials of divine grace, were deemed worthy to take the vow of redemption and become full-fledged redeemed sisters. The trials were arduous. Among nearly 1,000 nuns at the mother house, fewer than 50 successfully completed the tests and ascended to the ranks of the redeemed sisters in the past 2 years. However, that was beginning to change. The alchemists of Black Cave had developed a potion known as the Elixir of Divine Grace, specially formulated for women. It enhanced strength, making it easier to endure the trials, though at a severe cost. The potion inflicted excruciating pain upon those who took it. To Sister Melissa, this was a blessing. Only those with unwavering faith and unshakable resolve could withstand such torment. The potion, therefore, became a divine means of selection, ensuring that only the most devoted would join their ranks. The 7 novices standing before her were the greatest testament to the potion's effectiveness. Never before had so many sisters passed the trials at once, an occurrence so perfectly aligned with the sacred number 7 that Melissa took it as a sign from the gods, proof of their approval of the elixir of divine grace. When she posed her question, the 7 novices answered in solemn unison, "I am willing." Melissa repeated the question twice more, and both times received the same unwavering response. Satisfied, she placed Lynn's scarlet longsword banner beneath the insignia of the 7 and had the novices recite their oath of redemption, an adapted version of the Night's Watch vow. Once the oath was spoken, she instructed them to remove their novice robes. Then, the senior redeemed sisters from each sanctuary stepped forward, presenting the chainmail, ceremonial robes, metal-bound scriptures, and sacred staves unique to their respective sanctuaries. The novices then selected the sanctuary they wished to join, donning the appropriate vestments and armor. But an awkward situation quickly arose. 2 novices each chose the father's and mother's sanctuaries, while none opted for the smith's or the stranger's. As a result, the father's and mother's sanctuaries had to hastily provide an extra set of equipment. The smith's and stranger's sanctuaries, however, were unbothered. In fact, they found the outcome quite favorable. Resources were allocated based on the number of sanctuaries, not the number of members. This meant that even though their numbers were fewer, they received the same amount of provisions as the larger sanctuaries, allowing their sisters to live far more comfortably. The Silent Monastery has already selected 7 silent men to join the Chosen One's guard. We must not fall behind. Each of you will select the strongest redeeming sister from your sanctuaries to join the guard as well, Sister Melissa suddenly ordered as the redeeming sisters were preparing to depart. Yes, Sister Melissa, the sisters responded in unison. The next day, Sister Melissa led the 7 chosen redeeming sisters out of the mother house, heading toward the town of Redemption. In the Honey Pot House on Flower Street in the town of Redemption, Sir Robin Verwell was carefully examining every detail in the room. The body of the prostitute had already been removed by the garrison and sent to the Office of Justice. Although the garrison assigned to the case had been professionally trained to preserve the crime scene as much as possible while moving the body, many clues had inevitably been disturbed. Fortunately, the disrupted clues were only minor ones and wouldn't affect the final judgment. The more crucial evidence remained intact, enough for him to uncover the truth behind the case. "Gino, Ralph, tell me, what do you see?" Though he had already deduced the truth and identified the murderer, Robin did not immediately order an arrest. Instead, he turned to the 2 apprentices trailing behind him and posed the question. Ralph offered a straightforward analysis. The victim didn't struggle. The killer struck suddenly, slitting the throat with a blade. Then, they wiped away the bloodstains with a bedsheet and escaped through the window into the street outside. Everything matches what the proprietress of the Honey Pot House described. We should move quickly and pursue the killer. Robin said nothing, merely turning to Gino, waiting for his response. I agree with part of Ralph's assessment. The killer did indeed act suddenly and slit the victim's throat. But Gino trailed off, hesitating. A troubled expression crossed his face before he finally said, "Something feels off." "Something feels off?" Ralph scoffed, smirking. "Gino, are you trying to pull your usual intuition trick to get through the assessment again? Last time, you managed to fool Ser Lymond with that nonsense. Now you think you can fool Ser Robin too? I'm not making things up." "There really is something strange here," Gino said firmly, his brow furrowed. Ralph opened his mouth, ready to fire off another jab, but Robin raised a hand to stop him. "Explain what you find strange." Gino took a deep breath, carefully stepping around the bloodstains as he approached the bed. Pointing to the blood-streaked bedsheet, he said, "The most unnatural thing here is the killer's actions after the murder. Why did they wipe away the blood? Isn't it obvious?" Ralph scoffed. "To avoid being seen while escaping." Gino ignored his dismissive tone and continued his analysis. "But it was the middle of the night. There weren't many people on the streets. Even if someone was around, the killer could have easily hidden in the shadows to avoid being seen. More importantly, the victim's throat was cut from the front. Based on the blood spatter pattern, the killer would have been covered in blood. A sheet wouldn't be enough to clean it off. The smartest move would have been to throw on a robe and a cloak before leaving. Wiping the blood was a waste of time." Ralph faltered, momentarily taken aback by Gino's reasoning. Though Gino was his rival in the Office of Justice, and he often sought ways to undermine him in front of Ser Robin, he wasn't one to ignore his duty. Now that Gino had pointed out the oddity, Ralph, too, began to recognize the inconsistencies, and certain details he had previously overlooked now seemed all the more suspicious. Someone deliberately staged this scene. Ralph quickly revised his previous judgment. Robin glanced at the two of them but offered no evaluation. Instead, he simply said, "I'll leave this to you. Bring the murderer to the Office of Justice before nightfall." "Yes, my lord," Gino and Ralph responded, exchanging satisfied smiles. Robin turned and left the room, descending the stairs into the courtyard. He looked over at the individuals being held under the garrison's watch and announced, "No one is leaving the Honey Pot House today. You will all remain here until tomorrow." A well-dressed traveling merchant hurried up to him, speaking in an urgent tone. "My lord, I am Casper from the Rose Merchant Company. My master, Ser Garland of Highgarden, has ordered a shipment from Lord Lind, and it's due to arrive today." "That's not my concern. I'm here for justice, nothing more," Robin interrupted coldly. He barely spared the merchant a glance before pushing past him and exiting the Honey Pot House. As he stepped outside, his gaze lingered briefly on the proprietress before he turned away. Robin walked directly toward Redemption Avenue, where the Office of Justice was located. Redemption Avenue began at the Redemption September, cutting through the heart of the town before extending into the western territories of Summerhall. It intersected with Tumbleton Avenue in Green Valley, linking the lands of Summerhall and Tumbleton. Green Valley itself, however, had largely been overlooked in the grand scheme of things. Lining both sides of the avenue were not only the administrative offices of Redemption Town but also the key departments governing all of Summerhall's territories. Offices such as the Court of Justice, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Military and Political Affairs Office, and the Council Chamber were all located here. Only a few maritime-related departments, like the Admiralty and the Maritime Trade Guild, had their headquarters in Miracle Harbor instead. Amid the grand offices of these major departments, the Office of Justice was remarkably unassuming, just a two-story wooden building with a small courtyard. Its location, however, was significant. To its left stood the Court of Justice, to its right, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and behind it, the garrison barracks. These neighboring buildings were all made of solid brick and stone, making the Office of Justice seem awkwardly out of place, as if it had been wedged in as an afterthought. Despite its modest appearance, no one underestimated the Office of Justice. It was an independent entity established by Lord Lind, carved out of the authority of both the garrison and the Court of Justice. The office's jurisdiction was deliberately vague. It had the right to intervene in any case where its officers deemed justice to be at risk. In this particular instance, Robin had stepped in because he believed the garrison had handled the prostitute's murder too carelessly, failing to uphold justice. While the Office of Justice had no authority over trials or arrests, it wielded immense power when it came to issuing arrest warrants. Within Summerhall's domain, only a select few, such as Lord Lind and Lady Nymeria, were beyond its reach. For everyone else, the office had the authority to order an arrest and initiate proceedings. A prime example of this power had occurred just a month ago when Sir Kyle Swan, the newly appointed commander of the cavalry regiment, was arrested and convicted by the Office of Justice for a murder within his own ranks. To put this into perspective, after Summerhall's standing forces were reorganized into two main divisions, the Guard and the Cavalry Regiment, the cavalry commander had become one of the 5 most influential figures in the military. Yet even someone of that stature had been arrested and sentenced by the Office of Justice. This case had sent a clear message to everyone in Summerhall about just how much authority the office truly held. Now, whenever people spoke of the Office of Justice, their voices carried a note of respect, and a touch of fear. Robin arrived at the Office of Justice just as his colleague, Sir Lymond, stepped outside. The white-haired knight greeted him with a curious look. How did the two lads perform? They did all right, Robin replied with an even-handed assessment. If we could combine Gino's instincts with Ralph's sharp eye for detail, we'd have another solid officer on our hands. Lymond chuckled. Patience. These things take time. Just then, a commotion broke out on the street. Robin and Lymond turned toward the source of the disturbance. A group of 8 nuns, each clad in a different color, was making its way down the avenue. Leading them was none other than Sister Melissa, the mother of the Redemption September. The townsfolk along the street bowed in respect as they passed. Robin and Lymond, ever observant, immediately noticed something unusual. Unlike Sister Melissa, the 7 nuns accompanying her were not dressed in ordinary religious garb. Beneath their habits, they wore chainmail. Their hands were clad in gauntlets, and their feet in sturdy, combat-ready leather boots. Each boot had a dagger sheath embedded at the top, with a blade resting inside. There was more. Each of these 7 nuns carried a copy of the 7-pointed star, but unlike the usual bound tomes, these were forged from solid metal. A rough estimate suggested their weight was on par with that of a 2-handed warhammer, yet the sisters held them effortlessly in one arm. In their other hands, they each gripped a heavy metal scepter, the kind that could serve as both a symbol of faith and a weapon of war. Their sheer strength was undeniable, perfectly matching their imposing statures. As the nuns passed the Office of Justice, Robin and Lymond, both devout believers, bowed their heads in reverence. Lymond, who was slightly more informed about recent events, whispered, "The Sisters of Redemption. They're likely being assigned as Lord Lynn's personal guards, just like the armed holy men sent from the Silent Monastery. With Lord Lynn's strength, does he really need their protection?" Robin murmured, unable to hide his skepticism. Lymond hesitated before merely shrugging, offering no answer. Chapter 182, Caught in the Crossfire. Cass, after you're done cleaning the rookery, head to the feed storehouse and bring some meat to feed the birds. The rookery overseer of Summerhall Castle handed out tasks to his subordinates, and Cass always got the heaviest and dirtiest ones. "Yes, my lord." Despite the obvious attempt to make things difficult for him, Cass showed no resistance. He simply acknowledged the order and obediently picked up his tools to begin cleaning. Laughter and jeers followed him as he walked away, but he paid them no mind. As long as he could work in the castle, it was still far better than being a slave in Liss. There were 7 rookery workers at Summerhall Castle. The other 6, including the overseer, were all from the Vale, forming their own clique and excluding Cass, the lone outsider from Essos. Karatz was well aware of this dynamic. He knew he had no advantage over these Vale men, so he endured their treatment in silence, careful never to give them an excuse to cause him trouble. The Vale men, in turn, understood there were limits to how far they could go. Discriminating against outsiders wasn't a serious issue, but if they pushed too hard and attracted Lord Lynn's attention, they would be the ones in danger of being dismissed. There had already been more than one such incident in the past. As a result, the worst they did was assign more work to outsiders, making things easier for themselves. They believed their actions were discreet, leaving no excuse for anyone to call them out. But in reality, the castle guards saw everything and reported it daily to the steward, Muse. Every name was recorded in a ledger, each with a score beside it. If a worker's score reached a certain threshold, they would be reassigned, usually to an undesirable post. However, next to Cass's name, there was no score. Instead, the word foreman was written, circled in ink. Cass had no idea he had already caught the attention of castle steward Muse. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have given it much thought. He was a man of simple desires, being a free man with a steady job and decent pay was already enough for him. His next goal was to save up some money, find a wife, and adopt a child. That, to him, was the perfect life. While thoughts of his future happiness filled his mind, his hands never stopped working. He swiftly cleaned the perches, scraped away the droppings, changed the water basins, and repaired the damaged support beams. Once the rookery was spotless, he released the messenger hawks from their cages, allowing them to stretch their wings while he cleaned their enclosures. By the time he was finished, the sun was already lowering in the sky. Just as he was about to prepare food for the birds, a red kestrel flew into the rookery, landing gracefully on one of the perches. Karatz paused for a moment before recognizing it. This was not one of the hawks he had just released, it was a kestrel from Miracle Harbor. The brass message tube attached to its leg was unmistakable. Without touching the message himself, Cass immediately hurried downstairs to the overseer's office. "My lord, kestrel, from Miracle Harbor," Cass reported in halting common tongue. The overseer hesitated briefly before understanding Cass's meaning. He quickly rose to his feet and made his way to the rookery. Upon spotting the kestrel, he carefully approached, retrieved the brass tube, and instructed Cass to look after the bird before hastily leaving. The rookery was built into the western cliffs of the castle, with the entire chamber carved from the rock face. A narrow stone walkway led from the rookery to the castle's main courtyard, a broad platform at the very heart of Summerhall Castle. In the middle of the courtyard stood an ornate fountain, its design inspired by Braavosi craftsmanship. Fresh underground water flowed from the spout of the sculpted pitcher, cascading into channels that directed it to a nearby reservoir. Beside the reservoir lay a hanging garden, filled with exotic flowers from all over Westeros and beyond. A small gazebo sat among the greenery, and just past the garden stood Lord Lynn's study, which doubled as a temporary council chamber. Inside, aside from the bookshelves and writing desk, the most prominent feature of the study was a massive conference table. The table measured roughly 8 meters in length and 2 meters in width, capable of seating 20 people. Its surface was inlaid with an intricately carved stone relief, a detailed map of Westeros, depicting its cities, mountains, rivers, and notable landmarks. This stone map was not the work of Lord Lynn's artisans. It had been unearthed during the construction of the Redemption September, hidden beneath the ruins of a collapsed basement in Summerhall. According to Maester Thorne's research, the carving was likely a reproduction of the famed map table on Dragonstone, commissioned by King Aegon V. However, for reasons unknown, it had never been used and was left to gather dust in the underground vault, until now. The slate map was already broken into 7 pieces when it was discovered, and the number 7 seemed to carry a sense of fate. After Maester Thorne repaired it, he transported it to the castle at the mountain's peak and placed it in Lynn's study, where it became one of his most cherished possessions. Most routine matters were discussed here, while only significant affairs requiring the presence of all department heads and military commanders would be handled at the council hall in the town of Redemption. Though Summerhall's castle was still unfinished, its key facilities, such as the aerie, the study, the bedrooms, the dining hall, and the kitchen, had already been built. The remaining structures, like warehouses and the library, were secondary and could be constructed over time. Lynn had moved into this castle, perched atop a 100-meter-high pillar-like mountain, 6 months ago and had since been managing affairs from within its halls. At first, the adjustment was difficult, as anyone needing to report to him had to take the lift, which was quite a hassle. However, this inconvenience actually streamlined operations. Mundane issues were handled at the town's administrative offices below, leaving only more pressing matters that the governing council couldn't resolve to be brought to Lynn directly. Like now, with this particular issue, personally delivered by Nymeria, one that required his direct intervention. Has he been High Septon for so long that his brain has turned to stone? Lynn's furious shout echoed from within the room. Servants passing by outside lowered their heads and hurried away the moment they heard who was being cursed, fearful that lingering too long might drag them into trouble. Nymeria tapped her fingers on the edge of the conference table, her voice calm but firm. Cursing the High Septon now is pointless. The moment he petitioned his grace to revoke the agreement between Jaehaerys I and the faith that prohibited the church from arming itself, he dragged us into the fray. The only reason he dared make such a demand was because our growing influence has given him the illusion that he can get away with it. Lys Falwell, who had just returned from the town of Redemption, arrived at the castle to report what he had witnessed in King's Landing. His Grace has ordered the High Septon back to the Great September of Baelor and issued a decree forbidding him from leaving. How could his grace do such a thing? Septon Hullen shot up from his seat, his face tense with emotion. Is he declaring war on the faith of the Seven? Just like Maegor the Cruel? The room fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at Septon Hullen. Sit down. If you don't know what to say, then shut up, Lind snapped coldly. You represent not just the Redemption September but also my Summerhall. Do you even realize the consequences if your words spread? Think before you speak. Some mistakes you won't be able to afford. Realizing his blunder, Septon Hullen lowered his head and sat back down without another word. When I returned, I heard news from the Red Keep, Lys continued. His Grace has approved the Hand's proposal to impose additional taxes on the goods we sell across the Seven Kingdoms. There will also be a levy on the currency we mint. I've also heard whispers that he intends to reclaim control over the Stepstones we were recently granted. In short, out of the dozen new decrees, nearly half are aimed directly at us. His expression was grave. It seems His Grace now sees us as one and the same with the Church. Bert Falwell, who had accompanied Nymeria to Summerhall for official business, turned to his father, puzzled. But hasn't His Grace always admired Lord Lind? Why would he? Idiot, Lys cut in sharply, not sparing his son despite his higher rank. In the face of royal power, even blood brothers will betray each other. What's a mere lord's admiration compared to that? The High Septon's demands threaten the Baratheon dynasty's authority. Of course, he's now an enemy. And we've aligned ourselves too closely with the Church, so naturally, we're a target as well. Lind's expression darkened as he listened. From the moment he chose to use the faith's influence to bolster his own power, he had anticipated its risks and prepared countermeasures, such as establishing the Redemption September and Miracle September, institutions under his direct control. But before he could fully implement these plans, the situation at the Great September of Baelor spiraled out of control. His rise as the Chosen One had led the High Septon to believe that he could restore the Church's militant arm, reclaim lost privileges, and once again position the faith above the nobility. My lord, I have received the latest reports from other regions. Ser Balin, now the Master of Whisperers, took out the intelligence he had received that morning and handed it to Lind. The Vale, Riverlands, Westerlands, Stormlands, and the North have all responded to King's Landing, imposing an additional tax on our goods. There's no word yet from Highgarden or Sunspear, but it seems unlikely that they will comply. Well, the High Septon causes trouble, and we end up paying the price. It was unclear whether it was sheer frustration or a moment of clarity, but Lind suddenly chuckled and muttered before asking, "What about the Starry September and the Great September? Any news from them?" "Nothing at all. They haven't raised any objections to the High Septon's house arrest in the Great September of Baelor," Balin replied, shaking his head. "It seems they're all waiting for your decision." Nymeria, having spent considerable time in the political council, had grown adept at maneuvering through such matters. She had already surpassed Lind in this regard, easily discerning the intentions of the Septons of the Starry September and the Great September. Lind, however, was still a step behind. Frowning in confusion, he asked, "My decision? What do you mean?" "You underestimate your position in the faith of the Seven," Nymeria explained. "Even though you don't hold any official role within the Church, your influence has long surpassed that of the High Septon of the Great September of Baelor. You're effectively the faith's spiritual leader. Now that the High Septon has caused such an uproar, the Septons of various septs are waiting to see how you respond before they make their own decisions. Am I really that influential?" Over the past year, Lind had spent most of his time assisting Melora with researching new alchemical compounds and refining his abilities from the Dragon Communion ritual. He had entrusted most external affairs to Nymeria and his subordinates, leaving him somewhat unaware of his current standing. Septon Hullen quickly reassured him. "Yes, my lord. You are already the faith's de facto leader. The holy men of the septs maintain close correspondence with us, our connections are far stronger than outsiders might assume." As he spoke, he placed a stack of letters before Lind. These arrived after word of the High Septon's actions spread. Each September is inquiring about how we intend to respond. Lind picked up a letter from the Starry September. The message was simple, merely asking how the Redemption September planned to handle the matter of the High Septon. The other letters contained similar inquiries, though some were phrased in notably more deferential terms. The church governs faith, while kings and lords govern the realm, Lind mused, setting the letter aside. After a moment's thought, he said, Septon Hullen, tomorrow, you and Septon Joseph will issue a public statement on behalf of the Redemption September and the Miracle September. Make it clear that the High Septon has overstepped the church's authority and that we do not support his actions. Emphasize that this was a personal act, not one sanctioned by the church. Yes, my lord. I understand, Septon Hullen responded promptly. Muse frowned. If we do that, we'll make an enemy of the High Septon. The Great September of Baelor might cut off financial support. Are we short on money? Lind asked in return. Muse hesitated, then fell silent. Nymeria interjected, should we release a separate statement of our own? Lind shook his head. No need. Septon Hullen's statement will speak for us. Muse pressed on. What about the new taxes from King's Landing? Pay what we owe. No need to make an issue of it, Lind replied with a dismissive wave. Then, turning back to Muse, he asked, how much of an impact will the additional tax have on us? Our revenue will drop by about 30%, Muse said, glancing at the documents in his hands. More merchants will opt to do business in King's Landing to avoid the additional tax. That said, our trade with Essos will remain largely unaffected. Things will continue as they have. After a brief pause, he added, actually, we could use this as justification to raise our prices, perhaps by 10%. That would offset. No price hikes, Lind interrupted, his voice firm. The prices stay the same. Instead, increase our arms exports. Send envoys to negotiate arms trade agreements with Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr. Offer them discounted weapons, and in return, we'll get cheaper goods from them. Not that the goods matter, what matters is ensuring that everyone in those cities has a weapon made by us. With the invention of the hydraulic hammer, Lind's hidden forge deep in the mountains had become Summerhall's most vital industry. Where traditional smiths might take months to craft a single weapon, his forges could produce thousands in less than a day. And they didn't require skilled blacksmiths, only apprentices with basic knowledge, or even common laborers trained for a few days. Of course, these mass-produced weapons had their drawbacks. They lacked the balance and craftsmanship of custom-forged blades and were more brittle due to their rapid production. In a fight, a forged masterwork sword would easily break a mass-produced blade. But the key advantage was price. One handcrafted longsword cost 10 times as much as a weapon from Summerhall's forges. What about armor? Muse asked. As before, we don't sell armor. Not a single piece. Lind turned to Lothier Brune, who was seated at the end of the table. His tone was serious. Your blood-armored men must keep watch. Anyone caught smuggling armor, anyone, is to be arrested immediately. Yes, my lord, Lothier Brune replied, nodding gravely. Lind continued, ignore King's Landing. Let them impose their taxes, let them set up checkpoints. Do not provoke them, and do not concern yourselves with the Great September of Baelor. Our focus for the coming years is singular, unifying the Stepstones and igniting war between Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr. That is our priority. Everything else is secondary. Nymeria frowned. What if King's Landing and the northern kingdoms continue to pressure us? What if they demand we, as representatives of the faith, submit? Lind smiled. If they keep pushing, I won't hesitate to throw the 7 kingdoms into chaos a bit early. Just then, the steward of the Rayder entered, led by an attendant. He presented a sealed bronze tube and informed them that the message had been delivered by a kestrel. At this, the atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. All eyes turned to the bronze tube. Lind opened it, pulled out the letter, and quickly scanned its contents. His expression turned strange. What is it? Nymeria asked urgently. Lind handed her the letter. Sea Dragon. A sea dragon has appeared in the Dornish Sea. Chapter 183, The Rift. Mysterious sea creatures, whether sea monsters or sea dragons, appearing in the Sea of Dorne is nothing new. For over 100 years, such rumors have persisted, tales not unlike the legends of the sea monsters of the Stepstones. Many claim to have seen sea dragons or other creatures of the deep, but no concrete evidence has ever surfaced. Every ship that supposedly encountered one of these beasts has ended up at the bottom of the sea, with most of the crew perishing alongside it. Even the few survivors have never been able to provide proof of their stories. One fact, however, is undeniable: ships, both merchant vessels and warships, have been mysteriously disappearing in the Sea of Dorne for years. Because of this, despite the prime coastal locations of Tor Castle, Will Castle, and Ghost Hill in Dorne, as well as Weeping Town in the Stormlands, none have developed into major seaports. When Lind first set his sights on the Sea of Dorne, he had already gathered extensive intelligence regarding the region, including the frequent reports of sea dragon and sea monster sightings. At the time, he dismissed these tales as nothing more than the superstitions of sailors, mere hallucinations born from maritime disasters. At worst, he assumed, the creatures people claimed to have seen were likely just large marine animals, like whales. Now, however, he knew he had been wrong. A sea dragon truly existed in the Sea of Dorne. Just days ago, it had attacked a patrol fleet consisting of 50 longships and 4 sail Anor warships. Only one warship and a handful of its crew had managed to escape. After extensively questioning the survivors, it was confirmed that the creature responsible was indeed a massive sea dragon, not the Kraken of Ironborn legend, which was said to resemble an enormous octopus. In the past few months, merchants have reported multiple ship disappearances to the Chamber of Commerce in Miracle Harbor. Could these incidents be connected to the sea dragon? Muse speculated after reading through the letter in his hands. It's possible, Lind nodded slightly. Gather all related intelligence immediately. We might be able to find a useful pattern. At his command, Muse quickly left the study, retrieving the relevant records from the adjacent archive with the help of his waiting subordinates. Lind and Nymeria examined the collected reports. Individually, the missing ship incidents seemed unremarkable, standard maritime misfortunes. But when viewed together, a pattern emerged. Every disappearance had occurred in the same stretch of water where the patrol fleet had been attacked, between Tor and Ghost Hill, near the coastline. If it had only been 1 or 2 disappearances, it might have been chalked up to coincidence. But in just a few months, over 10 ships had vanished in that exact area. Coincidence was no longer a viable explanation. Since more than 10 ships have gone missing in that area, why wasn't this reported to me immediately? Lind frowned as he looked over the intelligence reports, directing his question at Muse, the steward, and Balin, the master of whisperers. Muse was quick to explain. Because most of the missing ships were smugglers from across the narrow sea, specifically, weapons smugglers. They deliberately used the southern coastline of the Sea of Dorne to avoid our patrol ships, following the coast from the Broken Arm, through Grey Gallows Island, and bypassing the waters we control around the Stepstones. That's why we hadn't detected anything unusual. I was aware of the smuggling fleets, Nymeria added. There were reports that some of them were transporting armor and other equipment you had explicitly forbidden from being sold. That's why, not long ago, I worked with the council to add a new patrol route, the same route the attacked fleet was using. Lind was silent for a moment before speaking. Handle the compensation and relief efforts for the victims of the patrol fleet. I need to go to Miracle Harbor personally. Nymeria's eyes lit up. I'm coming with you. Lind shook his head. His gaze dropped to Nymeria's still barely noticeable belly. You should stay here. No running around. Don't forget, you're pregnant. At his words, the others in the room immediately nodded in agreement. None of them supported Nymeria taking the risk of traveling with Lind. To them, ensuring the safety of the heir she carried was more important than anything else. Nymeria hesitated, glancing down at her stomach. She pursed her lips but said nothing further. For now, news of Nymeria's pregnancy was known only to the high-ranking officials of Summerhall and Tumbleton. The common officials and citizens remained unaware, and the number of hidden guards assigned to protect her had increased significantly. The precautions were necessary, no risks could be taken. To Lind, Nymeria, and the leadership of their territories, her pregnancy was both unexpected and immensely welcome news. For years, the entire domain had been anxious about the prospect of an heir. Many had worried that their hopes would never come to fruition. Lind had even worked with Melora to develop a specialized potion using the sacrificial stone tablet, dragon runes, and the vials of elixirs given to him by Willis. This potion was specifically designed to strengthen Nymeria's constitution. In fact, what was now known as the Seven Gods elixir, the most valuable product of Lind's lands, was merely a byproduct of this experiment. Fortunately, their efforts had paid off. After prolonged use of the potion, Nymeria had finally conceived, ensuring the future of their domain. Though Lind had experienced fatherhood before in his past life, having had several children, he no longer held the mindset of a first-time father. Still, he valued this child greatly. To ensure both Nymeria's and the unborn heir's safety, he had arranged extensive protection, including 7 silent men, 7 redemption holy sisters, and over 100 chosen ones who had taken the secret elixir, all sworn to guard her with their lives. Even without the 100 fanatically loyal chosen ones, the silent men and holy sisters alone would be enough to shield Nymeria from nearly any threat. These were no ordinary septons or septas. They were warriors who had undergone trials with special potions, pushing their physical abilities to the very limits of human potential. A force of just 14 of these elite fighters was enough to stand against an army of thousands of trained soldiers. However, none of these precautions mattered as much as Nymeria's own strength. With the help of specialized potions, her body had been enhanced beyond normal human limits over the past year. The very fact that she had been able to conceive Lind's child was proof of her extraordinary physical resilience. On top of that, Lind had personally trained her in combat, ensuring that she gained experience in real battles. By now, Nymeria was stronger than Lind had been when he first entered the Tournament of Champions. She was only slightly weaker than he had been after attaining the title of the Banished Knight. With her abilities and the elite guards at her side, Nymeria had little to fear, unless she was besieged by thousands or faced unnatural, inhuman forces like the shadow assassins of the Shadowbinders. After ensuring that Nymeria's protection was sufficient, Lind finally departed Summerhall for Miracle Harbor to deal with the sea dragon threat. His departure also allowed him to avoid a troublesome encounter. Not long after he left Redemption Town, an envoy from the High Septon of the Great September of Baelor arrived, seeking an audience. It was clear that the High Septon wanted Lind's support. The envoy remained convinced that Lind was deliberately avoiding him, unwilling to help the High Septon. And when Septon Hullen of the Redemption September issued his official statement the next day, the envoy's suspicions were confirmed. With the Redemption September statement released, the Miracle September followed with a similar declaration. Soon after, other septs across the realm issued their own condemnations, denouncing the High Septon's actions as driven by personal ambition and a betrayal of the sacred vows he had sworn. Among them, the Starry September's most devout Septon was the harshest, stopping just short of openly declaring that the High Septon had been irredeemably corrupted by power and greed. For a time, the Great September of Baelor, once the heart of the faith of the Seven, became the target of widespread criticism. There was growing momentum within the faith to strip the Great September of Baelor of its central authority and shift the Church's power back to the Starry September. However, the turmoil sparked by the High Septon's attempt to restore the Church's military forces did not last long. It abruptly ended when he was assassinated by a fanatical devotee. Before word of his death had even reached the septs of the faith, the Iron Throne acted swiftly, installing a new High Septon, a rotund septon with a background in moneylending, selected directly from within the Great September of Baelor. While it was not unprecedented for the Iron Throne to interfere in the appointment of High Septons, King Baelor the Blessed himself had once chosen a stonemason and even an 8-year-old child as High Septon. Historically, even the most forceful rulers had been required to submit their preferences to the most devout, allowing them to formally select the High Septon in accordance with the king's wishes. This time, however, the Iron Throne bypassed the faith entirely and simply appointed the High Septon, disregarding the Church's authority altogether. It was the most blatant infringement on the faith's autonomy in recent history. Though, in the end, John Arryn's mediation ensured that the septs accepted the new High Septon, the damage was already done. In truth, many septs had begun distancing themselves from the Great September of Baelor, and as a result, the Starry September, representing the faith's ancient traditions, and the Redemption September, embodying its emerging power, gradually became the new centers of the faith of the Seven. With the change in leadership, all agreements made between the previous High Septon and Lind were rendered void. Any financial support he might have received from the Great September of Baelor was now gone. Yet, for Lind, this was far from bad news. The debt he owed to the previous High Septon, who had personally lent him funds, no longer needed to be repaid. Likewise, the costs for the bronze armor crafted for the stone giants, commissioned under the previous High Septon, had effectively been erased. Any loans issued by the faith in the name of the Church did not have to be repaid to the Great September of Baelor. Instead, Lind could redirect the repayments to the Redemption September and the Miracle September, ensuring that the money ultimately cycled back into his own hands. While the initial upheaval had settled, its consequences lingered. Even though the Redemption September had been the first to publicly condemn the High Septon, the Iron Throne's suspicions of Lind had not been eased. The additional taxes imposed on him remained in effect, still being enforced as a means of pressure. This was largely because, through the various denunciations issued by the septs, many had come to recognize Lind's influence within the faith of the Seven. It was not a vague or symbolic authority, it was real and tangible, strong enough to shape the internal workings of the Church. It was no exaggeration to say that the only thing separating Lind from the title of High Septon himself was a crystal crown. A powerful lord with tangible land holdings, who also wielded significant influence over the Church, was a concerning figure for any ruler. Previously, for various reasons, King Robert had not perceived Lind as a threat. In his mind, perhaps, Lind was still the Reach-born hunter whom he had knighted, a man of no real political consequence. Robert's personal fondness for Lind had further blinded him to any potential danger. But now, the king had seemingly woken up, returning to the mindset of a ruler. And in doing so, he had likely realized that Lind's growing power was enough to pose a threat to the authority of the crown. Though no open hostility had emerged between them, it was becoming clear to many that the once close relationship between the Iron Throne and Summerhall had begun to fracture. And as Lind's influence continued to grow, that rift would only widen. For Lind, the political turmoil sparked by the High Septon's recklessness was of little importance. The moment he had made his decision in the castle study, he had already put the matter behind him. What concerned him more now was the sea dragon in the Sea of Dorne. While passing through Blackhaven, the steward of the castle handed him a newly arrived raven message from Summerhall. The letter detailed a fresh attack. The sea dragon had struck again, this time targeting a merchant fleet that had been forced to seek shelter along the southern coastline due to a storm. 2 ships had been lost in the attack, dragged beneath the waves. Another 2 had managed to escape, aided by the winds of the storm. This time, however, the attack had been witnessed by multiple survivors. As a result, there was now more information available about the sea dragon than ever before. The letter itself was brief, raven scrolls were too small to contain detailed reports. Lind would have to wait until he reached Miracle Harbor to access the full investigation files. 12 days after the attack on the patrol fleet, Lind arrived at the military dock of the Miracle Fleet in Miracle Harbor. There, he saw the warship that had barely survived the Sea Dragon's assault, recently towed back from Long Cry Island. Chapter 184, The Enormous Dragon. As Lind examined the damage to the warship before him, he could vividly imagine the scene, a colossal beast surging up from the depths, sinking its jaws into the ship and tearing half of it away in a single bite. Enormous. That was the only word that came to mind. This was no ordinary vessel. The warship had 4 decks and was the largest sailing warship currently in existence. When docked, it stood nearly as tall as the 3-story buildings lining the pier. More than a year ago, when Lind had designed this class of warship, he had based it on the largest sailing vessels he could recall from his past life. Of course, he had never been a shipwright and knew little about a ship's internal structure. He had simply drawn the design based on the sails and hulls he had seen, then entrusted experienced shipbuilders to bring it to life. Though the final result was not an exact recreation of his original vision, the shipbuilders had adapted the design using the existing shipbuilding techniques of Westeros, refining and improving it to create these massive 4-decked warships. These vessels were formidable. Their decks bristled with ballistae capable of piercing the hulls of longships with ease. The second deck was fitted with openings for archers, allowing them to fire freely at enemy ships without exposure to incoming attacks. The expansive interior meant these warships could carry far more soldiers than a standard vessel, giving their crew a decisive advantage in boarding actions. It was thanks to the deployment of these ships within the Miracle Fleet that Lind had secured full control over the Sea of Dorne. Tor and Ghosthill had been left with no choice but to capitulate, accepting his terms for peace under significant concessions. Currently, there were only 6 of these warships, all assigned to the Miracle Fleet. According to Lind's strategy, the campaign to unify the Stepstones would not officially begin until at least 20 of these ships had been built and deployed. And yet, to his disbelief, he had lost one in under 3 months. However, the loss had not tarnished the warship's reputation. Quite the opposite, this was the only ship in recent memory to have survived an attack by a sea dragon. Despite the severe damage to its upper decks, the lower decks and keel remained intact. Its fore and aft sails had also been spared, which was why the vessel had been able to make its way back to port rather than sinking at sea. At a glance, the ship appeared to be on the verge of collapse, but in reality, a few repairs would be enough to restore it and reintegrate it into the fleet. The sheer scale of the warship only served to emphasize the terrifying size of the sea dragon that had attacked it. Comparing what he had seen of dragon remains, Lind realized that even Vagr, the largest dragon alive, was small in comparison to this beast. If a mammoth were used as a unit of measurement, then Vagr, at best, could swallow 1.5 mammoths. This sea dragon, however, could devour 3 or more in a single gulp. Yet, despite the creature's immense size, Lind did not find it particularly daunting. To him, such massive proportions meant sluggish movement and a broad, vulnerable target. With his current mastery of dragon rune magic, as long as the sea dragon lacked any supernatural abilities, such as spellcraft or other mystical powers, he was entirely confident that he could kill it without suffering so much as a scratch. Now, the only issue Lind needed to consider was how to prevent the sea dragon from escaping. While he had mastered powerful dragon runes, none of them allowed him to fight freely underwater. If the sea dragon sensed danger and dove into the depths, luring it back to the surface would be a near impossible task. Is there a way to stop the sea dragon from diving to the ocean floor if it tries to escape? Lind asked, his gaze still fixed on the damaged warship. His question was directed at Ser Hallis Redwine, commander of the Miracle Fleet, who stood behind him. Hallis was momentarily stunned. He had expected Lind to be assessing the ship's damage or considering naval strategies. Instead, Lind was already thinking about how to hunt and kill the sea dragon. Quickly regaining his composure, Hallis thought for a moment before suggesting, "We could use harpoons and flotation barrels." Lind considered it briefly before shaking his head. "The ballistae on our ships don't have the power to wound a sea dragon." He had already spoken with the warship's surviving crew and gathered descriptions of the creature. Contrary to his initial assumption that it would resemble a fish-like aquatic beast covered in scales and possessing fins, the sea dragon seemed far more like a true dragon that swam through the sea. Multiple survivors had reported seeing wings. Though badly damaged and tattered like ragged sails, the presence of wings suggested that this might not be a sea-dwelling monster at all, but a wounded wild dragon. With that in mind, Lind considered every combat detail based on his knowledge of dragons. Nymeria possessed a set of dragon hide underarmor, an heirloom of House Footley. The dragon hide used to craft it likely came from one of the dragons that perished at Tumbleton during the Dance of the Dragons. Lind had tested its resilience before, ordinary crossbow bolts were unable to pierce it. This confirmed that dragonhide was nowhere near as fragile as it had appeared in certain dramatized accounts. It was absurd to think that a dragon could be slain by a single well-aimed bolt from a ballista hundreds of meters away. Throughout history, there were very few recorded instances of dragons being killed by arrows. The exceptions were young dragons, whose hides had yet to fully develop, such as those slain in the riots at the Dragon Pit in King's Landing, or cases where arrows struck vital weak points, like Merrix's, who perished at Hellholt after taking a bolt to the eye. Otherwise, neither arrows nor ballistae were capable of penetrating the hide of a mature dragon. Judging by its size, this sea dragon was likely from the same era as Baelryan the Black Dread, perhaps even older. A dragon of such age would have developed an immensely thick hide, hardened over centuries. Unless they struck its eyes or another vulnerable point, neither ballista bolts nor harpoons would be able to pierce its defenses. Although he had yet to find a way to prevent the sea dragon from escaping, Lind had no intention of delaying any further. The beast's presence was wreaking havoc on trade in Miracle Harbor. A quick review of the dock records revealed that in less than half a month, the number of ships arriving at Miracle Harbor had dropped by nearly one-third. Now that the battered warship had been towed into the military port for repairs, those who saw its condition would only grow more doubtful about the safety of sailing in the Sea of Dorne. If the situation was not resolved soon, the number of ships calling at Miracle Harbor could be reduced by half, or worse, within a month. Such a sharp decline would deliver a devastating blow not only to the port but to Summerhall's entire economy. Plans that had been carefully laid out would be forced to halt, and the instability that followed could lead to unpredictable consequences. Lind could not afford to let that happen. Even if he failed to kill the sea dragon outright, he had to defeat it, to send a message that he could protect these waters. People needed to see that, even in the face of a legendary sea dragon, he was capable of ensuring their safety. "Prepare the ships immediately," Lind ordered. "We sail at once. Have a few prominent merchant guild leaders accompany us." Hallis responded at once. "The ships are ready to depart at any time." But the guild leaders, they may not be willing to take the risk. Lynn's tone was firm. That's fine. Inform them anyway. Let's see which of them are truly worth our attention. Hallis nodded. Understood. Then, after a brief hesitation, he added, would you like to speak with the survivors from the attacked merchant ships? Lynn shook his head as he strode toward Hallis's flagship, Arrowhead. Not now. Bring me their interrogation records instead. Without hesitation, Hallis retrieved the documents and followed Lynn aboard. Meanwhile, messengers were dispatched to notify the merchant guild leaders, and fleet soldiers on the docks began boarding their vessels. As soon as the merchant leaders arrived, the expedition would set sail. Is this all the information you managed to get? In the captain's quarters of the Arrowhead, flagship of the Miracle Fleet, Lind quickly flipped through the latest reports on the merchant fleet attacked by the Sea Dragon. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked up and questioned Hallis, who stood across the table. Yes, my lord. All the interrogation records are here. Ser Hallis straightened his posture and responded. You don't see anything wrong with this? Lind pushed the documents toward him. Wrong. Ser Hallis hesitated, picking up the records and scanning through them. His expression remained puzzled. What's wrong with it? Every single person described the Sea Dragon's attack on the two ships in the exact same way. A massive monster suddenly emerged from the sea, bit the ships in half, and swallowed everyone. Yet none of them could clearly state where the attack happened or how they managed to escape. Lind pointed to a passage in the interrogation records. If just one or two people said this, it wouldn't be a problem. But when over 40 people describe the same event in the same way, that's a serious issue. You mean, they fabricated the Sea Dragon attack? Ser Hallis hesitated before voicing his guess. The two surviving ships, are their owners members of our Miracle Merchant Guild? Lind asked. Yes, Ser Hallis confirmed with a nod. Lind tapped his fingers on the table and stated, according to the Guild's regulations, if goods transported by our members are lost in designated waters, the Miracle Fleet is responsible for recovery. If the goods can't be retrieved, the Guild compensates half of their total value. You're saying, they deliberately sank their ships to scam the Guild for compensation? Ser Hallis quickly grasped Lind's implication but soon voiced another doubt. But they really did lose two ships, and the cargo went down with them. The combined value of the lost goods and ships far exceeds the compensation they'd receive. Wouldn't that be a net loss? What if the cargo never existed in the first place? Lind said gravely. Ser Hallis froze for a moment. But they have shipping records, don't they? Fetch the current executive chairman of the Merchant Guild, Lind ordered. As Hallis turned to leave, he added, bring the captain of the blood-armored men from Miracle Harbor as well. Yes, my lord, Ser Hallis responded before departing. Before long, the current executive chairman of the Miracle Merchant Guild, who had already been waiting at the military harbor, arrived in the captain's quarters along with the captain of the blood-armored men. Take a look at these records. See if anything seems off to you, Lind instructed, pointing to the interrogation documents on the table. The two men hesitated briefly before each taking a portion of the records to examine. After finishing, they swapped documents and reviewed them again. These accounts of the attack are fabricated, said the blood-armored men's captain first, speaking in common with a Bravosi accent. His name was Quiz, a Bravosi who had been one of Lind's longest-serving subordinates. He had originally joined Lind when Lind helped Nymeria build the new Tumbleton. At the time, he was nominally assigned under Nymeria's garrison forces. Later, he was transferred to Miracle Harbor alongside John Bulwer and took command of the harbor's garrison. His exceptional performance earned him a place on the list of recommended officers when John left. When the Special Intelligence Unit, the Blood-Armored Men, was established, Quiz voluntarily joined and was appointed as the captain of the Miracle Harbor Division. His years of dealing with intelligence matters allowed him to immediately spot the inconsistencies in the interrogation records. The Merchant Guild's executive chairman, Gorman Celtigar, was a step slower but came to a similar conclusion. The shipping records must be forged. I remember very clearly, these weapons were ordered from Meereen. But this fleet belongs to the Merchant Guild of Volantis. There's no way the guild would trade already ordered weapons to them. Lind asked, then tell me, what's the reason behind this? Gorman quickly replied, someone's cooking the books, trying to exploit the guild's compensation policy to siphon off money. Good, Lind nodded. I'm leaving this investigation to you. The blood-armored men will assist. I want to know exactly who had the audacity to try stealing from my pocket. Get to the bottom of this, understood? Yes, my lord, Gorman and Quiz answered in unison. Not long after Gorman and Quiz left, the major merchant guild leaders who had been summoned began arriving at the docks one after another. Unlike what Ser Hollis had expected, none of them showed any fear of the sea dragon. Upon receiving Lind's message, they had immediately delegated their duties to subordinates, armed themselves, and gathered at the military port, ready to accompany Lind to the southern coastline of the Sea of Dorne to hunt the beast. Even those who hadn't been notified showed up to join the commotion. Among them was Septon Joseph of the Miracle September. Lind dismissed most of them, except for those with notable influence, like Septon Joseph. He wasn't looking for volunteers to fight the sea dragon. What he needed was for people of status to spread the word that the Miracle Fleet could defeat the beast and secure the trade routes. Chapter 185, Hunting the Sea Dragon. Timon was an ordinary fisherman in Tor City, or at least, that's what he liked to say. But to most people in Tor City, he was anything but. In their eyes, he was the city's biggest seafood merchant. After all, no ordinary fisherman owned 14 flat-bottomed fishing boats. Just a year ago, he had been nothing more than a small-time fishmonger in the dock district. However, he had a sharper eye for opportunity than most. When Miracle Harbor presented a golden chance, he seized it. While the people of Tor City grew hostile toward Miracle Harbor due to the conflict in the Sea of Dorne, Timon quietly transported large quantities of seafood from the southern coastline of Dorne to Miracle Harbor, selling them for a hefty profit. In a short time, he accumulated considerable wealth. With his newfound fortune, he purchased new fishing boats, forming a fleet dedicated to the seafood trade. Over the past year, he had also built relationships with the people of Miracle Harbor, elevating his status to that of an honored guest among Tor City's elite. However, recent rumors of sea dragons in the Sea of Dorne had stirred up significant fear. Even the fortress warship stationed at Miracle Harbor had reportedly met with disaster. As a result, fishermen along the southern coast no longer dared to venture out to sea. Timon's men were no exception. No fish meant no income. Timon also had a large number of people under him who helped him control Tor City's fish market. Without revenue, the funds he had accumulated wouldn't last forever. Left with no other choice, he took a group of desperate, fearless fishermen to his private fishing grounds near God's Grace Cape in search of a catch. God's Grace Cape lay to the east of Tor City, jutting out into the sea. It was part of the God's Grace Mountains, meaning there were no sandy beaches along its shores, only towering cliffs and sheer precipices stretching all the way to the coastline near Ghost Hill. A year ago, while fishing in these waters, Timon had accidentally discovered that the fish and shrimp here were not only more abundant but also larger than in other areas. Since then, he had kept this place as his secret fishing ground. Later, he learned a crabbing technique from the Summer Islanders in Miracle Harbor. He began using this method to catch sea crabs in these waters, supplying them exclusively to Miracle Harbor. It was said that Lord Lind, the Chosen One, was particularly fond of crabs and even invented a specialized set of tableware for eating them. His enthusiasm spread, and soon the people of Summerhall and its surrounding regions, who had once paid little attention to crabs, developed a newfound craving for them. The demand drove prices sky-high, making sea crabs one of the most valuable seafood commodities. "Boss, I think this is the area where the sea dragon was spotted," a subordinate whispered after they located the first crab cage beacon and Timon gave the order to haul up the traps. Timon shivered at the words. He instinctively scanned the sea around him. The early morning mist still hung thick over the water, obscuring his view of the surroundings. "Shut up and get to work. Haul up the crab cages quickly so we can leave," Timon snapped, shooting a sharp glare at his subordinate. Under his watchful eye, the first crab cage was soon pulled up from the depths. These cages were woven from a special type of oil vine found in the God's Grace Mountains. The vine was highly water-resistant, incredibly tough, and slow to decay, making it ideal for weaving fishing nets. However, no matter how durable it was, it remained a land-grown plant. After being submerged in seawater for over 10 days, even the toughest oil vine would eventually rot away. Just as Timon had feared, the first crab cage had already fallen apart from decay. Without dwelling on it, he ordered his crew to continue retrieving the cages alongside the other fishing boats. Fortunately, luck was on his side. After losing several damaged cages, they finally began hauling in intact ones, each containing massive, plump crabs. The crabs from this region were significantly larger than those from other waters and even had an extra pair of legs. Their meat was exceptionally sweet and tender, making them highly sought after in Miracle Harbor, where they sold for 3 times the price of other crab varieties. This trade was one of Timon's most profitable ventures. As each ship brought up a dozen or more crab cages brimming with crabs, the decks became crowded with the creatures. A rare smile appeared on Timon's normally stern face as he made a rough calculation. This trip had already earned him a hefty profit. Maybe it was the relief of a successful haul, or perhaps his subordinate's earlier words had unsettled him, but as Timon stood on the deck, he suddenly felt an eerie sensation, as if something in the thick sea mist was watching him. The feeling disappeared as quickly as it had come, but the unease lingered. Should we call it quits and head back? We've already made plenty. The thought crossed his mind, but as another boat erupted in cheers over yet another cage full of crabs, greed easily won over caution. As the heavy morning fog began to thin, each boat managed to pull up another 3 or 4 cages. By now, the decks were so packed with crabs that there was barely any room left to stand. Blow the horn. We're done for the day. Timon called out, satisfied with the haul. His men immediately grabbed the horns from their belts and blew them hard. At the signal, the crew dropped what they were doing. Some rushed to hoist the sails, while others began pulling up the anchors. With the final ship's anchor and sails secured, the fleet turned and began its journey back toward Tor City. "Boss, something's not right," one of Timon's men suddenly murmured as he approached. "What is it?" Timon asked, frowning. "I just did a count. We're missing a boat," the men said quietly. "A boat is missing." Timon stiffened. He quickly climbed to the highest point of the deck and scanned the waters around them, counting the ships. Within moments, his face darkened. "Damn it. It's not just one, we're missing 2 boats," he growled. "2." The subordinate faltered, then nodded, realizing he must have miscounted earlier. "Who were the captains of those 2 boats?" Timon demanded. "I don't know yet. We'll need to gather everyone to find out," the man replied, shaking his head. "Do you think they stole the ships? Stop the fleet. Have all the boats regroup here, now," Timon ordered grimly. A series of horn blasts rang out across the sea, and one by one, the fishing boats began converging on Timon's ship. But as the fleet gathered, Timon's stomach twisted with a growing sense of unease. He counted the ships again, only to realize that 2 more were missing. He was down to just 10 boats. Damn it. By the 7. Something's wrong. Even if Timon had been slow to react before, there was no mistaking it now. There was no time to investigate why his ships had disappeared or to reprimand his crew. Panic-stricken, he spun around to the helmsman and shouted, "Full sail. Get us out of here, now." But before his words had even fully left his mouth, a powerful surge of water erupted from beneath the ship, rocking it violently. Then, without warning, a massive maw broke through the surface and, in one devastating bite, swallowed the entire fishing boat whole. As the jaws snapped shut, Timon barely registered the terrified screams of his sailors before everything went dark. By midday, the thick fog over the sea had completely lifted. The once quiet waters were disturbed once again as a fleet of a dozen warships arrived. After 3 days of sailing, Lynn's fleet had finally reached the waters off God's Grace Cape, an area known in records as the place where sea dragons appeared most frequently. "My lord, we've arrived at the God's Grace Cape waters," Hollis reported as he approached the bow. "Should we drop the bait now?" "Wait a moment." Lind gazed down at the sea, shaking his head. Then, hearing the loud chatter behind him, he turned and cast a glance at the Merchant Guild supervisors and their guards, who had been invited aboard. His expression turned cold. "Tell those fools in armor to strip it off. If the sea dragon appears and sinks this ship, they'll sink straight to the bottom like a stone, and they won't be coming back up." "Yes, my lord." Hollis rolled his eyes as he turned to the 10 men still clad in metal armor, clearly unimpressed by their lack of foresight. After Hollis left, Lind returned his focus to the sea. Soon enough, he spotted something unusual. Signaling the helmsman, he directed the ship toward the anomaly. As they drew closer, Lind stepped to the rail, peering out over the water. The rest of the crew, curious, crowded around to get a look as well. Drifting on the surface were scattered pieces of broken wood, nothing remarkable at first glance. "Haul those planks aboard," Lind ordered, his expression turning serious. The sailors wasted no time. Fetching a fishing net, they lowered a small boat and began retrieving all the wooden debris they could find. Once the planks were brought on deck, Lind spread them out, carefully examining the break patterns along the edges. "This looks like wood from a Dornish fishing boat," one of the Merchant Guild officials noted, stepping forward. "They favor white ash for their boats. It's lightweight, has good buoyancy, and is the best local material for flat-bottomed vessels." Lind nodded in agreement. Another man scoffed. "It's just a fishing boat that met with an accident. A bit of a storm is enough to tear one of these apart." "Storm?" Someone else immediately shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you an idiot? Did you see any sign of a storm on the water today?" It seemed there was some underlying tension between the two, but before the first man could retort, another voice cut in. A middle-aged man, who had worked his way up from sailor to Merchant Guild leader, stepped forward. "This wasn't a storm," he stated firmly. "The damage to these planks is from crushing and impact, not the kind of tearing you'd see from rough seas. I've seen this kind of destruction before, on ships that were rammed by iron-borne longships fitted with a battering ram." As he spoke, he glanced toward Lind. After all, everyone knew that the largest iron-borne pirate alliance in the Dornish waters, both inside and outside the region, was none other than the alliance of the three sea krakens, which operated under Lind's secret command. "It wasn't the iron-borne," Hollis interjected without hesitation. "First of all, there are no iron-borne pirates in the Sea of Dorne. Second, longship rams are designed for medium-sized vessels. A flat-bottomed fishing boat wouldn't be able to withstand a ram, nor would a longship even need to use one against such a vessel." "You don't need to speculate," Lind cut through the discussion. "This was the work of a sea dragon. And it wasn't just one ship." He turned to Hollis. "Start deploying the bait as planned." "Yes, my lord," Hollis responded immediately, then signaled the horn players to relay the command. A series of horn blasts echoed over the sea, carrying their meaning across the waves. At once, the fleet moved into position, spreading out at fixed intervals with the flagship Arrowhead at the center, gradually covering the expanse of water. Once anchored in place, the captains began dumping barrels of bait into the sea. The bait consisted of dead fish soaked in ox blood. As they hit the water, the blood spread quickly with the current, staining the surrounding sea in dark red. A strong, pungent stench filled the air. For humans, the smell was overpowering, but for the carnivorous creatures lurking beneath the waves, it was an irresistible lure. It didn't take long before sharks and other predatory fish began circling, drawn by the scent. They darted back and forth, greedily feasting on the floating carcasses. The crew lined the railings, tense and silent, their eyes fixed on the churning waters. It was as if they believed that, through sheer concentration, they could see beyond the thick, bloody surface into the depths below. In contrast, Lind remained completely at ease. He sat cross-legged on the deck, leaning against the base of the mast with his eyes closed, unmoving for so long that some crew members began to wonder if he had fallen asleep. Time passed. As the sky darkened, oil lamps were lit on every ship. The scent of blood and fish gradually faded as the predatory creatures finished their feast. The bait was gone, but the true target had yet to appear. A creeping sense of failure settled over the crew. Even Lind began to suspect that the sea dragon wouldn't show. Rising to his feet, he was about to order Hollis to move the fleet to another location to try again. Then, the ship beneath him trembled. At first, the crew thought it was just the waves, but Lind immediately sensed something was off. The rhythm of the movement was different. This wasn't a natural shift in the water. It felt more like a sudden, powerful current striking the hull from below. His instincts flared. Without hesitation, he rushed to the bow, stepping onto the very tip of Arrowhead's prow. Staring down into the dark, churning water, he activated his dragon rune. A pulse of energy rippled outward from him, expanding over the sea and waves, like a sonar, sweeping through the depths. This was a technique he had mastered after completing his second dragon communion ritual. It was also a signature ability of the Banished Knights, used to detect hidden threats. It was said that an exceptionally powerful Banished Knight could extend their dragon rune pulses across a 10-kilometer radius, sensing any enemy within that range. If attacked, they could pinpoint their assailant's exact position and, using the extreme mobility granted by the Storm Dragon rune, instantly closed the distance to retaliate before the enemy even realized what had happened. Lind wasn't at that level, yet. But he could still skim the waters beneath his fleet, ensuring no threat went unnoticed. The moment his dragon rune pulses spread through the depths, he received immediate feedback. "Sea Dragon!" "Full alert," he shouted. As his warning rang out, the monstrous creature lurking in the deep surged upward, locking onto its first target. Chapter 186, Missing. As soon as Lind reacted abnormally, the crew aboard Arrowhead noticed. The moment he shouted his warning, the ship's horn player blasted an alert, before Hollis had even given the command. Immediately, sailors and warriors across the fleet grabbed their weapons, their eyes locked on the dark, deceptively calm sea. By now, Lind had pinpointed the Sea Dragon's location and identified its intended target. Without hesitation, he drew the great sword of the banished knight and, under the watchful gazes of the crew, leapt from Arrowhead's prow. But instead of plummeting into the sea as one might expect, he soared like a sea eagle, streaking toward one of the warships on the fleet's perimeter. As he moved, countless silver-white shards of frost trailed from his body, scattering in the moonlight. In that instant, he looked like a shooting star, radiant and breathtaking. "By the Seven!" Septon Joseph gasped in astonishment, his voice breaking with reverence. Witnessing what could only be described as a miracle, he began singing the Hymn of the Seven, a sacred song reserved for the grandest ceremonies of the faith. The other followers of the Seven, stunned by Lind's display, quickly joined in. Their spontaneous prayers blended seamlessly with Joseph's hymn, creating a choral harmony that only deepened the song's solemnity and holiness. Even those who did not follow the Seven found themselves swept up in the atmosphere, murmuring quiet prayers of their own, each according to their own faith. Lind, however, remained completely oblivious to the fervor on the ships. His focus was entirely on the beast surging up from the abyss. He had timed his movement perfectly. Just as the Sea Dragon rushed toward its target, he descended rapidly from the sky. The moment his feet touched the ocean's surface, the water beneath him froze solid. A massive sheet of ice spread outward and downward, thickening across the sea. The sudden ice barrier did nothing to slow the Sea Dragon's ascent. Instead, it churned the water violently with its massive wings, building even greater momentum. Then, with a thunderous impact, it smashed into the frozen layer, sending the entire ice sheet, along with the two warships trapped atop it, hurtling upward. The moment the beast emerged, everyone on the surrounding ships got their first clear view of the legendary Sea Dragon. The sheer size of it was staggering. Even with only part of its body breaking the surface, it loomed like a mountain. Its enormous head was nearly the size of Arrowhead's reinforced prow, and its gaping maw looked large enough to bite an entire warship clean in half. Faced with such a monstrous being, even the most hardened warriors felt a shiver of doubt. Hollis himself, normally unshaken, couldn't help but wonder, can Lind really kill something this massive? Standing atop the ice, Lind seemed impossibly small in comparison. One swipe of the Sea Dragon's massive claws could crush him instantly. And yet, there wasn't a hint of fear in his posture. He didn't glance back at the fleet. He didn't acknowledge the chaos unfolding behind him. His eyes never left the beast before him. In his mind, he had already fought this battle countless times. Every possible scenario had played out in his head, rehearsed over and over. Now, reality had aligned with one of those scenarios. In an instant, he chose the best course of action. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he shot forward, straight for the Sea Dragon's head. As he moved, the icy aura that had surrounded him vanished, replaced by crackling arcs of lightning. The great sword of the banished knight in his hands shifted, splitting into two piercing lances of raw power. Both were aimed directly at the Sea Dragon's right eye. The Sea Dragon displayed an intelligence far beyond that of an ordinary beast. The moment it saw Lind aiming for its eye, it immediately shut its right eye and twisted its massive head, opening its jaws wide to snap at the airborne warrior. Lind was fast, but more importantly, he was agile. With a subtle shift in the hurricane-like force propelling him, he veered away from the gaping maw, moving with the grace of a diving hawk. Skimming past the dragon's snout, he landed squarely atop its massive head. In the same motion, he drove the banished knight's greatsword down into the creature's forehead. As he had anticipated, the dragon's hide was monstrously tough. Even with the immense sharpness of his blade, it took considerable effort to pierce through. And even then, it wasn't enough. The thick layer of skin and underlying fat formed a natural armor, absorbing much of the impact. Though the greatsword had punctured the surface, the wound was shallow, causing only a sharp sting rather than any serious injury. But Lind had never intended to kill it with the blade alone. His true weapon was the power imbued within it, the lightning dragon rune. A surge of electricity, crackling with thousands of volts, coursed from the greatsword straight into the sea dragon's skull. Instantly, the beast convulsed, its massive body seizing up as a wave of paralysis took hold. Dazed and momentarily helpless, it plunged back into the depths. The moment it was fully submerged, however, the ocean dispersed the residual electricity. Jolted back to its senses, the sea dragon thrashed in renewed panic. The taste of death had brushed against it, and raw fear consumed its mind. Its instincts screamed at it to flee. Without hesitation, the beast turned tail, diving deeper, seeking the safety of its lair at the bottom of the sea. And yet, it was not alone. Lind still stood atop its massive head, gripping the greatsword embedded in its flesh. He had ceased channeling the power of the lightning dragon rune, replacing it with the frozen dragon rune. A shimmering aura of ice spread from his body, forming a protective barrier that isolated him from the crushing seawater and preserved a pocket of air around him. In this cocoon of frost and magic, he followed the sea dragon down into the abyss. On the surface, the battle's witnesses stood frozen, stunned into silence. Then, chaos erupted. Sailors and warriors alike rushed to the ship rails, their hands igniting every lantern and torch they could find, casting light across the restless sea. Desperate eyes scoured the waters, searching for any sign of Lind. They had seen it all. How he had danced through the air, dodging the beast's deadly jaws. How he had landed atop its skull, driving his blade home. How a bolt of divine lightning had struck the dragon down, sending its titanic form crashing beneath the waves. By all logic, Lind had emerged unscathed. Under normal circumstances, he should have resurfaced by now. But the longer they searched, the more unease crept into their hearts. Minutes turned to hours. And still, Lind did not return. For the first time, doubt took root in the minds of the men. Had something gone wrong? Had he? Only Septon Joseph remained unshaken. With unwavering faith, he declared, "The chosen of the seven will not fall." The search lasted through the night, expanding far beyond the original battle site. By dawn, they had scoured the surrounding waters, even reaching the coastline. Still, there was no sign of Lind. And the sea dragon did not return. What now? Hollis, his face lined with exhaustion, called a meeting of the fleet's captains at first light. One man spoke bluntly. "We keep searching. Even if the Lord is gone, we should have seen something." "Shut your mouth." Hollis's second-in-command snapped, eyes burning with fury. "If you can't speak with faith, then don't speak at all. The Lord is the chosen of the seven gods. We all saw it, the great sea dragon was nothing more than a lamb before him. A godlike being such as him cannot fall." It was clear that the man was more than just a follower of the seven, he was a fanatic. A true believer. "I was just making a comparison," the captain muttered, curling his lip. "Enough. I'm asking what we should do next, not here to listen to your arguments," Hollis said in a firm tone. At that moment, Septon Joseph spoke with composed authority. "No ships are allowed to dock or make contact with any other vessels. All invited guild leaders and their guards are to be placed under house arrest, no information must be leaked. Lord Hollis, send the Red Kite to report directly to Summerhall about what has happened here. Summerhall must begin making preparations." His expression grew even more solemn as he scanned the faces in the room. "I believe the chosen one will be fine, but he disappeared beneath the sea along with the sea dragon. Something must have gone wrong. If he remains missing for too long, it will undoubtedly cause unrest. The longer we linger here, the more time we give Summerhall and Tumbleton to prepare for any unforeseen developments. I hope you all understand the gravity of the situation and refrain from doing anything that would disappoint the chosen one." The people in the room immediately responded in unison. "Understood, Your Holiness. We will keep this matter strictly confidential." Hollis said nothing further and immediately carried out Septon Joseph's instructions. The guild leaders were naturally reluctant to be placed under house arrest, but they could see that any attempt at resistance would only lead to death. There would be no chance of escape. One by one, they complied, laying down their weapons, stripping off their clothing, and changing into the garments prepared for them. They were then confined to the lower deck cabins, which had only a single exit. Sept and Joseph personally delivered their meals each day, ensuring they had no opportunity to pass messages beyond their confinement. Meanwhile, Hollis relayed the news of Lynn's disappearance, along with the sea dragons, back to Summerhall via the Red Kite. Like Sept and Joseph, those who knew of Lynn's immense power were certain that he would survive. However, they could not ignore the risks posed by his prolonged absence, the potential turmoil and the schemes of those who sought to exploit the situation. Messenger ravens were dispatched from the rookery of the Redemption Town Hall, carrying urgent orders to the various commanders, garrison leaders, and military officials across Summerhall. Troop movements increased, and even the stone giants stationed at the Miracle September were recalled to the Redemption September. Keen political observers quickly sensed that something was amiss, though they did not associate it with Lynn's expedition against the Sea Dragon. Instead, they suspected he was preparing for a major move in the southwestern section of the Red Mountains. Rumors had long suggested that Lynn intended to bring that region under his control, completing the unification of the Dornish marches east of the Prince's Pass. Half a month later, the troop mobilization across Summerhall's territory was complete. Nymeria Footley, the Lady of Tumbleton, led Summerhall's vassals to the Redemption September, where she publicly announced that she was carrying Lynn's child. This child would be the future heir to both Summerhall and Tumbleton. In the Sept and Hullen formally declared the child's legitimacy and divine blessing. The news sent waves of excitement throughout Summerhall and Tumbleton. Joy spread like wildfire, and celebrations erupted in towns and villages across the land. Lords from across Westeros sent envoys bearing their congratulations. From the Westerlands came Kevan Lannister, from the Reach, Garland Tyrell, from Dorne, Princess Arianne. Lord Renly of Storm's End attended in person, while Edmure Tully represented the Riverlands. Bronzeyon Royce, Lord of Runestone, came on behalf of the Vale. The North did not send a representative, but they did offer a rare and ancient First Men stone tablet as a gift. However, what stood out most was the absence of a gesture from King Robert himself. Despite his close relationship with Lynd, Robert sent neither a gift nor a high-ranking emissary, only Ser Peter Baelish, the newly appointed Master of Coin. Compared to the prestigious representatives from other regions, Baelish's presence seemed almost insulting. Beyond the noble lords, the Septs of the Seven Kingdoms also sent their representatives with gifts. The High Septon of the Great September and the Septon of the Starry September personally attended, both affirming the legitimacy and sacredness of Nymeria's unborn child, just as Septon Hullen had done. With so many of Westeros's most powerful figures gathered for the banquet honoring Nymeria's pregnancy, one absence was glaring. Lynd, the man at the center of it all, was nowhere to be seen. Yet when they remembered that he was still at sea, hunting the sea dragon, they accepted it without question. "Nymeria, are you sure you want to announce this now?" Melora asked seriously. She had been by Nymeria's side this entire time. Though their relationship had neither improved nor worsened, her primary role was to guard against anyone attempting to poison Nymeria. "They'll find out sooner or later," Nymeria replied calmly. "It's better to announce it now rather than let them discover something on their own and use it to spread rumors." Melora hesitated for a moment before asking, "Have you ever considered that Lynd might really?" "No," Nymeria said firmly, without a hint of doubt. She then turned to look at Melora. "What about you?" "No," Melora shook her head. "Even if every other person in this world perished, he wouldn't." Nymeria smiled at her words, but the Seven Sisters of Redemption standing guard nearby frowned slightly. Though Melora's statement seemed to imply that Lynd was strong enough to endure anything, something about it felt strangely unsettling to them. However, they had no time to dwell on it. Nymeria, now clad in full armor, stepped out of the room and headed toward the banquet hall. The Sisters of Redemption followed immediately, joining the 7 silent men stationed outside to form a protective escort around her. From somewhere unseen, Glory also appeared, silently following behind, just as Lynd had ordered before his departure, to remain at Nymeria's side and protect her at all costs. When Nymeria entered the banquet hall, murmurs of confusion spread through the crowd. People exchanged glances, puzzled as to why she had come dressed in armor. Amidst their questioning stares, Nymeria raised her voice. "Everyone, I have some unfortunate news to share. My beloved, the Lord of Summerhall and the Chosen of the Gods, Lynd Tennell, disappeared a month ago while hunting a sea dragon. He and the creature vanished together. The moment her words fell, the entire hall was engulfed in silence. All eyes locked onto Nymeria, their expressions frozen in shock and disbelief. Chapter 187, Taming the Sea Dragon. The most sensational news across the Seven Kingdoms was undoubtedly the disappearance of the Chosen One, Lyn Taran, who vanished alongside the sea dragon while hunting it. Many believed that this time, Lyn was truly dead. They had heard the full account from the guild leaders and their men-at-arms who had sailed with him and knew just how massive the sea dragon had been. Even though these witnesses repeatedly insisted that when Lyn struck down the sea dragon and sent it plunging into the depths, he himself was unscathed, that he had wounded the beast with overwhelming force, most refused to believe them. Instead, many assumed they were merely covering up the truth, that Lyn and the sea dragon had perished together. To some, the story felt like something out of legend, an archetypal tale of a great hero. A chosen warrior rises, performs feats beyond imagination, then, in a final climactic battle, meets his end alongside his foe. It was a narrative as old as time, the standard fate of any legendary figure. Ironically, rather than diminishing, Lyn's following only grew. His perceived martyrdom only added to his legend. Despite the Lord of Summerhall's disappearance, or death, no one saw it as an opportunity to seize power. The governance system Lyn had established functioned smoothly even in his absence, and Nymeria remained in control, overseeing affairs with firm command. Summerhall's administration operated just as efficiently as before, unchanged by its lord's fate. Perhaps as a warning to opportunists, or perhaps as a demonstration of Summerhall's continued strength, Nymeria made a bold move. She deployed the newly formed Chosen Army, along with the garrison of Miracle Harbor, using the pretext of an attacked caravan to launch a campaign into the unclaimed lands of the southwestern Red Mountains. In just a matter of weeks, this force swept through the region, crushing over a dozen wildling tribes and bandit groups, securing control over the supposedly worthless mountainous territory. 26 stone giants, clad in bronze armor and wielding massive shields and heavy bronze warhammers, joined the campaign. Their display of sheer combat prowess left even those observing from the shadows in stunned silence. Among the commanders, one warrior stood out, Daisy Mormont, leader of the women's battalion in the Miracle Harbor garrison. She alone slew 10 tribal chieftains and over 40 wildling warriors. Once the territory was secured, envoys were dispatched, leading to 2 key strongholds, Vulture's Roost Castle, upstream along the Wool River, and Nightsong, across from the Prince's Pass, signing defensive alliances with Summerhall. What truly caught many by surprise, however, was that almost simultaneously with these agreements, Stonehelm in the Stormlands also signed an alliance pact with Summerhall. House Swan of Stonehelm was no minor house. They ranked among the great noble families of the Stormlands, far surpassing the likes of Vulture's Roost and Nightsong in power. Their strength was nearly on par with the newly rebuilt Tumbleton. For such a powerful lord to ally himself with Summerhall, without any prior warning, suggested that Summerhall's influence had not weakened in Lyn's absence. If anything, it seemed to be growing stronger. Meanwhile, deep within the God's Grace Mountains, in a forbidden land surrounded by towering boulders, where a vast grassland and a lake lay at its heart, a colossal dragon lay resting near the water's edge. Beside it lay a man. Compared to the dragon's enormous bulk, the man's form was minuscule. The beast's eye alone was nearly the size of his entire body. This dragon and man were none other than the sea dragon and Lyn, missing in the Sea of Dorne for the past 2 months. Both lay motionless, but their slow, steady breathing and the rise and fall of their chests made it clear, they were not dead. They were merely in deep slumber. As dawn's first light broke over the mountain peaks, golden rays spilled into the forbidden land, casting their glow upon Lyn. The warmth of the sunlight, filtering through his closed eyelids, stirred discomfort. His brow furrowed slightly before his eyes snapped open. Dazed, he sat up, scanning his unfamiliar surroundings. Then his gaze fell upon the massive sea dragon lying beside him. Instantly, his mind sharpened. He pushed himself to his feet, quickly searching for the greatsword of the banished knight. With or without that sword, his strength was worlds apart, its presence meant everything. He wielded the greatsword of the banished knight, his combat prowess akin to that of a god. With it, he could easily slay the sea dragon before him. But without the banished knight's greatsword, even if he could tap into the power of the dragon rune within his heart, he had no certainty that he could contend with the colossal beast. At that moment, the heavy and rhythmic breathing of the sea dragon ceased. Its enormous eyes opened, immediately locking onto Lyn, who stood nearby. Lynn's body tensed in an instant. Drawing upon the power of the dragon heart rune and the mental control he had gained from the second dragon communion ritual, he accelerated his movements, swiftly maneuvering close to the sea dragon, into a blind spot outside its line of sight. Against a magical creature as massive as a dragon, fleeing was futile. The best strategy was to use the dragon's own vast body to create blind spots, hide within them, and wait for an opening. As Lynd vanished from the sea dragon's sight, the creature rose from the ground. It moved sideways as though sensing his presence, its long neck curving into an arc, and in that motion, it caught sight of Lynd, who had not yet had time to reposition himself with the dragon's shifting body. Lynd didn't hesitate. He continued to evade, fully aware that stopping now would mean exposing himself to a barrage of attacks from the sea dragon. Thus, man and dragon engaged in a game of hide-and-seek, one darting into blind spots, the other swiftly repositioning to locate its elusive prey. The once firm grassland soon turned to mud under the dragon's relentless stomping. Despite his utmost caution, Lynd failed to notice the treacherous ground beneath him. His foot sank into a patch of thick, sticky mud, causing the briefest delay in his movement. In that instant, the sea dragon twisted its massive body, its enormous tail sweeping outward. The motion carried an unstoppable momentum, striking him with the force of a swatting hand. Lynd had barely managed to pull his foot free when the tail connected. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into the ground before skidding a great distance, leaving a deep trail in the trampled grass. Though Lynd's body was exceptionally strong, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, it was insignificant compared to the sheer size and power of the sea dragon. To the dragon, it had been nothing more than an idle flick of its tail. But to Lynd, it was like being struck by a speeding freight wagon. His entire skeleton felt as though it had been shattered. His vision swam, and it took a long moment for his senses to return. When he finally opened his eyes, the massive head of the sea dragon loomed before him. Its gaping maw exhaled a foul, fishy breath, and its jagged teeth, interlocking like a guillotine, glistened ominously. Yet, to Lynd's surprise, the sea dragon did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, its gaze carried an almost curious concern. When it saw him regain consciousness, it even withdrew its head slightly. It was then that Lynd noticed his banished knight's greatsword still embedded in the top of the sea dragon's skull. The dragon rune's power was still at work, forming a thick layer of ice at the wound, with occasional sparks of electricity crackling across the frozen surface. Such power would have been lethal to any ordinary person. Yet, for the sea dragon, it was little more than an irritation. Lynd had the distinct impression that the creature wanted him to pull the sword free. What's going on? Lynd was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that he could sense the sea dragon's emotions, just as he could with Glory. At the same time, he felt a sense of closeness emanating from the sea dragon, much like what he experienced with Glory. That explained why the dragon hadn't attacked him. In fact, even earlier, it hadn't intended to attack him at all, it had genuinely believed that Lynd was playing with it. Sensing that something was off, Lynd took a moment to carefully recall the events before he lost consciousness. As his memories resurfaced, he gradually pieced together what had happened. Back when he and the sea dragon had sunk into the depths of the ocean, he had realized that the lightning-infused power of the dragon rune was being diluted by the seawater, making it ineffective against the dragon. So, he had switched to the frost dragon rune instead. While using the frost dragon rune to create a temporary frozen space, he had also attempted to freeze the sea dragon's brain, hoping to kill it from within. However, that was when the unexpected happened. His long-dormant cheat progress bar suddenly filled up. Before he could react, it activated on its own, automatically selecting a third character template. At the same time, it triggered the dragon communion ritual again, but this time, instead of drawing residual power from dragon bones, it directly extracted energy from the living sea dragon beneath him. The unexpected activation had caused him to lose consciousness on the spot. From the looks of it, the sea dragon hadn't fainted immediately. Instead, following its survival instincts, it had fled back to its nest upon sensing danger. Only after reaching a safe place had it succumbed to unconsciousness as well. While they had both been unconscious, the automatically triggered dragon communion ritual had caused unforeseen effects, one of which was the spiritual connection now linking him to the sea dragon. It was similar to the bond he had formed with Glory when he had fused with his second character template, the Banished Knight. However, unlike drawing power from dragon bones, this time, The ritual had directly siphoned energy from the sea dragon itself, so much so that the massive creature, as large as a small mountain, had collapsed into unconsciousness alongside him. He wasn't sure how long he had been out, but based on his previous experience with the dragon communion ritual, it had likely been quite some time. Moreover, directly performing the dragon communion ritual on a living dragon was unprecedented. In the memories of the banished knights, the ritual had only ever been conducted in two ways, either by drawing power from dragon bones or directly from a dragon's heart. This was the first recorded instance of extracting power from a living dragon's body. That uncertainty unsettled him. If extracting power from a dragon's heart could drive a banished knight into madness, turning their eyes blood red, then drawing power directly from a dragon's body must also have severe consequences. With that thought, he immediately rushed to the lake shore and leaned over to examine his reflection, checking his eyes for any changes. When he found nothing unusual, he let out a small sigh of relief. Just then, the sea dragon let out a loud roar. It shook its massive head slightly before lowering it to the ground, resting its colossal, ship-sized head before him. Lind immediately understood its meaning. After a brief hesitation, he decided to deal with the sea dragon's problem. Stepping onto its mouth, he climbed onto its head and made his way to where the banished knight's greatsword was still embedded. Sensing the dragon rune's power within the sword, Lind quickly sealed the active frost and lightning dragon runes. As a result, the layer of ice encasing the sword shattered, revealing the blade beneath. He reached down, grasped the hilt, and pulled both greatswords from the sea dragon's skull before sheathing them. A small trickle of blood seeped from the wounds, but the surrounding muscles quickly contracted, sealing the injuries and forming scars within moments. The sea dragon shuddered slightly as the banished knight's greatsword was removed. Its tattered wings instinctively fluttered, but because Lind was still standing on its head, it kept its head steady. Lind could clearly sense the dragon's relief, and more than that, its bond with him had grown even stronger. Lind leapt from the sea dragon's head, harnessing the power of the storm dragon rune to propel himself a short distance before landing steadily on the ground. He then took a serious look at the massive creature before him. There was no doubt about it, purely in terms of size, this sea dragon was even larger than Vagr and Bael Ryan, the dragons he had seen in the cellars of the Red Keep. Its head alone was roughly the size of his four-cabin warship, and with a single bite, it could snap any vessel currently sailing the seas in half. Its body was even more colossal. A rough estimate put its length at over 200 meters from head to tail. As a wild dragon, its frame appeared somewhat slender, but slender did not mean weak. The shifting muscles beneath its hide made it clear that it possessed enough strength to tear through any obstacle with ease. However, its slender frame gave its head an exaggerated appearance, making it look almost disproportionate, reminiscent of a big-headed doll, lending it a strange sense of incongruity. Additionally, jagged dragonbone-like spines ran from its back up to its head, while its dark scales were covered in sharp, keratinous spikes, making it appear even more menacing. Despite its seemingly lean build, its long neck and tail matched its overall length, while its forelimbs were exceptionally powerful, even more so than its hind limbs. Its four massive claws were razor-sharp, resembling blades. Its wings, however, were tattered and riddled with holes. Many of the bones supporting them had fractured in multiple places and, though they had healed, they had done so improperly, misaligned and twisted together. This deformity had rendered the dragon incapable of flight, forcing its evolution from a skyborn beast into a sea-dwelling one. Only another dragon could have inflicted such severe injuries, and judging by the state of its wings, the wounds must have been sustained long ago. This thought brought two names to Lind's mind, the cannibal and sheep stealer. From what he recalled, these were the only two dragons in Westeros whose ultimate fates remained unknown. Given the sheer size and savage appearance of this dragon, it seemed far more likely to be the cannibal. Chapter 188, Return. The cannibal was a well-known wild dragon, recorded by the renowned Maester, Archmaester Gildane, in his book A True History of the Dance of the Dragons. According to historical records, more than 100 years ago, the cannibal was already nearly as large as Bael Ryan, making it the biggest wild dragon ever known. Many would-be dragon riders of Targaryen descent had attempted to tame the cannibal, but in the end, they all became nothing more than bones in its lair. The cannibal didn't just feed on humans, it also preyed on other dragons. Its immense strength made it far superior in combat, with ordinary dragons standing no chance against it. During the chaos of the Dance of the Dragons, this powerful wild dragon suddenly vanished. No one knew where it had gone, nor whether it had perished or was still alive. Lind was merely speculating at this point, but based on what was known about dragon growth, it would take at least several centuries for a dragon to reach the immense size of the sea dragon. And among the wild dragons that could have lived long enough to match this time frame, the cannibal seemed to be the only one. As for sheep stealer, even if it had survived to the present day, at best it would have grown to a size comparable to Bael Ryan, which was still far smaller than the sea dragon. While Lind was observing the sea dragon and pondering its origins, the creature, now free of the pain in its head, thrashed about in delight. Though its movements were exaggerated, its swaying neck and tail whipping through the air, it was careful enough to avoid where Lind stood. The already muddy grass beneath them was churned into a full-blown quagmire. After expressing its excitement, the sea dragon suddenly seemed to recall something. It turned toward Lind, lowering its head once more. Lind sensed that the sea dragon wanted him to ride on its head. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. He leapt into the air, controlling the wind power of the dragon rune to propel himself onto the sea dragon's head. At the junction of the sea dragon's neck and body, he noticed a slightly sunken joint that formed a natural seat. The spines running along its back framed the area like a built-in harness, keeping a rider in place and preventing them from sliding off due to the dragon's movements. Once Lind was seated, he communicated with the sea dragon in a manner similar to how he had with Glory, conveying the message that he was ready. Upon receiving the signal, the sea dragon turned around, crawled swiftly toward the lake's edge, and then leapt into the water, plunging toward the depths. Lind had already guessed its intentions the moment they reached the lake, so he immediately activated the frozen dragon rune, forming a simple diving bell around himself. As the sea dragon descended, they reached the lake bed, where a wide tunnel opened up, large enough for the dragon to pass through with ease. Inside, a winding passageway stretched deep into the mountains. The sea dragon swam through the passage for nearly 10 minutes. The tunnel sloped downward the entire way, and after navigating a particularly narrow bend, they emerged into a vast, vertical cavern. Without hesitation, the sea dragon surged upward, quickly breaking through the water's surface and climbing into the dark cave above. Though the cavern was shrouded in pitch-black darkness, Lind's enhanced vision allowed him to take in his surroundings. The enormous underground space was strewn with bones, human bones, animal bones, and even dragon bones. Apart from the skeletal remains, the only other visible element was dragon dung, scattered across the cave floor. It was clear that this place served as the sea dragon's personal latrine. The damp environment had caused the waste to ferment, filling the air with a thick concentration of methane gas. For an ordinary person, breathing in such conditions would have been impossible. However, the sea dragon was entirely unfazed. It moved swiftly, carrying Lind through the cavern and plunging into another vertical waterway. After traveling through a short tunnel, they emerged at the bottom of a canyon. Looking up from the canyon floor, Lind could see a sliver of sky above, though the cliffs flanking them were impossibly steep, at least 1,000 meters high, blocking sunlight from reaching the ground. The entire canyon floor was blanketed in moss and other vegetation, but at the very least, there was fresh air here. Wasting no time, Lind dispelled the ice diving bell, allowing fresh air to replace the stale atmosphere inside. As a precaution, he used the frozen dragon rune to create several additional diving bells around them in case they needed to submerge for an extended period again. However, it seemed he had miscalculated this time. The canyon stretched on for miles, and the sea dragon continued its rapid advance for several hours without reaching an end. Despite this, the sight of seabirds soaring above the canyon indicated that they had already passed through the heart of the God's Grace Mountains and were now nearing the coastline. Before long, a vast underground lake came into view, roughly the same size as the Forbidden Lake. Without hesitation, the sea dragon dove into the water, gliding through another submerged passage. After about 10 minutes of swimming, a massive opening appeared ahead, where beams of sunlight shimmered through the water, illuminating the exit. When the sea dragon emerged from the cave, it spread its tattered wings, flapping them like fins. Its long, slender body straightened into a sleek line as it shot forward, gliding swiftly through the ocean. Before long, it spotted a school of fish ahead. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a blast of green flames. The dragon fire scorched the water where the fish swam, instantly turning the cold sea into boiling heat. Waves of shock energy rippled outward, killing any fish that had not been burned alive by the searing water. A multitude of dead fish floated to the surface. The sea dragon swam over and feasted greedily, sinking itself into the mass of floating corpses so that Lind could easily reach down and grab a few for himself. Though the fish were only half-cooked, Lind was ravenous, so hungry it felt as if he hadn't eaten in days. He didn't bother with the taste. Grabbing one after another, he devoured them raw. The fish had a faintly fishy smell, but the meat was tender and palatable. After eating several as long as his forearm, Lind finally felt full. Only then did he start surveying his surroundings to determine their location. It didn't take long for him to recognize the landmark cliffs in the distance. This had to be the waters near Cape God's Grace, not far from where he had previously fought the sea dragon. His disappearance was sure to have caused a commotion, and the miracle fleet had likely sent ships to search for him. He decided to head toward the area where they might be looking, hoping to find one of the search vessels and gather some information. With his decision made, Lind issued a command to the sea dragon, using the same method he had used with Glory. The sea dragon didn't resist the order, in fact, it seemed eager to comply. It halted its feast and immediately sped off in the direction Lind had indicated. Near God's Grace Cape, a fleet of over a dozen longships lay anchored. Sailors repeatedly dove into the depths, searching for something. Judging by the banners fluttering from the ships, they belonged to the Three Kraken Alliance, specifically to Baelor Blacktide, the Sea Dog. The divers, all seasoned veterans, were his best men. At the bow of his flagship, Baelor Blacktide stood motionless, his expression unreadable as he watched his crew at work. Ever since taking over from the Sea Witch, Asha Greyjoy, he had spent nearly every day standing at the prow, overseeing the divers' search efforts from dawn until dusk. Yet day after day, their search yielded nothing. The lack of results darkened Baelor's mood, and his growing frustration spread to the crew of the Nightwalker. Even the most foul-mouthed sailors, usually fond of telling crude jokes, kept their silence, wary of provoking his ire. Life in the Stepstones had stripped Baelor Blacktide of the last traces of boyhood. Now, he carried the hardened, ruthless air of his iron-born ancestors. Years of leading fleets in battle had forged him into a leader. If he returned to Blacktide today to claim his inheritance, he would be a worthy lord of the Iron Islands. Yet there was something that set him apart from the typical Ironborn. Around his neck, he wore a 7-pointed star pendant, a symbol that stood in stark contrast to his exterior. His first mate approached and hesitantly suggested, "Boss, we've been searching here for half a month and found nothing. Why don't we move to another area before Dagon Harlaw's deep divers arrive for the handover? Maybe we'll have better luck elsewhere." Baelor Blacktide didn't respond right away. He remained silent for a long moment before abruptly asking, "Do you think the Lord is still alive?" The first mate was caught off guard. For a moment, he simply stood there, unsure how to respond. The outside world was already saying that Lynn Tyrell had disappeared with the sea dragon 2 months ago, most assumed he was dead. But they weren't talking about an ordinary man. They were talking about the chosen of the Seven, the men who had slain White Walkers beyond the wall and reclaimed the giants. Someone like that couldn't be judged by common logic. When his first mate failed to answer, Baelor did not press the question further. Instead, he gave the order, "Call the men back on board. We're moving to a new search location." The first mate immediately relayed the command, and the sailors climbed back onto their ships one by one, preparing to set sail. Just as the crew was methodically getting into position, the lookout atop the mast suddenly went pale. His voice rang out in a panicked shout. "Dragon! Dragon!" The crew froze. Then, realization struck, and their faces turned ashen. Baelor Blacktide's expression darkened, his face twisting with dread. The appearance of the sea dragon could only mean one thing: something had happened to Lind. And to Baelor, that was an outcome he simply could not accept. For years, Lind had been his guiding light, the one he believed would lead them through the long night, defeat the White Walkers, and save humanity. The idea that such a savior had perished in the jaws of a sea dragon was unthinkable. But he quickly shoved aside his despair, forcing himself into action. Drawing his long sword from his belt, he turned to his lieutenant and commanded, "Sound the dual horn. Even if we die, we will carve an unforgettable scar into that monster." The determination in Baelor's voice snapped his lieutenant out of his panic. Without hesitation, he pulled the horn from his waist and blew a resounding battle signal. The sound rang across the ships, and the sailors, who had moments ago been paralyzed with fear, now steeled themselves. They grabbed their spears, standing at the ready along the ship's railings. The archers took up their best iron-tipped arrows, knocking them onto their bows, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. However, just as the entire fleet braced for battle, the lookout who had first spotted the sea dragon suddenly shouted again, his voice laced with alarm. "It's gone." It dived beneath the water. A tense silence followed. The crew rushed to the edges of their ships, peering into the dark depths, but the sea gave away nothing. Then, without warning, a massive surge of water exploded from below. The ships lurched violently, rocking so hard that even seasoned sailors lost their footing, scrambling to steady themselves against the railings. But these were men of the sea, hardened by years of sailing. They quickly adjusted to the violent swaying and regained their balance, turning their focus back to the threat. And when they finally saw what had caused the wave, sheer terror gripped them. All at once, the courage inspired by the dual horn evaporated. Even Baelor found himself momentarily frozen. From the center of their fleet, an enormous, menacing dragon head rose from the water, a head as massive as a three-masted warship. Its thick, towering neck lifted it high above the ships, while its enormous, glowing eyes radiated a terrifying, predatory intelligence. The way it gazed down upon them made them feel like insects beneath its scrutiny. And that was only the portion of its body above the surface. Everyone knew that what lay beneath the waves must be even more monstrous in scale. Against such a beast, they had no hope of victory. They weren't even sure if they could so much as wound it. Then, just as despair settled over the fleet, the sea dragon did something none of them had expected. It spoke. "Baelor. Why are you here?" The crew froze. Then, as one, they turned toward Baelor Blacktide, their stunned faces mirroring his own. Baelor felt his breath catch. He recognized that voice. It was unmistakable. Cautiously, he asked, "Lord Lind, is that you?" "Of course it's me," came the reply, Lind's voice resonating from somewhere near the sea dragon's massive throat. As they watched, the sea dragon slowly sank, lowering itself until its body was level with the surrounding ships. And then, at last, the truth became clear. Lind, who had been missing for 2 months, was seated at the junction of the dragon's neck and body. Realization dawned across the fleet. For a moment, the silence was deafening. Then, in an instant, the mood shifted from despair to sheer elation. Cheers erupted from the sailors, their voices ringing out in jubilant relief. Some of the divers, weakened from weeks of searching, were so overcome by emotion that they collapsed on the deck, fainting outright. The rest of the crew shouted with joy, overwhelmed by the sight of their lost leader alive and well. Lind, however, remained unfazed by the outpouring of relief around him. Using his mental bond, he instructed the sea dragon to remain nearby, swimming in the area but not straying too far. Then, without hesitation, he stood up and leapt from the dragon's back. A sudden gust of wind gathered around him, propelling him forward. With effortless precision, he landed on the deck of the Nightwalker. Without wasting a second, he asked, "How long have I been missing?" "More than 2 months," Baelor answered immediately. Lind frowned, his mind already racing ahead. "Tell me everything," he said. "What's happened in my territory since I disappeared?" Chapter 189, the third character template. In other words, after my disappearance, not only was there no unrest in the territory, but it actually expanded. Lind was momentarily stunned after hearing Baelor Blacktide's report and spoke in surprise. "Yes." Baelor nodded. "Half a month ago, when I left God's Grace Island, I received news that Greenstone Castle and Weeping Town were preparing to sign a defensive alliance with us. By now, they should have already signed. Summerhall is also planning to build a castle in the newly expanded Borderlands, and construction should have already begun." Lind was silent for a moment before asking, "Do you have a Red Falcon with you?" Baelor nodded. "Use the Red Falcon to inform Summerhall that I'm fine and that I'm returning to Miracle Harbor," Lind ordered. "Yes, my lord." Baelor acknowledged the command and promptly relayed the order for the fleet to return to Miracle Harbor. The sailors on each ship erupted into cheers. After being out here for more than 10 days, exhaustion had long since set in. Even though they would soon hand things over to Dagon's people and return to the Stepstones, they were thrilled at the chance to escort Lind and visit the bustling Miracle Harbor for some well-deserved leisure. After issuing the order to set sail, Lind walked to the ship's railing and summoned the sea dragon through their mental bond. In moments, the sea dragon, which had been swimming nearby, dove beneath the ship before surfacing, its massive head breaking through the waves. Though everyone aboard knew that Lind had tamed the sea dragon and that it had been swimming below, the sheer size of the dragon's head as it emerged still sent a wave of shock through the crew. The surge caused by the sea dragon's ascent rocked the surrounding ships. The captains bellowed orders, rousing sailors who had been too awestruck to react. Quickly, the crew adjusted their positions on deck, shifting with the tilt of their vessels to stabilize them and prevent capsizing. "I'm going home," Lind said, glancing around to confirm no ships were in distress before speaking to the sea dragon through their mental connection. "Are you coming with me, or staying here?" If it had been Glory, it would have been confused by such a question, uncertain of how to choose. But the sea dragon hesitated only briefly before turning its gaze toward the distant cliffs along the coastline. A flicker of reluctance and resolve gleamed in its eyes before it turned back to Lind, giving a slight nod and conveying its willingness to follow. At that moment, Lind keenly felt how different the sea dragon was from Glory. The distinction was stark. Intellectually, the sea dragon far surpassed Glory. Their mental exchanges felt more like conversations with an intelligent adult, whereas Glory's responses were more like those of a child. The sea dragon also exhibited stronger, more complex emotions. Just now, its hesitation and reluctance had been almost human. This realization made Lind question the third dragon communion ritual, which had been triggered passively. The sea dragon's behavior clearly exceeded all recorded accounts of draconic intelligence. Every record he had read described dragons as beasts with limited intellect, capable of following commands in a manner akin to trained hunting dogs or falcons. Even Balerion the Black Dread, a dragon born in the era of Valyria, had never demonstrated extraordinary intelligence. If even tamed dragons were like that, then for this wild sea dragon to display such keen awareness was even more astonishing. Moreover, his previous battle with the sea dragon had shown that it originally lacked intelligence. A truly intelligent sea dragon would have incinerated its enemies with dragon fire from a safe distance rather than resorting to biting. If it had been capable of strategic thought, it would have used dragon fire to counter Lind's attacks instead of engaging in close combat. This made Lind almost certain that the sea dragon's newfound intelligence was linked to the dragon communion ritual. The strong sense of attachment, dependence, and obedience it now displayed toward him likely stemmed from the same source. "Why did you attack the ships that entered these waters?" Lind asked, using the opportunity to test the sea dragon's intelligence with a question that required reasoning. The moment he finished speaking, the sea dragon responded swiftly. Its answer was both thorough and precise. Its territory had been invaded, and its food had been taken. Lind immediately understood why so many ships had met their demise here, particularly over the past year or two, when sea dragon attacks had become increasingly frequent. The emergence of Miracle Harbor had led to a booming fishing industry. This region's rich marine life had attracted a growing number of fishing vessels. For centuries, the sea dragon had lived in these waters and regarded them as its domain. Naturally, it saw the fishing boats' activities as an invasion. At first, it had only attacked fishing boats, its method of attack simple, swallowing both the vessel and its crew whole. At the time, the occasional disappearance of fishermen at sea did not concern the nobles of Tor Castle and Ghost Hill. To them, the sea was treacherous, and shipwrecks or drownings were simply part of life. As a result, they took no measures to prevent fishing or shipping in the area. This lack of action led to the sea dragon escalating its attacks, indiscriminately targeting all vessels that ventured into its waters, including smuggling ships. "Don't attack ships so recklessly in the future. I'll make sure you're fed," Lind said, issuing a clear command. The sea dragon shook its massive head, rejecting the offer. It made it clear that it would find its own food but also firmly promised that it would no longer attack ships indiscriminately. It would only retaliate against vessels that attacked it or those Lind designated as targets. Lind couldn't help but smile. With the sea dragon on his side, his naval forces would be unstoppable. This also meant he could accelerate his campaign to conquer the Stepstones. There was no longer a need to wait for the remaining 10 fortress warships to be completed and outfitted for the Miracle Fleet. As soon as he returned to Summerhall, he could set sail for the Stepstones and bring the islands under his rule. Suppressing his excitement, he decided to ask the sea dragon a more complex question. "Let me give you a name." The sea dragon hesitated, its eyes reflecting deep thought as if it was trying to understand what a name meant. Lind continued, "How about Cannibal? From now on, I'll call you Cannibal." Although he had no concrete proof, Lind suspected that this sea dragon might be Cannibal, the wild dragon that had vanished during the Dance of the Dragons. Regardless of whether the theory was true, he chose to name it as such. When he introduced the name, he did so not only through their mental bond but also by speaking it aloud in the common tongue. As soon as it heard the name, the sea dragon's scales tightened along its neck. Lind could sense its approval, it liked the name. A moment later, it nodded in agreement. By now, the fleet had fully unfurled its sails, and the sailors had dipped their oars into the water. Baylor consulted Lind before issuing the order to set sail for Miracle Harbor. Cannibal submerged beneath the waves, gliding through the depths around and beneath the ships. Meanwhile, Lind maintained his mental connection with the dragon, conducting various tests and exercises. They experimented with the range of their mental bond and tested Cannibal's speed in the water. Through these trials, Lind became even more aware of the stark differences between his bond with Cannibal and his bond with Glory. The most significant difference was that he could not attach his consciousness to Cannibal and directly control its movements. Unlike Glory, whose vision he could borrow, Cannibal remained fully autonomous. Lind could only issue commands, it would not act as an extension of his own senses or abilities. After familiarizing himself with the intricacies of communicating with Cannibal, Lind concluded the tests. He allowed the dragon to continue patrolling around the fleet while he retreated to the captain's quarters aboard the Nightwalker to check his physical condition. From the moment he had awakened beside the Forbidden Lake in the God's Grace Mountains until now, he had not taken the time to properly assess his own body and understand the effects of this latest passive activation of his abilities and the Dragon Communion ritual. Just like after the first two Dragon Communion rituals, his body had grown significantly stronger. He could tell from the way he had endured Cannibal's tail strike earlier, he had only been momentarily dazed rather than injured. If this had happened before the third Dragon Communion ritual, he might have suffered serious wounds. Now, however, his resilience had increased drastically. Beyond the overall enhancement of his physical abilities, the Dragon Communion rune in his heart had also strengthened. The most noticeable change was that he could now draw even greater power directly from it. More importantly, this Dragon Communion rune energy was no longer limited to channeling into the Banished Knight's greatsword to enhance the effects of its 3 dragon runes. It could now replicate not only those 3 but any dragon rune. In other words, even if he was without his Banished Knight's greatsword, he could still wield the powers of freezing, storm, and lightning, albeit at slightly reduced potency and with increased magic consumption. This development significantly compensated for one of Lind's greatest weaknesses. Before, losing the Banished Knight's greatsword meant a drastic decline in his combat power. The difference was akin to that between a god and a mortal. His previous battle with Cannibal had demonstrated this perfectly. With the Banished Knight's greatsword, he had easily overpowered the sea dragon, but without it, he had been forced into a purely defensive position. Beyond this, his body had also gained a new ability from this latest Dragon Communion ritual. Just as the second ritual had granted him telekinesis, this time, his newfound power manifested as a bloodline trait, one that resembled that of Daenerys Targaryen, the Unburnt. Testing it, he held his hand over a flame and felt no pain. His skin remained unscathed, no matter how long he exposed it to the fire. The only uncertainty was the extent of his resistance. How intense a flame could he withstand? While he had a dragon nearby, he wasn't foolish enough to test his limits by having Cannibal breathe dragon fire on him. Instead, he planned to visit the forge at Summerhall once he returned. There, he could safely measure his tolerance against various levels of heat. However, something gnawed at him. Despite thoroughly examining his body after the third Dragon Communion ritual, he had yet to detect any side effects. That in itself was suspicious. Typically, the ritual induced an overwhelming surge of bloodlust, yet he felt little of it now. This defied all logic. The only explanation was that the side effects were hidden, deeply buried, beyond his current ability to perceive them. And that was not good news. The more concealed a side effect, the more devastating it would be when it inevitably surfaced. Still, Lind did not dwell on this for too long. His focus soon shifted to his cheat, and his lingering doubts turned into something closer to fear, because his cheat had vanished. Before, whenever he thought about his cheat, a progress bar would appear before his eyes. But now, that bar was gone. All that remained was a single, shadow-shrouded character template. That meant this was the last character template his cheat would ever grant him. His cheat had always been his foundation, the rock upon which he had built his power. No matter what challenges lay ahead, even the possibility of facing gods themselves, he had believed that as long as his cheat remained, as long as he could keep accumulating character templates, he would one day wield the strength to kill gods. Now, seeing his cheat disappear, a wave of unease washed over him. A trace of something he rarely felt, panic. But he quickly pushed the emotion aside. Right now, what mattered most was discovering who this final character template belonged to. Though the figure within the template remained shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern its identity, Lind had a strong feeling whoever had caused the disappearance of his cheat was no ordinary individual. Bracing himself, he activated the character template. At that moment, a colossal figure materialized before him. The being wore a crown over gray hair, clad in resplendent armor, gripping a long-handled polearm. Storms churned around it, dark clouds roiled in the sky, and lightning crackled in violent arcs. The faint silhouettes of dragons flickered in and out of the storm, their forms barely visible within the shadows. A flood of memories surged into Lind's mind as the character template solidified. At the same time, the sky, clear and cloudless mere moments ago, turned dark and tumultuous. Thunder boomed, and the once calm sea transformed into a raging tempest. Towering waves surged in every direction, whipped up by the violent storm. Yet, strangely, the waters surrounding the Nightwalker remained eerily still. Despite the chaos raging beyond, the storm's wrath bypassed the ship entirely. Even the shock waves of the surging waves, which should have battered the area, instead met each other with uncanny precision, neutralizing their force before they could reach the Nightwalker. Every vessel in the fleet furled its sails and drew closer to the Nightwalker, their crews staring at the flagship with a mix of awe and reverence. Though they did not understand the exact cause of this unnatural phenomenon, the unnatural calm surrounding the Nightwalker, amid the raging storm, left no doubt it was linked to Lind. On board the Nightwalker, every sailor turned their gaze toward the captain's quarters. At the door, Baelor Blacktide stood frozen in place, not daring to move. An indescribable aura radiated from the cabin, stretching far beyond the ship and into the depths below. In the sea beneath them, Cannibal sensed something that set off an instinctual fear deep within its being. A natural enemy. Without hesitation, the great sea dragon dove, descending as fast as it could. It plummeted toward the seabed, pressing itself flat against the ocean floor, unwilling to move a muscle. Chapter 190, The Bloody Lady. Just as Lind was fusing the third character template, far away in the castle of Summerhall, Nymeria, who was handling official documents in Lind's study, suddenly noticed that the patterns on the surface of the dragon egg, resembling blood vessels, were glowing with a molten, lava-like light. The Holy Sisters and silent men standing guard in the room also witnessed the anomaly. Though they couldn't determine whether this was good or bad, their instincts led them to move protectively around Nymeria, positioning her behind them. "Don't worry, it's fine," Nymeria reassured them with a gesture before rising to her feet. In just 2 or 3 months, her belly had grown noticeably. Though she didn't yet require assistance to move, her condition was already beginning to affect her mobility. She approached the dragon egg, watching as its fiery glow pulsed and flickered, then tentatively reached out to touch it. She had braced herself for the heat, but instead, her fingers were met with an unexpected chill. Despite its fiery appearance, the egg felt as cold as ice. The strange phenomenon didn't last long. Soon, the glow faded, and with a keen eye, Nymeria noticed that new patterns had appeared on the egg's surface. Lind. Something must have happened to Lind to cause this, she murmured, gazing at the now normal egg with a smile. I don't know exactly what, but at least we can be certain that our Lord Chosen One is still alive. At her words, the others in the room smiled as well. Even the usually expressionless silent men showed a hint of relief. Though Summerhall's affairs had remained stable in Lind's absence, thanks to careful management, and external matters were even flourishing more than before, everyone knew that this prosperity was only temporary. Without definitive proof of Lind's fate, uncertainty loomed. As time passed without his return, the likelihood of his death grew. The longer he remained missing, the more inevitable the brewing undercurrents of unrest would rise to the surface. Even with the backing of various factions, the region would eventually fall into turmoil, and her own Tumbleton would not be spared from the ripple effects. But now, the dragon egg's reaction was an undeniable sign that Lind was alive. After days of tension, Nymeria finally felt some relief. Should we spread word of this throughout the territory? Muse, her trusted aide in administrative affairs, asked in a measured tone. Nymeria considered the question for a moment before shaking her head. A faint, disdainful smile curved her lips. No need. let them keep dancing. We'll deal with them when the Count returns. For now, we just need to have a replacement list prepared in advance." Muse immediately understood. Without further instruction, he coordinated with Balin, the Master of Whisperers, and Lothier, the blood-armored commander, to continue keeping a close watch on the region's figures of interest, while identifying candidates who were truly loyal. If Nymeria's deduction about Lynd's survival, based on the dragon egg's reaction, was just a vague intuition, then confirmation arrived a few days later in the form of a red falcon-sealed letter from Baelor Blacktide, captain of the Nightwalker. The letter provided solid proof. Lynd was not only alive, but he had also tamed a sea dragon. The moment she received the letter, Nymeria wasted no time in summoning a meeting in the council hall of Redemption Town. Every official who could be gathered from Summerhall was called to attend. At the meeting, she immediately presented Baelor Blacktide's letter, announcing that Lynd was alive and had subjugated a sea dragon. With the sea dragon's power, the miracle fleet would become an unstoppable force. Before the gathered officials could erupt into cheers, Nymeria signaled Muse to proceed with the next order of business. Muse stepped forward and began reading a list, a comprehensive register that spanned every administrative department in Summerhall. The list contained over 100 names. Though none held the highest ranks, each individual played a role in areas such as public welfare, economy, and military affairs. With every name Muse read, a blood-armored soldier stepped forward to escort the corresponding person away. Some resisted, only to be struck down on the spot by multiple blood-armored warriors and the garrison forces. Everyone understood the reason behind these arrests. While some pitied the condemned, most silently counted themselves lucky for having maintained their integrity and not betrayed Summerhall's interests. And this was only the beginning. The 100 names revealed at the meeting were merely a third of the full list. The remaining 2/3 were not in Redemption Town, but escape was impossible. By the time the meeting concluded, those individuals were already being apprehended, either by the garrison, the blood-armored warriors, or the chosen army. In total, the internal purge of officials across Summerhall and Tumbleton resulted in the removal of over 300 individuals. When factoring in others implicated by association, the number exceeded 2,000. Some were sent to the mines to serve as laborers. The rest were executed. No amount of pleading could sway Nymeria. Among those executed, some were wandering knights and free riders, but the majority were second or third sons, or bastards from noble houses across various territories. Their deaths inevitably offended these noble families, but Nymeria didn't care. She wanted to use this opportunity to send a clear message: this is the fate of traitors. The purge also forced the Seven Kingdoms to re-evaluate Nymeria, the sole beloved of Lynd. Her ruthless and decisive methods sent shockwaves through the realm. The sheer brutality of her actions earned her a new title, the Bloody Lady, marking the first time she had been labeled with a name carrying such a definitive meaning. Yet, as much as people were stunned by Nymeria's cruelty, they were equally astounded by her political acumen. In any other territory, the sudden purge of over 100 officials would have resulted in widespread chaos, potentially even leading to the collapse of governance and civil unrest. But Summerhall was different. The moment those officials were removed, an equal number of replacements were immediately promoted to fill the gaps. While there was some initial instability as the new officials assumed their roles, order was restored within half a day. Soon, the administrative system across Summerhall resumed functioning at full efficiency. At that moment, the great lords of Westeros came to a sobering realization: the political reforms Lynd had implemented in his territory were incredibly effective. Many found themselves eager to adopt similar measures in their own domains. However, they quickly discovered that such reforms were impossible to implement in their own lands. The nobility in their territories functioned like an intricate web, binding the entire power structure together. Any significant change would send shockwaves through this network, potentially backfiring on the rulers themselves. This was the fundamental difference. Lynd, a newly risen great lord who had built his domain from the ground up, had the freedom to shape his governance as he pleased. But the noble houses of Westeros, with their centuries-old legacies, were shackled by their own deeply entrenched traditions and blood ties. Despite all this, what truly commanded the attention of the great lords was not just the fact that Lynd was still alive, but that he had tamed a dragon. For the first time in over a century, since the death of House Targaryen's last dragon, someone had once again subdued one of these legendary creatures. Though it was a sea dragon rather than a true dragon of Valyria, it was still a dragon. Rumors about Lynd's true origins began to resurface across the Seven Kingdoms. The tale of the Summerhall ghost gifting him a dragon egg was once again a topic of discussion. Many believed that Lind was no mere hunter's son, but rather the descendant of a Targaryen bastard. This, they argued, explained why he, despite lacking the traditional silver hair and purple eyes of the Targaryen bloodline, was still able to tame a dragon. After all, House Targaryen had, in the past, intermarried with the great noble houses of Westeros. The blood of dragons ran through the veins of many prominent families, including the Baratheons, Starks, and Lannisters. Even Robert Baratheon, who loathed the Targaryens, could not deny that his lineage carried traces of their blood. Thus, even if Lind did not outwardly resemble a Targaryen, it was still possible that he bore their blood. Still, speculation could not compare to solid proof. As of now, the only confirmation of Lind taming a sea dragon came from a single letter sent by one of his subordinates. No one had yet seen the creature with their own eyes. Naturally, there were skeptics. Some suspected that Nymeria had orchestrated the entire announcement to mislead the world, crafting an illusion that Lind was alive while using the moment to purge internal threats. If true, it would mean she was ensuring political stability in Summerhall before the inevitable news of Lind's death could spread. Regardless of the various theories circulating in the Seven Kingdoms, all eyes ultimately turned toward Miracle Harbor. If Lind had truly tamed the sea dragon, he would return there. And if he had failed, or perished, the truth would surface there as well. Thus, noble houses across Westeros mobilized their spies and informants in Miracle Harbor. Every day, agents watched the docks, waiting for any sign of Lind's return. Some even disguised themselves as fishermen, patrolling the waters beyond the harbor, determined to be the first to confirm whether the legendary Chosen One had truly returned. While the winds raged in Miracle Harbor, Lind's fleet remained at sea, slowly making its way toward their destination. What should have been a 3-day voyage had stretched into 6, bringing them only as far as the waters near the Bone Cape. Under normal circumstances, it would take just half a day to reach Miracle Harbor, but given the current situation, Baelor estimated it would take at least another full day. It wasn't that Baelor Blacktide was intentionally delaying, rather, he and his fleet had no choice. They couldn't pick up speed, not even by rowing, let alone unfurling the sails. A powerful storm had materialized around them, its ferocity capable of capsizing any ship that dared intrude. It showed no sign of dispersing and moved at an eerily slow pace, always encircling them. Baelor's fleet had no choice but to move with the storm, unable to risk straying beyond its reach. However, as they neared the offshore waters of the Bone Cape and approached the coastline of Red Watch, things began to change. Whether it was due to the storm itself or the mountainous terrain along the coast acting as a natural barrier, the sky seemed to clear slightly. The dense clouds thinned, lightning strikes became less frequent, and the raging winds gradually lost their intensity. The most obvious sign of change was that the sea, once violent with crashing waves, had calmed considerably. As night fell, the oil lamp in the captain's cabin of the Nightwalker was suddenly lit. Ever since Lind had entered the captain's cabin and ordered Baelor to stand guard outside, the lamp had remained unlit. No one knew what he had been doing inside. Now that the lamp was burning, it seemed to be a signal of some kind. Almost immediately after the lamp was lit, the dark clouds in the sky completely dispersed, the storm vanished, and the sea returned to its usual calm. Baelor stood in stunned silence for a long while, watching the dramatic shift in weather, before finally knocking on the captain's door. "My lord, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lind responded quickly. Then he asked, "Where are we now?" "We're in the waters near the Bone Cape. If all goes well, we should reach Miracle Harbor by midday tomorrow," Baelor replied. "We'll rest here for the night and continue in the morning," Lind ordered. The past few days of navigating through the storm had left everyone utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. A break was much needed. Hearing Lind's command, Baelor immediately agreed. "Yes, my lord." With that, he went off to arrange for the crews to rest, set up watches, and handle other necessary duties. Inside the cabin, Lind had already stripped off his sweat-soaked clothes. He grabbed the pitcher from the table, not bothering to check whether it held water or wine, and took several deep gulps to quench his thirst. The third and final character template of his cheat had now fully integrated into his body. Unlike the previous 2 templates, which primarily involved memory fusion, this one had merged both his memories and his physical form. Over the past few days, he had undergone yet another dragon communion ritual, this time, an immensely enhanced version. The reason for this was simple: the template he had fused with was no ordinary one. In fact, calling it a character template was inaccurate. A more fitting term would be deity template. The entity he had merged with was a god, an important figure from a past life game, the firstborn of the sun, the nameless king, the dragon-slaying war god. Perhaps because of this divine nature, the fusion process had not only granted Lind the god's memories but had also altered his body under the cheat's influence, adapting it to withstand the side effects of divine knowledge. At the same time, it had laid the groundwork for him to wield the abilities and skills of the nameless king in the future. Naturally, his physical condition had changed significantly, but the most striking transformation was in the dragon rune embedded in his heart. It had evolved, no longer a simple dragon rune, but something infused with mysterious symbols of the nameless king, a fusion of ancient power. Lind wasn't yet certain what the nameless king rune was capable of, but one thing was clear: from the moment he woke, he could tell that its ability to absorb ambient magical energy had increased dramatically. It was now far faster than the original dragon rune, almost on par with the absorption rate of the dragon rune etched into the Banished Knight's greatsword. Chapter 191, Return to Port. Karen was the Iron Throne's secret agent planted in Miracle Harbor. From the moment construction began, he had embedded himself there under the guise of a free folk. For him, life in Miracle Harbor was everything he had dreamed of: a stable job, a steady income, a loving wife, and now, a child on the way. But he was keenly aware that none of it was real. A mere flick of the finger from King's Landing could shatter his idyllic life in an instant. That was why he had to consistently deliver useful intelligence to the capital. A month ago, reporting on the merchant guilds at the docks had been enough to satisfy his superiors. But now, that was no longer the case. Information about Lind had become King's Landing's primary focus. If someone else managed to obtain intelligence on Lind while he remained empty-handed, he would be in serious trouble. So, upon learning that Lind had tamed the sea dragon and was on his way back to Miracle Harbor, Karen leveraged his cover as a fisherman. Using the excuse of a fishing trip, he lingered for days in the waters off the harbor, keeping a messenger raven aboard his boat so that he could immediately relay the news of Lind's return. Yet, after days of waiting, all he had seen were merchant guild ships, no sign of the Miracle Fleet's warships. This made him start to doubt whether Lind's return was even real. "I'll give it one more day," Karen murmured to himself, glancing at the dwindling supplies of food and fresh water on his boat with a sigh. Time crawled by, and the dark clouds gathering overhead filled him with unease. Years of experience told him that rain was coming. The only question was whether it would be a passing shower or a full-blown storm. As expected, the rain came, and with it, howling winds and flashes of lightning. Karen had already stowed the sails and pulled up the anchor. Sitting in the middle of his small boat, he tied himself securely to it, clutching a wooden bucket in preparation to bail out water at a moment's notice. A storm at sea wasn't something that frightened him. As long as the violent winds didn't tear his boat apart, he knew he would survive. Though he wasn't a devout believer, his role as a spy required him to pose as one. He made a habit of visiting Miracle September to pray daily. Over time, he had unconsciously picked up the habit of praying to the seven whenever trouble arose. Now, he found himself appealing to the smith, asking that the nails and glue holding his boat together withstand the storm's fury. As he whispered his prayer, a familiar whale song cut through the roaring tempest, breaking through his thoughts and reaching his ears. Before coming to Miracle Harbor, Karen had been a whaler aboard Spear of the King's Landing. He knew the sound of whales well, and just from the song, he could tell this was a red-backed whale, one of the species that migrated through the waters of the Dornish Sea. These whales spent their winters in the warm Dornish waters before traveling north to the Shivering Sea in the summer to birth their young, returning to the south once winter approached again. In the Dornish Sea, red-backed whales were considered symbols of good fortune. Fishermen who encountered one were believed to have bountiful catches, and merchant ships were said to experience smooth sailing. Karen wasn't one to believe in such superstitions, but seeing a red-backed whale still brought him a sense of relief. He knew for a fact that these whales never surfaced during storms. Instead, they waited in the calm depths until the worst had passed. If one had appeared now, it likely meant that this sudden storm would not last long, nor would it be too severe. Just as he felt a moment of reassurance, a massive whale with a clearly visible red back glided past the front of his fishing boat. It was followed by 14 or 15 more, their powerful tails slicing through the waves. A few of them came so close that their movements nearly capsized Karen's boat. Something's not right. Why are the red-backed whales swimming in a group? Caitlyn muttered, his expression filled with confusion rather than excitement at the sight before him. From what he knew, red-backed whales rarely traveled in pods unless it was during their great migration between the north and south. Typically, they lived separately within their own territories, only gathering when the lead whale sang the migration song. What puzzled him even more was that he was currently near the coastline, at the westernmost edge of the Sea of Dorne. The waters here were shallow, unsuitable for red-backed whales, yet now, a large group had appeared at the same time. This was far from normal. Just as Caitlyn was struggling to make sense of the situation, an enormous maw burst from the depths of the sea, swallowing a massive red-backed whale in an instant, one nearly the size of a large merchant ship. Then, two powerful claws shot up from the water, seizing another two whales of similar size. The rest of the pod erupted into panic, fleeing in all directions. Several of them, in their frantic escape, swam the wrong way, beaching themselves in the shallows along the coastline. A dragon. A sea dragon. Caitlyn finally saw the full form of that massive maw. It belonged to an enormous dragon. Behind its head was a long, sinuous neck, and beneath the churning water, he could make out the shifting bulk of its body. Its claws, large and formidable, bore the tattered remains of wings. The whales it had seized struggled violently, but no amount of thrashing could break them free from its grip. Caitlyn then watched as the dragon's throat expanded, a bulge in the shape of a red-backed whale sliding down its gullet. In quick succession, the two other whales followed, swallowed whole with frightening ease. He was still frozen in shock when, through the veil of rain and mist, a fleet of iron-borne longships emerged in the distance. They seemed to pay no mind to the massive sea dragon in their path, sailing directly toward it. The dragon turned its gaze toward the fleet and let out a deafening roar, directing it at the largest longship leading the formation before disappearing beneath the waves once more. Caitlyn's eyes immediately locked onto that ship. Even through the downpour, he could see the figure standing at its prow. His eyes widened as he caught sight of the distinct greatswords hanging from the man's waist. There was no mistaking his identity. The one he had been waiting for all these days had finally arrived. Lyn Taran, the Lord of Summerhall. The Chosen One. The rumors were true, he really tamed a sea dragon. Caitlyn's mind reeled in disbelief. He remained stunned until the last ship in the fleet passed before him, only then snapping back to reality. Wasting no time, he grabbed his writing materials and quickly scribbled down everything he had just witnessed. He then retrieved his messenger raven, secured the letter in the small tube attached to its leg, and flung it into the air, sending it off toward King's Landing. But before the raven could gain any altitude, a massive mouth erupted from the water, snapping it up in a single bite. A split second later, a powerful tail whipped up from beneath Caitlyn's fishing boat, smashing the vessel into splinters. The force of the blow sent Caitlyn hurtling into the air, where he was reduced to nothing more than a mist of blood. Caitlyn had thought he was being discreet, that his actions had gone unnoticed. But what he didn't know was that he was far from the first spy Lyn had encountered on this journey. So far, Lyn had come across more than a dozen such fishing boats. At first, he had taken the time to capture and interrogate one of the spies, but as the numbers increased, he grew tired of the effort. Instead, he left the matter to the cannibal. And the cannibal executed its orders flawlessly, eliminating every single one of the spies Lyn had identified. Even without explicit instructions on how to do so, the sea dragon refrained from simply swallowing the boats whole, despite that being the easiest and most direct method. Instead, it used its claws and tail to tear the spies apart. This was proof that the dragon had begun to internalize the same principle as Lyn: humans were not to be eaten. Lyn had no intention of hiding his return. In truth, such news was impossible to suppress. His goal had only been to find an excuse to rid himself of these troublesome spies. As the fleet drew closer to Miracle Harbor, the number of ships they encountered increased. These vessels belonged to merchant guilds from all corners of the world, drawn to the growing power of the harbor. At that moment, Lyn no longer stood at the prow of the Nightwalker. Instead, he had moved onto the cannibal's massive head, allowing the dragon to surface and fully display its enormous body. The sight sent ripples across the fleet. Every ship that witnessed it hoisted the banner of the Miracle Merchant Guild to their highest masts and sounded their horns. For a time, the sea was filled with the echo of horns, their calls spreading toward Miracle Harbor. As Lyn, riding atop the cannibal, approached the harbor, the bells of the Miracle September, the Grand Lighthouse, and every bell tower in the city began to ring in unison. From the docks, the horns of every ship joined the chorus. The entire port was packed with people, rooftops, streets, and ships alike overflowing with eager onlookers. Every eye was fixed on Lind as he rode his dragon. Knowing this, he did not have the cannibal land directly at the military harbor. Instead, he guided the dragon in a slow circuit around the main docks, allowing the people to cheer and take in the sight. Only after completing the lap did he steer the cannibal toward the secluded military harbor. Once there, Lind dismounted and let the cannibal return to the sea to find a suitable place nearby to establish a lair. "Everyone, you've all worked hard," he said, turning to the officials of Miracle Harbor, who were still frozen in shock after witnessing the spectacle. His words snapped them back to reality, and they hurriedly scrambled to respond, each trying to outdo the other in eloquence, offering exaggerated accounts of their hardships, always making sure to contrast them with the far greater dangers Lind had faced. Lind couldn't help but smile at their well-practiced flattery. He had no interest in entertaining them further. Instead, he dismissed the majority of Miracle Harbor's officials, instructing them to return to their duties. He only kept behind a select few: Wyeth Rowan, the chief administrator of Miracle Harbor; Scar-Eyed Mitt, the garrison commander; Gorman Celtigar, the executive chairman of the Miracle Merchant Guild; and the two leaders of the garrison's female battalion, Daisy Mormont and Obara Sand. Leading them to the office of the Miracle Fleet's commander at the docks, Lind instructed them to wait while he took time to freshen up and change. After all, he had gone more than 2 months without a proper wash, and the stench clung to him. Only after he had cleaned himself up did he return to the office, where the officials of Miracle Harbor began reporting in detail on recent events and pressing matters that required his attention. While Baylor Blacktide had already given Lind an overview of the territory's situation, his report had been too broad, just a summary without specifics. The reports from the local officials, however, were much more detailed. In particular, Daisy Mormont and Obara Sand, who had both served on the front lines during the Unification War at the southwestern edge of the Red Mountains, provided an in-depth account of the campaign. According to Baylor's earlier report, the battle had been an overwhelming success. But the reality, as Daisy and Obara described, had been far more complicated. The terrain rendered cavalry nearly useless, forcing the army to rely entirely on infantry. The wildling tribes, well versed in the landscape, capitalized on their knowledge to launch ambushes, targeting the army's weak points. The early battles had been brutal, with significant casualties. Fortunately, later in the campaign, Nymeria had sent reinforcements, Glory and the Stone Giants. Glory helped locate hidden enemy forces, while the Stone Giants, clad in full bronze armor, tore through the wildlings' fortifications. Only then did the war begin to turn decisively in their favor. While the campaign had ultimately ended in a resounding victory, the first major engagement fought by Lind's newly formed standing army, the reports from Daisy and Obara highlighted several shortcomings that needed to be addressed. One of the most pressing issues was the lack of a permanent commander for the Miracle Army. Lind's original vision for the Miracle Army had been to structure it like a standing army training camp. Rather than appointing high-ranking officers, the army was composed of smaller units led by low-ranking captains. In times of war, these units would be assigned under different knight officers as needed, ensuring that no single military leader amassed too much power. However, while this system effectively prevented any one individual from monopolizing command, it also severely hindered the army's battlefield effectiveness. The problem was not with individual soldiers but with coordination and leadership. The knight officers given temporary command of these forces had no experience in leading them as a cohesive unit. The result was chaos in battle, formations breaking down and strategy reduced to little more than a disorganized melee. After listening to Daisy's report, Lind had made up his mind: it was time to professionalize and formalize the Miracle Army. And the first step was to appoint a permanent commander. He turned to Daisy and asked, "Daisy, would you be interested in becoming the first commander of the Miracle Army?" The moment Lind spoke, the room fell silent. All eyes turned to Daisy. She froze for a moment, surprise flickering across her face before it was replaced by something more complex. Though the Miracle Army was seen as the weakest of Lind's forces, it was still a standing force of 5,000, equipped with the best weapons and armor available. To command such an army was an enviable position, one that any knight eager for battle would dream of. But for Daisy, this offer had come too late. She sighed. "My lord, I cannot accept your appointment. In fact, I must also resign from my current position." Lind frowned. Why? Daisy exhaled another sigh before answering. My cousin, Ura Mormont, was caught selling slaves. Lord Eddard sentenced him to death. Before the sentence could be carried out, Ura fled with his wife. His title was stripped as a result. Lind's expression darkened. Shouldn't your mother, Lady Meege, inherit the title of Bear Island's ruler in the line of succession? Daisy looked down, her voice heavy with emotion. My mother has decided to relinquish the title. She wants me to return and take her place as Lady of Bear Island. Chapter 192, Succession of Office. Lind felt rather unlucky. First, John inherited a title and resigned from his position, and now Daisy was doing the same. He was starting to suspect that, aside from those of lowly birth, most of his subordinates had the potential to inherit noble titles. John's situation had been unexpected. House Bulwer was never a significant house in that book from his past life, so he hadn't even known where Blackcrown was, let alone that John would inherit a title and a castle. But Daisy was different, he had thought this through. He was well aware that Ura would be exiled after committing a crime and that Daisy's mother would inherit Bear Island. He had planned to use Daisy's connections to establish a port on Bear Island, facilitating trade with the wildlings beyond the wall. If necessary, Bear Island could serve as a staging ground to transport wildlings southward to populate his own lands. Alternatively, it could be developed into a forward base to monitor activity beyond the wall. However, Lady Meade's decision to pass the lordship to Daisy completely disrupted his plans. Clearly, Daisy's outstanding performance in the war had been the decisive factor behind Meade's choice. Even though Daisy becoming the Lady of Bear Island wouldn't directly affect his plans north of the wall, in fact, it might even work in his favor, Bear Island was still part of the North. Once Daisy took over, her liege lord would be Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell. Lind working directly with Daisy, and even planning to build a port and military base on Bear Island, would undoubtedly encroach on Winterfell's authority. If it ever came to dispute, he would have no legitimate claim to stand on. After a moment of thought, Lind turned to Daisy and said, "We'll discuss this matter separately later." "Yes, my lord," Daisy nodded. Lind then asked, "Since you're leaving, do you have anyone suitable to recommend as your replacement for commander of the women's battalion?" Daisy hesitated for a moment before glancing at Obara Sand, who stood beside her. Though their time working together had not been long, she had to admit that Obara, having undergone specialized training under the Red Viper, was the superior military leader. Most of the battalion's day-to-day operations had already fallen under Obara's management, while Daisy had primarily focused on training the soldiers. Lind also turned to look at Obara. Since he had personally overseen the formation of the women's battalion in Miracle Harbor, he had paid special attention to its progress. He was well aware of what was happening within the battalion and had a clear understanding of Obara's capabilities. Obara quickly shook her head. "Don't look at me. Don't forget, I was sent here by my father to study. In a few years, I'll return to Dorne. I won't be staying long-term. You should choose someone more permanent. Constantly changing commanders will only weaken the battalion's effectiveness." Her words reminded Lind of Obara's status as a Dorne exchange student. He recalled when she had arrived with a letter from the Red Viper. At the time, he had considered sending her to the Black Cave to assist Melora with experiments. After all, Obara's knowledge of poisons was second only to the Red Viper himself, perhaps even surpassing him. Melora had once exchanged ideas with her and spoke highly of her skills. However, the Black Cave contained some of Lind's most closely guarded secrets. Obara was not a loyal subordinate of his. She had been sent by the Red Viper to study what was considered a groundbreaking new system in Westeros. Allowing her access to too many of his domain's secrets would be unwise. In the end, he had assigned her to the women's battalion at Miracle Harbor. If she was to learn about his new system, Miracle Harbor was the perfect place. Everything about it was innovative, and the women's battalion itself was an unprecedented concept in Westeros. There was plenty for her to study. Still, Obara had performed so exceptionally in her role as deputy commander that Lind often forgot she was only there as a temporary student. "What about you?" he asked. "Do you have any recommendations?" Obara thought for a moment before suggesting, "What about Brienne as commander of the women's battalion?" Scar-eyed Mitt, the commander of Miracle Harbor's garrison and the women's battalion's nominal superior, frowned upon hearing Obara's suggestion. "Brienne is still a teenager, that's too young for such a position." She may be young, but she's certainly capable, Obara countered. She was personally trained by Lord Lind since childhood, a model knight. Besides. She glanced at Mitt, who had grown noticeably softer around the waist from a life of comfort. Lord Mitt, would you even be a match for her now? If someone like you can lead Miracle Harbor's garrison, why shouldn't she be fit to command the women's battalion? The ongoing friction between the women's battalion and the garrison was well known throughout Miracle Harbor. The original cause had long been forgotten, but what remained certain was that the battalion's leaders and their supposed direct superior, Scar-eyed Mitt, did not get along. While they had not yet resorted to outright violence, they frequently exchanged barbed remarks. Lind paid no mind to the conflict between the two factions. As far as he was concerned, as long as they weren't drawing swords on each other, it wasn't a serious issue, and he had no intention of personally stepping in to mediate. Lind mulled over Obara's suggestion. Brienne was indeed the best candidate for the commander of the women's battalion. Despite being in her teens, her physique and strength were already beyond ordinary. Years of training under Lind had honed her skills. She had sparred with warriors and knights under his command and regularly participated in raids against bandits. In terms of pure combat ability, she was already formidable. Even Daisy and Obara, without resorting to special techniques, were no match for her. Moreover, as Lind's squire, Brienne frequently attended political meetings and assisted him in administrative matters. Her management skills were more than sufficient for any leadership role within the territory. Yet, after careful consideration, Lind shook his head, rejecting the idea. Why? Obara and Daisy both looked puzzled. Isn't she the most suitable choice? She is the sole heir of House Tarth of Evenfall Hall, Lind explained. For years, Earl Selwyn Tarth had hoped to secure a male heir for House Tarth by marrying Brienne off, but with the rise of Nymeria and Tumbleton, his perspective had shifted. That was why he had sent Brienne to Nymeria, to learn how to govern as a lord. Recently, Selwyn had written several letters to Brienne, admitting that his health was deteriorating and urging her to return to Evenfall Hall to help manage the land. It was clear that he was preparing to pass the lordship to her. However, Brienne had refused his summons, insisting that she had yet to earn enough merit to become a knight. In Lind's eyes, though, it was only a matter of time before Brienne returned to Evenfall Hall, which made her unsuitable for any long-term leadership role in the women's battalion. I do have someone in mind, Daisy said after some thought. Her name is Caitlyn. She's the captain of the women's battalion guard under my command. She was once a gladiator in Meereen, but later, she and her family were sold by slave traders and brought here. After gaining her freedom, she joined the women's battalion, where she quickly distinguished herself. Her brother is a falconer at the Eyrie, and her nephew has become a harbor guide. Loyalty won't be an issue. Lind considered this for a moment before saying, select a few more candidates and compile a list. I'll have them sent to the Redemption September to undergo the loyalty and capability trials. If she passes, she will be your successor. But until then, you will need to continue as commander for a while longer. Understood, my lord, Daisy nodded. Lind then turned to the Miracle Harbor officials in the room. Where are Ser Hollis and Septon Joseph? Steward Wyeth answered, Ser Hollis is stationed at the Stepstones. Due to your disappearance, the Pirate Alliance there saw an opportunity to cause trouble, so he has already led part of the fleet to God's Grace Island. As for Septon Joseph, he is currently at the Redemption September, undergoing the Seven Gods trial. Joseph is taking the Seven Gods trial? Lind paused, frowning. Why would he do that? The Seven Gods trial, devised by Lind and Melora, was an enhanced version of the trials for the Holy Sisters and Silent Men, designed to completely transform those who undertook it. But with such extensive modification came extreme danger. So far, 3 individuals, all devout followers of the faith of the Seven and unwaveringly loyal to Lind, had undergone the trial. However, all 3 had ultimately succumbed to the excruciating pain, their minds breaking under the strain. Even though their bodies had survived and completed the trial, they had been reduced to little more than living husks, barely more than the walking dead. Lind and Melora had never intended to carry out these trials. When they first conceived the process, they had deemed it too extreme, deciding against implementing it, let alone conducting human experiments. But Qyburn, acting as their assistant, believed the trial was already perfected and pushed for live experimentation. Without their knowledge, he tricked 3 pious Septons from the Redemption September into undergoing the process. The results had been disastrous. When the experiment failed, Qyburn was punished, banned from approaching the Black Cave or conducting any experiments for 6 months. For someone as obsessed with experimentation as Qyburn, this had been the harshest punishment imaginable. He feels that you've been giving too much attention to the Redemption September and have neglected the Miracle September for too long, Wyeth said with a helpless expression. That's why he volunteered for the Seven Gods trial, to prove his devotion to the Seven and his loyalty to you, my lord. Hearing Wyeth's explanation, Lind felt at a loss for words. He didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. Wyeth had a point. Lind had indeed invested a great deal of effort into the Redemption September, personally establishing the quasi-religious militant orders of the Holy Sisters of Redemption, the Silent Men, and the Chosen Sons. Meanwhile, the Miracle September had been left largely to its own devices. Although he had stationed some stone giants there as temple guards, when he disappeared, the town of Redemption grew concerned that there wasn't enough protection for Nymeria and her unborn child. As a result, they recalled the stone giants back to the Redemption September. Naturally, this had displeased Septon Joseph. His decision to undergo the Seven Gods trial was his way of proving his devotion and loyalty, hoping it would earn him more of Lind's attention. Lind found the whole situation somewhat ridiculous. It was, in essence, a competition for favor. He let out a sigh. How far has he progressed in the trial? To Lind, Septon Joseph was not only loyal but also highly capable. He didn't want such a valuable subordinate to be reduced to a mindless husk simply because he sought more recognition. He hoped that the trial hadn't reached an irreversible stage so he could put a stop to it. Wyeth replied, I've heard that he has already completed all the trials and is now at the Redemption September, adapting to the blessings bestowed by the Seven. Lind was momentarily stunned. He completed all the trials. He knew full well that these so-called trials were, in truth, a brutal process of transformation. Without the aid of anesthetics, participants had to endure the entire ordeal while fully conscious. Even someone with an iron will would struggle to withstand such agony. It was difficult to believe that Septon Joseph had truly succeeded. Lind suspected the Redemption September was lying. But upon reconsideration, he realized that a lie wouldn't hold for long. Joseph would eventually have to return to the Miracle September to resume his duties. If he never returned, the deception would unravel on its own, leading to even greater complications. The leadership at the Redemption September was surely aware of this. If they claimed Joseph had succeeded, then perhaps he really had. This piqued Lind's curiosity. He wondered what changes Joseph might have undergone after enduring the transformation. Still, he decided not to dwell on the matter for now. He would see for himself once he returned to the town of Redemption. Based on everything he had just learned, Lind made a few adjustments to the policies governing Miracle Harbor. He increased the membership of the Miracle Merchant Guild and expedited the third phase of the dock expansion, among other initiatives. After issuing these directives, he dismissed everyone from the room, except for Daisy. Once they were alone, Lind briefly explained his plans for the lands beyond the wall and the crucial role Bear Island would play in them. He hoped that after she became the Lady of Bear Island, she would support his efforts. Daisy considered his words for a moment before asking, if we start dealing with the wildling tribes on our own, what about the Night's Watch? How will they react? Lind had already thought of a solution. I'll give you a letter. When you return, visit Castle Black and deliver it to the Lord Commander when you have the chance. He won't hold you accountable for this. He paused, then added, your real concern should be Winterfell's stance on the matter. If I build a military stronghold on Bear Island, it would be seen as an act of aggression against the North. Even if you and Lord Eddard don't take issue with it, the other Northern Lords will, and they'll pressure him into taking action. When that happens, you'll be the first one they target. In that case, I could send troops to back you up, he continued. But that would make me a direct invader of the North, and you and Bear Island would be branded as traitors. I don't want to worsen my relations with the North, so I won't deploy my forces unless absolutely necessary. You'll have to handle this yourself. Instead of being daunted by the challenges Lind had outlined, Daisy's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Don't worry. I know how to handle it. If it comes down to it, I'll deal with the situation the traditional way. Traditional way? Lind gave her a skeptical look. Daisy simply grabbed the mace at her waist and swung it twice. By beating them into submission, of course. Chapter 193, A Simple Marriage. Lind did not stay in Miracle Harbor for long. After handling some affairs there, he went to the location chosen by the cannibal for its lair. The lair was situated on the east side of Miracle Harbor, not far from the Redemption September. Lind had a temporary camp built in the area, assigning a team to care for the cannibal while also ensuring that no one accidentally wandered into the territory and fell victim to its attacks. He had no intention of keeping the cannibal stationed in Miracle Harbor permanently. Soon, when he set out for the Stepstones, he planned to take the cannibal with him. After unifying the Stepstones, he would relocate its lair to God's Grace Island, where it would serve as a guardian alongside the alliance of the three sea monsters. As for the cannibal itself, Lind did not give it many instructions. He merely brought a few high-ranking figures from Miracle Harbor to meet it, trusting that, with its current level of intelligence, it would understand what was permissible and what was not. The next day, he departed from Miracle Harbor and returned to the town of Redemption. However, before leaving, he instructed Wyeth and the others to begin preparations for the upcoming expedition to the Stepstones. Rather than taking the Boneway back to Redemption City, Lind chose to travel via the Redguard River Valley, using the opportunity to inspect Redguard Castle along with its surrounding farms and mines. While taking a shortcut, he also made a stop at the Black Cave to check on its operations, assess the progress of potion production, and deal with Qyburn's affairs, lifting the restrictions that had been placed on him. 6 months earlier, an exploration of the Black Cave had revealed deeper caverns within, as well as an underground passage leading beyond the mountain. Following this discovery, Lind oversaw further expansion of the site, relocating the original pharmaceutical workshop there and increasing the number of maesters conducting alchemical research to 50. These scholars focused on refining raw medicinal solutions. Additionally, over 1,000 pharmaceutical workers were involved in the production process, though they were stationed in workshops outside the town of Redemption rather than within the Black Cave itself. To ensure the security of the facility, Lind assigned the Silent Men, holy men from the Redemption September who had undergone rigorous trials and demonstrated absolute faith and loyalty, to oversee operations inside the cave. Meanwhile, 500 fully armed chosen ones stood guard outside, guaranteeing the site's impenetrability. Once his restrictions were lifted, Qyburn's first request was for Lind to hand over 3 septons who had failed the trials of the faith of the Seven and had become living dead. He believed he might be able to restore their ability to fight. This proposal reminded Lind of Qyburn's abilities as described in the books and shows of his previous life. After some deliberation, he agreed to Qyburn's request. However, since this matter concerned the Redemption September, and given that all affairs within the Black Cave had been entrusted to Melora, Lind could only offer his suggestion. Qyburn himself would have to convince the two involved. Because of this, despite his eagerness to return to his laboratory and resume his interrupted experiments, Qyburn had no choice but to suppress his impatience. He temporarily left the Black Cave to accompany Lind back to the town of Redemption. Before setting out from Miracle Harbor, Lind had instructed Wyeth to send a message to Nymeria, informing her of his return route. As a result, just after leaving the Black Cave, he encountered a welcoming party waiting for him at the Red Watch shortcut post. Nymeria had wanted to come in person, but being pregnant made travel difficult and dangerous. If someone wished to see Lind's bloodline eliminated, an ambush along the way was always a possibility. No matter how well protected she was, traveling outside the safety of the town of Redemption or Summerhall Castle would be a significant risk. If anything happened, they would not even have the chance to regret it. Thus, Muse, the steward of Summerhall, had come in her place, bringing only a small escort, just enough to ensure his own safety. Has the situation in the town of Redemption really gotten this bad? Lind asked in a low voice after hearing Muse's report. Muse replied with a serious expression, ever since Lady Nymeria announced her pregnancy, the number of wandering knights, mercenaries, and free riders in Tumbleton has doubled. They all claim to have come to serve you, but since you were still missing at the time, we had no way of verifying their true intentions. Additionally, various lords seeking to strengthen their ties with us have sent envoys to establish liaison offices in the town of Redemption, bringing quite a number of people with them. Whether they have ulterior motives remains uncertain for now. The biggest issue is that, on the surface, they all abide by the rules you set. Even if we suspect some of them, we have no grounds to expel or arrest them. Lind could easily sense the impact of his sudden disappearance during the battle with the sea dragon. From Muse's words, it was clear how deeply unsettled everyone had been, so much so that they now viewed every outsider who had arrived in the town of Redemption during this time as a potential assassin with ill intent. It was this paranoia that had led them to take action in his absence, executing his plan to unify the Prince's Pass by consolidating all available forces within the territory and securing the mountain in a short period. They had sought to demonstrate their strength, much like a hedgehog curling up and bristling its quills at a perceived threat. Because of this difference in perspective, Lyn did not see these outsiders as a direct threat. However, he didn't dismiss Muse's concerns either. Instead, after a moment of thought, he said, "Those wandering knights, mercenaries, and free riders claim they want to join my domain and serve me, don't they? Recruit them all and send them to the barracks for training. Whether they have hidden agendas or truly seek to pledge their loyalty, I will find a use for them in the future. As for the liaison offices, as long as they follow the rules, they can stay. Now that I've returned, if anyone is plotting something, they would do well to consider whether they can withstand my wrath." Muse straightened his posture and responded firmly, "Understood, my lord. I know what to do." By the time Lyn returned to Summerhall, it was already late at night. Apart from Glory, who sensed his return and ran out to greet him in the outskirts, his arrival in the town of Redemption went largely unnoticed. It wasn't until the next morning, when he summoned the officials of Summerhall for a meeting at the castle, that the people of the town learned of his return. In reality, there were no urgent matters to handle at the meeting. During his absence, Nymeria, Muse, and the other officials had managed affairs exceptionally well, perhaps even better than he would have himself. The primary purpose of gathering everyone at the castle was simply to make his return known, stabilizing the unrest that had built up in his absence. It also served as a quiet warning to those with ambitions, reminding them to act wisely. Those who needed to withdraw should do so, and those who needed to bow their heads should lower them accordingly. After a brief discussion with his officials, Lyn adjourned the meeting. As the attendees left the castle, news of his return quickly spread throughout the town. "Sorry for making you worry," Lyn said suddenly as he and Nymeria walked through the castle's small courtyard. They had reached a balcony overlooking the entire town of Redemption when he spoke, his voice tinged with apology. Nymeria was taken aback, momentarily surprised by his words. Then she chuckled, resting a hand on her slightly rounded belly. "It's fine. Over the past days, I've started to understand why my mother used to act so strangely whenever that men went to war. Back then, I resented her for it. Now I realize I was just being childish." Lyn frowned slightly at her words, then seemed to come to a decision. A look of resolve crossed his face as he took her hand and said, "This afternoon, I'm going to the Redemption September. You should come with me. Let's get married while we're at it." Nymeria froze, needing a moment to process what he had just said. Then she smiled and simply answered, "All right." Just as Lyn's proposal was straightforward, Nymeria's acceptance was equally simple. Their wedding was held at the Redemption September, officiated by Sister Melissa, who wore the ceremonial robes of a septon. The two exchanged their vows in a modest ceremony. Though the ritual itself was simple, the number of witnesses was not. In addition to the officials from Summerhall and Tumbleton, the heads of noble families who had established liaison offices in the town of Redemption were also present, bearing witness to their union. But what made the ceremony truly unique was what happened afterward. As soon as the couple finished exchanging their vows, the stone giants began to sing an ancient hymn. As their voices resonated through the September, a golden light descended from the sky, piercing through the seven-pointed star-stained glass. It passed through the statues of the seven before settling upon Lyn and Nymeria. The scene was nothing short of divine. It felt as though the seven themselves were blessing their marriage. The sacred radiance filled the September with an overwhelming sense of awe, compelling everyone present to kneel, reciting the prayers of the seven and offering their blessings to the newlywed couple. For the officials of Summerhall and Tumbleton, Lyn and Nymeria's official marriage was a great relief. Though the legitimacy of Nymeria's unborn child had already been recognized by the church, the fact remained that she and Lyn had not been formally wed. As a result, the child was still technically a bastard, which could pose a potential obstacle to its future inheritance of their territories. Now that Lyn and Nymeria were legally husband and wife, they had eliminated the only real vulnerability surrounding the child's legitimacy. This, in turn, brought greater stability to both domains. Lyn and Nymeria had intended for their wedding to be a simple affair, and compared to the extravagant ceremonies of most great lords and nobles, theirs was indeed minimal. However, not everyone thought simplicity was best. the people of Summerhall and Tumbleton took it upon themselves to organize celebrations, while congratulatory gifts from noble lords across Westeros and beyond continued to arrive for over a month. From the Prince of the Summer Isles in the far south to the Night's Watch on the Wall in the far north, from the Triarch of Volantis in the east, and many more, the influx of gifts filled the castle's warehouses to the brim. Among them, the most valuable was a Valyrian steel battle-axe, a gift from the Triarch of Volantis. What surprised Lynn the most, however, was a gift from the House of Black and White in Bravos, a set of statues depicting the Lion of Night and the Maiden Maid of Light, intricately carved from black stone. For those familiar with the tale of the Lion of Night, the statues were more than just exquisite works of art, they carried a symbolic blessing. According to legend, the Lion of Night and the Maiden Maid of Light bore the god on earth, who ruled the great empire of the dawn for 10,000 years before ascending to the heavens as a celestial star. The meaning behind the statues was unmistakable. After learning about the mythology, Nymeria became especially fond of them. Once they were tested for any hidden dangers, she had them placed in their castle bedchamber. Still, Lynn's officials were perplexed as to why the House of Black and White had sent him such an extravagant gift. Summerhall had little direct contact with Bravos, and the House of Black and White, an institution of great secrecy and influence, had never interacted with them before. By all logic, they should have had no reason to acknowledge Lynd and Nymeria's marriage at all. Only Lynd knew the truth. The one who had sent the statues was likely the young girl he had once saved. By now, she must have risen to a position of significant influence within the House of Black and White, otherwise, there was no way they would have sent such a priceless offering. Originally, Lynd had planned to rest in the town of Redemption for a few days, deal with its affairs, and then set out for the Stepstones to complete their unification. However, after seeing Nymeria's slightly rounded belly, he realized there was no real urgency. There was no need to rush the conquest of the Stepstones, he would wait until after the child was born to proceed. Though he had postponed the invasion, Lynd did not remain idle. He ordered Hollis to relocate the Miracle Fleet's main base to God's Grace City in the Stepstones, leaving only a portion of the fleet behind to patrol the Dornish Sea and maintain security. He also made a trip to Miracle Harbor to inform the cannibal, instructing it to assist the subfleet in enforcing order in the Dornish Sea. Over the following months, the cannibal eliminated more than a dozen pirate bands from the Stepstones. These pirates had hoped to exploit the temporary absence of the Miracle Fleet to plunder the coast, but none of them ever made it back. However, they did not end up in the cannibal's stomach either, they were captured and sent to the Black Cave, where they became test subjects. With such a steady influx of test subjects, some of Melora's more ambitious alchemical theories began to materialize. Among them, the one that most caught Lynd's interest was a hypnotic substance known as the Loyalty Potion. This potion had not been Lynd's idea, but rather a request from Sister Melissa and Elder Colin. They believed that the process of deepening the devotion of the Mother House's holy sisters and monastery monks through daily prayer was far too slow. They wanted Melora to develop a potion that could accelerate religious fervor among their followers. As it happened, Lynd had recently mentioned the use of medical anesthetics to Melora, and she had merged the two concepts. After extensive testing on captured test subjects, the Loyalty Potion was finally created. Its potency was undeniable. One particularly zealous follower of the Lord of Light had, within just 10 days, been entirely converted into a fanatical devotee of the Seven. However, the potion was not without its drawbacks. Its most severe flaw was that those who consumed it would fall into an incurable state of madness, displaying symptoms akin to schizophrenia. By conventional standards, this would render the potion a failure. However, when combined with the undead who had failed the trials of the Seven, the Loyalty Potion became something else entirely, something even more critical to Lynd's plans than the Seven Gods Potion itself. Chapter 194, The Effects of the Seven's Trial. This is the trial warrior you claim has completed the soul remolding. In the underground laboratory of the Black Cave, Lynd observed the three towering warriors standing before him. Clad in heavy full-body armor and gripping battle axes, they cut an imposing figure. Turning to Qyburn beside him, he asked his question. Who would have thought that these massive warriors, taller than Lynd and nearly as tall as Nymeria, had once been frail and emaciated silent septons? After undergoing the Seven Gods trial, their bodies had been enhanced several times over, transforming them into warriors whose physical capabilities were near the peak of human limits. If not for the side effects of the potion frying their minds, they might have already risen to lead the Chosen Ones. Yes, my lord, Qyburn answered simply as always, but his tone betrayed his excitement. "Let's see how strong they are," Lind said in a low voice. "That will require your order, my lord." Qyburn glanced at Melora and the 3 members of the Redemption September nearby before speaking in a hushed tone. "Lady Melora's loyalty potion and the soul remolding performed by these 3 church leaders have made them the most devout of the chosen ones. They will obey only you, the chosen one. Unless you personally assign them to someone, no one else can command them." Hearing this, Lind turned to the 3 members of the Redemption September and said, "Each of you, choose one." The 3 hesitated, momentarily unsure of Lind's intent. "I will make them follow your orders," Lind continued, his expression grave. "This will make your tasks easier and ensure your safety. There will likely be more assassination attempts in the future, not just against me, but against you as well. I want you to have adequate protection." Understanding his reasoning, the 3 accepted his offer without protest and each selected a trial warrior. Lind then ordered the trial warriors to take turns battling the captured pirate prisoners. The fights began as one against many, and the results were impressive. Against 5 opponents at once, they fought with ease. Only when the number increased to 6 did minor weaknesses begin to show. They were not injured until they faced 9 attackers at once. "Enough, stop," Melora called out when she saw the trial warriors cutting through the pirate prisoners like they were nothing more than livestock. Were straight, her nose had not been broken and left crooked, and thanks to regular care from her maid, her hair was no longer a wild, straw-like mess. Overall, she looked far better than the way she had been described in the books of Lind's previous life. At the very least, she could still be recognized as a woman at first glance. But the biggest change in her was her confidence, the quiet, unwavering self-assurance of someone who no longer needed external validation. It was a trait she had never possessed before becoming Lind's squire. "What does the letter say?" Lind asked as he saw her lower the parchment. Brienne handed it to him and replied, "My father is ill. He wants me to return and take over the responsibilities of Evenfall Hall to prepare for inheriting the lordship." Lind scanned the letter, then looked up. "What do you think?" Brienne hesitated before saying, "I don't know." Lind saw through her immediately. "You'd rather be knighted by me before returning to Evenfall Hall, wouldn't you?" Brienne, caught off guard, nodded slightly. "Then tell me," Lind continued, "have you achieved enough to be worthy of my knighthood?" Brienne hesitated, then shook her head slightly, her expression falling as she lowered her gaze. "How about this?" Lind rifled through the documents on his desk, pulling out an invitation, which he handed to her. "His Grace is hosting a grand tournament in King's Landing 5 months from now, in March, to celebrate the 10th anniversary of his victory over Prince Rayder, his ascension to the Iron Throne, and the founding of House Baratheon's rule. I was invited to attend, but with Nymeria expecting, I won't be able to go. You'll go in my place. If you win any of the competitions, I will personally knight you, making you the first female knight in Westeros." Brienne's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am," Lind confirmed with a nod. "Think carefully about which competition you want to enter. I'll personally train you over the next 5 months." Brienne didn't even pause to consider. "Jousting. A knight should compete in jousting and win." Then, she added eagerly, "Could I train under Lord Balon and Lord Lothier? They're the best jousters I've ever seen." "No," Lind shook his head. "You're my squire, so I'll be the one to train you." "What? You train jousting?" Brienne looked at him in disbelief. Before she could say anything more, Nymeria entered the study, intending to discuss something with Lind, but upon hearing his words, she immediately shot him a doubtful look. "You? Jousting," she scoffed. "You better not ruin Brienne's training." Lind frowned at the skepticism, but he couldn't blame her. After all, none of the combat skills he had demonstrated so far had anything to do with jousting. He simply shrugged and said, "I can't be bothered to explain. You'll just have to wait and see." Chapter 196, The God-Gifted Lance. The tournament arena was located southwest of the town of Redemption. Construction had begun a year ago and was only completed a few months prior. It was originally intended to host a tournament once the Miracle Fleet had secured full control over the Sea of Dorne. However, the tournament had been repeatedly delayed due to a series of unforeseen events. First came the sea dragon attacks on ships, followed by Lynn's disappearance during his campaign against the creatures. These incidents had disrupted the entire territory's stability, forcing the postponement of the tournament. Unlike many other castles where arenas were left unused, Lynd ensured that this one remained active. He had a stable built beside it, where all the retired horses in the territory were gathered and cared for. The facility was also open to the public. Any citizen who applied for a permit from the town hall could ride horses there free of charge. Additionally, injured, retired soldiers were stationed at the stable to teach swordsmanship and riding skills, further strengthening the military foundation of the territory. The arena itself was also open to the public, regularly hosting smaller tournaments. A few months prior, when a large number of hedge knights, mercenaries, and free riders had gathered in the town of Redemption, the arena had become the busiest place in town. These warriors participated in the town's official tournaments, seeking to impress the leadership of Summerhall and perhaps become the next Lothier or Balin. Though these battle-hardened hedge knights, mercenaries, and free riders had since been sent to army barracks with strict orders not to leave without permission, leading to a relative quiet in the arena, this lull was only by comparison. Many locals still gathered daily, as a number of men-at-arms from noble houses across the realm remained in town, often seeking opportunities to spar in the arena. Today was one such occasion. Knights from Runestone in the Vale and Golden Tooth in the Westerlands had arranged for a jousting match, stirring excitement throughout the town of Redemption. Word of the event had spread widely, and a betting pool had even been set up, with a total wager of 200 gold dragons. However, before the two knights could officially begin their bout, the match was abruptly called off. The reason? The arena had been claimed by none other than Lynd Taryn, the Lord of Summerhall. But the knights weren't left without an opponent. Lynd himself had challenged them. And more astonishingly, his challenge wasn't for a standard sword duel, but for a joust. Everyone across Westeros knew that Lynd was the greatest sword master in the Seven Kingdoms, his skill akin to that of a god. But when it came to jousting, his abilities remained an enigma. Over the years, he had never once demonstrated his skills with a lance, not to his enemies, nor even to those closest to him. So when he boldly declared his challenge to every knight in the town of Redemption, the entire town was drawn to the spectacle. Even the town officials flocked to the arena, eager to witness the event. In light of this, Nymeria granted all officials the day off and personally took her seat in the stands, visibly intrigued. Lynd's challenge wasn't born from arrogance, but from confidence. When he had obtained the character template memory of the Nameless King, he hadn't just acquired the memories of the son's firstborn, 2 additional character templates had fused with his own. In other words, he had inherited the memories and skills of 3 individuals. Unlike the abilities of the Nameless King, which required immense divine power to wield, the skills from the other 2 templates were immediately usable. One, in particular, granted him mastery over a weapon he had never excelled at before, the lance. It was this newfound expertise that gave him the confidence to challenge the entire town's knights. Once the stands and the grassy areas around the arena were packed with spectators, Lynd emerged at the far end of the tournament grounds. He wore the standard armor of the town garrison rather than his usual distinctive gear. Instead of mounting his own steed, Ebon, he rode an ordinary warhorse and took up the lance and shield handed to him by his attendant. On the opposite side of the arena stood Lothier Brune, a figure feared by all. Since becoming the commander of the blood-armored men, Lothier had instilled terror not just among the common folk, but even within Summerhall's ruling class. The blood-armored men were a unit specifically tasked with hunting down spies and informants. To be targeted by them was to be in grave trouble. For that reason, as Lothier took the field, the crowd collectively hoped to see him unseated. The joust began. Both knights took their positions at opposite ends of the barrier, and as soon as the tournament marshal gave the signal, they spurred their horses into a charge. Lothier Brune did not hold back. He aimed his lance straight for Lynd's chest. Yet before his lance could land, Lynd's own weapon had already slipped past Lothier's shield with astonishing precision, striking squarely against the breastplate. Lothier felt as though he had been hit by a wooden beam. The force sent him flying off his horse, landing hard on the ground. While Lothier himself had no understanding of how Lynd's strike had bested him, the spectators could see it clearly. The knights watching from the stands recognized the technique he had used, though understanding it was one thing, replicating it was another entirely. Lothier had been outfitted in reinforced plate armor beforehand, and Lynd's lance was made of corkwood, so despite being thrown from his horse, Lothier suffered only minor injuries. Lind did not stop there. After swapping for a new lance, he issued his next challenge, to Balin. Unlike Lothier, who had remained relatively unknown in tournaments, Balin was a renowned jousting champion, having emerged victorious in the King's Landing tournament. Though he had spent the past years following Lind on various campaigns and had not competed in any recent tournaments, his reputation for exceptional jousting skill remained intact. Many believed this match would not be an easy victory for Lind. However, to the surprise of many, the outcome was exactly the same. Using the same precise thrusting technique, Lind sent Balin crashing to the ground. Not only was the method identical, but the point of impact on both knights was the same. No one doubted that Balin had given his all. His timing and control over his horse were impeccable, befitting his title as a jousting champion. But Lind's performance was even more astonishing. Precision, speed, and stability, these were the only words the watching knights could find to describe his technique. While these descriptions might seem simple, just as Lind's attacks appeared straightforward, the reality was anything but. To achieve such mastery over a single move meant that his jousting skills had reached an unparalleled level, and Lind had just proven that. With both Lothier and Balin defeated, other knights watching the event stepped forward to challenge him. Though they had seen firsthand that Lind's jousting ability was extraordinary, far beyond their own, they still hoped for a miracle. If he made even a single mistake, the knight who bested him would gain eternal fame as the one who defeated the first knight of the Seven Kingdoms. It was an opportunity too great to pass up. And so, the duels continued without pause. Lind faced every challenger who stepped forward, changing horses 12 times throughout the day, yet never stopping to rest. From morning until late afternoon, he accepted a staggering total of 476 challenges from knights across the Seven Kingdoms and even from beyond the Narrow Sea, hedge knights, mercenaries, free riders, and more. From beginning to end, he used only a single thrusting technique, simple yet devastatingly effective. One by one, his opponents were unseated. Throughout the entire challenge, he was never struck, not by a single lance, nor even once upon his shield. By the time the challenge finally concluded, all doubts about Lind's jousting prowess had been erased. Even the most devout among the spectators began to believe that, like his swordsmanship and his mysterious powers, his jousting ability was a divine gift from the seven gods. The lances he had used were no longer seen as mere weapons, they had become sacred relics. This belief spread not only among common worshippers but also among knights. As a result, the shattered lances that had been discarded on the field were eagerly collected by both knights and townsfolk, treasured as holy artifacts. The sheer scale of the event ensured that it would be spoken of for years to come, not just in the town of Redemption but throughout the entire Seven Kingdoms. Yet for Lind, this grand challenge had been nothing more than a demonstration, a way to show his wife and his attendants that he was more than capable of teaching jousting. The very next day, he was seen in the Lord's stables, personally instructing Brienne in jousting techniques. The knights under his command who had no pressing duties were also gathered to serve as her sparring partners, allowing her to quickly gain practical experience in jousting duels. "My lord, do you need something from me?" After finishing a lesson with Brienne, Lind returned to the castle, where Tobo Mott, the current overseer of the forge, was already waiting in the study. Seeing Lind enter, the master smith stood up and asked respectfully. Lind gestured for him to sit before retrieving several scrolls from a drawer and placing them before him. "I need you to forge me a new set of armor and weapons. No need for Valyrian steel, just use the 100 forged steel from the forge." Tobo took the scrolls and studied them carefully. He read each detail with utmost scrutiny, spending over an hour examining the specifications. Even after finishing, he continued to mentally review every intricate component he had just read. During Tobo's long career as a blacksmith, the Banished Knight's armor had been the most complex suit of armor he had ever forged, until now. The design recorded in the scroll he now held surpassed that complexity several times over, with an even more bizarre appearance. The entire armor was composed of hundreds of interlocking plates, each shaped in a menacing, almost grotesque fashion. These overlapping plates connected seamlessly, forming a complete suit that exuded a strange, almost eerie beauty. Yet, more than anything, it radiated an overwhelming sense of aggression. Hideous might have been the best word to describe it. The helmet was just as unusual as the armor itself. The faceplate bore the shape of a lion, but its elongated, prismatic plates and spiked ridges extending backward, coupled with the red plume at the rear, gave it an appearance that was both extravagant and uncanny. Though clearly designed as a lion's visage, when combined with the rest of the armor, the entire set resembled something more akin to a dragon's head. In contrast to the armor's strange design, the weapon was far more conventional, just a cross lance. The only unusual feature was that the lance's tip resembled a longsword rather than a traditional spearhead. "When will it be ready?" Lind asked. "About 6 months," Tobo answered after careful thought. Then, worried Lind might not fully grasp the complexity of the task, he elaborated, "Forging these armor plates to your specifications will be more difficult than crafting a high-quality longsword. Each piece must be shaped, polished, and tested extensively. So, 6 months is already. No need to explain further." "I understand this won't be an easy task, take your time," Lind reassured him, acknowledging the difficulty of the project. The primary reason for commissioning this armor and weapon was to give himself a new identity, a layer of protection, when he eventually traveled to Essos. His plans wouldn't take him there for at least another year, so there was no rush. As Tobo prepared to leave with the designs in hand, he suddenly turned back, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "My lord, what will this armor be called?" "The Golden Lion Armor," Lind replied. "Golden Lion?" Tobo frowned slightly, clearly misunderstanding. The first thing that came to his mind was House Lannister of the North. Lind chose not to clarify. Perhaps by coincidence, just a few days after commissioning his new armor, news arrived from Varys. The Valyrian steel banished knight armor had finally been completed, and Illyrio was arranging for its transport from Qohor. If all went smoothly, it would reach Lind's hands in about 2 months. The report caught Lind by surprise. That armor had been in the making for so long that he had nearly forgotten about it entirely. In fact, his original plan had been to travel to Qohor himself after securing Tyrosh and establishing a foothold in Essos, just to check on its progress. Now, it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Still, something about the situation felt off. He had a nagging suspicion that things would not go as smoothly as expected. And sure enough, his instincts proved correct. A little over a month later, another report arrived from Varys. While en route to Volantis via the Rhoyne, the ship carrying the armor had stopped at a settlement called Selharis. There, it had come under attack by the Dothraki. Though the town itself had withstood the assault, the docks had been raided, and the armor had been stolen. Lind wasn't particularly shocked, as he had already anticipated potential complications. But that didn't mean he wasn't irritated. He instructed Varys to keep tracking the armor, to determine whether the Dothraki had taken it to Vise Dothrak or sold it elsewhere. A suit of enchanted armor with such power would undoubtedly cause a stir wherever it surfaced, making it impossible to keep hidden for long. Information on its whereabouts would eventually come to light. Sure enough, a month later, word reached him. Rumors were spreading that the Sea Lord of Braavos had come into possession of a suit of magical armor. Chapter 197, Giving Birth is like going to the privy. Putting aside the matter of the banished knight's armor for the time being, Lind spent the following months by Nymeria's side, watching as her belly gradually grew. To ensure Nymeria's safety, he had Melora and Qyburn put aside their work when she entered her due date, focusing solely on accompanying her and awaiting the birth of their child. Although this was not the first time he had been present for a birth, he still felt nervous. To prepare, he had sent Glory to live in the mountains some time ago, knowing that animals like cats and dogs carried parasites that could be fatal to newborns. During this time, Brienne attended King Robert's tournament in King's Landing on Lind's behalf. Though Lind had valid reasons for not attending, the decision to send an attendant in his place, especially a female one, was seen by many as a silent protest against the additional taxes the Iron Throne had imposed on Summerhall. To others, it was further proof of the growing rift between Lind and King Robert. King Robert was not pleased. Upon learning of it, he cursed Lind as ungrateful within the Red Keep, making it clear that his trust in Lind was no longer what it once had been. However, once the tournament began, Brienne's exceptional performance in the jousting competition softened Robert's displeasure somewhat. Brienne fought her way to the finals, unseating every opponent with a single well-placed strike. Her straightforward yet masterful technique became the standard by which many knights judged jousting. Soon, the name of Brienne the exemplary knight began to spread. After knocking Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, from his horse, her final opponent in the championship was Barristan the Bold. Like most knights, Barristan was initially displeased that Lind had sent a female attendant to the tournament, considering it an insult to the honor of knights. However, As he watched Brienne repeatedly best her opponents with her exceptional jousting skills, he gradually came to accept her as a legitimate knight in training. By the time they faced each other in the lists, he regarded her as a true opponent. Their joust became the most thrilling contest since Jaime Lannister's match against Jorah Mormont in Lannisport. Many believed it even surpassed that famed duel, if only because, this time, King Robert did not call a halt to the match. Brienne and Barry Stan clashed for 17 rounds, breaking 17 lances each. In the end, Barry Stan, burdened by age and fatigue, made a crucial mistake and was unseated, bringing an end to the long and spectacular duel. King Robert was thoroughly pleased with the tournament and even considered knighting Brienne himself, much as he had once knighted Lynd. However, Brienne declined the honor, making it clear that she wished to return to the Town of Redemption and receive her knighthood from Lynd. This only deepened Robert's resentment toward Lynd. Though he said nothing at the time, he later found an excuse to suspend trade along the Rose Road, intending it as a punishment. However, he failed to realize that while Lynd did use the Rose Road for trade, most of the goods traveled south to the Reach, with relatively little heading north across the Blackwater Rush. As a result, the impact on Lynd was minimal. Highgarden, on the other hand, relied heavily on the road for north-south trade. Its closure dealt them the greater blow. Thus, when Highgarden's inquiry reached the Red Keep, the trade route, shut down for only a few days, was promptly reopened. The entire episode played out like a farce. After returning to the Town of Redemption, Brienne was knighted by Lynd in the Redemption September, as they had agreed. Not long after becoming a knight, Brienne left the Town of Redemption and returned to Evenfall Hall, where she began assisting her father in managing its affairs and learning the responsibilities of a lord. With Brienne's influence, Evenfall Hall forged a defensive alliance with Summerhall. The Miracle Fleet also constructed a military port there, expanding its patrol range beyond the Sea of Dorne. Renly Baratheon personally traveled to Summerhall in protest, demanding that Lynd dissolve the alliance with Evenfall Hall. However, Lynd refused. He simply presented Renly with the signed alliance contract, pointing out its key differences from similar agreements with other territories like Grassy Vale or Bear Island. Unlike those, this alliance did not involve a permanent military base. The Miracle Fleet's dock at Evenfall Hall was merely rented, no different from leasing a dedicated dock and warehouse in Old Town. Later, Lord Selwyn heard about the situation and took Brienne to Storm's End to meet with Renly. In the presence of the Stormlands vassals, Brienne swore allegiance to Renly, thus resolving the minor dispute caused by the defensive alliance. Because of this, the lords of Crow's Nest, Mistwood, Rainhouse, and several other castles within and around the Rainwood of Cape Wrath also signed defensive pacts with Lynd. Their motivation for signing the alliance was not solely to receive periodic assistance from Summerhall's Miracle Legion in eliminating bandits from their lands. More importantly, they sought the trade agreements attached to the alliance, gaining membership in Lynd's Miracle Merchant Guild as high-ranking members, which granted them the right to trade in high-value goods. After all, the earliest signatories of the alliance, Blackhaven and Will, had already amassed great wealth through trade, making them prime examples of its benefits. Take Beric Dondarrion and Illyria Dane's wedding, for instance. Their extravagant banquet rivaled those held in the Red Keep. After their marriage, they left the dull borderlands and purchased a lavish villa with a courtyard in King's Landing, where they hosted grand feasts daily, serving fine wines and delicacies with an air of luxury. Everyone knew the state of Blackhaven. The only possible source of the immense wealth funding Beric Dondarrion's lavish lifestyle was his business dealings with Lynd. If the prosperity of Blackhaven and Will alone was not enough to convince others, what truly stirred the interest of the lords around Cape Wrath was the transformation of Weeping Town. Weeping Town was also part of the Rainwood territories, and its former state was well known to all the local lords. Yet, in just over a year of joining Summerhall's defensive alliance, it had developed a grand castle, while its small harbor town had flourished into a thriving port city, so prosperous that it evoked both admiration and jealousy. More crucially, Summerhall had aided Weeping Town by clearing out surrounding bandits and constructing a naval base on an offshore island to shield it from pirate raids. This allowed the town to drastically cut its military expenses, as it no longer needed to allocate large sums for the protection of its castle and port. A modest garrison was now sufficient to maintain order. As a result, the Lord of Weeping Town now enjoyed a life of luxury that most could only dream of. With such an undeniable example before them, the lords within and around the Rainwood could not resist any longer. Initially, they had feared that Renly, as their liege, might hold them accountable for aligning with Lynd, but with Evenfall Hall setting a precedent, their concerns were eased. However, they were unaware that the defensive alliances they had signed were entirely different from Evenfall Hall's. Particularly in matters of security, while Summerhall assisted these lands in dealing with bandits, it also established military garrisons to safeguard trade routes. Individually, each garrison seemed insignificant. But once every domain in the Rainwood had 2 or 3 of them, Summerhall's stationed forces in the region quietly grew to a total of 3,000 men, fully equipped, professional soldiers, clad in standard armor and armed with high-quality weapons. Their combat prowess far surpassed the local peasant levies of the Rainwood lords. Furthermore, as the trade agreements took effect, the Miracle Merchant Guild's network extended deeper into Rainwood's territories. Through bribery, alliances, and strategic partnerships, it would not take long before the mid- and lower-ranking officials came under its influence, gradually weakening the authority of the Rainwood lords. It was the same as what had happened in Blackhaven. Beric Dondarrion, perceptive as he was, recognized that his power in Blackhaven had been completely hollowed out, leaving him with no means to resist. Rather than fight a losing battle, he had taken his new wife and voluntarily relocated to King's Landing, turning a blind eye to Blackhaven's affairs. With his methods already proven in Grassy Vale, Blackhaven, Will, Weeping Town, and Castle Greenstone, Lind had established a perfected process for integrating new territories through these alliances. He no longer needed to personally oversee it, his subordinates simply followed the blueprint, step by step. During this period, Lind remained within the castle, even entrusting the affairs of the ruling council to Muse, Bert, and the others. His primary concern now was waiting for Nymeria to give birth. Though Lind had made thorough preparations, they ultimately proved unnecessary. Nymeria's labor went smoothly, so much so that from the moment her water broke to the delivery of the child, only a little over 10 minutes had passed. As Nymeria herself put it afterward, it was as easy as a trip to the privy. What an ugly baby. Freshly cleaned and dressed in clean clothes, Nymeria entered the study and looked at the infant cradled in Lind's arms, her tone laced with mild disdain. You don't know anything. All newborns look like this. They'll grow into their looks, Lind replied, glancing at her before asking, are you feeling any discomfort? No, I feel great. Nymeria shook her head, then gave her child a quick look and said bluntly, without that burden, I actually feel even lighter. Just as she had said, thanks to Lind's careful conditioning, her body was incredibly strong. Even though she had just given birth, it had little effect on her. Walking around was nothing. If necessary, she could don her armor, pick up a battle axe, and head straight to the battlefield without issue. You really don't act like a mother, Lind sighed as he watched her nonchalant demeanor. He said nothing further and turned to hand the baby over to the waiting redeemed sisters. Compared to Nymeria, Lind had extensive experience in child-rearing. When it came to parenting knowledge, he was not only on par with the 3 elderly sisters sent by Sister Melissa, he surpassed them in many ways. After all, the medical advancements of his previous life far outstripped those of the present. Before the child was even born, Lind had written a detailed parenting manual and given it to the 3 elder sisters, instructing them to follow its guidelines strictly. While they found some of the rules overly meticulous and tedious, they ultimately accepted them without question. After all, this was the child of the Chosen One, and strict rules seemed only fitting. You name him, Nymeria said. Though she had been deeply concerned about the baby before giving birth, now that he was born, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She had little emotional attachment to the tiny being that had come from her own body. Lind thought for a moment before saying, Augustus. Let's call him Augustus. Augustus. What kind of strange name is that? Nymeria frowned, clearly displeased. Lind simply smiled, offering no explanation. He then ordered Muse to spread the news of his heir's birth, announcing the child's name as Augustus Terran. To celebrate, he decreed a 3-day feast throughout the territory, with all drinks provided free of charge and wages doubled for the entire month. Additionally, invitations were sent out to the lords of the 7 kingdoms, inviting them to a grand tournament in honor of his heir's birth. The champions of the team melee and archery contests would each receive 20,000 gold dragons, while the champion of the jousting competition would be awarded a Valyrian steel sword. Lind had been collecting Valyrian steel for some time, originally intending to forge a Valyrian steel battle axe for Nymeria. However, Volantis had unexpectedly gifted him one, rendering his efforts unnecessary. As a result, he had the collected Valyrian steel crafted into 3 long swords, one of which would serve as the grand prize for the tournament. For some knights, gold alone might not be enough to entice them, but a Valyrian steel sword was an entirely different matter. The mere prospect of winning such a weapon had knights from across the 7 kingdoms flocking to Summerhall. Even the great lords could not resist. The Lannisters of the Westerlands were among the quickest to act, sending over a dozen knights to compete. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, arrived at Summerhall alongside King Robert and was certain to represent House Lannister in the tournament. In no time, knights from the north to Dorne made their way to Summerhall, along with warriors and fighters from across the narrow sea who had come to join the spectacle. Tens of thousands of participants and their entourages poured into the town of Redemption. Some had expected chaos to erupt in the town due to the sheer number of arrivals. However, Lynd had long anticipated this scenario. Not only had he designated a vast open area outside the town capable of accommodating 100,000 people, but he had also prepared tents in advance. Participants only needed to settle in the appropriate tents according to their status, while only the highest-ranking nobles and lords were given accommodations within the town's villas. Security within the town remained exceptionally stable, thanks to the presence of the stone giants. Anyone caught brawling or causing disturbances was immediately arrested, facing either a fine or a public flogging. However, the busiest individuals in all of Summerhall were Balin and Lothier. The influx of people included a fair number of spies and agents attempting to uncover the secrets of the territory. In just over 10 days, they had already captured more than 200 spies from various factions. And that was only the number they had officially detained. Other locations, such as the Forges and the Black Cave, were rumored to have caught many more. However, rather than handing them over, those captured in those places were quietly sent to either the mines or the dungeons of the Black Cave. Chapter 198, 2 Uninvited Guests. The Summerhall tournament lasted for 10 days, and in terms of grandeur, it was not far behind the one held in King's Landing. Over 4,000 people participated in the team competitions, making it almost as large as a small war, while the archery contest saw more than 5,000 archers competing. As for the jousting tournament, more than 2,000 knights took part, the vast majority of whom were renowned figures from across the 7 kingdoms. Every duel was a spectacle, as all the participants were competing for the Valyrian steel sword and fought with everything they had. The final match came down to a duel between Brienne and Jaime Lannister. Though their fight wasn't as thrilling as Brienne's legendary duel with Barristan Selmy in King's Landing, it was still an intense battle. The two clashed for 11 rounds, breaking 11 lances in the process, until Brienne narrowly emerged victorious. Claiming the Valyrian steel sword, she cemented her reputation as the ideal knight and became widely known across Westeros and Essos. During the tournament, Lynd met with the visiting King Robert, though their meeting was neither pleasant nor productive. However, despite the tense atmosphere, Lynd still managed to gather some valuable information. He learned that the additional taxes imposed on Summerhall were not Robert's decision, but rather the work of Jon Arryn, who had unilaterally pushed the measure through. Robert had only allowed it because the Iron Throne was facing financial difficulties at the time. Moreover, Lynd could sense that the true source of his strained relationship with Robert had less to do with taxes and more with his subjugation of the Sea Dragon. Robert claimed to believe that Lynd had no Targaryen blood, but what he truly thought remained a mystery. Still, when the subject of the Sea Dragon came up, Lynd caught the unmistakable glint of envy and longing in Robert's eyes, emotions the king couldn't entirely conceal. From this meeting, Lynd was certain that he could no longer count on Robert's full trust. Their relationship would only grow colder, and whether it would eventually turn into outright hostility was uncertain. Not that it mattered much to Lynd. He had already grown strong enough to stand on his own. As long as he remained cautious and avoided making himself an enemy of the entire 7 kingdoms, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, the tournament also gave him insight into how the highest-ranking lords of the 7 kingdoms viewed him. Apart from King Robert, not a single warden had personally attended the event. Instead, they had all sent representatives in their place. This made it clear that while they acknowledged Lynd's strength, they still saw him as a mere upstart with no real foundation. In their eyes, he might not even measure up to the lords of the Twins or the Crownlands, despite their own relatively short lineages of just a century or so. Their deep-rooted traditions had blinded them, making them focus solely on the history and glory of their noble houses, forgetting that true strength was the foundation upon which those legacies were built. To Lynd, the tournament was nothing more than a brief interlude. Even while it was still underway, he had already begun preparing for the unification of the Stepstones. His plan was to wait until the little one had grown past the most fragile stage of infancy before setting out for the islands. However, just as he was making his final preparations, 2 unexpected visitors arrived, slightly disrupting his plans. "The Iron Throne wants to take back my rights to the Stepstones." Lind eyed the envoy before him with a hint of surprise, not because of the Iron Throne's decision, but because of who had come to deliver the message. It was none other than Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, a man he had long kept an eye on. Lind had known for some time that Jon Arryn had transferred Littlefinger from Gulltown to King's Landing, where his financial acumen had quickly earned him favor. In less than a year, he had risen to the position of Master of Coin on the small council. What Lind found puzzling, however, was why Jon Arryn had chosen to send Littlefinger as an envoy, and at such a crucial moment, when he was on the verge of launching his campaign to unify the Stepstones. What was Arryn's intent? Did he truly expect Littlefinger to persuade him to abandon the agreement and return the Stepstones, which the Iron Throne had leased to him? Or was this a ploy to provoke him into losing his temper and eliminating the men who had cuckolded the Lord, disposing of the lady's lover on impulse? This decision was made by the hand of the king during the small council meeting. Although many opposed it, the decision has already been passed. "I hope you can understand, my lord." Littlefinger lowered his posture and explained respectfully to Lind, making it clear that this was entirely Jon Arryn's unilateral decision and that he, as the envoy, should not be blamed. As he looked at Lind, Littlefinger maintained his signature harmless smile, but despite his best efforts to conceal his emotions, a flicker of jealousy still surfaced. After all, when he had first heard Lind's name, the man had been nothing more than a minor figure he could trample over at will. But now, Lind had become someone he had to look up to. Even though Littlefinger had risen to the position of Master of Coin, he remained at the mercy of others, forced to undertake dangerous diplomatic missions like this one. The thought of it left him feeling stifled and resentful. "I am willing to withdraw from the Stepstones, which were leased under the Iron Throne's name. However, according to the terms of our agreement, if the lease is terminated prematurely, the Iron Throne must compensate me at 3 times the rent. That means, in addition to the original sum of 500,000 gold dragons, you would owe me an additional 1.5 million, for a total of 2 million gold dragons." Lind gazed calmly at Littlefinger and continued, "As the Master of Coin, you should be well aware that the Iron Throne's finances cannot possibly afford such a sum. So, are you planning to break the agreement while also defaulting on the payment?" "It's not a default, just a delay in repayment," Peter replied with a smile, though inwardly he was cursing Jon Arryn. "Then tell me the specifics. What is the plan? When and how much will be repaid? Or in what manner will the debt be settled?" Lind pressed further. Peter knew perfectly well that the Iron Throne had no intention of repaying either the rent or the breach of contract penalty. Forced into a corner, he could only deflect. "That matter is still under discussion." Lind let out a cold chuckle. "So, in other words, you have no plan at all. And yet, you expect me to give up the Stepstones, which I paid a fortune to lease. Tell me, how is this any different from banditry? Is this what passes for the conduct of the Warden of the East, whose legacy spans 1,000 years? He paused briefly, then continued before Littlefinger could respond. "Lord Peter, you are a smart man. If I do as you ask and return the Stepstones, who do you plan to send to govern them? The islands are overrun with pirates, not to mention the presence of the mysterious sea monster. Do you really think your people will be able to hold them?" Peter understood the veiled threat. Lind was making it clear, if the Iron Throne dared to send men to the Stepstones, he would make sure they never returned. Though Littlefinger had long sought to create chaos within the 7 kingdoms to further his own ambitions, now was not the time. His foundation was still too weak. Even if the realm fell into turmoil, he wouldn't be in a position to benefit, he might even lose the power he had already secured. He was acutely aware of this. And so was Lind. To Lind, it was an amusing irony. The very men who would one day sow chaos in the 7 kingdoms now found himself in the position of having to maintain stability. Peter carefully weighed his options before speaking. "If you agree to revoke the lease agreement and return the Stepstones, we can cancel the additional taxes imposed on Summerhall and fully open the markets in King's Landing." "You can stop right there, Lord Peter," Lind interrupted. "If you had made this offer a year ago, I might have considered it. But my plan to unify the Stepstones is already in motion. There is no turning back now, the islands will not be returned. He raised a hand to silence Peter before he could object and continued, however, out of respect for the Iron Throne, I am willing to offer an additional 100,000 gold dragons as compensation. Furthermore, I will personally give you 20,000 gold dragons, as a token of appreciation for your efforts in persuading Lord Aaron. Peter remained silent for a few moments before finally nodding. I am at your service, my lord. With that, he quietly withdrew. Though his expression remained unchanged, Lind could clearly see the hint of anger in Littlefinger's eyes. It was as if he considered Lind's blatant attempt to buy him off an insult. Lind was unconcerned. Now that he had reached his current level of power, Littlefinger's scheming no longer posed a serious threat. His concerns about him had significantly diminished. Besides, he had long since prepared for this eventuality. Not only was Varys keeping an eye on Littlefinger, but he had also placed his own spies within Peter's circle. If he wished, Littlefinger could be eliminated at any time, leaving no trace behind. After dealing with Littlefinger, Lind received another unexpected guest, though this one was an old acquaintance. Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper. I didn't see you at the tournament, yet here you are, meeting me in secret. Prince Oberyn, I doubt you came all this way just to see Augustus, did you? Lind asked with a smile, watching the Red Viper lounge carelessly in his chair. Of course not. I don't like children, Oberyn replied bluntly, then turned his gaze to Lind. I came here on a mission. Sun's Pair is willing to relinquish control of Grey Gallows Island and the surrounding isles under our rule. Moreover, when you make your move on the disputed lands in the future, we will send troops to assist you. Lind raised an eyebrow. You figured out that I intend to act against the disputed lands. You've been flooding Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr with weapons, stoking their rivalries. The whole region is like a pile of dry wood drenched in oil, one spark, and it will be consumed by fire and war, Oberyn said with a smirk. He reached for a decorative bottle of wine from the table, pulled out the cork, and took a few swigs straight from the bottle. Your methods aren't particularly subtle, but they are undeniably effective. Even if the leaders of the three free cities see through your intentions, they can't stop their subordinates, who are already burning with the will to fight. Like it or not, they will be dragged into the war exactly as you planned. Lind's expression darkened slightly. What do you want? Revenge and justice, Oberyn said, straightening in his seat, his tone deadly serious. Are you preparing to go to war with the Iron Throne? Or is it the Westerlands you have in your sights? Lind asked. Neither, Oberyn shook his head. If all I wanted was revenge, I have 1,000 ways to kill Tywin and his monstrous lackeys, and I could ensure they died in unimaginable agony. But I haven't done that, because what I seek is a trial. A grand trial, one that will lay bare Tywin's crimes for all of the 7 kingdoms to witness. Lind immediately grasped the implication. You want me to push for a faith tribunal? He chuckled before adding, have you considered what it would mean to put a great lord on trial before the faith? Of course, Oberyn nodded. But don't worry, the trial won't happen immediately. It could be years before the time comes. We only ask that when it does, you stand with us. Lind suddenly changed the subject. You recently returned from Essos, didn't you? Oberyn hesitated for a moment before nodding. I did. Lind met his gaze and spoke with deliberate intensity. Tell me, what makes you think House Targaryen can reclaim the Iron Throne? Do you believe the Blackfyre descendants in the Golden Company will be enough? Or do you think your mercenary force with Jon Cunnington can make it happen? You must remember, when Aegon the Conqueror invaded, he had 3 dragons and still couldn't claim all of Westeros in one stroke. What makes you think you can do it without dragons? For the first time, a flicker of unease crossed Oberyn's face. He hadn't expected Lind to know about his activities in Essos. A suspicion crept into his mind, was there a traitor among his ranks? His expression darkened for a brief moment. But he recovered quickly, offering a knowing smile. You forget, we have Dorne, the Reach, and your Summerhall. Lind wasn't surprised that Dorne and the Reach had struck some kind of covert agreement. Neither Oberyn nor Arianne could be blamed for what had happened to Willis Tyrell, and while their houses still put on a show of cold relations, their growing trade over the years told a different story. But the fact that Oberyn had included him in their calculations amused Lind. He regarded the Red Viper carefully before speaking in a firm, measured tone. His Grace has been good to me. As long as he lives, I will do nothing to oppose the Baratheon dynasty. Oberyn fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. In that case, our agreement remains unchanged. Grey Gallows will still be yours, and when you move on the disputed lands, we will honor our promise to send troops. I trust you will keep your word as well. Lind could tell Oberyn had misunderstood his intent, but he saw no reason to correct him. He had little interest in what the future held for Westeros. His focus remained on the present, securing the Stepstones and bringing the disputed lands under his control. Chapter 199, Battle Preparations. Grey Gallows was the largest island in the Stepstones archipelago. It was the final stop for the Rhoynar people during their Great Migration, where Nymeria built a town and used it as a foothold to establish contact with Dorne. Eventually, she formed an alliance with House Martell by marrying its then-lord, Mors Martell. For this reason, Sons Pair had long claimed ownership of Grey Gallows. However, over the years, the island had changed hands many times. During the Usurpers' War, Sunspear's fleet launched a surprise attack on Grey Gallows, wiping out the pirates who had taken residence there and reclaiming control over the island and its surrounding islets. But now, the island had changed hands once more. A few months ago, the Golden Spear banner of Sunspear was lowered, replaced by the flags of the Three Kraken Alliance and the blood-red longsword of Summerhall, now flying over Grey Gallows and the surrounding island settlements. For House Martell, though they had struck a deal with Lyn to support his vengeance, in truth, they had been forced into it. They understood all too well that once Lyn set his sights on unifying the Stepstones, Grey Gallows would have no chance of resisting his fleet. Had Lyn not tamed the Sea Dragon, they might have tried to ally with the pirate factions near the Essos coast and put up a fight against the Miracle Fleet. But the moment Lyn subdued the Sea Dragon, it became clear, there was no longer a fleet on the sea capable of standing against the Miracle Fleet. It was only a matter of time before Lyn took control of the Stepstones. Rather than passively allowing someone else to seize the island, it was better to take the initiative and trade it away, maximizing their own interests in the process. Darren Martell had once been the governor of Grey Gallows, overseeing the island and its surrounding territories while serving as commander of the Martell fleet. For nearly a decade, he had been stationed on Grey Gallows, knowing every inch of the land. Now, the former lord of the island was returning as a mere guest, a fact that filled him with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. But what struck him even harder was how, in just a few months, he could barely recognize the port he had called home for 10 years. When he had relinquished control of the island, the port had been nothing more than a modest fishing harbor, capable of accommodating at most 10 flat-bottomed fishing boats. Now, it had been transformed into a massive harbor, able to dock dozens of large warships. The docks had been rebuilt with mortar, pebbles, and stone slabs, forming smooth and sturdy foundations. Neatly arranged warehouses and barracks stretched from the docks to the very edge of the town. The original settlement had been completely engulfed, and its former residents had all been turned into dockworkers. Among the people working on the docks, Darren recognized many familiar faces. The scribe recording cargo logs had once been a maester he had employed, one who had been expelled from the citadel. The warrior patrolling the docks had once been his captain of the guard, a man who had previously lacked even a full suit of armor. Now, that same man was clad in exquisitely crafted standard-issue leather armor, his hair and beard meticulously groomed, looking almost like a different person altogether. Letting out a sigh, Darren disembarked from the ship. Led by an envoy, he made his way toward a manor on the outskirts of town, a place that had once been his residence. Now, it belonged to another. And the greatest irony? It had been his own suggestion to trade Grey Gallows Island away. Indeed, it was not Prince Doran who had proposed the trade before Lind made his move, it had been Darren himself, the island's governor. As for his reasoning, the letter he had sent to Sunspear had been filled with eloquent justifications, carefully crafted arguments. But in the end, there was only one real reason. Fear. He had anticipated that Lind would inevitably set his sights on the remaining Stepstones. Wanting to assess the true strength of the Miracle Fleet, he had taken a ship toward Miracle Harbor. However, midway through the journey, they encountered a patrol fleet in the midst of hunting down pirates. He had watched, helpless, as the Miracle Fleet effortlessly sent a dozen pirate ships to the ocean floor while losing only 2 longships of their own. But that was not what had truly terrified him. The moment of true fear came as their ship neared the harbor, when he witnessed the sea dragon cannibal emerging from the depths, returning to its lair after patrolling the waters of Dorne. The sheer size of the beast defied all his prior understanding of dragons. He could not fathom how his son's pair fleet could possibly resist such a monstrous creature, let alone defeat it. In that instant, he understood, he had to act. Otherwise, he would not only lose everything he had, but also his very life. So, after returning to Grey Gallows Island, he wrote an urgent letter and sent it to Sunspair. He hadn't expected his proposal to be approved outright. He had been prepared to return to Sunspair himself to explain the advantages and risks to Prince Doran. But to his surprise, Sunspair agreed immediately and swiftly negotiated a deal with Summerhall, transferring Grey Gallows Island directly to the Miracle Fleet. To be honest, on the day of the transfer, he had felt reluctant. But now, he knew he had made the right decision. He was still the commander of Sunspear's fleet, and the people of Grey Gallows Island were spared from war. Instead, they had good jobs and stable lives. At least when he found himself feeling resentful, he could use these thoughts to convince himself otherwise. Upon entering the familiar manor, he was led to what had once been his study. Inside, a number of people were already gathered, among them, familiar figures like the 3 Ironborn captains of the 3 Kraken Alliance and Hollis Redwine, commander of the Miracle Fleet. These were men who, in the Stepstones, could stir up a storm with just a single command. And yet, now they stood quietly like attendants, waiting for orders from the only person seated in the room. That's how things will be arranged. Go and carry out your tasks. I don't want to waste any more time here. One naval battle is enough, Lind said, sitting behind the desk. He quickly signed off on a few orders and handed them to Hollis, Asha, and the others. Then, noticing Darren Martell entering the room, he waved his hand, signaling for everyone else to leave. Once they had gone, he motioned for Darren to step forward. 6 months after Augustus was born, Lind had secretly left Redemption Town and traveled to Miracle Harbor. There, he boarded a patrol warship bound for Grey Gallows Island in the Stepstones, where he officially began leading the campaign to unify the archipelago. The sea dragon cannibal had joined him in the waters of Dorne and accompanied him to the Stepstones, preparing for the decisive naval battle to come. Upon arriving at Grey Gallows, he had immediately gathered the subordinates who had arrived ahead of him and assigned them their pre-planned tasks. Dorne's fleet had not originally been part of the strategy, but Prince Doran had sent him a letter, informing him that, as per their agreement, Dorne would dispatch its fleet in support of his campaign. As far as Lind was concerned, the more forces under his command, the better, as long as they followed orders and didn't cause trouble. When Darren stepped forward, Lind studied the veteran sea commander, a man several decades his senior, before speaking in a measured tone. Sir Darren, I have received a letter from Prince Doran stating that during this period, you will be under my command and will follow my orders completely. Is this information accurate? It is, Darren replied firmly, lifting his head and squaring his shoulders. I, Darren Martell, am here to follow your orders. I've heard that you were once the governor of Grey Gallows, Lind continued. Now that I've taken control of your former territory, don't you feel any resentment? Darren's expression remained solemn. If you had asked Prince, you would know that I was the one who proposed trading Grey Gallows to you, my lord. So you need not worry, I hold no anger toward you. And you can rest assured, I will follow your orders and fight as required. Good. Lind rose from his seat and gestured for Darren to follow him. They moved into an adjoining war room, where a detailed topographical sand table of the Stepstones waters was laid out. The table was covered with miniature ship models, their placements and markings immediately revealing to Darren what Lind had planned, a decisive battle in Darkwood Bay. At present, Lind had already seized control of Bloodstone Island, Torturer's Deep, and the island now named Grace's Mercy. Along with Grey Gallows, this meant that 2/3 of the Stepstones were now under his command. The remaining islands, those closest to the Associ coast, were still held by the Pirate Alliance and the forces of Tyrosh. Neither Tyrosh nor the Pirate Alliance can stand against my Miracle Fleet and the 3 Kraken Alliance on their own, and they know it, Lind said, pointing to the sand table. That's why they've consolidated their forces here in Darkwood Bay, planning a concentrated strike on God's Grace Island. I'll grant them their wish, we'll settle this with a decisive battle in Darkwood Bay to determine who will rule the Stepstones. You, however, will not need to take part in the battle. Your task is to hold this position. Lynn's finger tapped on a small island at the southeastern edge of the Stepstones. Darren immediately grasped his intent. You want me to keep watch for the Lysine fleet? You suspect Lys will send reinforcements? Lynn shook his head. Not suspect. He reached for a document on the side of the sand table and handed it to Darren. It had evidently already been reviewed by the others in the room. Darren scanned the contents. It was brief, just a single line. The Lysine fleet has secretly left port in the dead of night. Their destination is unknown. How many ships have you brought? Can you hold off the Lysine fleet? Lind asked in a low voice. Rest assured, I have brought 30 warships and 40 oared ships this time, enough to counter the Lysine fleet, Darren replied confidently. If you need me to, I can wipe them out in the Stepstones. Lind shook his head and firmly stated, no. I only need you to block them and keep them from interfering in this battle. It would be best to avoid direct combat if possible. I need them to return to Lys intact. Darren hesitated for a moment, not fully understanding Lind's reasoning, but he still nodded. I will do my best to avoid engaging them. But if battle becomes inevitable, I will not hold back. Lind nodded in agreement. That's fine. If it comes to that, fight however you see fit. He then quickly filled out a supply requisition and instructed Darren to collect provisions from the warehouse. Although Darren had arrived with his own stockpile, he saw no reason to refuse the additional supplies. In a way, this extra allocation could be considered payment for the support his fleet was providing. With tasks assigned, Lind left the manor and headed for the docks. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, he summoned the cannibal from the depths of the sea, mounted the great beast, and rowed toward Grace's Mercy. As Lind was positioning his fleet, a dozen ships of varying sizes were anchored around a desolate island in Darkwood Bay. Small boats were lowered into the water, ferrying the captains of these vessels to the shore. It was immediately evident that these men belonged to two distinct groups. One faction was dressed in extravagant clothing, their hair dyed in striking shades of red, blue, and purple. They wore bizarrely shaped hats, carrying themselves with the air of arrogant peacocks. The other group, in stark contrast, was clad in tattered, filthy garments. Their hair was adorned with bones, and their weapons, hung with bells, brass tokens, and other trinkets, jingled noisily as they moved, a deliberate announcement of their presence. When the two factions finally stood face to face, the atmosphere was anything but harmonious. One side eyed the other with open disdain, while the latter looked back at them as if assessing prey. A middle-aged man from the finely dressed group stepped forward. Speaking in a heavily accented Valyrian, he said in a deep voice, "Enough. If we don't unite now, there will be no place for us on these seas. We are not each other's enemies, the enemy is out there." At this, an old man from the pirate faction stepped forward and scoffed. "Otto, it is you who have broken your word. You promised that once we allied, you would supply us with enough weapons. So, where are they? Don't tell me they're buried beneath this sand at our feet." The middle-aged man sighed. "A few months ago, Miracle Harbor cut off our supply line, claiming the route was unsafe. The weapons meant for you were among those shipments." The old man cut him off, unimpressed. "That's not my concern. The fact that Miracle Harbor stopped supplying you has nothing to do with our agreement. I'll say it again, give us the weapons, and we will stand with you against the Miracle Fleet and the Three Kraken Alliance. But without weapons, we are leaving tonight. You don't expect us to fight with our bare hands, do you? Rest assured, we will deliver what was promised." The middle-aged man signaled to an attendant. A moment later, a large chest was carried forward and set down. He unlatched the lid, revealing rows of neatly arranged long swords, scimitars, and other weapons. Before the old pirate could respond, his men surged forward, pulling weapons from the chest and testing their balance. Their expressions quickly turned to satisfaction. "The rest is on that ship," the middle-aged man said, pointing toward a vessel anchored offshore. "Take what you need." Before he could finish speaking, the old pirate thumped his chest and laughed. "No need to worry. Our ships will assemble at the designated location. When the time comes, we will follow your Tyroshi fleet and slaughter those Western Island savages." He paused briefly before adding, "If we don't act together now, we may never get another chance." Creators. Chapter 200, The War for Naval Supremacy. Lind stood on the captain's command deck of his flagship, the Glory, gazing out at the sea shrouded in thick fog. The glory beneath his feet was no longer the original vessel that once bore its name. This was the latest iteration, a massive warship, the only one in the world with 5 decks and 4 towering sails. Even the main battleships of the Miracle Fleet paled in comparison to the Glory in size. Despite being the most advanced warship in the world, the Glory would not take part in the battle itself. Instead, it served as the command center, linking the various fleets together. Lind was well aware that he knew little about naval warfare. Aside from outlining the initial battle plan, he had refrained from interfering in any strategic decisions. The deployment of ships, personnel assignments, and all other arrangements had been left entirely in the hands of Hollis, Asha, Baylor, and Dagon. His role was to remain aboard the Glory, which was equipped with trained messenger ravens used for communication between the different fleets and for relaying battle reports. A Maester, responsible for the ship's ravenry, approached Lind with a sealed parchment in hand. "My lord, Lord Hollis, Lady Asha, and the others have all reached their designated positions, but the fog over the sea is too thick. They can't see the enemy fleet clearly." Although the dense fog obscured visibility, Lind had no difficulty pinpointing the enemy fleet's precise location and every movement, thanks to the cannibal lurking beneath the waves, waiting for their moment to strike. He replied, "Tell them the enemy fleet has arrived at point 3. Proceed as planned. The fog will clear soon, no need to worry." "Yes, my lord." The Maester knew that under normal circumstances, the fog wouldn't lift until at least midday, so he found Lind's words puzzling. But seeing the certainty in his tone, he assumed there must be a method to disperse the fog that he was simply unaware of. Once the Maester had released the messenger ravens, Lind waited for about an hour, long enough for the messages to reach the fleets. Then, he stepped down from the command deck and instructed the sailors to secure any loose objects on board, preventing them from being tossed around by the approaching winds and waves. Though the sailors didn't understand the reason for this order, those who had heard stories of Lind's abilities exchanged glances filled with reverence. Some even reached for storm god pendants hanging around their necks, clutching them tightly as they murmured quiet prayers. Lind paid no attention to them. He walked toward the bow of the ship, stopping just behind the sea dragon figurehead. With one hand, he grasped the great sword of the banished knight at his waist, then channeled the power of the storm dragon rune, fusing it with the divine energy of the nameless king rune embedded in his heart. Instantly, a violent storm erupted across the sea. The fierce winds tore through the thick fog, dispersing it in moments. Dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead, swirling together to form an ominous mass. Then, a massive whirlwind lifted Lind off the deck, hurling him into the storm clouds. Thunder rumbled, lightning cracked through the sky, and the howling wind raged. A storm of unprecedented scale enveloped the entirety of Darkwood Bay. Everyone who witnessed this, whether sailors, maesters, or warriors, regardless of the gods they had once worshipped, found themselves in awe. In that moment, they all believed in only one deity, Lind, the storm god. The instant the storm took form, the heavy fog was completely swept away. On the other side, the Tyroshi fleet and the Pirate Alliance had no idea what had happened. Their years of sailing experience told them that no storm should be possible at this time of year, and the thick fog wasn't supposed to dissipate until midday. Caught off guard, none of them were prepared for battle. When the fog vanished, they stood bewildered, watching the ocean churn with violent waves. Ships that had raised their sails were forced to lower them, lest they be capsized by the sudden squall. While the Tyroshi and pirate fleets scrambled to regain control, the Miracle Fleet and the 3 Kraken Alliance had already been prepared. Their ships had long since furled their sails and taken to the oars, surging forward to attack the now exposed enemy fleet. The storm had arrived suddenly, and disappeared just as quickly. Just as the Tyroshi and pirate sailors had braced themselves for a massive tempest, retreating below deck to avoid being swept into the sea, the storm vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. At that moment, Lind descended from the sky, carried by the dying winds, and landed back on the Glory's deck. For once, exhaustion flickered across his face. That single, sweeping storm had consumed nearly 70% of the magical power he had spent years accumulating. In truth, he had never intended to unleash such a force. All he had wanted was a strong gust of wind to clear the fog. But when he had infused the power of the Nameless King rune, blended with the Dragon Heart rune, into the already active Storm Dragon rune, attempting to mimic the Nameless King's ability to summon storms, the sheer magnitude of the magic had spiraled beyond his control. What started as a mere gust of wind turned into a storm that engulfed the entire sea. Even more astonishing was that his consciousness was influenced by the nameless king, compelling him to enter the storm and traverse it. And indeed, he soared into the sky. When he finally came to his senses, he realized just how excessive his actions had been. Quickly, he severed most of the Storm Dragon rune's power and returned to the deck. Though the display had been dramatic, the results were highly effective. The dense fog that had shrouded the sea had completely vanished. While some waves and gusts still lingered, they no longer posed a threat. Set sail for Area 3. Lind turned around and issued the command, his voice echoing over the deck. Around him, sailors and warriors knelt before him as if worshipping a god. At his order, the sailors and warriors instinctively sprang into action, moving with practiced efficiency. They untied the mooring ropes, hoisted the sails, and those below deck extended the oars, rowing forcefully. Under the helmsman's steady control, the ship set course for the designated waters of Area 3. Meanwhile, in the third sector of Darkwood Bay, the longships of the Three Pirate Alliance had already clashed with the Pirate Alliance's fleet. Using their superior agility, they maneuvered swiftly between enemy vessels, their ranks maintaining tight shield formations to deflect incoming arrows. The throwers seized their openings, hurling wildfire pots onto enemy decks, engulfing both ships and crew in flames. Asha, Baylor, and Dagon had launched their assault with shocking speed. The pirates of the Alliance had been bracing for an impending storm, with most of their crew taking shelter below deck. But just as suddenly as the storm had vanished, Asha's longships had struck. After more than a dozen ships had been sunk, the Pirate Alliance scrambled to mount a counterattack, but their efforts were futile. Their arrows were deflected by the enemy's steel-plated shields, while they themselves had no means of defending against the incoming steel-tipped projectiles. The situation worsened when the three Kraken's longships closed in, their throwers revealing more wildfire pots. The moment the flames touched the ships, they became inextinguishable. Once the three Krakens had broken through the Alliance's formation, they fanned out along the perimeter, completely encircling the enemy fleet. A relentless rain of arrows poured down upon the surviving ships at the center. Resistance was impossible, the League's utter annihilation was only a matter of time. At the same time, the Miracle Fleet had engaged Tyrosha's navy in brutal boarding combat. Hollis, facing the leaderless Tyroshi fleet, wasted no time employing a conservative but devastating tactic, using his elite naval soldiers to systematically eliminate the enemy crew. The Tyroshi fleet was in complete disarray. At the very start of the battle, their flagship, along with the fleet commander and all captains aboard, had mysteriously vanished from the sea. Before the fight, the fleet commander had summoned all captains for final orders to prevent any confusion in battle. But with the flagship gone, so too had the entire chain of command. None of the remaining ships had a captain, and Tyrosha's military structure lacked any protocol for succession in the event of a commander's disappearance. As a result, when the Miracle Fleet split the Tyroshi navy into scattered groups using flanking maneuvers and launched boarding assaults, the disorganized fleet failed to mount a single effective counterattack. On one side stood unarmored sailors wielding wooden spears, on the other, armored warriors with shields and swords. The disparity was overwhelming. Many Tyroshi sailors surrendered the moment the battle began. Though a few ships resisted stubbornly, the outcome was already clear. Beneath the waves, Cannibal swam leisurely, occasionally spitting out broken wood, splintered masts, shattered hull fragments, and half-chewed corpses. It had already devoured Tyrosha's flagship in one gulp, fulfilling the task Lind had assigned it. But it had no intention of stopping. Its gaze remained locked on the sea's surface, scanning for escaping ships. Whenever it spotted a Tyroshi vessel attempting to flee, it surged forward and swallowed it whole, feasting to its heart's content. Only when Lind arrived at the battlefield and issued the command did it finally halt its slaughter. By then, 4 or 5 ships had already disappeared into Cannibal's stomach. Even with its incredible digestion, capable of melting steel, the sheer volume of its meal left it feeling bloated. And yet, its insatiable hunger still burned within it, a trait befitting its name, cannibal. Through the constant arrival of messenger ravens, Lind had a firm grasp of the battle on both sides of the sea. The Three Kraken Alliance had flawlessly executed its plan, completely encircling the Pirate Alliance's ships and leaving no survivors. Their own losses were minimal, just a few longships and a few dozen sailors. The situation for the Miracle Fleet was even more favorable. Hollis not only annihilated the Tyroshi fleet but also captured most of their ships, over 100 in total. Among them were dozens of armed merchant vessels and 10 three-decked galleons, all in excellent condition. With minor modifications, they could easily be integrated into the Miracle Fleet. Additionally, they had taken over 2,000 sailors captive, though none were officers, only common deckhands. Given the overwhelming victory, the original plan was slightly adjusted. The scheduled return to port for rest was cancelled, and Lind ordered Asha and her forces to begin sweeping the islands controlled by the Pirate Alliance and Tyrosh. He also sent word to the settlers on God's Grace Island, instructing them to move to these newly claimed islands and cooperate with Asha's forces in securing them. At the same time, he commanded the Miracle Fleet to transport the captured Tyroshi fleet to Blackstone Island for resupply. As they passed Tyrosh, they deliberately sailed close to the harbor, ensuring that everyone in the city could see the state of their devastated fleet. The cannibal, acting on Lind's orders, surfaced near Tyrosh's port and lingered for a moment, striking terror into the hearts of the Tyroshi. Blackstone Island lay directly west of Tyrosh, just a few leagues away. From the high walls of Tyrosh's port, one could see Blackstone Island, and from the lighthouse on Blackstone, one could just as easily see Tyrosh. Originally, Blackstone Island was under Tyroshi control. The Tyroshi had built a settlement and a lighthouse there to help guide ships past the treacherous reefs at night and into the harbor safely. However, the island was later seized by pirates, turning it into a base for raiding Tyrosh. After several failed attempts to reclaim it, Tyrosh was forced to construct high-walled fortifications along its coastline to defend against further pirate incursions. In the years that followed, Tyrosh's ruling elite engaged in negotiations with the pirates of the Stepstones, reaching agreements and paying protection fees to reduce the frequency of raids originating from Blackstone Island. Over time, the island changed hands multiple times between Tyrosh and the pirates until, a little over 2 years ago, the Three Kraken Alliance emerged, crushed the pirates, and took control of Blackstone Island. Initially, Tyrosh welcomed the Three Kraken Alliance's presence on Blackstone Island. The alliance was remarkably disciplined, refraining from plundering Tyroshi merchant vessels and even maintaining the safety of shipping lanes in the Stepstones, an anomaly among pirates. However, when Tyrosh discovered that the Three Kraken Alliance was actually under the command of Lord Lind of Summerhall, and that they had begun expanding their control over other islands in the Stepstones, unease began to set in. To the Archon of Tyrosh, pirate control of the Stepstones was a nuisance but a manageable one. However, if a single power were to unify the islands and crown itself king of the Stepstones, that would be a far greater threat. Thus, while Tyrosh outwardly continued trade with Miracle Harbor, they secretly encouraged pirate raids on Blackstone Island and other territories held by the Three Kraken Alliance in an attempt to prevent any one faction from consolidating power over the Stepstones. In recent months, as the Miracle Fleet established a presence at God's Grace Island and began patrolling the Stepstones, Tyrosh perceived the growing threat and decided to act. This led to their alliance with the pirates, culminating in the formation of a fleet to counter the Three Kraken Alliance. But events unfolded far differently than they had anticipated. Just the day before, they had received confirmation that their alliance was proceeding smoothly and that the attack on God's Grace Island was scheduled for the next day. Instead, today, their entire fleet had been obliterated. Every single one of their ships had been captured and was now being paraded through Tyrosh's waters in enemy hands. Panic gripped the entire city. Warriors and Unsullied scrambled onto the walls and fortresses, anxiously watching the sea. Within the city, citizens locked themselves indoors in fear. The markets descended into chaos, and the prices of essential goods skyrocketed several times over. Meanwhile, the Archon of Tyrosh and his officials convened in the government hall to devise a response. It wasn't until the following morning that a tribune, bearing the Archon's personal letter and gifts of atonement, was sent aboard a small fishing boat, bound for Blackstone Island.